In a quaint CF, amidst the atmosphere of a matchmaking event, stood Chu Feng, a descendant of misfortune, whose company had succumbed to bankruptcy, leaving him devoid of even a single coin. He gazed, momentarily entranced, at the elegant beauty before him, draped in a resplendent red Hermes trench coat. She wore an exquisitely tailored women's suit underneath. The white blouse accentuated her breathtaking curves, supported by a striking bosom, while a simple yet exquisite ruby necklace from the vintage KZL Haute Couture runway collection adorned her graceful neck. Her long, slender legs, encased in lustrous black stockings, were accentuated by black Chanel thigh-high heels that lightly tapped the ground. The aura of opulence she exuded nearly blinded him. As she sipped her coffee, crossing her legs with an air of nonchalance, she playfully swayed her leg, encased in black silk, and offered a faint smile to the disheartened gentleman before her. "Marry me, and you will have luxury cars and a villa. You shall never have to work or do household chores again. I will bear as many children as you desire. I shall clear your debts. Your aunt will be released from prison, and your sister will no longer have to toil in a milk tea shop. They will live without worry from now on. My demands are simple. You must never leave my villa. You cannot stray more than half a meter from me when outside. And your daily life must align with my wishes." "Excuse me? What on earth? Your family isn't from Myanmar, is it?" Chu Feng, bewildered by the exorbitant conditions laid before him, began to question whether he had mistakenly met the wrong person. Noticing Chu Feng's apparent daze, the beauty elegantly removed her black sunglasses, revealing her stunning visage. As he beheld that familiar face, marked by a beauty spot at the corner of her eye, his pupils dilated, and his mind erupted in a cacophony of realization. So Ningxue, it's you." Chu Feng was astounded to discover that the matchmaker his mother had introduced was none other than his childhood sweetheart, now a wealthy heiress. Yet, still cautious due to his past financial ruin at the hands of women, he inquired warily, "Can you tell me why?" "There's no need for elaborate explanations. I seek a trustworthy individual to be my husband, and you are the most suitable candidate," Ningxue replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She had not anticipated that Lu Rian's actions would wound Chu Feng so deeply that even she, his childhood companion, would evoke suspicion. However, she mused, Chu Feng would likely never trust another woman again. A manic, obsessive laughter echoed within her. Chu Feng furrowed his brows. "Is this your justification?" "Justification?" Ningxue stirred her coffee, her gaze soft as water. "We have known each other since childhood. You know me intimately, and I understand you just as well. Our families are old acquaintances, and in this vast world, no man besides you is worthy of my trust." The phrase "besides you" reverberated in Chu Feng's mind. His once shattered heart fluttered, and he placed a hand over his chest, seriousness etched upon his face as he declared, "From this moment onward, my life belongs to you." "Very well." Upon exiting, Chu Feng entered Ningxue's luxurious Maybach, his countenance radiating with newfound confidence. Unexpectedly for Chu Feng, within half a day, the couple not only obtained their marriage certificate, but also celebrated their wedding in the presence of numerous relatives and guests. It seemed as though everything had been meticulously planned. On their wedding night, moments of passion turned into a fierce encounter that lasted until dawn. Glancing at his delicate wife in his arms, Chu Feng cast aside all doubts and worries. After all, they had already consummated their union, rendering further contemplation futile. Moreover, aside from her slightly domineering nature, he could find no fault in his beautiful wife. 6 months later, Chu Feng lay in bed, his eyes devoid of spirit, bearing dark circles beneath them, and began to question the meaning of life. At this rate, he mused, within 2 years, he might as well consider those 6 flavor mania pills as intravenous drips. Just then, as despair enveloped him, the sound of high heels echoed at the door. Ningxue approached him, placing an ancient book upon his chest. "Practice with this book, and I assure you, in a month, you will be revitalized," she promised. Skeptical, yet trusting in his wife, Chu Feng embarked on the journey of mastering the martial arts tome. Indeed, as Ningxue had claimed, his physique gradually transformed into a robust form. As time passed, Su Ningxue grew increasingly fond of the strong and vigorous Chu Feng. Their marital life became more frequent and apart from work hours. Su Ningxue devoted her free time entirely to him. However, such an existence, if prolonged, could lead anyone into despair. Beneath the night sky adorned with countless stars, Chu Feng embraced his beloved, affectionately saying, "Wife, I wish to visit your company." Su Ningxue peeked out from his chest, gazing intently at her cherished man. "That depends on your performance, dear." After a night of diligent efforts, Chu Feng successfully secured a position. Being a former top student from the prestigious University of Magic City, he had hoped to excel in his new role. Yet, while the aspiration was beautiful, reality proved quite stark. Su Ningxue assigned him the position of secretary, where his daily tasks involved sitting beside the president, serving merely as a source of amusement for her. Her obsessive need for control grew ever stronger. Gradually, Chu Feng felt less like a man and more like a mere plaything, wholly at Su Ningxue's mercy. His life seemed to revolve entirely around her. Every aspect from diet to attire, speech, and the rhythm of their intimacy was tailored to meet her desires. Ultimately, one fateful night, unable to endure any longer, he stealthily escaped the villa while Su Ningxue slept. However, just as he ventured a short distance away, a dart pierced his backside. The next moment, dizziness overwhelmed him, and, in his hazy state, he could only hear the rhythmic sound of approaching high heels drawing nearer. Su Ningxue cradled his drowsy face, her exquisite features now tinged with a hint of sickness, before bestowing upon him a passionate kiss. "In our childhood, we made a pact, vowing to never part ways, to grow old together, and to be buried side by side. If you dare to betray the promises we once made, then you must accept my retribution." From that moment on, Chu Feng found himself confined within the villa by Su Ningxue, never allowed to step beyond its threshold. For should he ever dare to cross that boundary, the night would surely bring forth a tempest of torment. 3 years later, Chu Feng welcomed a pair of twins, believing that the presence of children might soften Su Ningxue's heart. For maternal love has the power to transform a person. However, he gravely underestimated her possessiveness over him, unwilling to share his affection. After the children turned 3, they were taken care of by Su Ningxue's mother, allowing him only a single visit each year. During his 3rd visit, as fate would have it, his vehicle suddenly lost control and plunged down the mountainside. In that moment of peril, Chu Feng instinctively wrapped his arms around Su Ningxue, protecting her. A warning. Bang, bang, bang. Miraculously, the car did not explode, but collided with a sturdy pine tree. Alas, a massive branch pierced through the window, striking Chu Feng in the abdomen. Before he could utter a cry of pain, a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, splattering onto Su Ningxue's face. Despite the excruciating injury, he managed to smile, experiencing a joy he had not felt since their marriage. As he closed his eyes, he could faintly hear the anguished cries echoing around him. "Alas, even on the brink of death, peace eludes me. If there is a next life, I shall strive to do better." Ha! A wealthy woman, the language of steel wool. Damn it. With those thoughts lingering in his mind, he felt his body relax, succumbing to the inevitable. "Chu Feng, who allowed you to die? I forbid you to leave me. We promised to be together for eternity. We made a pact in our childhood, you great deceiver." Su Ningxue cradled Chu Feng's head, tears and snot flowing uncontrollably. Chapter 2. Awakening to the tender embrace of a delicate soul in the summer of June 2007, amidst the bustling streets of Magic City. A blaring horn of a heavy truck pierced through Chu Feng's consciousness. The ache in his body seemed to linger, and his head buzzed as a faint light struggled to break through the haze. In his dazed state, he felt a tingling sensation on his lips, as if something were persistently drawing from him. With a soft hum, Chu Feng gradually opened his eyes to find a youthful, exquisite face mere inches from his own. "Am I kissing?" The girlesque expression was one of sheer panic upon realizing Chu Feng had awakened. "Ah, you're awake?" Her startled demeanor caused her to quickly retract her tiny hands from the contours of his sculpted abdomen. "Wasn't I dead?" Chu Feng felt disoriented, and after a prolonged moment, clarity began to return. Yet, he was bewildered to find the girl still perched upon his thigh. "Why are you sitting on my lap?" I was performing artificial respiration," she stammered, hastily shifting to the opposite side of the vehicle. Chu Feng gazed at the girl before him, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washing over him. Clad in a pale dress, her delicate features were ethereal. Her lips, of vivid crimson, beckoned, while her charming nose was gracefully upturned. Her eyes, clear and radiant, complemented her flawless, heart-shaped face, adorned with a beauty mark at the corner. Could this be my beloved Su Ningxue? Yet, she appeared somewhat more youthful than he remembered. Furrowing his brow, he murmured, "Su Ningxue, are you dead too?" "Only you are dead." Su Ningxue pouted, rolling her eyes, and playfully tapped his forehead. The gentle throb on his crown fully roused him from his stupor. His eyes widened in realization. "I am alive." Raising an eyebrow, Su Ningxue's gaze flickered with concern as she reached out to brush her fingers against his forehead. "Chu Feng, are you all right?" The familiar yet somewhat juvenile tone, combined with the faint scent of lilies wafting from her, confirmed his suspicions. Goodness, it truly is Su Ningxue. Chu Feng felt a mix of disbelief and euphoria at his unexpected revival. "What is this situation? Where are my clothes?" He shivered slightly, glancing down to find himself clad only in black shorts. "You must have fallen into the water at school and lost consciousness on the shore. I happened to pass by and thought to take you to the hospital. However, noticing your pallor, I performed a round of artificial respiration," Su Ningxue softly explained, her eyes keenly observing his reaction. Nodding, Chu Feng gathered his thoughts, confirming his revival, and directed his gaze back to Su Ningxue. He began to recall the memories of his previous life when he had fallen into the water, realizing that indeed it was Su Ningxue who had brought him to the hospital. "It seems my awakening is quite fortuitous." Tentatively, he reached to verify his state. Confirming he was indeed intact, he turned his gaze back to her. "Were you performing artificial respiration, or were you stealing a kiss?" Su Ningxue was taken aback for a moment, then assumed the authoritative demeanor of an older sister. "Of course, it's artificial respiration. Is there a problem with that? However, isn't artificial respiration supposed to be performed while lying flat?" Chu Feng voiced his inner doubts. "I noticed your lips appear somewhat pale, and you seem anxious." "There is no time to worry about that now," Su Ningxue replied earnestly. "Thank you," Chu Feng acknowledged, realizing that dwelling on trivial matters would not benefit him. It was wiser to return home and assess the current state of the company. In his past life, had the company not gone bankrupt, he would not have found himself reliant on Su Ningxue. Once he had gathered his thoughts, Chu Feng turned to Su Ningxue and asked, "Sister Ningxue, could you possibly give me a ride home?" Seeing that Chu Feng did not press further, Su Ningxue couldn't help but smile inwardly, finding him quite easy to deceive. Noticing her lack of response, Chu Feng gently poked her arm. "Could you please take me home? I feel a bit cold." "All right, sure." Su Ningxue snapped back to attention and quickly made her way to the driver's seat, starting the car. Upon arriving home, just as Chu Feng had changed into comfortable attire, Su Ningxue had already prepared a cup of warm water and handed it to him. "Here, drink some warm water first to ward off a cold. Otherwise, you might catch a fever." Chu Feng hesitated for a moment after receiving the water, wary of any peculiar substances Su Ningxue might have added. "What, are you afraid I poisoned it?" Su Ningxue chuckled lightly, adopting an innocent demeanor and teasing him. "Not at all." Chu Feng pondered for a moment before taking a sip. At this juncture, he believed Su Ningxue's mischievousness was rather mild. She wouldn't resort to drugging him. After finishing the water, Chu Feng chose not to rush back to school. Instead, he directly called Su Mengyao at the company. Su Mengyao, the head of the legal department at Chu Corporation, was a seasoned veteran, having joined the company since its inception at the tender age of 32. She had watched Chu Feng grow up and held high hopes for him as the future heir of the conglomerate. In his previous life, even after the company's downfall, she had supported him for a time. "Beep, beep, beep. Hello, is this Su Jia?" Chu Feng inquired. Su Mengyao, seated in her leather office chair, gently swung her long, elegant legs while bringing the phone to her ear, responding with a soft, amused tone. "Yes, it's me, little President Chu. What brings you to call me today?" Chu Feng paused briefly before continuing. "Could you send me a copy of the internal financial report? I would like to take a look." Internal ledgers were crucial to many aspects of the company. Observing Su Mingyao reluctance, he directly addressed the issue of an insider threat. Sister Yao, there's a mole within the company. Trust me, I need to see the financial report. Upon hearing the term mole, a glint of sharpness flashed in Su Mingyao's eyes. Who is the mole? Chu Feng replied, I'm not sure yet, but you must believe me. After a moment's contemplation, Su Mingyao responded, I will inquire with the finance department. Subconsciously, she felt that Chu Feng would not make such a statement without reason. While Chu Feng awaited her response, his computer emitted a series of beeping sounds. He clicked on the pulsating penguin icon, revealing a black and white avatar of a strikingly beautiful woman. Despite the passage of 7 or 8 years, he could instantly recognize that the image belonged to his former girlfriend, Lu Ruyan. With a slight tremor in his right hand, he dragged the mouse and double-clicked the avatar, entering the QQ chat window. Where were you when I fell into the water? If it weren't for G. Boda rescuing me, I would have drowned. Hurry and give me 8,000 yuan. I need to express my gratitude to him. Furthermore, if it weren't for you accompanying us on our walk, I wouldn't have been so unfortunate as to fall in. You owe me a compensation in the form of an LV handbag. Chapter 3. The crafty Yandra. As Chu Feng gazed at the messages on his phone screen, he nearly crushed the mouse in his grip. That wretched scoundrel. He ground his teeth, forcing a few words from his lips. Then, he typed on the computer, I'll accompany your mother. What do you think you are? And hit send. No sooner had he dispatched the message than, within 3 seconds, Lu Ruyan replied with a question mark, and his computer began to emit a series of incessant beeps. Just as Chu Feng contemplated seizing the keyboard to retort, Su Mingyao sent over 5 documents, abruptly interrupting his train of thought. Once I finish my work, I shall deal with you slowly upon returning to school, he muttered, dismissing the chat window. He double-clicked a file, beginning to peruse its contents. In his previous life, under the subtle influence of Su Ningxue, although he had never truly managed a company, the impact of the female CEO had made understanding financial data effortless. Soon, while browsing through the 4th document, he stumbled upon a troubling anomaly. The company's personnel had inexplicably increased, business revenues had plummeted sharply, yet overall profits had only slightly declined. Many minor data points from the past 6 months were erroneous. In his previous life, it was the finance department that had leaked some company secrets, and now, after only a brief examination, he had uncovered this issue. He then recalled that in his former life, his ex-girlfriend Lu Ruyan and his male best friend had interned at his company during their senior year, which had ultimately led to its collapse. Could it be that these insiders were connected to them, or were they spies from a rival firm? The mere thought of Lu Ruyan ignited a blaze of fury within him. That despicable harlot, if not for her, his family would not have faced ruin. Just as Chu Feng was lost in contemplation, a wave of dizziness suddenly washed over him. Why do I feel a bit lightheaded? He murmured softly. At that moment, Su Ningxue, having timed her entrance perfectly, knocked twice on Chu Feng's door. Chu Feng, I'm coming in, she announced. As she spoke, she opened the door. Upon entering, she immediately noticed Chu Feng, who appeared drowsy. What are you doing? You've been in here for so long, without stepping out. Su Ningxue exclaimed, observing the 3 of her standing before him, as he weakly called out, I feel a bit dizzy. Hearing this, Su Ningxue quickly approached him, extending her delicate hand, as soft as jade, to press against his forehead. Her expression turned serious. You feel warm. You must have caught a chill earlier. And now you have fever. Looking into Su Ningxue's deeply concerned eyes, Chu Feng felt a swell of emotion within him, silently lamenting. If only she were not a Yandra. He murmured softly, only to find the inexplicable dizziness intensifying abruptly. Wait, is this fever truly so severe? He thought. Isn't a fever just dizziness? Can it really lead to unconsciousness? Before he could finish his thoughts, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Observing Chu Feng asleep, Su Ningxue lightly tapped her fingers, removed her small leather shoes, and her feet, clad in black stockings, were revealed to the cool air, a hint of color lingering just above her toes. After lifting Chu Feng onto the bed, Su Ningxue settled herself in a duck-like position on his chest. She meticulously scrutinized his handsome visage, her breath growing heavy. Chu Feng's face was strikingly delicate, his features marked by sharp elegance. Those thin lips, so enticing. A glimmer of pink radiated in Su Ningxue's eyes as she bit her own lip, murmuring to herself, "Chu Feng, you just kissed me for less than a minute. I haven't even extended my tongue yet. It's time to make up for that." With her words lingering in the air, Su Ningxue lowered her head and slowly parted her alluring crimson lips, leaning in for a kiss. In that moment, excitement surged within her, her fair cheeks flushing instantly, and her snow-white neck taking on a hint of rosy hue. After a while, in a small clinic on the streets of Magic City, Su Ningxue sat beside Chu Feng, idly swinging the keys in her hand. Suddenly, Chu Feng jolted awake as if emerging from a nightmare, his dark eyes snapping open. He found himself sprawled on a bed. Turning his head, he spotted Su Ningxue beside him, playing with the keys. "What did you do to me?" he asked, a chill running down his spine as he pointed at her. What? What did I do to you? How strange." Su Ningxue feigned innocence, then began to explain. "You fainted just now, and I noticed you seemed to have a high fever. So I rushed you to the nearby clinic and had a shot administered to bring your fever down." With a playful pout, she pressed her red lips together. "A fever? Just now?" Chu Feng remained skeptical of her words. At that moment, a doctor in his 40s entered the room. "Young man, you were quite fortunate. Had it not been for this young lady bringing you in, you might have seriously damaged your brain." The doctor spoke earnestly to Chu Feng. "Did I really have a fever?" Chu Feng looked at the doctor, bewildered. He licked his lips, catching a faint hint of strawberry in his nostrils. "That can't be right. Can a fever smell like strawberries?" He clenched his jaw, glancing at the seemingly innocent Su Ningxue. "I can hardly believe it. You were nearly at 41 degrees. You expect me to believe you just had a fever? If it were any later, you might have turned into a fool. The medical fee is 100 yuan. Please settle it," the doctor concluded casually. Hearing the doctor's words, Chu Feng began to feel perplexed. Had he truly had a fever? No, it must have been Su Ningxue's doing. Internally cursing her, he maintained an outwardly dazed expression. Just as he contemplated paying and leaving, Su Ningxue preempted him, pulling out a 100 yuan note from her bag and handing it to the doctor. "All right, let us return to school," Su Ningxue said, tugging at Chu Feng to get up. As he stood, a sharp pain shot through his rear. "Avoid prolonged sitting and move around. The medication on your backside hasn't fully absorbed yet," the doctor advised, accepting the payment and handing over the medication with a few final instructions. As he exited the clinic, the doctor, with a satisfied nod, counted the 10 or so red bills that Su Ningxue had handed him. He mused to himself, "This money is indeed easy to earn." Little did Chu Feng realize the truth of the situation. Su Ningxue had added a drug to his drink, indulged in all manner of intimate gestures, and after thoroughly exploiting him, brought him to the clinic, spending money for the doctor to administer a saline injection, creating the illusion of a fever. Once back in the car, Chu Feng reached behind to touch his lower back and glanced at Su Ningxue, who was driving, feeling an odd sense of discomfort regarding this fever. He resolved to avoid Su Ningxue in the future, for fear that she might ensnare him once again. Having come to this conclusion, he took out his phone and composed a message to Su Mingyao, highlighting the financial discrepancies while advising her to remain discreet. After sending the message, the car arrived at the school entrance. Suddenly, a fleeting white figure caught Chu Feng's eye, and he instantly recognized her as the class monitor. "Let us stop here," he suggested to Su Ningxue. Upon hearing this, Su Ningxue lightly pressed the brakes. "Are you afraid of your girlfriend misunderstanding? Do you not want me to drop you off at the dormitory?" As the car came to a halt, Chu Feng opened the door and fabricated an excuse. "A few days ago, I sprained my ankle, and our class monitor helped me fix it. I just need to return a favor." With that, he dashed away, feeling that every moment spent with Su Ningxue was fraught with peril. Su Ningxue, following the direction in which Chu Feng had fled, felt a sudden chill. A delicate flush crossed her beautiful eyes as a graceful silhouette reflected in her pupils. Chapter 4. Can a male best friend be like any other man? No wonder he suddenly wanted to get out of the car. It turned out he had a date with a girl. She gripped the steering wheel tightly, the veins on her hands protruding, and a wave of jealousy surged within her, causing her to exclaim, "Hey, Chu Feng, where are you two going? You could at least remember your sister." Chu Feng initially intended to ignore her, but Yin Siye, with utmost politeness, glanced at Su Ningxue and smiled gently. Chu Feng wants to invite me to dinner. Upon hearing that Chu Feng wished to have a private dinner with Ningxue, a glint of coldness flickered in Su Ningxue's bright eyes. That fleeting moment of chill was also caught by Ningxue. That look seemed akin to a jealous wife who felt her husband was being taken away. Moreover, wasn't Chu Feng's girlfriend Lu Rian from her class? What was going on? A large question mark suddenly loomed in Ningxue's mind. Chu Feng glanced at Su Ningxue and recognized her jealousy. However, it mattered little, as she was not his girlfriend at present. Noticing Chu Feng's gaze upon her, Su Ningxue winked at him, declaring, "Chu Feng, I want to go too." Yet, Chu Feng pretended not to see her and directly took hold of Ningxue's sleeve, leading her away. How dare he ignore me? Su Ningxue gritted her teeth, her gaze fixed on Chu Feng's retreating figure. She quickly sent a message to Lu Ruyan before driving away. Ningxue heard the sound of the car departing and, after a few seconds, finally let out a sigh of relief. "Chu Feng, what's the situation with Su Ningxue?" That look she gave was terrifying. It felt as if she was about to devour me. Just a brief moment of eye contact with Su Ningxue had made Ningxue break out in a cold sweat. That gaze was reminiscent of the pressure a legitimate wife feels towards a mistress. Perhaps she was on her period. It was normal for emotions to be unstable. As Chu Feng spoke, he glanced back at the sleek black Maybach. "When I have money in the future, I want to buy one too." "A Maybach? Isn't it around $1 million? Not too expensive." Ningxue murmured softly. "Not too expensive? You must be a tycoon. A humbly request to be kept." Chu Feng teased her with a chuckle. In truth, he held a particularly deep impression of Ningxue. She was the daughter of a prominent family in the capital. Yet she remained low-key at school, unknown to most. In his previous life, when she graduated, the Yin family had sent over a dozen Mercedes-Benz cars to pick her up. Had the school not prohibited helicopters, they might have even sent one to retrieve her. At the Tianfeng Hotel, Chu Feng headed straight to the rooftop restaurant. Here, the ambience was serene, devoid of raucous noise, and the view from the top offered a splendid panorama of the river in the magical city. The dining table was positioned near the edge, and, as Ningxue savored a small piece of steak, the sunlight streamed through the window, casting a radiant glow upon Chu Feng, making him appear almost luminescent. She lifted her gaze slightly and beheld Chu Feng at that moment. His white shirt contrasted sharply with the soft hues of the sunset, creating a striking visual impact that made her heart race. At that moment, every facet of Chu Feng resonated with her aesthetic sensibilities. Chu Feng looked up and noticed Ningxue, who was gazing at him with a dreamy smile, and he waved his hand dismissively. Upon contemplating a delightful notion, it seemingly transformed her into a caricature of an infatuated maiden. Once Ningxue regained her composure, she cleared her throat softly. "And no, it's nothing." No sooner had she uttered these words than she spotted Lu Rian approaching with her two close friends. "It appears your girlfriend is coming over. Should I perhaps make myself scarce?" Chu Feng casually glanced behind him and disdainfully snorted. "Why bother with them? Let us continue our meal." "What?" Ningxue was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this ardent admirer, Chu Feng, had fallen into conflict with Lu Ruyan. Based on her previous experiences, she expected Chu Feng to proactively clarify why he was dining with her. Chu Feng, upon noticing his blatant disregard, Lu Ruyan's ire ignited, and she approached, forcefully slamming her palm onto the table. Like a tempestuous shrew, she exclaimed, "What did you mean by sending me that message to roll? Where's the money I asked for? What, the LV handbag? How dare you dine with another girl?" This barrage of piercing inquiries instantly drew the attention of every patron in the restaurant. Couples who had been previously engaged in their meals suddenly perked up, eager to indulge in the unfolding drama. Some even discreetly retrieved their phones to capture the spectacle. Chu Feng merely lifted his eyelids slightly to glance at Lu Ruyan and spoke in a calm voice. "Did you ever consider that when you went out to eat and travel with your male friend, does my dining with someone else concern you? You demand money and handbags. Should I be obligated to fulfill your whims?" Absurd. Throughout his retort, he did not spare a glance at the trio, focusing instead on savoring his snowflake beefsteak. Lu Rian's friend, witnessing Chu Feng's audacity to disregard them, felt a surge of indignation. Particularly, a girl with short hair raised her hand, pointing an accusatory finger at Chu Feng and scolded, "Chu Feng, what is your intention? Can a male friend be equated to any other man? You are deliberately seeking trouble, aren't you?" Another friend chimed in, "A male confidant is a woman's intimate ally. How can he be compared to an ordinary man?" Ningxue, upon hearing such outrageous declarations, felt compelled to defend Chu Feng. Yet, he merely set down his cutlery and effortlessly twisted the accusing finger of the short-haired girl. Chu Feng, what are you doing?" In an instant, the girl shrieked in dismay. Chu Feng, with a cold gaze, addressed her indifferently. "I detest when others point fingers at me. Should you dare do so again, I shall break your finger." With that, he forcefully swatted her delicate hand aside. "Lu Ruyan, you must rein in this rabid dog." The short-haired girl, unable to contend with Chu Feng, turned to Lu Ruyan and vociferously berated her. In their eyes, regardless of Chu Feng's commendable attributes and modest wealth, he remained merely a submissive sycophant at the mercy of the girls. Lu Ruyan could strike and scold him daily, and yet he endured in silence. At times, even this group of friends felt a sense of injustice on his behalf. After all, Lu Ruyan's beauty could barely qualify her as a campus belle, yet she was rather obstinate. Her father was a gambling addict, while her stepmother incessantly drained him of resources, and her brother was nothing short of a scoundrel. Every month, Lu Ruyan was obligated to provide her brother with several thousand yuan as pocket money, and the majority of her father's gambling debts were also to be repaid by him. Most of her funds were siphoned from Chu Feng, who willingly played the role of a fool, amusingly catering to their whims. Upon encountering her best friend's fierce and menacing gaze, Lu Ruyan instantaneously felt that it was Chu Feng who had caused her to lose face in front of her friend. She then raised her hand, pointing at Chu Feng, and reprimanded him. "Chu Feng, you must apologize to them immediately and gift each of us a designer handbag. Otherwise, I shall ignore you forever." Upon finishing her words, she promptly turned her head away, feigning a disposition of uncontainable fury. Based on past experiences, it was anticipated that Chu Feng would apologize in the next moment and purchase several luxurious handbags as tokens of contrition. "Oh!" Chu Feng extended a finger to scratch his ear, gazing at Lu Ruyan as if she were a fool. "Is that all?" Lu Ruyan raised her eyebrows, her eyes widening gradually. "Chu Feng, what do you mean? Do you not see that I am angry? I will say it again. Chu Feng, you must apologize to these two sisters and to me as well, and each of them deserves 2 handbags. Otherwise, I will break up with you." Ningxue, sitting nearby, could no longer bear to remain silent and interjected. "Do you really think Chu Feng values you? Have you looked in a mirror to see your own reflection? You behave like a shrew. I would have ended it long ago." The short-haired friend immediately pointed at Ningxue, berating her. "Class monitor, what are you shouting about? Is it amusing to seduce someone else's boyfriend? Do you think you have a say in this couple's affairs?" The atmosphere in the restaurant was charged with tension, with a few waitstaff already preparing to intervene. Everyone at the table awaited Chu Feng's response. He stood up, casting a glance at the girl with short hair, and suddenly raised his hand, striking her across the face. A resounding slap echoed throughout the restaurant. "How dare you?" the short-haired girl began. But before she could finish, Chu Feng struck her again. The exhilaration within him surged as he delivered those 2 slaps. The previously fiery scene instantly cooled in the wake of the 2 resounding blows. "Break up? Very well." Chu Feng retracted his hand, coldly fixing his gaze on Lu Ruyan. "However, remember to return the 70,000 yuan I lent you promptly, or we shall meet in court." Upon hearing the mention of repayment, Lu Ruyan's demeanor shifted immediately. "What money? That 70,000 was to pay off my father's debts. I have no money to return to you." Chu Feng glanced at the unreasonable individuals around him, including the innocent Ningxue, and decided against prolonging the confrontation. Having just returned to life, he was still acclimating to his current existence and needed time to adjust. After all, Lu Ruyan and her companions could not escape. There would be ample opportunities to deal with them later. "Class monitor, it's too noisy today. I'll treat you to a meal next time." "Oh, very well." Ningxue looked at Chu Feng, a hint of intrigue glimmering in her eyes. Seeing Chu Feng attempt to leave, Lu Ruyan quickly stepped in front of them, her mouth spewing insults. "Chu Feng, you filthy thing. Just try to take a step forward and see what happens. When Chu Feng noticed her audacity to block his path, he swiftly delivered another slap, sending Lu Ruyin tumbling to the floor. What do you think you are? How dare you speak in front of me? Chu Feng regarded Lu Ruyin, who lay on the ground, with a chilling gaze, feeling an inexplicable thrill within him. This unusual behavior left the women around him bewildered. None expected that the once subservient admirer would someday rise up. Lu Ruyin, sprawled on the ground, cradled her reddened cheek. Her eyes filled with shock as she watched Chu Feng's retreating figure. She could hardly believe that her former admirer had dared to lay a hand on her. In the following days, whether in class or around campus, Chu Feng frequently encountered Lu Ruyin and her friends, yet he chose to ignore them entirely. He was acutely aware that once Lu Ruyin departed from his life, she would inevitably revert to her former impoverished self. Accustomed to a lavish lifestyle, she would not be pleased to endure any discord with her group of friends and family, who seemed to drain her resources daily. Indeed, nearly 5 days had elapsed when Lu Ruyin could no longer contain herself. Chu Feng, meet me at Tianfeng Hotel. I have something to discuss. Glancing at the message on his phone, Chu Feng chuckled softly. You can no longer restrain yourselves, can you? Reclining in his dormitory, he turned to his good friend across the room. Ningxue, do you have time to accompany me out? A fair-skinned, bespectacled young man rose from his bed, staring blankly at Chu Feng, displaying no hesitation. Where are we going? Should I drive? Surprised by his friend's promptness, Chu Feng momentarily paused. Had it not been for the entanglement with Lu Ruyin, this loyal companion would not have distanced himself. Subsequently, after borrowing a substantial amount of money for Lu Ruyin's sake, their friendship had gradually waned. Ningxue's family was engaged in tomb raiding, and having been steeped in antique culture since childhood, he possessed a keen sensitivity to old artifacts. In his previous life, his father had given up the trade due to excessive scrutiny from law enforcement. Consequently, Ningxue found himself with skills untapped until the burgeoning of the online streaming industry, which allowed him to leverage his talent for appraisal and earn a modest fortune. As they descended from their beds, Chu Feng patted Ningxue on the shoulder. Brother, should we strike it rich in the future, do not forget me. Me? Striking it rich? Just don't step on a sewing machine. My father has just recently been incarcerated. Ningxue replied, bemused, while also voicing his concerns. Have you been traumatized post-breakup? There are countless women in the world. I truly do not understand what you saw in that Lu Ruyin. As Chu Feng made his way out of the dormitory, he responded, I too am perplexed. I used to find her presence quite pleasant. In his previous life, Lu Ruyin had managed to keep Chu Feng under her spell, largely aided by Su Ningxue. With a mischievous grin, Ningxue squinted. If I were you, I would pursue Su Ningxue. Her beauty could easily claim the title of the most stunning in all of Magic City University. Moreover, she hails from a wealthy family, and you share a childhood bond. Such a pure, gentle, amiable, and affluent woman is a far superior choice compared to Lu Ruyin. Hearing his friend extolling Su Ningxue, Chu Feng felt a chill run down his spine. If even his closest ally held Su Ningxue in such high regard, what must others think? Had it not been for my previous life experiences, I too would have believed the same. Who could have known that Su Ningxue harbored a darker side? Arriving at the parking lot of the school, Chu Feng entered Ningxue's Volkswagen. This vehicle was a fortunate find he had acquired through his own means at the antique market, having made a small profit. Where to? Ningxue inquired. Tianfeng Hotel. Chu Feng Ziepli. As Ningxue drove, he jokingly asked, You're not attending Ji Boda's birthday party, are you? You're not going to act like a love-struck fool again, are you? He recalled the message he received yesterday, where his classmates mentioned that Lu Ruyin was hosting a grand birthday celebration at the Tianfeng Hotel. A sycophant? What ist? How could I be unaware? They even asked me to settle the bill for them. I merely wished to see how Lu Ruyin and Ji Boda intended to gather the funds for the settlement. Chu Feng chuckled, wearing a mocking expression. Are you genuinely determined to sever ties with Lu Ruyin? Ningxue found it hard to believe, reminiscent of the old Chu Feng. His seasoned sycophant friend had transformed into someone entirely different in just a few short days. Was there to doubt? Do you wish for me to continue groveling? Even if I were to pursue Su Ningxue, I would not remain with her. Chu Feng fixed his gaze on the bustling street, speaking in a low voice. My word, You aim to have it both ways. Your aspirations are quite grand. Ningxue chuckled. Several minutes later, at the Tianfeng Grand Hotel, the staff here were quite familiar with Chu Feng, for he was a platinum member, spending hundreds of thousands annually. Back in 2007, 100,000 could purchase a house in a remote area. As Chu Feng stepped through the entrance, a sweet-looking waitress approached him. Mr. Chu, Miss Liu is in a private room on the second floor. Would you like me to escort you? Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. Just tell me which room she is in. The waitress replied, Room 207, Mr. Chu. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng let out a cold smile. Let us proceed upstairs. Ningxue hesitated for a moment, genuinely questioning if Chu Feng was merely playing the fool. However, since they were already there, he felt it necessary to accompany his friend. Upon arriving at room 207, as they opened the door, the occupants turned their gaze towards them, noting that both were empty-handed. Soon after, an angry voice rang out. Chu Feng, you've come to my birthday party, and you didn't even bring a gift? Chapter 6. Teasing Lu Ruyan in the opulent banquet hall. The crystal chandeliers emitted a soft, radiant glow, illuminating the entire space as if it were daylight. Amidst the fragrant attire and the clinking of glasses, a group of individuals gathered, engaging in hushed laughter and conversation. At the sound of Lu Ruyan's sharp rebuke, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Chu Feng. First and foremost, this birthday celebration is courtesy of your invitation. My attendance alone should suffice as a gesture of goodwill. Do not test my patience. Chu Feng retorted with palpable irritation. Lu Ruyan, entwined with Ji Boda's arm, glanced around, feeling as though the surrounding guests were mocking her. She stepped forward, raising her hand with the intention of striking Chu Feng across the face. Yet, Chu Feng was unyielding. With a firm shove, she stumbled and fell to the ground. In this precarious moment, Ji Boda swiftly caught Lu Ruyan from behind. How dare you strike her? She is your girlfriend, he shouted at Chu Feng. With a disdainful snort, Chu Feng replied, I beg your pardon, but I have ended my relationship with her. We are no longer connected in any way. Do not expect me to attend such events in the future. Ji Boda cast a puzzled glance at Lu Ruyan. Is what he just said true? Upon hearing that Chu Feng wished to break up, Lu Ruyan's pride could no longer endure. She promptly removed her high-heeled shoes and hurled them at Chu Feng. You think you could just end things? If anyone is to break it off, it will be me, she declared. From this day forward, I, Lu Ruyan, sever all ties with you. Her close friends immediately expressed their discontent. If Chu Feng ceased to dote on Lu Ruyan, their quality of life would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Ruyan, calm down. Perhaps you should apologize to Chu Feng instead, one suggested, with Ji Boda chiming in, or let me apologize on your behalf. He must have broken up with you because of me. He genuinely did not wish for Lu Ruyan and Chu Feng to part ways, as young men of Chu Feng's caliber were few and far between. With Lu Ruyan's charm, she could easily convince him to part with his wealth, which could then be turned into a means for Ji Boda to escape his impoverished existence through studying abroad. However, upon hearing Ji Boda's words, Lu Ruyan dismissed the idea entirely. There is no need for you to apologize to such a person. If anyone should apologize, it is he who owes you an apology. With an air of indifference, she addressed the crowd. In a few days, he will come crawling back to me, begging for forgiveness. Pay him no mind. Let us continue to enjoy ourselves. Her short-haired friend, observing Lu Ruyan's unwavering confidence, breathed a sigh of relief and looked at her with admiration. Is that truly how it will be, Ruyan? When Chu Feng comes to apologize, you must punish him accordingly. I recently set my sights on an Omega watch. Only 30,000, you must have him buy it for me. Ruyan, I have my eye on a gold bracelet, merely 20,000. I want that too. Ruyan, as the young women realized the potential benefits, they began to lavish praise upon Lu Ruyan. In the eyes of Ji Boda, these women were merely spending his money. However, he found it unwise to confront them directly, as he could still leverage their influence against Chu Feng in the future. Once the banquet concluded, he intended to persuade Lu Ruyan to entrust him with the money she had extracted from Chu Feng. Lu Ruyan was momentarily elated, basking in the admiration of the other women. Let us continue to enjoy ourselves, without concerning ourselves with him, she declared. Upon hearing this, the other women echoed her sentiments. Disregarding the cost, Ji Boda even ordered a bottle of red wine valued at over 20,000, savoring it alone. As Chu Feng exited the hotel and entered his vehicle, Ding Quan was about to start the engine to depart when Chu Feng pressed down on his hand. Are you still reluctant to leave? Do you wish to continue playing the fool? Ding Quan inquirat, bujlat. Playing the fool? Who are you referring to? Chu Feng retorted with a mysterious smile. I summoned you here to witness a splendid spectacle. Ding Quan felt a sense of relief at his friend's newfound cleverness, though his face was still marked with confusion. What kind of spectacle are you talking about? You will find out once they have finished their meal. Let the events unfold for a while, Chu Feng replied. Patting his shoulder, earlier at the banquet, he had casually surveyed the scene and estimated that Lu Ruyan's meal would cost at least 20 to 30,000. The table was laden with sumptuous seafood and several bottles of wine worth over 1,000 each. About an hour later, the two found themselves in a milk tea shop across from the hotel, nursing their drinks. Are you done yet? Ding Quan asked, feeling quite full. No sooner had he spoken than a phone call came through. Chu Feng answered, and Lu Ruyan's shrill voice erupted from the receiver. Hello, Chu Feng. Why did you leave without settling the bill? Chu Feng remained silent, instead gesturing to Ding Quan and pointing towards the entrance of the hotel. Lu Ruyan and her companions were encircled by the hotel security and staff, barred from exiting. So this is the spectacle you mentioned, Ding Quan said, suddenly alert, and quickly activated his phone's recording function. Chu Feng held the phone to his ear, indifferent. How many birthdays is this for you this year? Why are you so different from others? Celebrating 5 or 6 birthdays a year? Did your mother give birth to you in segments? And why should I pay for your birthday? You and your group of close friends indulge in merriment, and then expect me to foot the bill? Do you take me for a fool? As Lu Ruyan's friends grew impatient, they urged her, will the bill be settled or not? Surely we cannot be the ones to pay. Under the scrutinizing gaze of her friends, who resembled hungry wolves, Lu Ruyan erupted into a furious tirade at the phone. Chu Feng, are you even a man? If you are, hurry up and come settle the bill. Your birthday is of no concern to me. Why should I be compelled to indulge you? Have you lost your senses? After venting his frustration, Chu Feng abruptly terminated the call, returning his focus to the unfolding drama before him. Beep, beep, beep. Inside the hotel, Lu Ruyan gazed at the screen, displaying the words call ended in bold. Chu Feng, how dare you hang up on me? It seems you have a death wish. A surge of inexplicable rage ignited within her, prompting her to relentlessly dial Chu Feng once more. Yet, Chu Feng merely sat in his car, calmly observing his phone. For every call she made, he promptly rejected. Eventually, weary of the game, he decided to block her number entirely. At the hotel reception, the attendant answered, Hello, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Upon hearing this disheartening message, Lu Ruyan's expression darkened instantly. Noticing her change in demeanor, the attendant pressed on, Excuse me, ladies. May I ask who will settle the bill? Chapter 7. Is anyone concerned about the barking dogs? With a clever turn of thought, the short-haired best friend immediately addressed the cashier. What are you hurrying for? Are you afraid we lack the funds? As the two engaged in conversation, Boda leaned in and whispered a few words into Lu Ruyan's ear. A faint smile finally graced Lu Ruyan's previously sullen face. Boda, you are indeed wise. Allow me to inquire further. With that, Lu Ruyan stepped forward to the counter. My boyfriend is Chu Feng, and as a platinum member of the Tianfeng Hotel, you may charge this to his account directly. The cashier, upon hearing this, smiled slightly. Platinum members can indeed have charges made to their accounts, but their presence or consent is required. However, Mr. Chu has specifically instructed us that if he is not present, no debts may be charged to his account. May I ask if you can reach him? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan suddenly realized that without Chu Feng, she was no longer the lofty black swan, but had reverted to being the ugly duckling. Her tone softened as she addressed the cashier. I apologize. We had a minor disagreement earlier. Could you allow us to leave for now? I will ensure he sends the money once I return to school. At this point, the female attendant could no longer remain silent. Stop dawdling and disrupting our business. Surely, you're not attempting to dine and dash. As she spoke, she gestured toward the entrance, and 2 burly security guards promptly entered. Terrified, the 4 friends fell silent. Lu Ruyan was equally startled by this display, handing her handbag over to the cashier. This bag is newly purchased, worth over 20,000. Might I use it as collateral? The cashier examined the bag briefly and noted its excellent condition. This bag could be valued at around 10,000, yet your total expenditure is 50,000. Do you have any other items to use as collateral? What? 50,000? Are you joking? There are only 5 of us. How could we possibly incur such a bill? A girl stepped forward, pointing angrily at the cashier. The minimum consumption is 25,000, the private room fee is 5,000, and you ordered a bottle of 1987 Lafite, which cost 23,000. The cashier tossed a bill onto the faces of the 5. Looking at the receipt, the 3 friends simultaneously turned their gaze toward G. Boda. Boda, you ordered that Lafite. We haven't even tasted it. This expense rightfully falls upon you. I refuse to play along any longer. Consider today my misfortune. I will only cover my share. As she spoke, she handed her handbag to the cashier. This bag is worth 13,000. Based on your valuation, it should be worth around 6 or 7,000. The remaining amount you should collect from them. The cashier took the bag, inspected it, and nodded. 6,000 is agreeable. The other 2 girls also presented their bags as collateral. After the assessment by the teller, the total approached over 20,000. Yet the teller remained reluctant to let them depart. Regardless of your circumstances, you shall not leave without settling the amount. However, if anyone is willing to stay and bear the burden, that could be accommodated. Upon witnessing this, the 3 young women promptly approached Lu Ruyen, their faces stern as they addressed her. Ruyen, you stay here for a moment. We will raise the money for you shortly. Lu Ruyen, intimidated by their demeanor, nodded hastily, and the 3 close friends finally achieved their desire to leave the Tianfeng Hotel. Once the 3 women departed, Chu Feng ceased recording and turned to his companion. Shall we go for a meal? Huh? Now, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Dingquan scratched his head. Chu Feng, after exiting the car, urged him to follow, leading the way to the hotel. At that moment, Lu Ruyen caught sight of Chu Feng approaching, and her anger surged. As he entered the hotel, she immediately confronted him with harsh words. Chu Feng, you wretched creature, how dare you arrive so late? I demand you pay me 80,000. Chu Feng disregarded Lu Ruyen and addressed the nearby security personnel. Is there no one to intervene when someone is being insulted in your establishment? Must I, as a platinum member, lodge a complaint for you to take action? Upon hearing his words, 2 security guards promptly escorted Lu Ruyen to a nearby corner sofa. Yet she continued her incessant tirade. Unfazed, Chu Feng and Ding Quan proceeded to the private room on the 2nd floor. He understood that the most effective way to crush a person's spirit is to offer a glimmer of hope when they are on the brink of despair, only to extinguish that hope just as they reach for it. The resulting despair, both physical and psychological, is profound. After their meal, twilight approached. As Chu Feng descended the stairs, he spotted Lu Ruyen curled up in a corner of the sofa, finally noticing their arrival. She rushed to him, her eyes pleading as she implored, Please, Chu Feng, help me settle the remaining 8,000. I promise to reconcile with you. Chu Feng glanced at her outstretched hand, yearning to grasp his arm, and replied coolly, What are you, to speak of reconciliation? Such a notion is utterly fanciful. He wished to humble this woman, accustomed to her lofty status, by suggesting she wash dishes to temper her arrogance. Lu Ruyen, when I respected you, you were a swan. Now that I disdain you, you are but a toad in the dirt, worth nothing. Hearing Chu Feng's insults, Lu Ruyen clung to his sleeve, feigning sweetness. Yes, you're right. Whatever you say goes. I beg you to pay the remaining amount. To appear more convincing, she forced tears from her eyes, adopting a pitiful expression. I am aware of your affection for me, Chu Feng. Though I may have upset you a couple of days ago, it is quite natural for couples to bicker occasionally. Thus, I implore you to cease this quarrel. I am certain we will reconcile. With a sweeping gesture, Chu Feng dismissed her hand aside. I shall reiterate, we have parted ways, and I wish not to be troubled any further. Having uttered these words, he exited the hotel without a backward glance, leaving Ding Quan beside him in a state of disbelief, as if caught in a dream. Is this truly the Chu Feng I once knew? Observing their departure, Jiboda, who was lurking in the corner, reluctantly withdrew a bank card to avoid being left behind to wash the dishes. This card contained funds he had deceitfully acquired from Lu Ruyen over the past months. Little did he expect that he would need to utilize a portion of it so soon. After handing over the 8,000 yuan to the teller, Lu Rian was instantly captivated by him, unable to resist. Following the transaction, Ji Boda feigned a pained expression, murmuring, "This is my allowance for half a year." Hearing this, Lu Ruyan, entwining her arm with his, gently reassured him, "Do not worry, Brother Boda. I shall repay you. Chu Feng, prepare yourself. The cost of your next attempt at reconciliation will not be less than 100 or 200,000. Even now, she remains under the illusion that Chu Feng merely seeks to coerce her with money, compelling her to remain by his side. Little does she realize that the once submissive suitor has now transformed into a formidable predator. Chapter 8. The good brother turns out to be Su Ningxue's undercover agent in the modest car. Chu Feng gazed at the humble vehicle, reflecting on his circumstances. Despite receiving a monthly allowance amounting to several thousand, he found himself without a car of his own, reduced to relying on Su Ningxue's illustrious Maybach. Alas, life can be so arduous. Ding Quan, how much did you pay for this Volkswagen? He inquired. Ding Quan patted the pristine steering wheel. This old clunker was a mere 60 or 70,000 when I bought it. Hardly worth anything. Are you considering purchasing a car? Chu Feng did not deny it. Indeed, he was contemplating acquiring a vehicle for convenience. However, Ding Quan sighed heavily. You truly are unaware of your fortune. Why buy a car when you could ride in Su Ningxue's Maybach every day? It would even foster your friendship. At this remark, Chu Feng's lips twitched. Riding with her daily could lead to unforeseen consequences. In this lifetime, it would be prudent to maintain some distance from Su Ningxue. Friends, yes, but merely friends. After all, he could not impose on her generosity daily. It felt somewhat inappropriate. I have a plan, he deflected. Next week, when my allowance arrives, I intend to buy a car. You should accompany me. Ding Quan nodded in agreement. Very well. Next week, I will take you to browse. He parked the car upon reaching the school gate. I am off to the ghost market to seek some antiques. My living expenses have been a bit tight lately. Perhaps luck will be on my side. Chu Feng was well aware of his good friend's peculiar penchant for the ghost market. It was a term used in their antiquities trade, referring to the time of midnight when the realms of the living and the dead intertwine, and the gates to the underworld swing wide, under the cloak of darkness. Connoisseurs of antiquities unveil their treasures for clandestine transactions. Due to the nature of these dealings, if one were to be deceived, the seller would be untraceable come dawn, leaving everything to one's discernment and luck. Placing a reassuring hand on his friend's shoulder, Chu Feng said, "Well then, I wish you luck in uncovering a rare find." Ding Quan replied, "If I do unearth something remarkable, I shall treat you to a meal at Tianfeng Hotel tomorrow." Chu Feng laughed. That sounds splendid. With that, the two parted ways. Once Chu Feng had vanished from sight, Ding Quan promptly sent a message to Su Ningxue, summarizing the day's events and informing her of Chu Feng's intention to purchase a car. Meanwhile, Su Ningxue had returned to her villa, sitting on her luxurious leather sofa. She chuckled at Ding Quan's message. With a delicate hand, she removed her exquisite high heels, allowing her fair legs to rest comfortably on the couch. "Ah, Chu Feng, little did you know, your roommate is but a pawn in my game." She smirked, sending a message to Ding Quan, but a hint of melancholy washed over her. Sigh. Ever since he discovered my secret kiss, he has been avoiding me. A strategy must be devised. She idly picked up the pair of trousers that Chu Feng had worn. Burying his face in it, he took a deep breath. The aroma was simply intoxicating. Ding Quan gazed at the information on the screen, instantly bursting into joy. He pondered to himself, "Chu Feng, dear brother, do not blame me for being harsh. I do this for your own good. Lu Ruyan is nothing but a disaster. Even the affluent Su president has cast her aside, and my heart aches for you. When you eventually become her husband, you will surely express gratitude for my efforts. Sigh, when will I also be favored by a beautiful and wealthy woman? I too wish to enjoy the fruits of a life of ease." Meanwhile, Chu Feng walked along the school's South Main Avenue. Despite the early summer night in June registering a temperature of 30 degrees, he inexplicably shivered. What is happening? Why do I feel a surge of unease within me? In her villa, Su Ningxue uncorked a bottle of red wine, taking a delicate sip as she contemplated how to deal with Chu Feng. She absolutely could not allow him to purchase a car. If he did, he would no longer rely on her for rides, and that would be disastrous. After some consideration, she decided to call Chu Feng's mother, Gu Luosheng. Once the call connected and they exchanged pleasantries, Su Ningxue got straight to the point. "Auntie Gu, recently, your son has been completely ensnared by a worthless girl at school, and he has been swindled out of all his pocket money. Moreover, I have heard that he is contemplating embezzling funds from your company." Gu Luosheng, upon hearing Su Ningxue's words, expressed skepticism. "Surely not. Fenger is quite clever, excels academically, and possesses good character. He wouldn't do such a thing." Su Ningxue replied, "I have merely heard this from others. It would be wise for you to inquire with your company's finance department." Gu Luosheng responded, "Very well. I will make a point to ask tomorrow." After hanging up, Su Ningxue turned to another phone and sent a message to the financial clerk at Chu Feng's family business, a pawn she had initially intended to reserve for a later move. Her plan was to let Chu Feng misappropriate company funds and, once the matter was exposed, deliver a decisive blow. However, she was increasingly concerned about Chu Feng's sudden change in character, especially after his breakup with Lu Ruyan. It left her somewhat uncertain about him now. 3 days later, it was supposed to be the day for pocket money distribution, yet Chu Feng had not seen any funds transferred from his mother. Thus, he called her. "Hello, Mom. Why has my pocket money been sent this month?" Gu Luosheng had been waiting for this very call from Chu Feng. "Forget about any pocket money from now on. Starting today, I will come home every evening to cook for you, and your monthly allowance will be reduced to 3,000. Upon hearing the figure of 3,000, Chu Feng momentarily froze. 3,000? "Mom, are you joking?" Gu Luosheng replied, somewhat exasperated. "Joking? I used to send you much more each month. Where has it all gone?" Chu Feng found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. He certainly could not confess to being duped by a girl. Gu Luosheng, upon noticing that Chu Feng remained silent, realized that what Su Ningxue had said was indeed true. Most importantly, when she inquired about the company's finances the day before, she discovered that Chu Feng had genuinely intended to embezzle funds from a company. With a cold tone, she spoke. "Someone has already informed me that all your money has been swindled by that unscrupulous woman. To prevent you from irresponsibly squandering and ending up with nothing, you should just return home and have your meals quietly." Before Chu Feng could muster any defense, the line went dead with a series of beeps. Sitting on the chair, he gazed at the computer on the table, lost in thought. How could my mother know? Has she heard about me dating someone at school? Could it be that Su Ningxue told her? It seems quite plausible. Su Ningxue might have warned my mother out of concern for my well-being. Yet in my previous life, she never mentioned anything to my mother. Why would she inform her now, just after my breakup with Lu Ruyan? Did she catch wind of my separation, fearing that I might reconcile with Lu Ruyan, and thus decided to alert my mother to prevent me from returning to her? But that doesn't quite add up. Wait, there's another possibility. Perhaps Su Ningxue, upon learning of my breakup, believes her opportunity has finally arrived and chose to speak up? Yes, that seems the most likely scenario. Chu Feng recalled the period shortly after their marriage in his previous life. During that time, Su Ningxue employed every conceivable tactic to monopolize his attention, enacting a relentless strategy of emotional depletion. Whether it was idle hands or the devil's workshop, let's exercise before dinner. I'm so scared to shower alone, or help. There's a bug in my clothes. She used all manner of peculiar excuses, to the point where the mere sound of the juicer would send him into a shiver. In retrospect, it was a harrowing experience. However, due to that relentless pressure, he had indeed managed to forget about that vile Lu Ruyan. Now, with no way to ask his family for money, what can he possibly do to earn a living? His eyes fixated on the laptop before him when suddenly a pop-up advertisement appeared on the screen. "The greatest bull market in Huaxia is upon us. What are you hesitating for?" Chapter 9. In pursuit of a turnaround, forced to borrow money for stock trading as Chu Feng opened the window, he was immediately greeted by a dazzling array of stocks. Indeed, this was the era of a bullish market in Huaxia, where the adage, "when the wind blows, even a cow," can soar held true. He vividly recalled an elderly lady who had casually purchased a stock, only to see her investment multiply several times over. If others could succeed, why not him? Lottery tickets were no longer a reliable avenue for him. After all, the winning numbers were revealed only after everyone had made their purchases, calculated by the system. Even if he had the winning numbers in mind, the probability of winning was slim. However, stock trading was a different matter entirely. He considered himself somewhat of an aficionado in this field. Ever since Su Ningxue had confined him to his home, he had taken to spending his time engrossed in gaming and reading novels, with stock trading becoming his singular hobby. He remembered that after he had begun trading stocks, he had forsaken gaming and only indulged in novels during weekends, with each day spent eagerly awaiting the market opening. Though he had once been a foolish investor in his previous life, this time around, he was determined to change his fate. While he lacked innate talent, he retained a clear memory of the legendary histories of prominent stocks. Take, for instance, the soaring Jingdong stock in this current bull market. It was truly a rising star. He resolved to embark on his trading journey and promptly registered an account. Having completed this task, he turned his gaze towards his good friend Ding, who was currently engrossed in World of Warcraft. This fellow had quite a sum of money in his pocket. Chu Feng stood up and patted Ding on the shoulder, startling him out of his gaming stupor. "Fenggo, what is up? Can't you see I'm playing Warcraft?" Ding exclaimed. "Guan, I just stumbled upon a fantastic opportunity to make money. However, I urgently need an investment to serve as startup capital. Lend me 50,000. I'll return 60,000 by summer vacation," Chu Feng said, his face beaming with a cunning grin. "Stock trading is a lost cause. It has no future. The next person to jump off a rooftop after a market crash will surely be you," Ding retorted, recalling the merciless nature of the stock market. The current market was ablaze with activity. Even the cafeteria Andes were discussing stocks. Yet, having spent his childhood navigating perilous situations alongside his father in graveyards, he understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. "Trust me, I can guarantee profits. If I fail to make money, I will repay you nonetheless," Chu Feng insisted. Ding looked perplexed. "What about the pocket money your mother gives you? Don't tell me you've squandered it all on Lu Ruyan this month." With a troubled expression, Chu Feng replied, "My mother found out I was being a sycophant and cut off my allowance." Ding burst into laughter. "It's about time that happened. Will you lend me the money or not?" Chu Feng pressed. Ding rummaged through his pockets. "I can lend you, but only 20,000. If you lose that, consider it a lesson learned." He promptly transferred the amount. "Good brother for life," Chu Feng exclaimed, squeezing his shoulder in excitement. "I'll head back for meal now," Ding said. "Aren't you eating at the cafeteria?" Chu Feng, "Mother is at home preparing a meal for me." Ding "Very well then." Chu Feng nodded and turned to leave the dormitory. The June sun was blazing down, and the sweltering heat had driven many pedestrians off the streets. Just as he arrived at the bus stop, a luxurious Maybach suddenly approached from behind. Upon glancing back and recognizing the license plate, he immediately identified it as Su Ningxue's car. How does this infatuated girl manage to linger about? The moment I step out of the school gate, I encounter her. Su Ningxue rolled down the window, revealing her stunningly beautiful face. "Get in. Enku asked me to pick you up on the way home. I'm coming over for dinner tonight." She didn't even spare him a glance, speaking in a commanding tone. He was about to refuse, but the icy glare she cast sent a shiver down his spine. He was all too familiar with that expression. In his previous life, daring to decline her would have resulted in a struggle just to get out of bed the next day. Reluctantly, he complied and got into the car. Upon arriving at the entrance of her home, Su Ningxue expertly maneuvered the vehicle into the garage of her 3-story villa, as if it were her own. Stepping out of the car, the aroma of the dishes wafting from the kitchen reached the garage. That fragrance was truly nostalgic. His mother-esque culinary skills remained as exceptional as ever. Entering the hall, Chu Feng couldn't contain his excitement and called out, "Mother, I'm back." His voice trembled slightly, a bit awkward and stiff. It had been long since he had uttered that word. In this lifetime, he would ensure his mother would never face imprisonment again, while his younger sister handled the dishes. However, the family business was destined to be phased out. The textile industry relied too heavily on upstream orders, whereas Su Ningxue's family had embraced the internet, which was the wave of the future. Presently, simply running a few Taobao stores could yield millions in income, and when online shopping truly took off, that would mark the rise of her family. His own family operated as a supplier to Su Ningxue's. All clothing orders from her family were entrusted to his. That was why their parents had chosen to buy villas in the same area. "Just come back. You all go watch some television for a while. I'll call you over once dinner is ready," his mother said. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng settled onto the sofa to watch TV. No sooner had he sat down than Su Ningxue plopped down beside him. Sensing her proximity, he awkwardly shifted away, but she followed suit, and they remained uncomfortably close. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. Sister Ningxue, it's been so long since I've seen you at our house for dinner. A lively, youthful voice rang out. A petite girl, around 6 meters tall, bounded down the stairs. She was Chu Feng's younger sister, Chu Yunqi, dressed in a pink princess dress with 2 playful pigtails and clad in home slippers. Her delicate legs were adorned with white stockings. Her bright, expressive eyes sparkled with joy, and her rosy cheeks were irresistibly kissable. However, when she beheld her elder brother seated closely beside Su Ningxue, a flicker of discontent crossed her youthful visage. She approached them and abruptly settled herself between the two, perching upon their laps, and then leaned her head against Su Ningxue's shoulder. "Brother, could you possibly move to the other side?" Chu Feng readily nodded in agreement. "Truly, she's my sister. At critical moments, I can always rely on you to rescue me." Moments ago, sitting beside Su Ningxue felt like an ordeal, utterly uncomfortable. "All right, I shall sit across." Yet, just as he began to rise, Su Ningxue's hand unexpectedly grasped his back, pressing him down once more. Turning to face her, he heard her softly utter, "Just sit a little longer. Dinner will be served soon. Let us continue watching television." Chu Yunqi, however, shook her head defiantly. "I do not wish to sit next to this big oaf. The scent of men is quite unpleasant, especially that of my brother." She added, "Sister Ningxue smells delightful. I want to stay beside her." Upon hearing his sister's words, Chu Feng could only chuckle awkwardly. He found himself perplexed as to why his sister seemed to harbor a hint of animosity. Fortunately, Su Ningxue was disinterested in women, otherwise he would surely be doomed. Chu Yunqi, noticing her brother's lingering presence, turned and provocatively glanced at him. "Brother, hurry and sit on the other side." Upon hearing her command, Chu Feng promptly shifted his position. "I am moving away. I will not compete with you for Sister Ningxue." A fleeting glimmer of displeasure flickered in Su Ningxue's eyes, but quickly vanished. She playfully tousled Chu Yunqi's hair and jested. "Indeed, men are rather odorous, particularly your brother. You should keep your distance from him, or you may be overwhelmed by his stench." Chu Feng, seated nearby, nearly spat out his tea upon hearing this. How could she suggest that his sister should keep a distance from him? Was she truly his sister or hers? Su Ningxue's audacity was astounding. No wonder his sister had gradually distanced herself after entering junior high. At that moment, a bright voice resonated from the kitchen, calling out to the hall, "Dinner is ready. Dinner is ready." Chapter 10. A family of hidden motives. Chu Feng inhaled the comforting aroma of home-cooked dishes wafting from the kitchen, feeling a profound sense of reassurance. Upon entering, he beheld a table adorned with 3 delightful dishes: a plate of greens, a serving of sweet and sour ribs, and a whole yellow croaker. Meanwhile, at the stove, his mother was still simmering soup. As the 3 settled down, Gu Luotian lifted the lid, and the fragrant scent of chicken soup wafted forth. "The chicken soup is ready," she announced, placing it in the center of the dining table. "Eat up. What are you staring at?" "Mom, you've worked so hard," Chu Feng remarked, observing his mother's lustrous black hair and wrinkle-free face, filled with a sense of nostalgia. In his previous life, she had aged overnight, her hair turning white. "You little rascal." Gu Luotian chuckled at her son's unexpected obedience. Suddenly recalling something, her expression turned serious. "Your allowance is only 5,000. I've already given it to you today. No more requests. When you find a girlfriend as admirable and virtuous as Su Ningxue, I might consider increasing it." Su Ningxue, flattered by Gu's praise, merely smiled, her heart brimming with joy. "Ningxue, come have some fish. It's exceptionally fresh." Chu Yunqi chimed in, though a flicker of displeasure crossed her face upon hearing her mother's words. She deftly picked a piece of meat free of bones. "Yes, thank you. You should also try the ribs," she encouraged. "You're still in high school. It's crucial for your growth." Su Ningxue gracefully selected a rib and placed it in her bowl, exuding an air of generosity. "Mom, you deserve a treat. Have more meat," Chu Feng said, placing a rib in his mother's bowl. This gesture warmed Gu Luoxin's heart. Since her husband's passing, she had endured the challenges of raising 2 children alone, a burden few could truly understand. Now, witnessing her children grow and reciprocate her care brought her a unique sense of fulfillment. This is specially made for you. You need to eat well since you're still growing. As for me, I'm getting older and shouldn't indulge too much in meat, she explained, handing the rib to her daughter. Observing this, Ningxue added with a smile, Annie, you've lost so much weight. It seems you need the meat more than we do. Please take care of your health. With that, she generously fished out a chicken leg from the soup and placed it in Gu Luoxin's bowl. Thank you, dear, Gu Luoxin replied, her heart swelling with pride at Ningxue's graciousness. Regrettably, the disparity between their families was stark, and her son, who seemed rather lackluster, did not inspire confidence. Having known each other since childhood, she wondered why such a wonderful girl was not pursued more actively by him. She then cast a sidelong glance at Chu Feng. Her mother's actions momentarily stunned Chu Feng, who then lowered his head silently to eat. Ningxue appeared to be strategically winning over her family, ensuring that regardless of whom she chose as a partner in the future, her mother would be pleased. The once warm dining room now exuded an oddly tense atmosphere. As beneath this seemingly harmonious environment, each individual harbored their own hidden agendas. As the meal neared its conclusion, Chu Feng suddenly spoke up. Mom, I was immature in the past, blinded by a deceitful woman. Certainly, I shall refrain from frivolously pursuing romantic interests in the future and dedicate myself to my studies. Chu Feng remarked earnestly after finishing his last bite of food. His mother, Qingmei, looked at her son with great satisfaction, recognizing that he had matured and discerned what was truly important. Ningxue, upon hearing his words, felt a similar sense of relief, realizing that after only a brief 6 months, he had already experienced the pains of love. It appeared he would no longer chase after girls so recklessly. Noticing the collective gaze of those present upon him, Chu Feng scratched his head, his expression solemn. So, Mom, could you lend me some money? I wish to start a business and contribute to our nation. Gu Luoxin smiled at her son's lofty aspirations. Go on, what kind of business do you intend to start? And how much do you require? I shall keep an eye on it. The more, the better. 180,000 would be splendid. I guarantee I will at least double it within a month. Upon hearing this, Qingmei furrowed her brow, pondering which industry could possibly yield such exorbitant profits. Suddenly, she thought of the currently booming stock market, and her expression turned grave. With a porcelain-like hand, she grasped a chopstick, preparing to strike him on the head. Do you wish to become a gambling fool? Just watch me not knock some sense into you. Are you not aware of our family rules against gambling, vice, and drugs? Chu Feng instinctively dodged the descending chopstick. That cannot be termed gambling. Rather, it is a choice of destiny. In his fluster, he accidentally collided with Ningxue, and with a resounding thud, they both tumbled to the ground. Ningxue gazed at his handsome face, a blush gracing her fair cheeks, her phoenix eyes narrowing with playful delight. Chu Feng, how long do you intend to keep me pinned down like this? No, I'm sorry. Staring at her alluring visage, his ears flushed crimson, and having uttered his words, he scrambled out of the kitchen in a flurry. Chu Yunxi observed their antics with a fleeting flash of resentment. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Chu Feng decided retreat was the wisest course. Lacking funds was no matter, as 20,000 would suffice for his initial venture. Later that evening, after finishing his shower around 9 o'clock, he received an unexpected message. Picking up his phone, he was taken aback to find it was from Ningxue. Chu Feng, if you want money, come to my house. At the Su family villa, the lights blazed brightly. In the elegantly styled living room, Ningxue reclined on a plush sofa, waiting patiently for her catch. Fresh from her bath, she donned a silk nightgown, her fair arms and long, pristine legs exposed to the cool air. Her flawless skin resembled that of someone who had been bathed in milk, and her impressive curves were subtly concealed yet alluringly visible. Having just turned 18, she was already far more developed than most girls her age. After about half an hour, Chu Feng could no longer resist the allure. If he wished to swiftly acquire his first pot of gold, he certainly needed the initial capital, despite understanding that this visit could lead to unforeseen complications. He trusted that at this moment, Su Ningxue had not yet succumbed to darkness. Upon arriving at the grand villa of Su Ningxue, Chu Feng noticed a faint yellow glow emanating from the entrance, indicating that the door was ajar. He decided to step inside uninvited. As he crossed the threshold, he beheld the alluring figure of Su Ningxue reclining on the sofa, her delicate feet occasionally swaying, each plump toe resembling a delightful piece of rainbow candy, which momentarily captivated his attention. Sister Ningxue, Chu Feng scratched his head, feeling a twinge of embarrassment to speak up. In the past, he would have boldly expressed himself, but now he felt a hint of trepidation. Su Ningxue lifted her exquisite face, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her eyes. Initially, she had intended to wait for Lu Ruyan to ensnare Chu Feng, leading him to ruin before swooping in to rescue him. However, it seemed that such a strategy was no longer necessary. Following the incident in the water, it appeared that Chu Feng's mind had become clearer, prompting her to devise a new plan. Chapter 11. Su Ningxue's Contract of Surrender. Do you wish to invest in stocks? Su Ningxue observed Chu Feng's hesitant demeanor, her voice melodiously piercing through his concealed intentions. At this juncture, many like Chu Feng, yearning for overnight wealth, abound. However, for Su Ningxue, a greedy Chu Feng was far easier to manage. A token of monetary support would surely lure him in. Chu Feng nodded, his disdain for Su Ningxue inadvertently diminishing a notch. The sickly sweet demeanor of hers, unprovoked, was surprisingly endearing, particularly since she was genuinely helpful. The terms of borrowing, how much, when to repay, and what if repayment proved impossible, swirled in his thoughts. As she swung her long, snow-white legs, reclining on the sofa with one hand propping her head, her words flowed like a rapid-fire Gatling gun. Seeing this, Chu Feng hastily approached, gently kneading her soft, fragrant shoulder. Sister Ningxue, just a little, around 100,000 will suffice. I can repay you within a month. Su Ningxue replied with a wicked smile, increasingly convinced that Chu Feng was quite pliable, especially after his breakup with Lu Ruyan. That's agreeable, but let us draft a promissory note. As she spoke, she retrieved a pre-prepared note from beneath the tea table, inscribing the sum of 100,000 while simultaneously producing 10 stacks of cash from the table. This promissory note had been freshly penned, the ink still wet. Once someone develops an interest in gambling, the urge to experiment becomes undeniably tantalizing. Chu Feng accepted the note and furrowed his brow upon glancing at it. Isn't this akin to a contract of servitude? If I cannot repay, does that mean I must work for you? Moreover, I must fulfill any task assigned, provided it does not infringe upon the law or jeopardize my safety. 100,000, an exorbitant price for a year of servitude in contemporary society. Sister Ningxue, could you specify the job description? He felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, there were countless tasks that could be deemed lawful and safe. But what if he ended up as her dog? Su Ningxue was taken aback by Chu Feng's apparent shrewdness, especially given the substantial sum before him. She had heard whispers of his financial constraints. She surmised that his desire to invest in stocks stemmed from a yearning for pocket money. After indulging in a life of luxury, the notion of returning to a life of poverty seemed nearly impossible. Most crucially, he would likely refrain from confiding in his mother about his debts, which gave her ample leverage. Rest assured, dear brother, I would never lead you astray. Just sign the note and take this money to invest in stocks. I believe wholeheartedly in your potential to amass wealth. Chu Feng found her reasoning compelling. Without hesitation, he signed the note. After all, one cannot accumulate the first pot of gold without taking risks. Time was of the essence for him. Most importantly, with his initial capital secured, he could swiftly advance his subsequent plans. After receiving the signed note, Su Ningxue casually poured him a cup of tea. Here, drink up. Don't just stand there. Savor the Longjing tea I just brewed. Chu Feng turned and settled onto the sofa. He had just picked up the teacup and brought it to his lips when a recollection of the plain water struck him, prompting him to set it back down. I'm allergic to green tea. Perhaps it is best not to indulge. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and I needed to return home. At that moment, a streak of white light cut across the tranquil night sky. Crack! Boom! A torrential downpour suddenly commenced. The thunder startled Su Ningxue, leaving her in a state of disarray. In an instant, she resembled a frightened rabbit, huddling on the sofa, trembling. Observing this, Chu Feng instinctively moved closer, wrapping her in his embrace. The solid warmth of his chest and the rhythmic thump of his heart immediately calmed her. Su Ningxue raised her gaze. Chu Feng, would you stay with me for the night? It's raining, and it wouldn't be wise for you to go home now. Her voice carried a hint of pleading. At that moment, Chu Feng found himself at a loss for how to respond. Spending the night here could lead to unforeseen circumstances. Having just ended a relationship, he knew Su Ningxue was aware of his current state. The last thing he wanted was for things to escalate unexpectedly. Please, Su Ningxue implored, her large, glistening eyes wide and innocent as she gazed up at him, adopting a playful demeanor. As the saying goes, a woman who acts coy is often granted her desires. After a moment of silence, Chu Feng, albeit reluctantly, acquiesced with a soft emma. Which guest room shall I use? He inquired. Su Ningxue raised a delicate finger. You can take the one next to mine. All right then, I'll tidy up the room, Chu Feng replied. She nodded, turning to take his hand, a casual smile gracing her lips, though her heart had already concocted plans for the evening. Come, I shall lead you. After arranging the bedding, they exchanged good nights. For some reason, Chu Feng felt an unsettling sensation while staying at Su Ningxue's home. In this familiar space, with just the two of them, and considering the presence of Juicer nearby, he found sleep elusive, resorting instead to playing snake. Just then, the door creaked open. Clad in her pajamas, Su Ningxue stealthily approached his bedside, moving like a thief. As Chu Feng played, he felt a chill creep up his spine, as if he were being watched by something sinister. Turning around, he was startled to see a disheveled figure standing behind him. In that instant, an inexplicable chill surged from his toes to the crown of his head. Gee, Ghost, he stammered, struggling to articulate. Ghost, you big fool, Su Ningxue retorted, raising an eyebrow at his fright before delivering a playful slap to his back. Smack! The force of the blow left him utterly bewildered. Sister Ningxue, why are you not asleep at this hour, scaring me like a ghost? He exclaimed. Su Ningxue pinched his cheek teasingly. Would you like to sleep with me instead? I have air conditioning. In this sweltering heat of over 30 degrees, look at you, you're sweating. She continued. Would you like to come to my room and enjoy the cool air? At her suggestion, Chu Feng's frustration boiled over. You live in a grand villa, and yet your guest room lacks even a single air conditioner? This villa, aside from you and my mother, who else is worthy to reside here? I can see you're already sweating. Come quickly to my side and enjoy the air conditioning. Su Ningxue playfully touched Chu Feng's abdominal muscles, her hand becoming damp with perspiration. It is unbearably hot. Hurry and join me, for I have a small bed where you can rest your feet. Without waiting for Chu Feng's consent, she pulled him up from the bed, leading him toward her room. Chu Feng, already drenched in sweat, reluctantly followed her into the room. As he stepped inside, a faint, alluring fragrance enveloped him. Outside, the rain continued to pour, accompanied by the relentless rumble of thunder. It is no wonder Su Ningxue chose to come and sleep here. Let's establish a rule: no touching during the night. As Chu Feng lay down, he spoke up. Su Ningxue responded with a playful pout. That is something I should be saying to you. She lifted her nightgown and playfully nudged Chu Feng's head with her delicate foot. The moment her foot made contact with him, a peculiar expression flickered across his face. Observing this fleeting change, Su Ningxue raised her brows, seemingly contemplating something. Chapter 12. The delicate illness and the great tease. Chu Feng turned to the side, disinterested in the delicate girl beside him. Su Ningxue noticed his indifference. A faint smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She playfully kicked his arm with her small foot. Unmoved, Chu Feng replied, "What do you want?" "I intend to sleep." At that moment, the door swung open with a sudden bang. "Hey, Ningxue, did you hear the door open just now?" Chu Feng rose and glanced toward the entrance, puzzled. "Surely not." Su Ningxue, upon hearing his words, also turned to look at the door. Just as she finished speaking, the sound of high heels clicking sharply against the floor echoed in the air. "Could it be a ghost?" Chu Feng exclaimed, his face pale with fright. Su Ningxue, with a serious demeanor, kicked him playfully. "Shut your mouth. It must be my mom returning." The mention of her mother sent Chu Feng leaping from his small bed in alarm. "This is bad. If Annie finds out, I'm done for." Su Ningxue shared in his panic, her expression one of sheer terror. If her mother discovered that she had brought Chu Feng back to the villa and they were sharing a room, it would spell disaster for her. What to do? What to do? Chu Feng paced anxiously on the bed, listening to the approaching footsteps. Suddenly, an instinctive survival skill surfaced in his mind. Hide under the bed. Without a moment's hesitation, he aimed to crawl beneath, only to find the sole entrance blocked by his small bed. Hearing the footsteps nearing the door, Su Ningxue quickly wrapped her arm around Chu Feng's neck. If you want to live, get into my blankets now. With that, she pushed him into the warmth of the covers. No, the wardrobe is safer. Two people can be spotted easily, Chu Feng protested, breaking free and attempting to dart toward the closet, but a knock sounded at the door. Xiaoxue, are you asleep? With no other option, he dove back under the covers, where warmth and a delicate fragrance enveloped them both. The suddenness of the situation caught Chu Feng off guard, while Su Ningxue wore her sheer nightgown. Su Ningxue couldn't help but muse that today was indeed a remarkable day, her lips curling into a smile as she gently pressed down on Chu Feng's head, keeping him still, her gaze strikingly beautiful and deep. Mom, I'm getting ready to sleep, she called out as her mother opened the door slightly, the chill of the room rushing in. If you feel hot, just lower the air conditioning a bit more, and cover yourself with extra blankets if it gets cold tonight, her mother advised, noticing the slight flush on her daughter's face, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. Got it, Mom. You go ahead and sleep now. Good night. With that, the door closed softly. After a while, sensing no further commotion outside, Chu Feng emerged from the blankets. He was determined to leave that night. Lingering any longer might lead to a repetition of past misfortunes. Turning to bid farewell, he was startled by the possessive gleam in Su Ningxue's eyes. Ningxue, he began, but she raised her hand, pinching his chin with a teasing smile. What are you planning to do? Su Ningxue spoke with an air of indifference, her ruby lips forming a subtly alluring pout. This gaze instantly awakened Chu Feng's realization, reminiscent of the moment they had registered their marriage. In that fleeting instant, he surmised that Su Ningxue's delicate, fragile demeanor had long since begun to take shape. In his previous life, his affections had been fixated on Lu Ruyan, which had blinded him to the signs. Chu Feng's expression turned slightly frantic as he clenched his teeth. Sister Ningxue, I wish to go home. I shall not lend this money. To sacrifice his future for a mere 100,000 was a transaction unworthy of consideration. Not lending? Want to go home? She taunted. What if my mother were to find out you came to my house at such an hour, entered my room, climbed into my bed, and snuggled under my covers? Do you think she would not call the police? Moreover, what if this jeopardized the relationship between Aunt Gu and my mother, leading to the severance of ties between our families, resulting in your family's loss of half its orders? Su Ningxue rose, leaning close to Chu Feng's ear and whispering softly, her tongue grazing his tender earlobe. Sister Ningxue, please don't do this. Chu Feng shifted back slightly, his gaze lingering on her exquisite face, his body responding instinctively. Having shared the same bed for many years, both physically and psychologically, he found himself unable to resist Su Ningxue's playful provocations. I'm not a monster. What are you afraid of? Su Ningxue teased, her phoenix eyes unbuttoning a clasp, revealing shoulders as pure as jade, a hint of insatiable desire flickering in her gaze. Little Feng, do you think Sister Ningxue is beautiful? Sister Ningxue, you are stunning, as beautiful as a celestial being. No, even celestial beings pale in comparison to your beauty. Chu Feng showered her with compliments, hoping to buy himself a few precious seconds. It is often in moments of great peril that the mind reveals its unexpected potential. Auntie is just in the next room. We should be cautious. Upon hearing this, Su Ningxue hesitated momentarily, tapping her lips thoughtfully as she considered the validity of his words. If her mother were to discover the truth, they might very well have to relocate, especially since they had only just reached adulthood. Yet, this rare opportunity was not one she wished to squander. She slowly leaned in closer, their faces finally meeting. The familiar fragrance enveloped her, causing a smile to grace her lips. Chu Feng, I was merely teasing you. Do not be so tense. You can only blame the irresistible allure of your scent. In the dim light, their gazes locked, Had he not experienced the previous life, Chu Feng would have undoubtedly pressed his lips against hers, letting actions speak louder than words. However, now, if he could escape the villa tonight, he would have to avoid Su Ningxue in the future. Sister Ningxue, I am uncertain. I do like you, but I cannot distinguish the nature of my feelings. It feels akin to familial affection, or perhaps. He faltered, unable to articulate his emotions, for even now, he could not discern the true nature of his feelings for Su Ningxue. With a deep sense of gratitude for her unwavering support, and a bond akin to that of siblings forged through years of shared experiences, there also lingered the complexities of love, filled with both longing and reluctance following their intimate moments. Upon hearing a heartfelt expression from Chu Feng, Su Ningxue smiled gently, and in a fleeting impulse, attempted to plant a delicate kiss on his cheek. However, Chu Feng instinctively recoiled, retreating a step back. Dear brother, since you remain uncertain, I shall grant you 3 days to ponder this matter, she declared with a hint of authority. This time, Su Ningxue refrained from pressuring Chu Feng further, understanding that one requires time to acclimate to new experiences. Persistent coercion would only yield counterproductive results. She yearned not for a mere shell devoid of substance, but for the essence of Chu Feng's heart. At this moment, she felt as though she had successfully grasped the reins of Chu Feng's emotions, unaware that he had already experienced life anew. Had she known, she would undoubtedly have ensured he left her with a lasting impression tonight. Realizing the hour was growing late, she mused that her aunt must be resting by now. Seeing her relent, Chu Feng's heart soared with relief. At last, he had managed to navigate through this encounter unscathed and contemplated returning home. Yet, Su Ningxue was far from being easily dissuaded. Chapter 13. The relationship has ended. She is no longer his girlfriend. It would be unwise to venture out into the tempestuous weather, for a cold would be most unfortunate. Better to seek refuge in my sister's warm embrace. As Su Ningxue observed Chu Feng's inclination to leave, she resolutely decided against granting him that freedom. Though the rabbit was not yet ready to be consumed, it was imperative to savor its scent. At that moment, by a stroke of misfortune, Lu Ruyan found herself tossing and turning in her dormitory, unable to find solace in sleep. With the absence of Chu Feng, her personal ATM, her quality of life had undoubtedly plummeted. Lying on her plush bed, she fixated on the illuminated screen of her phone, opening the QQ chat window to Chu Feng. Recently, her father and brother had been incessantly pressing her for financial support. Yet Chu Feng had ceased his affections, leaving her devoid of funds. After much contemplation, she resolved to send him several messages. Beep, beep, beep. Chu Feng's phone chimed thrice, interrupting the previously composed demeanor of both. Who could it be in the dead of night, this enchanting lady, reaching out to him? Su Ningxue teased, her heart secretly brimming with jealousy. Chu Feng retrieved his phone from his pocket, glanced at the screen, and upon realizing it was a message from Lu Ruyan, he hesitated to turn it off, only to be halted by Su Ningxue's insistence. Let me see, she exclaimed, seizing his phone and opening the chat window. Well, Chu Feng, you certainly have some nerve. It has been over a week since our last communication. However, I am in a generous mood today. If you bring me a cup of milk tea tomorrow at the classroom, I might consider reconciling with you. Just remember, once we are back together, a monthly allowance of 30,000 is expected, but do not forget the weekly surprises. Su Ningxue stared at the audacious messages displayed on the screen, momentarily rendered speechless. Chu Feng scratched his head awkwardly, contemplating the implications. Is this the quality of your ex-girlfriend? In her previous efforts to quell her jealousy, Su Ningxue had refrained from perusing their conversations. However, now that she had glimpsed Lu Ruyan's audacity, it was no wonder Chu Feng had chosen to part ways. Doubts began to cloud her mind. She had meticulously assessed Lu Ruyan's suitability in the past. Despite her humble background, her academic prowess and appearance were commendable. Every aspect, from her interests to her attire, had been aligned with Chu Feng's preferences, which had successfully ensnared his attention. The relationship has ended. She is no longer his girlfriend. Chu Feng smirked disdainfully. As he read the coercive and tempting words, he reflected that in the past, he might have knelt before her in apology. But now he merely chuckled. What will you say in response? Su Ningxue inquired. Her curiosity piqued regarding Chu Feng's next move. To her surprise, he swiftly snatched back his phone, his fingers moving with remarkable speed as he deleted the conversation. I have already blacklisted her number. I forgot to remove her from QQ. What significance does it hold to respond to such a manipulative individual? Blacklisted and deleted. Meanwhile, Lu Rian, in her dormitory, stared at her phone screen, which still bore only her own messages. Her eyes fixated on the device. She realized with dismay that Chu Feng had yet to reply to any of her messages. 3 minutes later, when Lu Ruyin pressed send after typing another message, she was met with the disheartening display of 8 bold characters. The recipient is not your friend. Lu Ruyin was momentarily taken aback. The next moment, a Samsung phone was hurled to the ground with a resounding thud, nearly shattering upon impact. Chu Feng. The commotion startled the other residents of the dormitory awake. Meanwhile, at the Su family villa, under the pretense of using the restroom, Chu Feng successfully slipped out of the villa. Despite the torrential downpour and flashes of lightning, he felt like a wild stallion unleashed, galloping through the storm. Damn it, history nearly repeated itself. Fortunately, I was clever enough to escape. Inside the villa, Su Ningxue gritted her teeth, her phoenix eyes narrowing dangerously, glinting with a sickly light as she stared at the closed door, nearly fuming with rage. How could she let Chu Feng slip away right under her nose? It was an utter humiliation. Chu Feng, you will never again have my trust, not even for a stroke of the pen. Initially, she had planned to seduce him in the morning when he was most vulnerable, offering him a small reward to better manipulate him in the future. Little did she expect him to run home in the rain. The thought of it made her furious. She would rather be drenched than share a bed with him. Clenching her delicate fists until they nearly drew blood, she slammed her knuckles against the railing before retreating to her room. The next morning, as the sun rose, Chu Feng glanced at the clock, already past 7. Suddenly, he recalled that he had a class at 8. Oh no, had he known he had an early class, he wouldn't have gone home. He hurried downstairs to find his mother enjoying breakfast. Mom, can you give me a ride to school? I'm going to be late. Gu Luo Sheng sipped her millet porridge and replied casually, why not just hitch a ride with Ningxue? Thinking back to the previous evening's antics with Su Ningxue, he hesitated to accept her offer. All right then, he said, but secretly prepared to take a taxi. Just as he stepped out, he noticed a black Maybach had already parked at the entrance. Upon seeing Chu Feng emerge, Su Ningxue immediately rolled down the window and waved him over. Chu Feng, hurry up, we're going to be late. Her voice was sweet and melodic, a sound that would surely ensnare most men. Yet, for Chu Feng, it resonated like a siren-esque call from the depths of hell. Ningxue, I think I'll take the bus today. It's been ages since I last rode one, he said with a wry smile. I will count to 3, if you're not in the car by then. The consequences are yours to bear. Su Ningxue shot him a glare, her eyes shimmering with a frosty menace. Chu Feng knew well that getting into the car would lead to trouble. I'm really in the mood to experience the bus today. It's been so long. At that moment, his mother, noticing her son lingering at the door with incessant chatter, stepped outside to see what was happening, only to be met with the sight of the Maybach parked at the entrance. As Chu Feng faced his mother's impatient gaze, he understood that he had no choice but to board the car, despite the imminent tardiness. Su Ningxue's lips curved into a slight smile as she greeted Gu Luosheng, then promptly urged Chu Feng to hurry. Realizing the situation was beyond his control, Chu Feng gritted his teeth and slipped into the back seat of the car. The two sat in silence, the atmosphere within the vehicle eerily tense, akin to the stillness that precedes a tempest. The quieter it became, the more anxious Chu Feng felt. Despite the air conditioning, his back was drenched in cold sweat. At last, as they neared the school, Su Ningxue broke the silence. Were you afraid I would devour you last night, running home in the midst of a storm? Her voice was as frigid as the winter wind. No, I was merely concerned about being seen by your mother and misunderstood. Chu Feng's mind raced, struggling to conjure a somewhat plausible excuse. Chapter 14. The frantic Lu Ruyan, I trust you. Now step out, Su Ningxue stated coldly, offering no further elaboration. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Chu Feng felt an unwelcome sense of guilt rising within. Sister Ningxue, before he could articulate his thoughts, Su Ningxue interjected, hurry along to class. You'll be late. Chu Feng nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded toward the classroom. As soon Ningxue observed his retreating figure, a flicker of intrigue glimmered in her bright eyes. She had reflected on the events of the previous night, contemplating whether her approach had been too forceful or if a more gradual strategy might prove more effective. Ultimately, it seemed he had yet to endure hardship. She had not become his savior, and his sense of dependence remained alarmingly low. Meanwhile, as Chu Feng passed by a milk tea shop, he spotted Ding Quan purchasing a beverage and decided to enter. "Old Quan, aren't you afraid of cavities indulging in milk tea so early in the day?" He jovially patted his friend's shoulder. "What milk tea? I ordered black coffee. I have Old Lee's class soon, and his lectures are utterly soporific," Ding Quan retorted, turning to see Chu Feng and unable to suppress a smirk. "Boss, make it 2 iced Americanos for me as well." Chu Feng, upon hearing this, promptly ordered 2 cups of milk tea and settled the bill. "Boss Feng is generous. It's evident you've changed after the breakup," Ding Quan exclaimed with delight as he accepted the milk tea. After their purchase, the 2 friends made their way toward the classroom. At 7:40, they had 20 minutes before class commenced. Had been the first semester of their university journey, the classroom would likely have been bustling with early arrivals. However, after a semester of experience, most students had mastered the art of timing. Upon entering the classroom, Chu Feng noted that Lu Ruyin and a few others were already present. A glance across the room revealed that Ningxue was also there, enthusiastically savoring a scallion pancake. Upon spotting Chu Feng's entrance, Lu Ruyin's gaze was immediately drawn to the 2 cups of milk tea he held. In an instant, her confidence surged. "Huh, I thought you were quite resolute, yet it appears you are utterly captivated," she declared. "Chu Feng, a mere cup of milk tea is insufficient for an apology. Transfer 50,000 yuan to me at once, and I may consider forgiving you." Rising from her seat, she crossed her arms defiantly as she approached him. Chu Feng regarded her with an expression of amusement, uttering not a word as he walked past her and made his way toward Ningxue. Infuriated by his disregard, Lu Ruyin clenched her teeth, stamped her foot, and seized his shirt, yanking him back. Her frustration had already been brewing from his prior refusal to acquiesce to her demands, compounded by a week of silence regarding financial support. With her family pressing for money daily, her irritation had reached a boiling point. Now, coupled with his recent dismissal, she felt like a fool, and her pent-up anger erupted. "Chu Feng, what do you mean by this? Haven't I already given you an opportunity? Hurry up and send me the money. My family is in urgent need." Observing Lu Ruoyan's haughty demeanor, Chu Feng could not help but chuckle. "Huh, what are you barking about? If you desire money, why not resort to selling yourself? You could easily earn it." Reflecting on his past, he felt rather foolish for spending money on this vixen and for acting like her lapdog. Had it not been for his initial infatuation during his first year of university, drawn by her interests, appearance, and other attributes, he might not have fallen so deeply. Most significantly, he had never been in a relationship before, and had idealized her as his luminous moonlight, flawless and replete with virtues. Upon hearing Chu Feng suggest she should sell herself, Lu Ruoyan was instantly incensed. "Chu Feng, do you truly believe that a few petty coins render you remarkable? What do you wealthy individuals possess beyond your trivial riches? You have no idea how arduous life is for us impoverished souls. Why can't you use your wealth to assist us?" Such outrageous rhetoric was unbearable, even for Ding Quan, who was left speechless. Did the affluent owe you something, perhaps? After listening to her audacious claims, Chu Feng found no inclination to counter her arguments. He merely brushed her hand away, casting a glance at her as one would at a fool, before taking a seat beside Ningxue. This action left Ding Quan flabbergasted. When had Chu Feng begun to associate with the stunning class flower? Such enviable fortune. The goddess of the school was his childhood companion, and Lu Ruyin, among the 3 most beautiful girls, was his ex-girlfriend, while the beautiful class flower played in the same basketball team. Oh, how the comparison stings. As Lu Ruoyan witnessed her former boyfriend seated next to another girl, her fury ignited. However, with the class about to commence, students filed into the classroom, and Professor Li made his way to the podium. Chu Feng glanced at Ningxue, who was savoring her food. In retrospect, she had concealed her true background so well that her daily life mirrored that of an ordinary person. "Would you care for a cup of milk tea?" He nudged the drink toward her. Ningxue raised an eyebrow, staring at the milk tea, utterly bemused. She had observed everything that had transpired moments ago. Was he attempting to divert her attention? This is for you. Since you have a basketball game this afternoon, consider it an early celebration of your victory. Noticing her hesitation, Chu Feng offered an explanation. Ningxue accepted the milk tea and took a small sip. Will you come and watch me play tonight? Chu Feng smiled. He was quite keen on befriending Ningxue. Not only would it benefit him to cultivate a rapport with her, but it would also serve as a means to counter Su Ningxue. His only concern was that after graduation, Su Ningxue might become overly assertive, and he suspected that his mother and sister would wholeheartedly support a union with her. At that point, opposing Su Ningxue would be nearly impossible, and Ningxue represented an excellent trump card. Should the Yin family be able to assist him, he could venture to the capital, where Su Ningxue's reach would surely be limited. That was an absolute certainty. In the same class, on the same team, true brothers reside in their hearts. Ningxue gazed at him, admiring his spirited demeanor. Just hope that when you need to reach me, you won't find the line busy. Suddenly, a bell rang, and the classroom fell into an instant hush. After a few coughs, Professor Lee began to lecture earnestly. In this era, where the internet was just beginning to flourish, many regarded the subject of software technology with skepticism, resulting in most students' lack of focus in class. However, Chu Feng, having lived a second life, understood that in a few years, the internet would experience tremendous growth, and the application and development of software would be at the forefront of this evolution. Thus, he resolved to study this course diligently, raising his hand to inquire whenever he encountered confusion. While others remained oblivious, Chu Feng was aware that 2 years later, Professor Lee would publish a paper titled A Novel Membership Function based on support vector machines, propelling him from a Chongjiang scholar to an esteemed academician, becoming a luminary in the field of computer science. After class, Professor Lee was left with a profound impression of Chu Feng, who frequently raised his hand. However, just as class concluded, Lu Ruyan approached with a group of her friends. Chapter 15. Fairies may not exist among mortals, but there are certainly fairies in private rooms. Chu Feng, I never expected you to be someone who initiates and then abandons. Indeed, over such a trivial matter, you chose to part ways with Lu Ruyan. How utterly despicable. Lu Ruyan's short-haired friend, Zhou Ting, glared at Chu Feng with eyes brimming with resentment, pointing at him and cursing. Without this sycophant, her quality of life had significantly diminished. Ding Quan smirked disdainfully and remarked, "Shall we listen to what you were saying?" Observing the fierce demeanor of the trio, Chu Feng realized they had devised a plan during class to morally bind him with their reasoning. Another friend of Zhou Ting let out a cold snort. Indeed, wealthy individuals all seem to share the same despicable traits. I had thought you to be a man of deep affections, but I was sorely mistaken. My dear sister has ultimately misplaced her affections. The three women harmonized their taunts as if they were performing on stage. Chu Feng's gaze turned frigid as he fixed his eyes on Lu Ruyan, articulating each word with precision. Lu Ruyan, we broke up 2 weeks ago. Is your hearing impaired, or is your memory failing you? If you continue to act irrationally before me, I shall summon the psychiatric hospital to examine your mind. In that instant, as Chu Feng repeated his words, Lu Ruyan initially displayed a look of astonishment, which swiftly morphed into indignation. The classmates, who had planned to dine after class, halted in their tracks upon witnessing this spectacle. Lu Ruyan, feeling the heat of embarrassment as she realized she had been publicly rejected by someone as proud as Chu Feng, thought to herself, how could he possibly accept this? Fine, you were the one who said to break up. Just don't come begging me later. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Just as Chu Feng uttered the word call, Lu Ruyan's phone began to ring. She pulled out her phone, and Chu Feng caught a glimpse of the screen out of the corner of his eye. A smile crept across his face. He didn't need to think to know who was calling. Aside from her parasitic family, he couldn't fathom anyone else reaching out to her. It seemed her childhood friend had long prepared to abandon Lu Ruyan, realizing there was nothing to gain. Lu Ruyan dashed out of the classroom to answer the call, causing many onlookers to disperse. At that moment, Ningxue rose from her seat and patted Chu Feng on the shoulder. You should focus on your studies. Someone of your caliber should not be overlooked. I have great faith in you. With that, she departed, and at the entrance stood a remarkably competent-looking woman who had been waiting for some time. Ding Quan witnessed the entire exchange, and when the class beauty, Ningxue, expressed her confidence in Chu Feng, he felt utterly disheartened. It's truly infuriating how some people can provoke such envy. Chu Feng patted Ding Quan on the back. You don't genuinely believe I am pleased, do you? If you were in my position, you would have been played out long ago. Sometimes, I genuinely envy you, alone, with nothing to ponder, free from any pressures. Ding Quan could only feel that Chu Feng was obliviously basking in his fortune. Have you considered the words you are saying? Chu Feng sai sopti. The sensation of being single is indeed quite delightful. When one feels the urge to enjoy the company of women, one might consider the luxurious private rooms on the third floor of the Tianfeng Hotel for a splendid evening. It is not merely casual fun. There are no responsibilities or pressures, and one is pampered to great delight. While celestial beings may not always dwell among us, one can certainly find them in such rooms. Ding Quan suddenly had an epiphany. Why not venture there another day? I have yet to experience a bathhouse, he mused. Chu Feng, however, was unreserved, responding with a cheerful candor. Why wait for another day? Tonight is the night. I have never been there before. It is the perfect opportunity to explore it this evening. After a brief pause, Ding Quan continued, Are you not returning home for dinner tonight? Chu Feng replied, Dinner? What is that? I have yet to spend my allowance this month. I told my mother I'd be staying at school tonight. Having dined earlier in the afternoon, Chu Feng arrived at the court early to cheer for Ningxue. Since it was a women's basketball match, most spectators were male. Chu Feng sat in the front row, quietly awaiting the commencement of the game. To his surprise, he spotted Su Ningxue clad in a white jersey, seated on the bench. Oh no, tonight's match is between the computer science department and the business administration department. After his rebirth, Chu Feng's memories of his previous life at university had largely faded. Meanwhile, Su Ningxue, sipping water on the sidelines, caught sight of Chu Feng out of the corner of her eye. Their gazes met, and upon noticing her attention, Chu Feng quickly averted his gaze. Su Ningxue regarded him with slight confusion, for she had not called him to cheer for her. However, upon seeing Ningxue in her black attire, everything became clear to her. Soon, the match commenced. Ningxue, tall and statuesque, drew the attention of many with her long, fair legs as she donned her jersey. Yet, most of the boys' eyes were fixated on Su Ningxue's every move. After changing into her basketball uniform, Su Ningxue, standing over 7 meters tall with her fair complexion illuminated by the night lights, shone like a princess in the snow. Her long hair was tied in a refreshing high ponytail, and a thin sheen of sweat adorned her cheeks, rendering her even more alluring. This was a stark contrast to her usual icy demeanor as the president of the student council. Her graceful dribbling and shooting captivated the hearts of the boys in attendance. Given her striking physique, the boys were not merely there to watch basketball. After a while, the first half of the match concluded. The computer science team led the business administration team by 2 points, illustrating the evenly matched nature of the game. During the intermission, many boys rushed to offer water and towels to the players, especially since the participants were all beautiful women, prompting a scramble among them. However, Chu Feng was not so easily distracted. His mind was solely occupied with thoughts of making money. Even if he could leverage his investments in the stock market for a tenfold return in a month, a market crash loomed ahead, compelling him to liquidate his assets in advance. As for the striking beauty with her long legs on the field, he could only remark that during the years he was married to Su Ningxue, he had seen and experienced everything. Thus, he had long since grown indifferent to such trivial pleasures. During the halftime break, upon noticing Ningxue approaching, Chu Feng's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He tossed a bottle of sports drink to her, which she effortlessly caught and drank heartily. In truth, he harbored a daring notion of aligning himself with Ningxue, leveraging her family's influence to counter Su Ningxue in the future. However, this idea was merely a fleeting thought. Primarily, he had no desire to live off someone else's success. He genuinely wished to earn a living through his own efforts, but should he find himself in dire straits, he might have no choice but to resort to such measures. At that moment, Su Ningxue also became aware of the situation, instantly sensing a wave of unease. She had conducted her own investigations into Ningxue, who was the cherished daughter of the Yin family one of the 8 prominent families in the capital. If Ningxue harbored any feelings for Chu Feng, it could spell trouble. Ningxue nodded at Chu Feng. Though she spoke not a word, her subtly upturned lips revealed her amusement. Meanwhile, Su Ningxue, witnessing Chu Feng handing water to Ningxue, was seized with fury, her teeth nearly grinding to powder. She cast a glacial glare at Ningxue, the flames of anger threatening to burst forth from her eyes, her hands clenched tightly in a fist. "I will play forward in the next match," she declared coldly to a teammate beside her before turning away. Chapter 16. Su Ningxue's intense jealousy. "Ningxue, I have brought you some water." As she turned around, a rather handsome young man, clad in a basketball jersey, extended a bottle of water to her. It was Li Xia, her classmate. He was the forward for the men's team in the business administration department, the champion of the freshman cup, and also the captain of the men's team. Standing over 6 feet tall, he was both radiant and charismatic, enjoying considerable popularity at the school. He was undoubtedly Su Ningxue's most formidable admirer, having persistently pursued her since the very beginning of their freshman year. "Hey, look, Li Xia has brought water for Su Ningxue again." Indeed, they seem quite well matched, right? Both their families are involved in business. The classmates whispered amongst themselves. When Li Xia heard others remarking on his compatibility with Su Ningxue, he beamed at her with a brilliant smile. Observing Su Ningxue, who had just finished playing basketball, a light sheen of sweat clung to her jersey, accentuating her graceful figure. For boys in their adolescence, this was nothing short of an irresistible temptation, especially with her ethereal beauty that seemed untouched by the mundane world. Who could remain indifferent? "I don't need it," Su Ningxue responded coldly, her irritation growing as her gaze remained fixed on Ningxue, who was drinking water voraciously. To her astonishment, Ningxue even had Chu Feng patting her back after finishing the drink. Her pupils constricted sharply. This act only served to amplify her jealousy. Ningxue was one of the few variables in school that she could not control, and a sense of crisis brewed within her. Unlike Lu Ruyan, she could not be easily manipulated. No, she thought, lifting her foot to stride forward. She needed to assert her claim over Ningxue. Noticing Su Ningxue attempting to walk away, Li Xia stepped forward to block her path once more, offering the water again. "Ningxue, after playing, you need to replenish your electrolytes. Otherwise, you'll lack energy for the second half." Li Xia flashed her a warm smile, one that would have undoubtedly won over any other girl. Alas, he was faced with Su Ningxue, who was currently consumed by jealousy and fury. "I said I don't need it." Su Ningxue furrowed her brows tightly, stepping aside to avoid him. "Ningxue." Li Xia remained undeterred, stepping forward again, but Su Ningxue was already exasperated by this incessant buzzing. She forcefully pushed the water aside, her cold gaze locking onto the infatuated boy before her. "We are not familiar, and how dare you call me Ningxue? From now on, please address me by my full name or as classmate Su. If I hear you call me Ningxue again, I will not let it slide." With that, she pushed past the persistent admirer and strode toward Chu Feng. The commotion quickly drew the attention of many onlookers, and Li Xia felt his cheeks burn with embarrassment. Clenching the water bottle in his hand, it crumpled under his grip, water spilling from the opening. He followed Su Ningxue's direction and saw Chu Feng, who was currently giving the beautiful girl a back rub, his hawk-like gaze fixated on him, as if ready to crush him with his teeth. "Chu Feng, do you intend to pursue all 3 campus beauties?" Having just parted ways with Lu Ruyan, he found himself drawn to another enchanting beauty, while Su Ningxue seemed to have captured his heart. "Ah, splendid, truly splendid." He subsequently departed from the crowd. Su Ningxue approached Chu Feng, gazing down upon him with an air of regal superiority, akin to a noble queen surveying her favorite subject. "Oh, Chu Feng, not only did you fail to cheer me on while I played, but you didn't even bring me a bottle of water. What a heartless fellow you are. Is it that the sight of a beautiful lady leaves you speechless?" Her words dripped with a hint of jealousy, each remark tinged with a sour undertone. The surrounding boys were taken aback. Even a fool could discern that Su Ningxue harbored feelings for this young man. Chu Feng was momentarily flummoxed by her words. It was the first time he had witnessed the proud Su Ningxue lose her composure in front of others. To onlookers, she appeared like a jealous girlfriend, a portrait of youthful vexation. He glanced around at the other boys, who seemed to be glaring at him with a hunger that was almost predatory. This fellow, how utterly infuriating, to indulge in one pursuit while coveting another. Chu Feng sensed the hostile gazes from the crowd, a sinking feeling in his heart as he realized he might soon become the target of animosity among all the boys in school. Ningxue, I didn't mean to. I just felt embarrassed to approach since we're not on the same team. The sharpness of Su Ningxue's gaze instilled fear within him, resembling a rabbit caught in the sight of an eagle. He timidly opened a bottle of water and offered it to her. Upon receiving the water, Su Ningxue noticed a myriad of eyes upon her, a moment of carelessness revealing her vulnerability. However, she quickly regained her composure, aware of her own pride, unwilling to let anyone witness her moment of weakness. With a slight pursing of her lips, her mind raced, and she spoke again. You ungrateful wretch. My aunt asks me daily to drive you to and from school. Yet when you see me compete, you can't even bring me a bottle of water. Truly, a man who prioritizes romantic interests over friendship. We've known each other since childhood, and I have never seen you show such consideration for me. She emphasized the words prioritizes romantic interests, her tone laden with conviction. Her defense sparked varied interpretations among the crowd. Some believed they were merely neighbors and siblings, while others speculated they shared a deeper bond as childhood sweethearts. Chu Feng's reputation at school was notoriously poor, widely regarded as a hopeless admirer, and news of his breakup with Lu Rian had yet to circulate, leaving many unaware of his newfound single status. Moreover, few would associate Su Ningxue with any affection for him, as she was recognized as the school's ice goddess, having never shown closeness to any other boy, save for Chu Feng, the anomaly. Some even speculated that perhaps Su Ningxue felt a sense of safety in his company due to his previous relationship. Chu Feng was well aware that Su Ningxue was merely engaging in a clever pretense. The notion of sibling affection was utterly absurd, especially considering he had nearly lost himself the previous night. Yet, he chose to indulge her performance, for he feared that if this charade turned into reality, it would spell disaster. Moreover, throughout this lifetime, Su Ningxue had never inflicted any harm upon him. My apologies, Sister Ningxue, I was in the wrong, he said, as he deftly twisted open the bottle cap and offered her the water, additionally producing a small towel for her to wipe away her perspiration. Seeing Chu Feng cooperate eased Su Ningxue's tension. Had he resisted, she would have had no choice but to transform their ruse into a genuine romance. She cast a glance at Ningxue, seated on the bench, unperturbed, knowing she possessed numerous strategies at her disposal. Sister is tired. Please, give her shoulders a massage, Su Ningxue declared, as she promptly settled onto the bench before her. Chu Feng glanced between Ningxue and Su Ningxue, once again confronted with a perilous dilemma. Chapter 17. Chu Feng's reluctance to pursue beautiful women, however. Upon reflection, he pondered whether his choice of Ningxue would cause Su Ningxue to lose heart. As he contemplated this, he reached out to massage Ningxue's shoulders, but she suddenly stood up. All right, I've rested enough. I'm going for a stroll to stretch my legs. She had no desire to involve herself in the squabble between the two. Although she harbored a slight fondness for Chu Feng, it was merely the camaraderie shared among classmates on the same team. With the obstacle removed, Su Ningxue stretched and tilted her head back, casting a glance at Chu Feng from a different angle. What are you still dawdling for? In this position, combined with the loose-fitting jersey she wore, Chu Feng found himself gazing at something he ought not to have. In the next moment, a faint blush crept onto his face. Su Ningxue sensed something amiss in his gaze and instinctively lowered her head. Her beautiful eyes widened, and a rush of crimson spread swiftly from her porcelain face to her neck. You're still looking. She then bowed her head, desperately covering her chest. Apologies. I didn't mean to. Chu Feng quickly averted his gaze and began to massage her back. Before long, 15 minutes had elapsed, and the second half of the match was about to commence. Su Ningxue had switched to the forward position and was now relentlessly confronting Ningxue. With a furrowed brow, Ningxue stared at Su Ningxue, who had begun to target her right from the start, occasionally resorting to unsportsmanlike conduct, and most importantly, playing fiercely. Within the first 10 minutes, she had already been knocked down 7 times. Although she had just departed, it seemed that Su Ningxue was still holding a grudge against her. Could she possibly be deranged? Despite her earlier assertions that her relationship with Chu Feng was purely sibling-like, as a woman herself, she found it hard to believe it was merely that. She never anticipated that the school's ice queen would take an interest in that devoted admirer, Chu Feng. As the match neared its conclusion, soon Ningxue's team held a narrow lead of 1 point. With just 5 seconds remaining on the clock, Ningxue charged through the defenses, heading straight for the basket. As she leaped to shoot, Su Ningxue suddenly appeared before her, causing her to stumble and block the ball. In the ensuing collision, Su Ningxue's body collided with Ningxue's, sending her flying. Upon landing, Ningxue lost her balance, twisting her left ankle. I declare the Business Administration Department the winners. With the referee's announcement, Su Ningxue's team enveloped her in celebration. Sister Ningxue, you are truly amazing. Without you, we would have lost. Yet, Ningxue shot a furious glance in Su Ningxue's direction before turning away and exiting the court. At that moment, a poised girl approached to assist her, and Chu Feng rushed over to support her on the other side. Thank you. Initially, she intended to reject Chu Feng's kindness, but the thought of Su Ningxue ignited her anger. She had no intention of provoking either of them. Yet it seemed as if Su Ningxue had taken it upon herself to target her relentlessly. Let me see how you react when the person you fancy walks away with another girl. On the field, Su Ningxue was surrounded by a throng of admirers. Yet she felt no joy, for she had not seen Chu Feng approach. Her gaze swept across the surroundings, and soon she spotted Chu Feng, standing over 50 meters away on the track, assisting another girl as they made their way off the field. In an instant, her heart sank. When Chu Feng and the others reached a less crowded spot, Ningxue suddenly spoke up, "Put me down, my bones feel misaligned." As time passed, the pain intensified, and Ningxue realized her bones were indeed out of place. Chu Feng and his companion gently set her down on the stone steps. Once seated, Ningxue removed her sneakers and slowly peeled off her white cotton socks. Under the dim glow of the moonlight, she noticed her ankle was red and swollen. Having just finished playing, her feet were naturally sweaty. Yet for some unknown reason, when Chu Feng leaned in to inspect, he detected no foul odor. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly retrieved his phone and turned on the flashlight. Illuminated were her fair, delicate feet, the pale ankle, and slender, white calves, like exquisite jade carved into a masterpiece. Realizing that Chu Feng was beside her, Ningxue instinctively curled her tender toes. As she focused on his face, she caught a fleeting glimpse of something unusual in his expression, and with a huff, asked, "What are you trying to do?" Chu Feng desperately wished to respond, "Yes, exactly," but could only revel in his thoughts while maintaining a solemn facade. What a joke! Was he truly that kind of person? Therefore, he deliberately shifted the topic, saying, "Aren't you skilled in bone setting? Hurry and realign your foot. I'll fetch some ice from the shop for you to apply afterward." His eyes were steady as he gazed at Ningxue, a calmness about him that starkly contrasted with his earlier demeanor. Ningxue, however, did not reply. Instead, she reached to examine her bones. In the next moment, Chu Feng heard a crack, and the swollen area seemed to diminish slightly. "Please wait a moment. It will be quick," she said before dropping her phone and sprinting toward the shop. Since his rebirth, he had never been idle. Whenever he had a moment, he practiced the rejuvenation technique. He discovered this method was no ordinary practice. It resembled a Taoist body cultivation secret that not only strengthened the body, but also increased endurance and physical limits. The distance between the playground and the shop was approximately 600 meters, and Chu Feng completed the round trip in under 4 minutes. Subtracting the time spent purchasing ice, it meant he had run 1,200 meters in roughly 3 minutes. Upon returning to the playground with the ice pack, he was met with surprise. "So fast," Ningxue exclaimed, taking the ice pack and applying it to her foot, her voice tinged with astonishment. Even the girl beside her, Li Jingyao, sent by the Yin family to protect Ningxue, was taken aback. She mused to herself that even at full speed, she could not match Chu Feng's swiftness. With such speed, he might even surpass the previous Olympic champion. "Is it fast?" Chu Feng remarked nonchalantly. "It's just average." Chu Feng, however, remained indifferent. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Once your foot feels better, you can have the girl beside you assist you back to the dormitory." Ningxue was taken aback. She initially believed that Chu Feng's intention to help her stemmed from a desire to pursue her, given her striking beauty. Yet, she soon realized something seemed amiss. If he truly wished to court her, he would surely linger, engaging her in conversation to foster a sense of affection before escorting her back, much like how he had fawned over Lu Ruyan. Instead, he simply departed without a backward glance. Li Jingyao was equally astonished. She had anticipated that Chu Feng would seize this opportunity to pursue Miss Yin. After all, many boys had previously attempted to approach Ningxue, but after receiving stern warnings from Li Jingyao, they dared not venture near her again. The only reason she allowed Chu Feng to draw near Miss Yin was her belief that he was a man of good intentions but lacking the courage to act, easily swayed by the charms of women. Having dated Lu Ruyan for over half a year without even holding hands, she deemed him virtually harmless. The two of them watched as Chu Feng's figure faded into the distance, sensing a subtle change in him. He now exuded an enigmatic aura. Following the celebration of the match, Su Ningxue made her way toward the direction in which Chu Feng had vanished. After walking for a while, she encountered only Ningxue and Li Jingyao seated on the stone steps, with no sign of Chu Feng. Chapter 18. Su Ningxue. Please keep your distance from him. Chu Feng is mine. Ningxue noticed someone approaching and glanced up, the white jersey shining brilliantly under the moonlight. Where's Chu Feng? Su Ningxue raised her delicate brows, questioning. Perceiving her unfriendly tone, Ningxue furrowed her brows. He just left. Is there something you need from President Su? Her eyes held a hint of mockery. Who would have thought that the typically aloof President Su could behave like a lovesick admirer? Meanwhile, Li Jingyao was itching to confront Su Ningxue, having observed her subtle gestures during the basketball game. However, just as she was about to rise, Ningxue tugged at her, not wishing to let Su Ningxue ruin her splendid university experience. Seeing that the two seemed to be truthful, Su Ningxue's tone turned cold. In the future, please keep your distance from him. Chu Feng is mine. I know you hail from the imperial capital, but this is the magic city, and I advise you not to stretch the influence of the Yin family too far. Ningxue, intrigued, replied, I have no interest in him, but I am curious as to why you are so interested in him. Not for you to know, Su Ningxue retorted before turning to leave. Meanwhile, after departing, Chu Feng hurried to a KTV private room to enjoy drinks and songs with Ding Quan, utterly unaware that Su Ningxue was outside frantically searching for him. In the lavish room, after sipping a few drinks, Ding Quan placed his hand on Chu Feng's shoulder and suddenly proposed, How about we order a couple of princesses? Two big men feel terribly bored. Chu Feng's expression turned troubled. He currently had little money in his pocket. Ding Quan seemed to sense his predicament and patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, I'll cover it. It only costs around 2,000 for one. After speaking, he stepped outside and exchanged a few words with the service attendant. Within a minute, two stunning princesses entered the room. Upon entering, the two princesses were taken aback by Chu Feng's chiseled, handsome face, instantly becoming infatuated. What a handsome young man. Most patrons who frequented this place were typically beer-bellied men, and they had never encountered someone as striking as Chu Feng in over a year of work. Chu Feng glanced at the two princesses, who were both exquisite and around 20 years old. One wore a red, strapless mini dress, while the other donned a fitted white dress with spaghetti straps, both incredibly alluring. One exuded an air of elegance, while the other radiated sweetness with her alluring figure. As soon as they entered, they greeted the two men warmly. Hello, boss. Ding Quan, unable to contain his excitement, beckoned to the sweet girl. Come here, come here. The sweet girl sighed internally. How fortunate for Lu Jie. Seeing her friend summoned, the other princess instinctively sat beside Chu Feng. Hey, handsome, are you still studying? Lu Jie, quite the extrovert, struck up a conversation with Chu Feng. Chu Feng, however, frowned slightly and shifted in his seat. You may go and attend to him. I shall indulge in song for a while. The fragrance of the woman's perfume was overwhelmingly potent, causing him considerable discomfort. The mere thought that she might have just been in the embrace of another man, only to be summoned by the manager moments later, was quite unsettling. It was not that he possessed a germophobic nature. Rather, he found the situation somewhat repugnant. The woman, under the impression that Chu Feng was reluctant to disengage, proactively opened a bottle of wine, pouring a glass and presenting it to his lips. Did his sister perceive him as unclean? Her eyes sparkled with flirtation as she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, speaking seductively. Chu Feng, however, merely shook his head, accepted the glass, and took a hearty sip, speaking candidly. Does it not seem so? The woman was momentarily taken aback by his forthrightness. Typically, one would expect such individuals to inquire about their lineage and offer consolation. Yet, she found him unconventional, swiftly redirecting the conversation. You appear to be a student. Are you attending university? Chu Feng nodded in affirmation. The woman introduced herself. I'm also a student at Modi University, currently in my second year. My name is Lu Qingqing. You are merely 20 and a university student. How did you find yourself in such a predicament? Chu Feng inquired, his expression one of bewilderment, even suspecting that Lu Qingqing might be deceiving him. My father is a gambler, my mother an alcoholic, and my sister is paralyzed. My life is but a shattered mess. Lu Qingqing adopted a pitiable demeanor, leaning against Chu Feng's shoulder. Chu Feng felt a strong urge to curse. Had it not been for Su Ningxue's frequent lessons on fraud prevention, he might have been swayed by her words, which echoed precisely what Su Ningxue had taught him. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from Su Ningxue. He glanced at it briefly and gestured for silence to those around him, the room falling silent in an instant. Hello, Chu Feng, where have you run off to? I've been searching for you everywhere. Are you even coming home? Su Ningxue's voice was laced with anger as soon as the call connected. Sister, I'm staying on campus tonight and 1TB returning home. I forgot to inform you. My apologies. Chu Feng suddenly recalled that he had failed to notify Su Ningxue in advance, especially since their mother had asked him to hitch a ride with Su Ningxue today. While he was on the phone, Lu Qingqing beside him felt a tickle in her nose. Achoo! Achoo! Brother, I'm a bit cold. Could you lower the air conditioning? Upon hearing the enchanting voice of the beauty next to him, Su Ningxue's fury escalated. Chu Feng, where are you? Who is that woman? What do you mean it's too cold? You. Su Ningxue gripped her phone tightly, nearly crushing the screen. I'm dining. I must go now. I'm hanging up. With that, he abruptly ended the call, not allowing Su Ningxue to continue. As the call disconnected, Su Ningxue was left in stunned silence, her eyes widening in disbelief, revealing a haunting crimson glow within her pupils. Ah, you audacious Chu Feng. Now you dare to hang up on me. She and Chu Feng have been playing together since kindergarten. In the past, Chu Feng always indulged her, showering her with affection and striving to fulfill her every whim. During that time, she believed that Chu Feng harbored feelings for her, and she patiently awaited his confession. However, as they entered university, he remained silent, and gradually, an increasing number of girls began to surround him. This was something Su Ningxue could not bear. She felt that Chu Feng had shifted his affections. Consequently, she devised a plan. The scheme intended to instill a profound fear of other girls in Chu Feng. She reasoned that if Chu Feng felt despondent about women, he would inevitably fall deeply in love with her, no longer daring to leave her side. Just one more week. Just one more week. Once the exams are over and summer arrives, I shall thoroughly enlighten you on the principles of male virtue. After hanging up, Chu Feng cast a frigid glance at Lu Qingqing beside him, pushing her towards Ding Quan. You three can play. I have lost my enthusiasm. Ding Quan, fully aware of the situation, pulled Lu Qingqing close and delivered a sharp slap to her. I told you to keep quiet. Ding Quan scolded. Yet Chu Feng took a sip of his drink and interjected, Old Ding, let them play. It's none of her concern. He then took another swig. Upon hearing Chu Feng speak, Ding Quan too lost his desire to continue the game. Chapter 19. The malicious scheme of Lu Ruyan after consuming 2 bottles of liquor. Chu Feng's mind began to settle. He was genuinely apprehensive about provoking Su Ningxue's wrath, for she had once cast a shadow over his heart. Once he regained his composure, he started to ponder. He was acutely aware that Su Ningxue must believe he was dallying with another girl. Her furious tone earlier suggested that trouble loomed after this night. Yet, he wondered why, during his courtship with Lu Ruyan, she remained indifferent, never exhibiting jealousy, and often offered him comfort. Conversely, when he merely patted Yin Sia's back, her jealousy flared intensely, her gaze as if it could devour him whole. Moreover, upon overhearing him near another girl, she had erupted with rage once more. What was the crux of the issue? Why could he not unravel it? Ding Quan, noticing Chu Feng's furrowed brow and contemplative demeanor, pushed aside the 2 girls and approached his friend, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. "What's the matter? Did your mom find out you were out having fun?" He jested. "It's a minor issue. Just claim you went out for a late-night snack, and I'll vouch for you." Chu Feng did not respond. His face etched with seriousness as he looked at Ningxue. "No," I sighed. "I'm feeling a bit unwell. I think I'll head back to school." Ningxue glanced at the plethora of alcohol on the table and the two ladies present, biting his lip. "Should I escort you back?" Chu Feng shook his head, rising to whisper a few words in Ningxue's ear. Ningxue clapped him on the shoulder. "Good buddy." After imparting his message, Chu Feng departed. Upon reaching the street, he gazed at the dazzling stars, unable to help but reflect on the burdens of life, even after being reborn. Moments earlier, he had mentioned to Ningxue that Lu Qingqing might be from the University of Magic City, and if he was interested, he could. For the next 3 days, he diligently remained on campus, preparing for the final examinations. Securing that coveted exchange student position was the most effective means of distancing himself from Su Ningxue. 3 days later, the examinations commenced. During the first 2 days, he felt exceedingly confident, as he had thoroughly reviewed the material. By the time he entered the final examination, he strode into the testing room with unwavering confidence, choosing a seat at the front, eager to submit his paper and exit swiftly. To his surprise, Ji also occupied the front row, sitting just 1 seat away, while Lu Ruyin and her close friends fortuitously encircled him. As the examination began, Chu Feng focused intently on his work. Meanwhile, Ji secretly chuckled to himself, aware that his chances of obtaining the study abroad position were slim in comparison to Chu Feng's. Thus, he devised a cunning plan. Given that the classroom was tiered, Ji fixed his gaze upon the teacher as she ascended the final steps, preparing to turn. He coughed twice. In the next moment, Lu Ruyin tossed a pre-prepared note down to Chu Feng's desk, just beyond the corridor. Engrossed in his answers, Chu Feng caught sight of a paper spiraling toward the corner of his desk. His hand froze mid-sentence, perplexed by the situation, but was soon interrupted by a flurry of hurried footsteps approaching from behind. At the precise moment the invigilating teacher turned her back, she caught sight of a paper note that had suddenly fluttered to the ground. She promptly approached Chu Feng, retrieved the note, and upon unfolding it, was confronted with densely packed formulas and written answers. I had repeatedly emphasized before the examination, do not engage in cheating, do not bring notes. Your academic performance may falter, but your integrity must remain intact. I am aware that some students aspire to achieve commendable grades to secure opportunities for studying abroad. This particular student, your examination results have been annulled, and you are to accompany me to the administrative office. In that instant, Chu Feng comprehended why his peers had encircled him and finally discerned the ulterior motives of Ji. However, he resolutely refused to accept this unwarranted blame. This note is not mine. It was tossed by someone else. I request an investigation of the examination surveillance to ensure the authenticity of the examination results. All invigilators are assigned separately, and this female invigilator evidently does not recognize Chu Feng. Seeing Chu Feng's obstinate demeanor, a disturbing disdain for men surged within her. With a swift motion, she slammed the note onto the desk and yanked Chu Feng from his seat. I shall reiterate, you are to accompany me to the administrative office immediately to admit your wrongdoing. This is against the regulations. I embody the regulations of this examination room. The female invigilator cast a cold glance at Chu Feng, grasping his wrist as she exited the classroom. After all, how could a little fairy possibly lie? Chu Feng gritted his teeth in silence and followed the invigilator to the office, discreetly slipping the note into his exam stationery pouch beforehand. However, upon entering, he found that there were no surveillance feeds to review. The invigilator claimed he would have to wait until the examination concluded to view them. Yet when the exam ended, the teacher informed him that the surveillance camera had conveniently malfunctioned. She then summoned all the students surrounding Chu Feng during the exam to serve as witnesses. Upon seeing the 4 individuals, a smile crept onto Chu Feng's face. To call upon them as witnesses? It was predictably futile. Yet he was astounded that the surveillance had coincidentally broken down. It was evident that this was the handiwork of Ji and his companions. At that moment, Chu Feng chose to concede, realizing that further debate would be fruitless. Soon after, he learned of the impending public reprimand from the school, leaving him in a state of despair as he exited the administrative office and aimlessly returned to his dormitory. That evening, upon learning of the incident, Su Ningxue's eyes gleamed with a dangerous red light. If Chu Feng were to be expelled, Lu Ruyin and Ji Boda, I shall ensure you come to regret your existence in this world. The following day, the news of Chu Feng's alleged cheating scandal reverberated throughout the entire academy. Who could have anticipated that the former top scorer of Magic City University would resort to such dishonesty? In front of his dormitory, Chu Feng clutched his hair in anguish, his eyes bloodshot. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone rang. It was a call from Su Ningxue, which Chu Feng chose not to answer. Despite the swirling rumors, he felt no inclination to seek solace from her. As he gazed at the books strewn across his desk, a thought suddenly struck him. Professor Li. If only he could intercede on his behalf, there might still be a chance for redemption. After all, Professor Li was a highly esteemed Changjiang scholar within the academy. Unable to resist, he picked up his phone and dialed the professor. He recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon learning of the situation, Professor Li promptly reported it to the school authorities. Soon, the leadership took notice, recognizing that it was exceedingly rare for a top student like Chu Feng to resort to cheating. Subsequently, all the faculty members of the computer science department stepped forward to affirm that Chu Feng was not guilty of the accusations. In no time, Chu Feng, alongside Ji Boda and others, was summoned back to the office of the school leaders. On his way, he made sure to bring along that slip of paper. The moment he realized he had been wrongfully accused on the day of the examination, he understood that the note on the ground might be his sole opportunity for vindication. It was the only piece of evidence that could prove his innocence. Chapter 20. The deceptive Chu Feng inside the principal's office. An atmosphere of palpable tension pervaded the air. At that moment, Ningxue unexpectedly entered, accompanied by a middle-aged man with graying hair. It was Dean Gao. The invigilator glanced towards the door and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the dean. He had never anticipated that such a trivial incident of exam misconduct would warrant the dean's attention. However, who was the woman accompanying him? Hello, everyone. Ningxue cheerfully greeted the assembly. Upon seeing her, Chu Feng furrowed his brows. What was she doing here? With the dean's arrival, he methodically arranged for everyone to take their seats. Dean Gao occupied the central position at the table, directing his gaze towards Ji Boda and the others, ultimately resting his eyes on the female invigilator. Teacher Huang, could you please recount the events as they unfolded? The female teacher then recounted the circumstances of the incident. Following this, the dean turned his attention back to Ji Boda and the others. Might I inquire if you truly witnessed Chu Feng retrieving a cheat sheet? Before you respond, allow me to clarify. Fabricating evidence will result in severe penalties from the school. Should it be discovered that you have forged any documents, a serious infraction will be recorded in your files. Upon hearing Dean Gao's words, the two friends beside Lu Ruyin turned ashen. Meanwhile, Ji Boda and Lu Ruyin spoke in unison. We both saw Chu Feng using a cheat sheet during the exam. The paper fell to the ground. He probably intended to return it to his pocket, but accidentally dropped it. Dean Gao's expression turned grave, his gaze sharp. Are you certain that you both witnessed this firsthand? Zhou Ting looked up at the dean's piercing eyes, feeling a wave of fear wash over her. She timidly raised her hand. Dean, I did not actually see Chu Feng using a cheat sheet. I merely observed his hand moving and assumed he was cheating. I might have misinterpreted the situation. Seeing Zhou Ting's response, Lu Riyin's other friend also raised her hand in agreement. Me too. I only saw his hand move. Upon hearing their statements, the dean slammed his palm onto the wooden table with a resounding thud. How disgraceful to falsely accuse another of cheating when you did not actually witness it. As your dean, I feel a profound sense of shame for you. Fortunately, you have come to your senses. Return and compose a 3000 word reflection as a warning. Should a similar incident occur again, severe penalties will be enforced. You may leave now. Lu Ruyin watched as her two close friends slipped away, casting them a resentful glance. The pressure of her nails had already imprinted deeply into her palm. You both did see something, didn't you? Dean Gao's gaze shifted towards Lu Ruyin and the others. Just then, the invigilator, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. Dean, is it appropriate for you to so overtly favor one student? Her expression was a complex blend of emotions as she regarded the dean. The esteemed dean cast a fleeting glance at the female teacher, causing her to tremble involuntarily. Initially, I had no desire to intervene, but during the examination, a student fortuitously witnessed a note discarded at the foot of Chu Feng's desk. I now suspect that you all intend to frame a fellow classmate. What? Upon hearing the dean's words, Lu Ruyan's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Ningxue. Even Chu Feng slightly turned his head to glance at Ningxue. At such a critical moment, it is indeed the class monitor upon whom one can rely. The assembly was enveloped in shock, while a flicker of terror crossed Boda's face. If what the dean suggested were true, this incident could very well be a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. As all eyes shifted to Ningxue, she remained composed, offering a polite smile to the crowd. The dean addressed Ningxue gently. "Student Yin, please share what you witnessed." Ningxue nodded slightly. At the time, I was seated diagonally behind Lu's desk, specifically 2 desks ahead of G. I heard a cough, and as I instinctively raised my head, I happened to see Lu throwing a note toward her desk. As the class monitor of Computer Class 2, I take full responsibility for my words. I shall not favor any student, nor will I overlook any wrongdoers. Upon concluding her statement, Lu Ruyan's foot trembled incessantly beneath the table, while Boda's forehead beaded with cold sweat and moisture seeped from his palms. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "Monitor, how can I be certain you aren't fabricating evidence for Chu Feng?" Just as everyone again fell into contemplation, Chu Feng placed a transparent pencil case on the table. "This is the note the teacher picked up from the floor. I have not touched it. When the teacher placed it on my desk, I merely put it into this transparent case with my pen. In fact, all we need to do is examine the fingerprints on the note to ascertain its origin." Chu Feng's words landed like a bombshell in the depths of the ocean, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Upon seeing the pencil case on the table, Lu Ruyan's face turned ashen. Yet Boda, undeterred, countered, "You could easily wipe your own fingerprints off the note." Chu Feng smiled. "If my fingerprints are absent from the note, but yours are present, does that not indicate that the note is unrelated to me?" Noticing the silence from the crowd, Chu Feng turned and fixed his gaze directly on Boda. "Should I discover who is attempting to frame me, be prepared to face imprisonment." Professor Lee cast an appreciative glance at this young prodigy, recognizing his brilliance. Initially, he merely wished to lend support to the student, believing that Chu Feng would undoubtedly achieve great things and should not be overlooked. But he had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. Ningxue had initially thought that a mere stalemate would suffice to vindicate Chu Feng, never imagining that he would cleverly turn the tables and counter their accusations. The method by which Chu Feng turned defeat into victory astonished even the esteemed dean sitting at the center of the gathering. His presence here was primarily due to the reputation of the Yin family, yet he did not anticipate encountering such an astute junior. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan, seated opposite Chu Feng, felt darkness envelop her vision and nearly fainted. Her peculiar reaction rendered the outcome of this examination scandal painfully evident. Observing Lu Ruyan's imminent collapse, Chu Feng addressed the dean softly, requesting, "Dean, I implore the academy to allow the police to verify the fingerprints on this note, comparing them with those of everyone present in the examination hall to demonstrate that this cheat sheet does not belong to me." Upon hearing the mention of police involvement, Lu Ruyan shouted vehemently, "Chu Feng, how dare you?" Chu Feng glanced at the dean, clearly noting that the owner of the cheat sheet had begun to reveal herself. Lu Ruyan and her accomplices were subsequently detained for disciplinary investigation, while Chu Feng and Ningxue were free to depart. Just as they exited, Chu Feng leaned towards Ningxue and whispered, "Thank you. I owe you yet another favor." Ningxue brushed aside a strand of hair by her ear nonchalantly and replied, "I merely disapprove of their methods. However, I never anticipated that you could leverage a mere scrap of paper to reverse the situation and turn the tables on them. I only intended to deceive them. I was uncertain of the note's efficacy, yet it seems they were indeed rattled." "Ha!" Chu Feng chuckled, the exhilaration of revenge flooding through him. "You were able to conceive such a strategy," Ningxue remarked, her gaze toward Chu Feng shimmering with newfound admiration. Just as the two reached the administrative hall, Ningxue entered, holding two file folders, momentarily causing all three to freeze, exchanging wide-eyed stares in silence. Chapter 21. A brutal beating of daydreamer Ji Boda. Upon witnessing Ningxue's cold demeanor, Chu Feng couldn't help but confess, the school authorities summoned me for a meeting, and she is here to serve as my witness. Ningxue scoffed, lifting her petite foot clad in high heels to lightly stomp on Chu Feng's foot, warning, "Beware of the girls outside. They are all troublemakers." Chu Feng nodded in acknowledgement, quickly diverting his attention. The June sun was rather fierce, and when Ningxue emerged from the administrative building, she opened her umbrella. "Should we?" Before she could finish her thought, Chu Feng shook his head. "It's just a short distance. No need for that." The two wandered aimlessly until they passed the school CF. Observing the sparse crowd inside, Chu Feng proposed, "Shall we grab a cup of coffee?" Ningxue gently shook her head. "Forget it. Getting too close to you will only provoke someone's jealousy." "All right then. Let's leave it at this for today. After finishing my exams yesterday, I intended to head home this morning. However, your incident disrupted my plans, and now all I wish for is to return home and rest on my large bed." Noticing her firm resolve, Chu Feng spoke again. "I truly appreciate your help today. I never anticipated you could summon the dean. It was a mere, trifling matter. I simply didn't want to see a talent tarnished," she replied. "Goodbye." With a wave, she turned and walked towards the dormitory. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the administrative building, Ningxue gazed at Chu Feng through the window, her palm nearly bruised from the intensity of her grip. "Don't make me hold you." Upon returning to his dormitory, Chu Feng found Ding Quan engrossed in a game of Warcraft, yet he couldn't suppress a smile. Approaching, he playfully squeezed Ding Quan's shoulder. "Everything is stable now." Ding Quan removed his headphones and turned to Chu Feng, inquiring, "What is stable? The cheating incident?" Chu Feng laughed heartily. "Is there anything else besides that?" "Tonight, dinner is on me." "Sounds good. I'm all in," Ding Quan replied. "I'm off to catch up on some sleep," Chu Feng declared, swiftly climbing into bed. Having had a restless night prior, he soon succumbed to slumber. When he awoke, the surroundings had darkened. Checking his phone, he realized it was already past 8 o'clock. He then roused his good friend, and the two set off to indulge in late-night snacks. Following the morning's resolution of grievances, Chu Feng's spirits soared, and his appetite was unusually robust. At a street food stall, he savored a grilled chicken wing. "Are you full, or shall we head for a foot massage?" he teased. "No thanks. I have plans tonight," Ding Quan replied. "Who is the lucky one?" Chu Feng asked. "Ding Qingmei," Ding Quan responded. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng paused for a moment, his expression shifting to one of complexity as he fixed a serious gaze upon Ding Quan. "You can't handle this woman. It's best to keep it casual. Don't let it get too serious. I am your cautionary tale." Ding Quan was filled with nostalgia for the joyful days of a few days prior. As he remarked, "She is unlike other women." Chu Feng sighed softly. He patted Ding Quan, seemingly on the verge of saying something, but ultimately refrained. His brother was in a lamentable state, and the situation mirrored his own past with Lu Ruyan. One would wish for such a chance, remembering to save a bit for the trousers. Ding Quan, however, dismissed the notion. "Fear not, I know my limits." Chu Feng then chose not to say more. "I shall take my leave." After their meal, the two parted ways. He hailed a taxi back to school, and just as he was about to walk back to his dormitory, a familiar dark figure approached him. It was Ji Boda. Chu Feng felt a tinge of surprise, but decided to ignore him. The school would undoubtedly address the cheating incident. After the summer break, there would be numerous means of retaliation, and he believed Ji Boda was the mastermind behind it all, as Lu Ruyan was too dim-witted to conceive such a cunning plan. Since they had resorted to despicable tactics, he would retaliate in kind, bringing them to ruin with ease. With this thought, Chu Feng strode past, indifferent to Ji Boda's presence. Seeing that Chu Feng was ignoring him, Ji Boda hurriedly stepped in front of him. "Chu Feng, I need to speak with you." "What concern is it of mine?" Chu Feng shot a glance at Ji Boda, mocking, "You don't expect me to plead with the teachers on your behalf, do you?" Realizing that Chu Feng had struck a nerve, Ji Boda replied in a low voice, "Indeed. Besides, don't you have feelings for Lu Ruyan? I know with your capabilities, you could secure that study abroad opportunity. Let me put it this way. If you convince the teachers to grant me that spot, Lu Ruyan will be yours. Should you agree to my request, I have a way to ensure Lu Ruyan reconciles with you, and you two get back together. Upon hearing Ji Boda's audacious proposition, Chu Feng nearly laughed in disbelief. After finally freeing himself from this parasitic leech, he would be insane to rekindle his relationship with Lu Ruyan. Seeing Chu Feng chuckling, Ji Boda mistakenly thought him to be the same infatuated fool from before, grinning smugly. As long as you transfer that spot to me, I promise not to contact Lu Ruyan once I'm abroad. Without my threat, you two can naturally continue your relationship, forever united. Chu Feng regarded Ji Boda, who fancied he had the upper hand, and could no longer contain himself, letting out a few chuckles before adopting a serious demeanor. Is that all for a study abroad spot? Surely, you wouldn't expect anything more? Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Ji Boda grew even more arrogant. Assuming Chu Feng still harbored feelings for Lu Ruyan, and immediately raised his demands. Of course not. I also want you to cover all my expenses for studying abroad, including living costs. I know you receive a monthly allowance of 50 to 60,000. I only require half. How's that sound? Quite humane, wouldn't you agree? Hearing Ji Boda's demands, Chu Feng realized that a person devoid of shame could indeed be invincible. Let us set aside the fact that your pocket money amounts to merely a few thousand. Even if you were to offer him 30,000, he would undoubtedly hesitate. Observing the smug expression on Ji Boda's face, Chu Feng chuckled softly, preparing to indulge in a bit of mischief. I agree to your request. Do you have any additional stipulations? Seizing the opportunity of Chu Feng's willingness to acquiesce, Ji Boda immediately added another couple of conditions. Since I am unfamiliar with life abroad, I wish to purchase a car, if you catch my drift. I comprehend. Quite well. Chu Feng replied, his smile broadening. However, acquiring a car without a house, that simply won't do. Indeed, you must also buy me an apartment near the school. Before Ji Boda could finish his sentence, Chu Feng swiftly withdrew his right foot and delivered a powerful kick to Ji Boda's abdomen. Thud! In an instant, Ji Boda was propelled backward, crashing into a tree trunk a meter away. That hurts. Before Ji Boda could fully grasp what had transpired, Chu Feng lunged forward and landed another kick squarely on his face. With that strike, Ji Boda's mind went blank. Noticing that Ji Boda was incapacitated, Chu Feng crouched down, grasped his hair, and gazed coldly at his reddened and bruised visage, unable to suppress a stream of expletives. You ungrateful wretch, I have truly shown you kindness. Nevertheless, today I am in an exceptionally good mood, so consider it all yours. Chu Feng raised his other hand and delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed, leaving Ji Boda's ears ringing. I grant you the quota. I will provide you with the money. Slap. I shall procure you the car. Slap. I will secure you the apartment. You greedy fool. In all my days, I have never encountered anyone as avaricious as you. Slap, slap, slap. Just as Chu Feng was reveling in his assault, a black sedan happened to pass by and came to a halt a short distance behind them. Chapter 22. Childhood friends to childhood friends. After the black car parked, its occupants did not emerge, but merely opened a small gap. Chu Feng glanced at the vehicle, feeling a strange unease. Seeing no one alight, he continued to swing his hand, striking Ji Boda. As he did so, blood began to seep from his mouth, nose, and eyes. Noticing this, Chu Feng finally ceased his assault and released Ji Boda. Lying on the ground, Ji Boda's face had swollen grotesquely. Yet, instead of being angry, he forced his mouth open and burst into uproarious laughter. Ha ha ha! Chu Feng, are you just embarrassed and angry? What is so remarkable about you wealthy people? The school beauty you idolize treats me like a loyal dog, deeply in love with me. When I beckon, she dares not wag her tail. When I command her to crouch, she dares not rise. Every punch you have thrown tonight, I will ensure you repay it tenfold. As Ji Boda ranted madly, Chu Feng merely chuckled. This fellow clearly read too many romance novels, truly believing himself to be the reincarnation of a celestial emperor or the protagonist of a modern-day Dragon King. Nevertheless, this vile creature indeed had some luck. He possessed a girl who genuinely loved him, yet he treated her like a mere dog. How infuriating. If Su Ningxue had even half the temperament of Lu Ruyan, perhaps she wouldn't need to endure a second life. This wretched being, with someone so good to him, failed to cherish her. Truly a cruel twist of fate. Noticing Chu Feng lost in thought, Ji Boda couldn't resist taunting him. What's wrong? Speechless? Have I struck a chord? Regaining his composure, Chu Feng seized Ji Boda by the throat and lifted him. Though Lu Ruyin deserves punishment, in my eyes, you're even more deserving of it. To you, Lu Ruyin is but a tool, is she not? Ji Boda attempted to spit blood at Chu Feng, but found himself utterly powerless. He could only continue to boast in a manner of psychological victory. Indeed, I treat Lu Ruyin like a worthless dog, a means to make money. But I did not force her. She chose this willingly. Chu Feng, are you envious? You second-generation wealthy types are no better, reduced to serving a lowly dog. How pathetic. With a brazen laugh, Ji Boda believed himself invincible, thinking Chu Feng was merely acting out of jealousy. Chu Feng stared coldly at Ji Boda, sneering, no, I want to strike you. This time, I intend to silence that foul mouth of yours. With that, Chu Feng grasped a handful of dirt from the ground and stuffed it into Ji Boda's mouth. The soil, enriched beneath a tree, was heavy with nitrogen. Its scent reminiscent of urine, making Ji Boda feel as though he were consuming excrement. The repugnant odor rendered Ji Boda speechless, leaving him gagging relentlessly. If you hadn't provoked me, you could have graduated peacefully from Magic University. With your abilities, even if you can't study abroad, you might still achieve something great in life. However, I shall not grant you the opportunity. Once the results of the final examinations are released, I shall engage a lawyer to initiate a lawsuit against you, thereby obliterating your future and rendering you incapable of pursuing your studies. I will shatter your hands and feet and send you back to that remote village, ensuring that your existence becomes a living hell. Just as those words left my lips, the door of a black car suddenly swung open. Chu Feng turned to behold two graceful figures approaching him, his demeanor akin to that of a ghostly encounter. Those two individuals were none other than his former girlfriend, Lu Ruyin, and his wife from a previous life, Ningxue. Upon seeing Ji Boda sprawled on the ground, Lu Ruyin rushed over, her face etched with concern as she attempted to assist him to his feet. Yet, encumbered by handcuffs and leg shackles, she could only shuffle cautiously to Ji Boda's side. Boda, are you all right? Ji Boda, clinging to the hope of salvation, responded, you have finally arrived. Lu Ruyin, seeing her beloved man so brutally battered, glared fiercely at Chu Feng. Why did you strike Ji Boda? I did it simply for my own amusement. Chu Feng replied with a smile, his expression shifting to one of curiosity as he regarded the shackled Lu Ruyin. But I am genuinely curious. You must have heard what Ji Boda just said. Do you truly enjoy being treated like a dog? Yes, I am willing, and I relish it. What of it? Lu Ruyin retorted vehemently. This response genuinely astonished Chu Feng. He had never anticipated encountering anyone capable of such self-debasement. Even Su Ningxue, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback. She could hardly fathom that a woman could stoop so low. Chu Feng, now that these two are together, what do you intend to do? Su Ningxue approached Chu Feng. Speaking softly, Chu Feng's expression turned serious. Why assist me in disciplining them? Su Ningxue gazed at him affectionately, speaking in a remarkably nonchalant tone. What need is there for so many reasons? As long as you are happy, tomorrow I can send them to Siberia to dig for potatoes. Su Ningxue smiled gently, as though this matter were as trivial as a mere sneeze. Chu Feng felt a chill. This delicate yet terrifying girl remained as intimidating as ever. They are still students of Modi University. Are you certain this will be without repercussions and can be executed cleanly? Su Ningxue picked up her phone, opened the camera, and presented a photograph of the recently posted notice to Chu Feng. He scrutinized the notice, reading its contents aloud. Modi University warning notice. Freshman, computer science student Ji Boda, morally corrupt, instigated fellow students to slander outstanding peers, severely violating laws and regulations. The institution has decided to expel him. Freshman, computer science student Lu Ruyin, morally corrupt, slandered outstanding peers, severely violating laws and regulations. The institution has decided to record a major demerit. I took Lu Ruyin to the police station, and she confessed everything. Su Ningxue tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, looking expectantly at Chu Feng. How do you wish to express your gratitude? Chu Feng stared at Su Ningxue, rendered speechless and faltering. Thank you. Is that all? Su Ningxue replied, taken aback. As the two exchanged tender affections, Jiboda, who had been knocked to the ground, trembled all over. He never anticipated that his future would be utterly ruined. Could it be that Su Ningxue had leverage or connections? Indeed, it must be her. None of these wealthy heirs were virtuous. Yet, in a bid to continue his studies, Jiboda, recognizing the gravity of the situation, crawled before Chu Feng and Su Ningxue, bowing deeply 3 times. I implore you, Chu Feng, please forgive me. I cannot be expelled. It took immense effort for me to emerge from the mountains, and I do not wish to return. He added, pointing to Lu Rian behind him, if you spare me. I will offer Lu Rian to you. I beseech you, help me. Chu Feng observed the transformation of Jiboda, who had been arrogant just moments ago, now bowing in apology, and he felt a surge of satisfaction. Before he could utter a word, Su Ningxue, with a cold glare, delivered a swift kick that sent Jiboda flying. You can perish. Chu Feng is mine. Gazing at the domineering yet caring girl before him, Chu Feng experienced a warmth in his heart. However, amidst the playful banter and commotion, he dared not jest with his life. Having nearly been drained in his previous life, he vowed to distance himself from such peril in this one. Chapter 23. The truth spoken by Su Ningxue is both deadly and heart-wrenching. Boda, Lu Ruyan, witnessing Jiboda's humiliation, cried out as she crawled over. Look at this pair of childhood sweethearts. Their affection is simply enviable. Su Ningxue said aloud, her left hand subtly brushing against Chu Feng's. Noticing this, Chu Feng raised his hands to his chest, leaving no room for her to seize an opportunity. Su Ningxue huffed in frustration. Oh, Chu Feng, are you made of wood? Such a captivating love, yet you show no reaction whatsoever. Observing the heart-wrenching pair of childhood sweethearts, Chu Feng spoke coldly. Lu Ruyan, I have dispatched people to investigate you both. Your association with Jiboda is merely a coincidence. Did he truly save your life to warrant such affection? Chu Feng had also looked into Jiboda and Lu Ruyan's relationship, but the findings revealed that prior to university, they were simply ordinary friends. He could not fathom how they had transformed into childhood sweethearts. Lu Ruyan seemed provoked, turning to shout angrily. He did save my life, twice. When I first enrolled, I suffered from heat stroke, and he took me to the infirmary. Moreover, just last month when I fell into the lake, it was he who rescued me, while you ran away. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, his expression one of confusion. When you had heat stroke, was it not I who happened to pass by and took you to the infirmary, or did you ride in Su Ningxue's car? When did it become him who took you there? Lu Ruyan scoffed coldly, glaring at Chu Feng, her demeanor one of disbelief. Chu Feng looked down at her, a mocking smile on his face. Surely, you do not believe Jiboda could carry you from near the school gate all the way to the infirmary, which is a full kilometer away, and he would have to lug your luggage along as well. Do you think that is feasible? Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth. Humph. Believe whatever you wish. Just then, Su Ningxue, unable to stand idly by, interjected. I can attest to this. It was indeed Chu Feng's kindness that led me to take you to the infirmary that day. With reddened eyes, Lu Ruyan bit down on her teeth. No, you both are lying to me. Although Chu Feng did not wish to engage in this argument, the fact that his good deed was being usurped by others left him quite displeased. Lu Ruyan, you truly have blinded your discerning eyes. It was I who saved you. Yet Lu Ruyan persisted in her belief that they were both conspiring against her. Chu Feng, do you really think you could deceive me? Realizing she was hopelessly obstinate, Chu Feng gently shook his head. Do you remember the incident when you fell into the lake? We were strolling together when you fell in. I risked my life to pull you ashore, but unfortunately, I lost consciousness from exhaustion. Jiboda merely carried you to the infirmary. Lu Ruyan paused, momentarily taken aback. But soon after, she began to laugh derisively. Chu Feng, you will never succeed in tearing us apart. I will never like you. As Chu Feng gazed upon Lu Ruyan's expression of ignorance, coupled with unwarranted confidence, he found it utterly incomprehensible why he had ever developed feelings for such a base and mindless individual. Lu Ruyan, intelligence is a valuable asset, yet regrettably, It eludes you. Ask Boda if he can swim. He is known to frolic in the pool while clinging to a flotation device. After venting his frustrations, Chu Feng remained unsatisfied and continued, "As for the matter of saving you, consider it a benevolent act squandered on a dog. However, I will meticulously account for the debts owed by each of you. The money you owe and everything extorted from me will be settled. Should you fail to repay, prepare yourselves for incarceration." Listening to Chu Feng's words, which were both logical and pointed, Lu Ruyan suddenly felt a pang of panic. Boda, what he says is untrue. You saved me, correct? Yet Boda, hearing that Chu Feng intended to seek retribution and might face imprisonment, was struck with dread. The prospect of returning to the mountains after finally escaping them was a burden he could not bear. In that moment, Boda's anguish turned into resentment directed towards Lu Ruyan. Had he not crossed paths with her, although he might not have studied abroad, he surely could have established himself in the bustling metropolis of Magic City, instead of returning to his humble village. The misfortune that had befallen him was solely attributed to Lu Ruyan, that wretched woman. In a fit of rage, Boda kicked Lu Ruyan aside. "Get lost. Just seeing you irritates me. If it weren't for you, I would never have been expelled from school. If it weren't for you, I would have never entangled myself with Chu Feng and Su Ningxue. It's all your fault, you filthy harlot." Witnessing Boda's frenzied demeanor, Lu Ruyan could no longer remain oblivious. Reflecting on the countless sacrifices and meticulous care Chu Feng had bestowed upon her, she realized that after parting from him, her existence had become fraught with peril and hardship. She turned to Chu Feng, her eyes vacant, as if all vitality had been drained from her once bright pupils. It felt as though the world had played a cruel jest upon her. She did not weep. No tears graced her eyes. She merely pursed her lips, her throat rendered voiceless. Suddenly, a gentle evening breeze swept through, rustling the small trees along the street, causing vibrant young leaves to fall. Had they not encountered the wind, perhaps they would have thrived, nourished by the tree, growing strong. It no longer mattered. Nothing mattered anymore. Lu Ruyan felt something within her shattering, fading into oblivion. Observing the state of the two, Su Ningxue recognized that it was time to depart. If she lingered any longer, Lu Ruyan might reveal the information she had previously shared, although she had used someone else's phone card at the time, with Chu Feng's sharp intellect. It could lead to dire consequences if he were to make the connection. "I will leave now. Tonight, I shall indulge in some pickled fish. The festivities have concluded, and I shall handle the aftermath." Su Ningxue retrieved a key from her pocket and tossed it directly before Boda. "This is the key to Lu Ruyan's shackles. She now belongs to you. Whether you choose to release her is entirely your decision." Upon seeing her key cast aside, Lu Ruyan desperately crawled towards Boda. Observing the sorrowful Lu Ruyan, a flicker of madness crossed Boda's face. He picked up the key and casually discarded it into the underbrush. "No!" Lu Ruyan cried out, filled with despair as she inched toward the thicket. Chu Feng regarded Su Ningxue, who bore an unsettlingly mischievous expression, his brows furrowed in contemplation. This fellow's methods are rather intriguing, indeed. Time to leave, dinner awaits. Chu Feng chose to disregard the two despondent figures. He understood that Su Ningxue possessed countless ways to bring about their demise. In her previous life, she had conducted business with a similarly reckless fervor, inflicting self-harm while wounding her adversaries, especially when dealing with such insignificant foes. Once inside the vehicle, Chu Feng turned to admire the exquisite profile of the icy beauty beside him. If only she were not afflicted with such a twisted disposition. He wondered how far along she was in her madness and whether there remained a chance for redemption. Noticing Chu Feng's gaze upon her, Su Ningxue's heart soared with delight, believing she had once again aided him in resolving a significant matter. "How did you know I was here?" and conveniently brought Lu Ruyan along. After a brief moment of silence, as he pieced together the situation, Chu Feng sensed that Su Ningxue harbored many secrets from him. "It's a long story. Originally, I intended to capture Lu Ruyan since she wasn't expelled. Once she was incarcerated, I would have a means to ensure her dismissal." A hint of a smile graced Su Ningxue's lips. To her, these individuals were mere pawns, tools to achieve her goals. When they ceased to serve her purpose, She would extract every last ounce of their value. All her schemes revolved around Chu Feng. As long as they were useful, she would employ them. And Lu Ruyin and her ilk now possessed only the value of garnering favor in Chu Feng's eyes. Is it truly so? Chu Feng questioned, his expression one of disbelief. Have you finished your inquiries? It is now my turn to ask you. Who was that woman that night? Chapter 24. The alliance of Aunt Shun and Mother. As Su Ningxue uttered those words, Chu Feng abruptly sensed a sudden drop in the temperature within the car. Does it matter who she is? He shook his head nonchalantly. Upon hearing Chu Feng's indifferent demeanor, a wave of suppressed anger surged within Su Ningxue once more. Just moments ago, they had parted ways with Lu Ruyin, and now they were entangled with Ningxue. Just a few days prior, yet another complication had arisen. It was truly exhausting. From now on, I shall extract every last drop from you. Let us see if you dare to entertain such thoughts again. Her phoenix eyes glimmered with an icy coldness, a hint of enchanting crimson flashing within her pupils. Is he in love again? Chu Feng rested his chin on his hand, gazing out of the window. For now, such thoughts were far from his mind. The woman from that night was my roommate Ding Quan's girlfriend, so do not speculate further. Noticing Su Ningxue's undeniable curiosity, he decided to reveal the truth. Upon hearing this, Su Ningxue's eyes flickered with a trace of delight. Thank goodness, I was worried he had sought refuge elsewhere. His first time is still intact. Nevertheless. To eliminate any future troubles, I must find a way to entice him into my bed. What is your relationship with Ningxue? Chu Feng, fixated on the quaint villa ahead, chose not to respond further. Once the car came to a halt, he alighted and made his way home. Upon entering the front door, he was taken aback by the unusually lively atmosphere in the hall. His brother and sister had returned. Before he could catch his breath, his younger sister called out to him, "Hey, Xiaofeng." A voice, refined and graceful, reached his ears. Following the sound, Chu Feng's gaze met a pair of enchanting phoenix eyes, strikingly similar to Su Ningxue's. Her gaze, soft yet laced with a hint of sharpness, contrasted sharply with Su Ningxue's more piercing expression, perhaps a result of her more restrained demeanor. Her features bore a striking resemblance to Su Ningxue's, a visage that defied the passage of time. Furthermore, as a successful executive, her skin was impeccably maintained, devoid of wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, her cheeks smooth and radiant, and her alluring crimson lips blooming like roses. She donned a fitted red robe that accentuated her long, fair legs and the graceful curves of her mature figure, evoking a sense of tantalizing allure. To a young man brimming with youthful vigor, her appearance was nothing short of a fatal temptation. Were the two of them to venture out together, onlookers would undoubtedly mistake them for sisters. Aunt Shun? Chu Feng pondered, somewhat perplexed as to why Su Ningxue's mother was present at her home. Shun Qingyu slightly pursed her lips, teasingly remarking, "I heard you recently broke up with your girlfriend. Couldn't resist so soon after starting university?" Chu Feng had little recollection of this former mother-in-law, only aware of her formidable presence. One that even the current Su Ningxue complied with obediently. What is this nonsense? How am I supposed to respond to that? He decided to tactfully sidestep the question. I just got back, and I'm starving. Aunt Shun, have you eaten? Shun Qingyu, upon seeing Chu Feng, allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips, her face radiating a distinct and alluring maturity. Not yet. I was waiting for you two young masters and princesses to return, she replied. Chu Feng couldn't help but marvel at the moment. It is no wonder that Su Ningxue possesses such breathtaking beauty. Her mother is indeed a femme fatale. Chu Feng, you have returned. Come in quickly and join us for dinner, resonated the robust voice of her mother from the kitchen. At the dining table, Gu Luosheng and Shun Qingyu occupied one side, compelling Chu Feng and Su Ningxue to sit together. Chu Yunxi had intended to position herself between them, but was drawn aside by Gu's mother. Under the watchful arrangement of Gu's mother, Chu Feng found himself closely seated next to Su Ningxue. Outwardly, Su Ningxue maintained a stoic demeanor. However, beneath the table, her petite foot, encased in high heels, was already animatedly moving. Chu Feng appeared calm, yet he felt as if he were perched on pins and needles, for Su Ningxue's foot frequently brushed against his calf, both intentionally and unintentionally. As the meal progressed, The distance between them diminished. Soon Ningxue consistently fetched only half a bowl of rice, returning to refill her bowl with each trip, each time subtly shifting her chair closer to him. After 3 such excursions, they were nearly side by side. Sensing the calming fragrance of flowers, Chu Feng whispered, "Sister, are we not sitting a bit too close?" Yet, Su Ningxue feigned ignorance, nonchalantly shifting her leg to press firmly against his. The moment she did, it sent a jolt through Chu Feng, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Observing their intimacy, Gu Luosheng turned to Shun Qingyu, exchanging knowing glances that elicited a shared smile. Clearing her throat, Shun Qingyu suddenly spoke, "In a while, my mother and I will be traveling abroad for work. Coincidentally, you 3 will be on summer vacation, so I expect you to look after one another. Ningxue, as the eldest, you must shoulder the responsibilities of an older sister." Gu Luosheng chimed in, "Chu Feng, being a young man, you must take good care of these 2 girls." Shen Qingyu then placed a piece of rib into Chu Feng's bowl. "I heard you were deceived by a scheming girl, losing quite a bit of money in the process. Now that you are at an age where you're likely to be interested in the opposite sex and are in college, your romantic endeavors are your own business, and we shan't pry. However, for a boy as innocent as you, it is imperative to choose a partner with a solid background. Otherwise, you may easily fall victim to deceit." With a smile, Shun Qingyu added another rib to Su Ningxue's bowl, seemingly hinting at something. Su Ningxue's body stiffened momentarily, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her head to push the rice around in her bowl. Chu Feng felt a tinge of shyness, his earlobes reddening slightly. "Aunt Shun is right. I will be cautious in the future. However, I believe prioritizing my studies is essential. Matters of the heart should not be rushed." Shun Qingyu nodded in approval. Precisely, if one knows their partner well, how could they be deceived? Upon hearing the phrase "not rushed," Su Ningxue clenched her teeth, suppressing her words. Not rushed. It has barely been a while since the breakup, and now he is mingling with several other girls, perhaps even sharing a hotel room. This is what you call not rushed? Are you trying to fool a child? Gu Luosheng suddenly interjected. "What is the status of your relationship with Xiao Xue?" At this, Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback, his scalp prickling with unease. "Mother, please do not jest. My relationship with Sister Ningxue is purely platonic." Su Ningxue, who had been enjoying her meal, suddenly stiffened, her fingers gripping the chopsticks tightly. Gu Luosheng and Shun Qingyu observed their reactions, a flicker of contemplation passing between them. After exchanging a glance, Gu Luosheng broke the silence with a gentle smile. "You have misunderstood your mother's intentions. I was inquiring about your final examinations. Your sister Ningxue has been tirelessly seeking assistance, consulting numerous teachers and lawyers regarding this matter on your behalf. You ought to express your gratitude, perhaps treat her to a meal, or even offer a massage to ease her burdens. It is truly disheartening to see such a lack of appreciation." She chided playfully. "Understood, Mother," Chu Feng replied, gritting his teeth and mustering his courage. Something felt amiss with his mother, and Aunt Shin seemed off as well. It appeared that only his younger sister was behaving somewhat normally. He turned to glance at his dear sister, only to find her glaring at him with a face full of resentment. Chapter 25. Mother's insistent desire for me to depend on others. Wait a minute, why does this sister seem off? Chu Feng felt that if he continued down this conversational path, he might truly find himself utterly alone. He deftly shifted the topic. "By the way, Mom, when are you going on your business trip?" "Oh, it seems that Xiao Feng is quite eager for our departure." Upon hearing this, Shun Qingyu exchanged a knowing smile with Gu Luosheng. "Then let us depart tomorrow. The child has grown and finds us somewhat in the way. During our absence, how about we invite Ningxue to move in with you? It will be beneficial for the 3 of you to look out for one another. I am somewhat uneasy about Xiao Xue being home alone. Xiao Feng, you don't mind, do you?" Shun Qingyu rested her chin on her hand, observing Chu Feng with keen interest. In truth, she had long wished for a union between Chu Feng and Su Ningxue. Both were well acquainted, and the 2 children had always been exceptionally bright, with promising futures ahead. If they could be together, the merger of the Su and Chu families would be inevitable, establishing a complete industrial chain and positioning them as prominent figures in due time. Listening to Shun Qingyu's words, Chu Feng felt an impending disaster. while Su Ningxue's eyes sparkled with a hint of excitement. If they truly lived together, who knew when she might unexpectedly appear in his bed? Noticing her son's silence, Gu Luoxin spoke up. Xiao Feng is simply shy. He would be very welcoming of Xiao Shui staying with us. Upon hearing Gu Ani's approval, Su Ningxue's eyes shone brightly, her concealed excitement barely contained. Chu Feng could only manage a forced smile, fully aware that he had no say in the matter. Of course, I will be delighted. After dinner, once Su Ningxue and her mother returned home, Gu Luoxin and Chu Feng exchanged glances. Yunxi, please go outside and close the door. I need to have a few words with your brother. Chu Yunxi obediently stepped out to close the door, but did not leave. Instead, she pressed her ear to the door to eavesdrop on their conversation. Seeing that her daughter had exited, Gu Luoxin took the initiative to speak. Xiao Feng, what has transpired this past month? Why do I sense a particular aversion towards Xiao Shui? Wasn't it just a while ago that you enjoyed her company? Perhaps it's due to the recent breakup that has left me somewhat disheartened. Chu Feng's tone was flat, his face betraying no emotion. Gu Luoxin chuckled at his response. Most women outside are attracted to your wealth. How many genuinely appreciate you for who you are? Although you are indeed quite handsome, aside from your appearance and wealth, how many would truly be interested in you? Chu Feng's eyes flickered momentarily, and he jested, I shall not disregard those traits. After all, we are well off, and it is indeed true that I am handsome. Gu Luoxin, amused by her son's playful nature, suddenly adopted a sharp gaze, her tone turning grave. Should you ever be deceived by a woman, losing everything and falling into destitution, you shall find no remedy for regret. The world offers no antidote for remorse. A good woman not only elevates you, but serves as a formidable support in your life. Upon hearing these words, Chu Feng fell into deep contemplation. His mother's advice held considerable merit. However, if Su Ningxue were a typical woman, he might have already been with her. Alas, the situation was regrettably different. After the breakup, do you have any thoughts about Su Ningxue? Gu Luoxin could not refrain from asking. Chu Feng shook his head, fearing to harbor any notions. You rascal, the girl has been so proactive, and this time she has helped you immensely. Is there any other girl under heaven who would bare her heart to you like this? Moreover, why do I feel as though you've been avoiding her these past few days? Gu Luoxin scolded her foolish son directly. Yet, Chu Feng replied, I truly do not know how to face her. I have only regarded her as an older sister throughout my life, and I am uncertain of my feelings for her. Seeing her son's earnestness, Gu Luoxin's face momentarily reflected sadness, leading her to speak earnestly. Yu Hua once said that in matters of the heart, the most crucial aspect is having the courage to take the first step. Right or wrong can be set aside for the moment. There has never been a perfect plan for taking that first step. Do not wait until you have everything figured out before acting. The reckless should learn to ponder, while the contemplative must overcome hesitation. A goal can be flawless, but there is no need for perfection when you take that first step. Do not wait until you lose something to realize your regret. Even if you fail, if you cannot be lovers, you can still be friends. Her words plunged Chu Feng into profound reflection. Observing her son deep in thought, she rose and left him alone. Once Gu Luoxin departed, Chu Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. Had he remained his former self, he might have acquiesced to his mother's wishes after the breakup, but now, he was unwilling to approach her. That would be akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. Meanwhile, Su Ningxue and Shun Qingyu returned to their villa. After lounging for a while, Su Ningxue made her way to the backyard, shed her clothes, and dove into the swimming pool, entirely unclothed. Their villa was exceptionally spacious, 3 times the size of Chu Feng's home, boasting a bathroom, swimming pool, sauna, and gym. After swimming for a while, she lay in the water, admiring her supermodel figure, which was nearly perfect in proportion. Curves were ample where they should be, and there was not an ounce of excess flesh where she was slender. Despite swimming for over 10 minutes, her previously agitated heart remained restless. Ever since the breakup, Chu Feng had deliberately been avoiding her. Did he somehow sense her actions? But that seemed implausible. As she was lost in her thoughts, a graceful, mature figure approached. Ningxue, Mom has come to swim too. Shun Qingyu slowly entered the pool. Bathed in moonlight, Her tall, mature silhouette exuded an alluring sheen. She resembled a fully bloomed rose, radiating the charm and elegance unique to womanhood. Mom, why did you come to swim as well? It has been ages since we soaked together. Are you beginning to find me tiresome? Or perhaps you're feeling shy? Shen Qingyu gracefully swam to Su Ningxue's side, her gaze fixed upon her daughter's supermodel-like figure, a glimmer of admiration shining in her eyes. She tilted her head towards the night sky, marveling at the beauty of the moon, so large and round. How comforting it felt to be at home. It had been ages since she had experienced such relaxation. Her voice carried a melody of heartfelt joy. Since her husband passed away, she had single-handedly shouldered the weight of the household, often neglecting to spend time with her daughter. Thus, Su Ningxue grew up nestled closely with Chu Feng and the others. This was also the reason she yearned to bring the two together. What has transpired between you two lately? Why does he seem so distant? She inquired. Logically, after a breakup, he should seek your comfort. I don't know. Su Ningxue replied wistfully, turning her head, yet her gaze remained fixed on her mother, whose eyes sparkled brightly as they regarded her. Chapter 26. Shen Qing uses subtle techniques for captivating men. Do you harbor a fondness for him? I noticed you nestled closely to him tonight, your calf intentionally brushing against him. His lack of resistance indicates he harbors some feelings for you. Sometimes, coercion may not yield results. A deftly played game of wits can capture the heart. If he tends to evade you, devise ways to create opportunities where he can gradually come to rely on and develop affection for you. When a moment calls for assertiveness, be bold. When subtleness is required, adopt a gentler demeanor. Men often respond better to gentleness than to force. Alas, my precious daughter is unwittingly offering herself to this pig. Shen Qingyu cradled her daughter's face, her voice rich with magnetism, but her words were laced with cunning that sparked a glimmer in Su Ningxue's eyes. Indeed, having played the role of the elder sister since childhood, she had grown accustomed to her own assertiveness, which may lead her to seek the company of softer, more delicate girls. Seated by the pool, Su Ningxue lifted one pristine leg, the toes pointing downward, gently splashing the water. Yet that clumsy pig would rather forage for wild greens than indulge in my offerings. Rest assured, people only remember those around them when faced with adversity. Shen Qingyu's bright eyes glimmered as she subtly admonished her daughter. Xiaoxue, you must promise me, no matter the circumstances, you shall never act against Aunt Gu's interests, such as meddling in company affairs. Su Ningxue's covert maneuvers could hardly escape the scrutiny of Shen Qingyu, the Group's president. Recently, the group's support for Tianlong Textiles has notably diminished, and several partner companies have concurrently severed ties with them. All signs pointed to her beloved daughter, Su Ningxue. A shiver coursed through Su Ningxue as a flicker of surprise crossed her delicate features. Upon realizing the implications, she rushed forward to embrace Shen Qingyu tightly, her voice trembling. But I am truly terrified of losing Chu Feng. He provides me with an immense sense of security, akin to what a mother offers. If Tianlong Textiles were to go bankrupt, it would not matter, as our family is prosperous enough to support Chu Feng and his family without issue. Shen Qingyu sighed softly, playfully poking her daughter's tender cheek. But have you considered that, given Chu Feng and his mother's intellect, they will soon detect any anomalies? This boy is no ordinary child. Either you must utterly dismantle him, or he will only grow stronger. Should he uncover the misdeeds you have committed against him, your relationship would shift from familial ties to enmity. She had inquired about Chu Feng's academic performance in the recent examinations. He is not like your typical 18 or 19-year-olds. Rather, he bears the shrewdness of someone who has navigated the business world for over a decade. Surely, he does not suspect me, right? Su Ningxue raised her bright eyes, her delicate nose slightly wrinkled in concern. However, Shen Qingyu slowly shook her head, her gaze fixed intently on her daughter. After their breakup, he became exceptionally decisive. Any situation that posed a threat to him would be met with total annihilation of the opponent. Just look at the fate of his previous girlfriend to understand. Have you noticed that even after being treated poorly by his ex-girlfriend, he still ranks among the top 3 in his department? Thus, while one might label him as a love-struck individual, it would be erroneous to deem him foolish. It is crucial to recognize that a woman's most formidable talent lies in her ability to employ subtle strategies. How does one master these strategies? Su Ningxue appeared utterly perplexed. With a smile, Shen Qingyu gazed at her earnestly. First, you must assert your claim over him in the eyes of others, and only then should you diligently nurture the relationship, tending to it with care. Su Ningxue remained uncomprehending, continuing to seek clarity. I'm struggling to grasp this. Shen Qingyu pressed her lips together, stretching her body leisurely as she reclined by the poolside, her long, graceful legs gently stirring in the water, creating delicate splashes. What you need to do is make others believe that he already has a girlfriend. This way, you will have no rivals. Having grown up alongside Xiao Feng, he naturally harbors feelings for you. With just a slight shift in those feelings, it is only natural for you to come together. The intimate gestures shared between childhood friends can easily lead to crossing boundaries. At her words, Su Ningxue began to ponder thoughtfully. Having received a warning from Ningxue, she felt reassured that everything would be fine. The remaining task was to inspire Chu Feng to develop feelings for her. Moments later, Su Ningxue's gaze grew resolute as she nodded silently, straightening her waist. Mom. Shen Qingyu turned to her. What do you think of my figure? Su Ningxue, seated at the pool's edge, blushed as she twirled before her mother. Shen Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, but once she regained her composure, she instantly grasped her daughter's intent. Silly girl, I meant for you to engage in some intimate gestures, not to seduce him. However, it seems that could be a rather clever idea. After all, she had watched over Chu Feng since childhood. He was quite responsible, which is why she encouraged her daughter to take the initiative. Good men are rare and should be pursued when encountered, especially since Chu Feng had grown up alongside her daughter. She felt reassured about her daughter's choice. The following morning, as departure loomed, Gu Luosheng, Shen Qingyu, and the others were animatedly conversing in the living room. Chu Feng had intended to enjoy a restful summer, but the lively chatter drew him out of bed. Descending the stairs, he found his mother and Aunt Shun instructing Su Ningxue on cooking. A substantial cookbook laid open before them. Upon spotting Chu Feng, Su Ningxue waved at him. As he looked at her, he sensed that the world felt distinctly different today. Since entering university, he had enjoyed the freedom to dress as he pleased. The once aloof and icy Bingjie only donned two types of attire, white and red dresses, embodying an ethereal beauty that seemed untouchable. Yet today, for reasons unknown, she wore a white blouse and a pleated skirt. Her slender, flawless legs were devoid of any trace of hair, smooth and pristine. The white blouse accentuated her perfect figure, revealing her exquisite curves. With a deep breath, Chu Feng steadied his heart before daring to descend. The early morning arrival of this delicate, sickly beauty extinguished his previously buoyant mood. Xiao Feng, now that your mother and I will be leaving, it is imperative that you learn to cook. Dining out frequently is unwise, as food from restaurants often contains numerous additives. Shen Qingyu imparted earnestly. Rest assured, my dear sister, Chu Feng is quite adept in the kitchen. During my busy workdays, he would often prepare meals for himself and his sister. Gu Luosheng replied with a cheerful smile. Is he truly that skilled? It would be essential for him to teach my little Shui, as she has yet to master the art of cooking, Shen Qingyu remarked. What do you say, Xiao Feng? She inquired, casting her gaze toward the approaching Chu Feng, her question veiled with the confidence that he would not dare refuse in front of so many. Su Ningxue also looked at Chu Feng with eager anticipation. Chapter 27. Su Ningxue, consumed by jealousy faced with the gazes of Su Ningxue and her companions. Chu Feng realized that neglecting their inquiries was no longer an option. No problem. I fear my talent might overshadow my teaching abilities, he admitted. But I wouldn't mind if you were to teach me directly. Su Ningxue cast him a hopeful glance. Very well, from now on, Chu Feng, you shall instruct them both. We shall take our leave, Gu Luosheng declared, pulling Shen Qingyu away. As soon as their mother departed, only the three remained in the hall. Sister Ningxue, could you assist me with my studies? I struggle with many aspects of English, Chu Yunxi timidly requested, tugging at her shirt. Please help her out. I have other matters to attend to. Chu Feng interjected before turning to ascend staircase. Although they all share the same roof, both Su Ningxue and Chu Yunxi prefer to avoid Chu Feng whenever possible. Once in his bedroom, Chu Feng powered on his computer to check his stock account. Over the course of the past half-month, he had amassed over 130,000. With only a week remaining until the peak period, it was time to embrace his aspirations as an author. Visions of a future best-selling novel filled his mind. The progenitor of the light novel genre, Battle Through the Heavens. He was intimately familiar with its plot. If asked, he could recount the story almost flawlessly, having read it no fewer than 3 times. Now, he was determined to bring this web fiction into existence ahead of time. The thought of achieving fame and fortune through his novel ignited an uncontrollable smile on his lips. As a computer science major, his fingers danced across the keyboard with the dexterity of an octopus, reaching an astonishing speed of 8,000 words per hour. With clarity of thought, he promptly opened a Word document and began typing fervently. In approximately 2 hours, he had completed over 10,000 words of the main text. Next, he sought tutorials online and registered for an author account on a prominent platform. Following the guidelines, he created a new book in the fantasy category, titling it, Rejected at the Altar. My ancestor is a Doe Emperor. After crafting a compelling synopsis, he divided the 10,000 words into 3 chapters, awaiting the book's entry into the system for back-end review. If it met the contract standards, a notification would be dispatched to him. Meanwhile, in the bustling metropolis of Magic City, a certain editor at the platform was sifting through a plethora of 2- and 4-word titles, noting the abundance of ambitious yet poorly written submissions from newcomers. Suddenly, a novel titled Rejected at the Altar, My Ancestor is a Doe Emperor, caught his attention. In an era dominated by brevity, such a lengthy title was a rarity. Intrigued by the originality of the name, the editor clicked to explore further. He quickly scanned the contents, discovering a world governed by fighting energy rather than magic or swordplay, a unique and mysterious power known as Do Qi. In the first chapter, titled The Fallen Genius of Do Qi, the editor found himself captivated by a world that dazzled even more than the purest white. This child is unexpectedly terrifying. At first glance, the title of the book led one to believe it was written by some errant middle school student. Yet upon reading the synopsis, something seemed amiss. After finishing the first 3 chapters, one could not help but feel that this was the work of a certain literary genius operating under a pseudonym. The opening conflict was more intense than that found in any currently popular novels. However, upon inquiring with several authors, it became clear that this account was not theirs, indicating that the author was indeed a novice. The audacity of such a conflict-laden narrative from a newcomer is simply unimaginable, suggesting remarkable potential for future accomplishments. Truly a prodigious talent. In the Chu family villa, after completing his novel, Chu Feng reclined on his bed, awaiting a contract notification. While he awaited the news, a sudden scream pierced through the air, from outside the door. Startled, he leapt up, opening the door and rushing toward the source of the sound. Upon reaching the staircase, he saw Chu Yunxi at the corner, her delicate waist bent awkwardly. It seemed she had twisted her ankle. "It hurts," she cried, her hand clutching her foot as tears streamed down her cheeks. Meanwhile, Su Ningxue, hearing the scream, rushed out of her room. Just as she stepped outside, she found Chu Feng cradling Chu Yunxi in his arms, prompting a hint of resentment in her gaze. As he passed by, Chu Feng cast a fleeting glance, sighing inwardly. Truly, there was no saving her. Gently, Chu Feng laid his sister on the bed, noting that her fair ankle had turned slightly red. "Brother, it hurts." Chu Yunxi looked up at him with innocent eyes. "It's nothing, really. You just bumped it a bit. You'll be fine soon," he reassured her softly, carefully pressing on the key joint to assess for any dislocation. Upon finding none, he let out a sigh of relief. "It hurts." Chu Yunxi protested playfully. "It's just a sprain. I'll fetch some ice to help reduce the swelling," Chu Feng said, hurrying downstairs to retrieve ice from the refrigerator, filling a bowl with water. Upon returning to the second floor, he was taken aback to find his dear sister nestled in Su Ningxue's embrace. What was happening? In the brief moment he turned, how had they become so close? "Sister, Yunxi is in pain." Chu unikud, snuggling closer to Su Ningxue. This caused Chu Feng to question whether his sister had been raised by Su Ningxue. Ever since she had learned to express herself, she seemed to cling to Su Ningxue. ignoring her own elder brother. Ningxue, please set her down. I need to apply ice to her injury, Chu Feng instructed. Ningxue released Chu Yunqi, who then placed her injured foot in the icy water. Sister, it's so cold, Chu Yunqi exclaimed, seizing the moment to lean her head back into Ningxue's embrace. Observing their closeness, Chu Feng felt a cold sweat break out. It truly echoed the saying that while one may fancy a delicate, sickly love story, having the delicate one fancy you is an entirely different tale. Due to the timely application of ice water and the fact that Chu Yunqi's injury was not particularly severe, after 2 hours of icing, there was merely a slight swelling. Following lunch, Chu Feng proceeded to massage his sister's foot to alleviate the bruising. Having frequently given massages to Ningxue since their marriage, Chu Feng's technique was remarkably skilled. After just a few minutes, Chu Yunqi found herself utterly captivated by her brother's exceptional skill. Brother, did you ever work as a masseur? You seem to give foot massages quite often. Chu Feng replied, how could that be? Do you think your brother would lack such trivial earnings? Meanwhile, Ningxue, observing Chu Feng's continuous attention to Chu Yunqi's foot, furrowed her brows slightly. Then, as if struck by a thought, a peculiar smile began to form at the corners of her mouth. Chapter 28. The first time a boy touched my foot, feeling quite unaccustomed after dinner in the evening. Chu Feng was diligently typing away in his room. Ningxue sniffled, her sickly demeanor erupting. In an attempt to persuade Chu Feng to massage her, she playfully kicked her foot. Suddenly, a cry of distress pierced the air. Upon stepping outside, Chu Feng found Ningxue seated at the stairway. As soon as she spotted him, she immediately put on a performance. She claimed she had accidentally stubbed her foot while descending the stairs, exuding an air of pitifulness. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, fully aware of Ningxue's antics. Was it intentional or merely an accident? He smirked and retorted, was it really an accident? Indeed it was. Ningxue extended her delicate foot, revealing red toes and a scraped little toe from which blood was seeping. Let me assist you back to your room. Chu Feng sighed softly, stepping towards her. I can't walk any further. Carry me back. Ningxue dabbed at the tears at the corner of her eyes, adopting a tone of feigned helplessness. Chu Feng hesitated this. Noticing his reluctance, Ningxue turned her head away, feigning deep sorrow. Hey, Chu Feng, you heartless wretch. Your dear sister has always been there for you, pouring her heart out, and yet you cannot even spare a moment to hold me? In our childhood, when you were bullied, I was the one who fought back for you. After your breakup, I even sought a lawyer to deal with Lu Ruyan and her ilk, who comforted you when you were hurt by other women. Ningxue began to dredge up old grievances, her incessant chatter leaving Chu Feng feeling utterly embarrassed. He regarded her, knowing she was putting on an act, yet the truths she spoke resonated deeply. Finally, he squatted down and swept her into a princess carry. Ningxue instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, resting her head against his chest. In that moment, she wished for time to freeze. The familiar scent brought her an inexplicable sense of solace, a feeling distinct from that of her mother. However, time is never meant to stand still. Mere seconds later, Chu Feng gently placed Ningxue on the bed and retrieved a bottle of iodine from the drawer. Just apply it yourself. It will heal quickly, he instructed before attempting to leave. Yet, Ningxue called out, could you apply the medicine for me and then massage my foot? It hurts so much. Lying on her side on the bed, her long, fair legs slightly bent, she gazed at him with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Chu Feng turned in surprise. It was the first time he had seen Ningxue in such a vulnerable light. Previously, she had always embodied strength and aloofness. But ever since she donned a new outfit today, her very demeanor seemed transformed. It was simply astonishing. Yet he understood that this was undoubtedly a fade. He could never believe that a person could undergo such a drastic transformation overnight. She must have some ulterior motive. Just rub it yourself and apply some medicine. I have matters to attend to, he replied curtly. Seeing that Chu Feng was unyielding to her soft appeals, Ningxue shifted her approach, hinting at a desire for self-harm. Very well, when I apply the medicine later, if I accidentally bump into it again, you should be prepared to take care of me, your patient, diligently this summer. However, Chu Feng was entirely unfazed by her antics. Do as you wish when the time comes. I shall simply leave you in the hospital to find a nurse to attend to you." Upon seeing Chu Feng's continued refusal, Ningxue promptly took out her phone. "In that case, I shall inform Auntie that I have injured myself and that you are neglecting me." As she spoke, she pretended to press her phone. Chu Feng sighed inwardly, thinking that this girl truly resembled a child who had yet to mature. Approaching the bedside, he gently dabbed iodine on her wound with a cotton swab. She sat on the bed, her delicate hands gripping the sheets tightly, her little face flushed. "I want a massage too. You have never massaged my feet, only your sister's. Thus, as an older sister, I naturally deserve equal treatment." Her eyes sparkled with countless tiny stars. Chu Feng stole a glance at her, feeling exasperated. He extended his hand, gently kneading the area around her reddened injury. Suddenly, he felt her foot tremble slightly. Am I applying too much pressure? Is it uncomfortable? Raising his gaze, he found Ningxue's cheeks blushing intensely, her face suffused with shyness, even her neck adorned with a hint of rosy hue. "No, it's just that it's the first time a boy has touched my feet, and I'm not quite used to it. Your hands are so warm, and it feels delightful. Have you massaged other women before?" Ningxue's gaze remained fixed on his face, eager to discern whether he had attended to other women's feet. "Does massaging my sister count?" Chu Feng chuckled lightly on the surface, while internally he began to critique her. "Isn't my massage technique the result of your training? If it's not up to par, you might just start a punishment game." "Ah, so I'm the first girl to enjoy your foot massage." Chu Feng nodded without responding, gently massaging Ningxue's delicate foot, accurately applying pressure to the acupoints that promote blood circulation. Even if he were to close his eyes, he would instinctively know where to press to ensure her comfort. Before long, a thin sheen of sweat appeared on Ningxue's body, and the swelling in her little feet had noticeably diminished. "You massage so wonderfully. You are truly impressive. I have made up my mind that you must massage me every day from now on." Ahem. This assertive declaration startled Chu Feng, causing his heart to skip a beat. What on earth is this? If I continue like this, it feels as though something might go awry. All right. I've finished. I'm going back to sleep now." Just as Chu Feng attempted to rise, he was abruptly pulled back by Ningxue, leaning against her shoulder. "Chu Feng, have you thought about the answer from that night?" She reached out to pinch his chin. Chu Feng gently shook his head, pausing for a moment before candidly expressing, "Sister Ningxue, my feelings for you are solely those of gratitude akin to that of a sibling, nothing more." Since that night, he had reflected deeply, realizing that completely severing ties with Ningxue was nearly impossible. After all, the two families are closely intertwined. One can escape the monk, but not the temple. Unless one chooses not to return home or to school, one is bound to encounter familiar faces. The only way to truly sever ties is to venture abroad. If one were to live a second life, it would not be about achieving the grand ideal of ruling humanity, but rather ensuring financial stability and power to secure a worry-free existence for oneself, family, and friends. Is it because of her, Ningxue? Please do not tell me you have developed feelings for her again. Ningxue tightened her delicate fists, her eyes glinting with a cold light. There is nothing of the sort. It has nothing to do with her. It is merely a reflection on the myriad emotions that arise after a breakup. Love, in its essence, should not be something I indulge in at this stage of my life. Chu Feng bore a visage steeped in the weight of experience, leaving Ningxue entranced in her gaze. Chapter 29. Is it love or fear of loss? You have merely been wounded by a wayward girl. Do not dwell in melancholy. If your girlfriend is truly kind to you, you will come to understand the beauty of love. Ningxue grasped Chu Feng's hands, pressing them against her heart. Can you feel my tender, soft heart? She inquired, her cheeks flushed and ears ablaze, gazing intently at Chu Feng. The suddenness of her gesture startled Chu Feng, prompting him to retract his hands immediately. Ningxue fixed her gaze upon him, her voice trembling. Chu Feng, do you not like me? She leaned forward, her delicate nightgown revealing a glimpse of her fair skin, their proximity allowing them to breathe in each other's familiar scent. Chu Feng regarded her, acknowledging that after sharing a bed for so many years, it was impossible to be devoid of feelings. This time, however, he did not shy away but moved closer, their eyes locking in mutual understanding. Both could sense the warmth radiating from one another, acutely aware of the burgeoning emotions. Gradually, soon Ningxue's expression began to soften. She yearned to kiss him, yet Chu Feng raised his hand in gentle obstruction. Calm yourself. Do not act this way. He inhaled deeply, steadying his thoughts. Is it that I am not attractive enough, not alluring enough? Soon Ningxue's eyes sparkled with unspoken emotions. Sister Ningxue, you and I have merely spent too much time together, and your possessiveness has taken hold. You may not even realize whether you truly like me. It is akin to a brother watching his sister grow up and leave for marriage, feeling that pang of reluctance. Perhaps, having played together since childhood, you have come to view me as your own possession, fearing that someone might take me away, and thus you proclaim your affection. Chu Feng observed Su Ningxue, who seemed momentarily lost in thought, and gently tousled her hair. Do you understand? Now tell me, do you truly like me? Su Ningxue trembled at his words, each syllable striking at her most vulnerable points. Look at you. You cannot even discern your own feelings. You might be reacting to seeing me with another girl after our breakup, and because I have distanced myself from you, you declare your affection. You are merely afraid of losing another familiar presence, akin to the past. It is time to move on, Sister Ningxue. Chu Feng's tone was calm, yet every word resonated deeply within Su Ningxue's heart. She trembled, hugging her knees, as memories flooded her mind. The car accident, her father's sudden passing, her mother's emotional neglect due to work, and then Chu Feng's timely arrival. Was her affection for him genuine, or was it a fear of losing him? Or, as Chu Feng suggested, had she already come to regard him as family, truly fearing the departure of a loved one? Even if not for love, for the sake of familial bonds, Chu Feng must remain by her side. In that moment, Su Ningxue's gaze suddenly solidified, locking onto Chu Feng's. What constitutes affection, what represents love, had become irrelevant. You, to me, are of utmost importance. Growing up, I find myself alone once more. After wandering in circles, I find myself back at the starting point. What, then, is the purpose of my existence? In the present, aside from my mother, only you remain by my side. In the future, when my mother is gone, you will be my sole companion. Regardless of the circumstances, you are the one I have chosen. Seeing Su Ningxue in such a state, Chu Feng felt a sense of foreboding. Alas, if things go awry tonight, it could spell disaster. Yet, contemplating the monotonous life that stretches ahead, he could only deflect the conversation once more. At this moment, my thoughts are solely focused on studying and earning money to improve our family situation. You marrying me would solve everything, Su Ningxue interjected unexpectedly. I have no taste for such dependency, Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. Moreover, that is not our issue. I merely hope we can discover what we truly desire. Love is not possession, it is trust. Su Ningxue gazed at Chu Feng, who had transformed into a philosophical sage, feeling deep frustration. She regretted allowing Lu Ruoyan to appear. She had anticipated that Chu Feng, having been deceived by women before, would harbor disdain for them, yet he had instead attained enlightenment. Observing Su Ningxue, who seemed lost in thought, Chu Feng finally felt a sense of relief. It appeared that her obsessive tendencies had not reached the severity they had during their marriage. In his previous life, he feared that he would not have uttered a third sentence before her lips would have sealed his. I'm going to rest now. You should take care of yourself as well, Chu Feng stated as he walked toward the door. Su Ningxue watched his disappearing figure, pondering. Chu Feng, you will ultimately remain mine. Tonight, I shall ensure you have a restful slumber. After a moment of internal struggle, she appeared to have resolved something within herself. Upon returning to his room, Chu Feng locked the door and lay on the bed, feeling an inexplicable chill on this midsummer night. Shortly after 10, there was a sudden knock at his door. Brother, it's me. I've warmed a cup of milk for you, called his sister softly from outside. Rising from his bed, Chu Feng opened the door to find Chu Yunqi presenting a steaming cup of milk. Here, brother, drink this, she said, her eyes shimmering with indecision. However, the thought of receiving the limited edition dress from Su Ningxue dissipated any lingering hesitation. Have you been particularly obedient today? You're even warming milk for your brother. Chu Feng affectionately ruffled her hair as he accepted the cup. In this lifetime, He vowed never to let his sister endure any hardship again. This is to thank you for helping me with my foot injury today. Now drink up. Chu Yunxi's face was alight with anticipation as she watched him. Very well. Chu Feng raised the cup and drank the warm milk in one go. All right, you should rest early. It's getting late, he advised. Chu Yunxi replied, taking the empty cup from him. After he closed the door, she turned and entered Su Ningxue's room. Sister Ningxue, I've given my brother the milk you made. Well, the item I desired, she said playfully, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Su Ningxue retrieved an exquisitely crafted gift box from a drawer, adorned with the adorable image of the ever-changing Sakura. Here for you. Chu Yunxi eagerly accepted the large gift box, hastily tearing away the delicate pink ribbon that adorned it. With hands trembling in excitement, she opened the box. Inside lay a charming logo dress, a collaboration with the beloved character Chibi Maruko-chan. Sister, I truly adore you. You are nothing short of my angel. Chu Yunxi gazed at the dress, her eyes sparkling with delight. She then unfolded the logo dress, holding it against her shoulders for comparison, and found that the size was a perfect fit. Chapter 30. The Haunting of a Night. Ghost Su Ningxue gazed intently at Chu Yunxi, whose eyes sparkled with an otherworldly glow, and gently pressed her lips together. Sister, as long as you promise to obediently heed my words from now on, I assure you that beautiful little dresses shall be yours. You're the best listener, Chu Yunxi replied, placing the dress back into the gift box and lifting her gaze to Su Ningxue. Nodding, Su Ningxue remarked, it's getting late. You should head back to your room and rest, dear sister. I have matters to attend to. Good night, sister, Chu Yunxi exclaimed joyfully, clutching the gift box as she scampered back to her room. Watching her sister depart, Su Ningxue smiled faintly, pondering the peculiar bond she shared with Chu Feng's younger sister, who seemed particularly attached to him. Ever since their first encounter, Chu Yunxi had clung to her like a piece of chewing gum, ever so obedient to her wishes. Meanwhile, Chu Feng, after enjoying a glass of milk, swiftly succumbed to a deep slumber. Calculating the time, Su Ningxue felt it was the right moment to act. Rising, she approached Chu Feng's door and turned the handle, only to find it unyielding. Locked? She mused aloud, recalling that the housekeeper had entrusted her with a spare key to his room. Retrieving a silver key from her pocket, she inserted it into the lock and turned it with a click. The door creaked open, revealing the silvery moonlight cascading over Chu Feng's sleeping form, his robust muscles rising and falling with each breath. Su Ningxue observed the slumbering figure, her heart racing as she stealthily approached the bed, her nightgown slipping to the floor. Climbing onto the bed, she positioned herself atop Chu Feng and pulled out her phone, flashing a peace sign as she captured a photograph. Just as she was about to proceed to the next step, she noticed Chu Feng's eyelids fluttering. At that moment, in his dream, Chu Feng felt as though a specter was pressing down upon him, rendering him breathless and powerless. The ghostly figure not only weighed upon him, but seemed intent on drawing closer for a kiss. No! He shouted, jolting awake only to find a lovely face inching closer to him. As their lips were about to meet, instinctively, he pushed Su Ningxue away, his voice still echoing with cries of ghost, ghost. Startled, Su Ningxue opened her eyes, staring down at Chu Feng beneath her. Surely, I must have purchased counterfeit sleeping pills. Wasn't it supposed to be just one to sleep until dawn? Moreover, to prevent any sudden awakening, she had added 3 pills to the milk. Had it been the Chu Feng who had never practiced the resurrection technique, he would have slept soundly until noon. Yet, due to his training, the ingredients of the sleeping pills were swiftly metabolized. As Su Ningxue found herself at a loss, Chu Feng was now fully awake, panting heavily, his gaze fixed on the disheveled figure before him. After several moments of scrutiny, he recognized her face, which felt hauntingly familiar. Steadying himself, he realized that the woman before him was indeed Su Ningxue. His eyes widened as he took in her scant attire, causing him to tense involuntarily. The shadows left by Su Ningxue in his previous life have yet to dissipate. It was all due to Su Ningxue's strategic maneuver to extinguish Chu Feng's interest in women. What did you come in? I thought I had locked the door, Chu Feng exclaimed, attempting to rise from his position. Su Ningxue, gazing at the suddenly awakened Chu Feng, fell into a contemplative silence. After a few moments of internal struggle, she reached a conclusion. Since she was there, she would not let the opportunity go to waste. With determination, she pressed her hand against Chu Feng's shoulder, intending to initiate a forceful kiss. However, Chu Feng would not acquiesce to her desires. With a firm push, he reversed their positions, pinning Su Ningxue against the wall. Their eyes locked, and before Chu Feng could utter a word, Su Ningxue spoke first. "So, you wish to be the strong man, do you? Then let us see." With those words, she gently turned her head away, her earlobe tinged with crimson. Chu Feng's expression shifted as he processed her words. He found himself avoiding this delicate yet obsessive woman and dared not entertain any thoughts. He halted his movements, his gaze fixated on her, taking in her exquisitely beautiful face, her perfectly proportioned legs, and then returning to her gracefully curved waist. This was the first time he had witnessed the youthful visage of Su Ningxue. Though he held a disdain for her fragile disposition, her figure was undeniably admirable, plump where it should be and devoid of excess in all the right places. Young yet radiating charm. It was a pity he felt unworthy of such allure. After a moment of introspection, he stared at Su Ningxue's rosy cheeks and, holding his breath, inquired, "How did you get in?" Disappointed by his lack of further action, Su Ningxue turned away, murmuring softly, "I just turned the handle." Chu Feng, looking at the enchanting woman before him, wore a complex expression. Ah, the spare key to the door must be in her possession, undoubtedly. This was the work of his mother. "Chu Feng, do you not feel even a hint of interest in me?" Her eyes bore into his, calm as still water. Seeing him remain silent, disappointment washed over her. She had anticipated that upon seeing her, he would be unable to resist. "Am I truly so lacking?" Raising her hands, she buried her face, tears streaming down, feigning a heart-wrenching sorrow. "No, that's not it. It's that I am unworthy of you." Chu Feng stared at her in a daze, momentarily a loss for words as he witnessed Su Ningxue's sudden tears. This was truly, even with 2 lifetimes of experience, he could not find the right words to express his feelings at that moment. A pang of heartache, guilt, and fear surged within him. He lifted her chin, her tear-streaked face coming into view, her eyes glistening with moisture, her nose reddened, a sight most pitiable. "Sister Ningxue, we are not meant to be." His tone deepened, recognizing that prolonging this entanglement would only lead to further chaos. It was best to conclude this ill-fated connection sooner rather than later. Su Ningxue met his gaze in surprise, her rosy cheeks gradually paling, her lips curling into a cold arc. With a swift motion, she grasped his wrist, her eyes reflecting an exquisite depth. "Since you do not favor the gentle approach, then allow me to be more forceful." As soon as he finished speaking, before Chu Feng could react, the sweet and soft petals of her lips descended upon his. In that moment, his mind went blank for a few seconds. He was taken aback by the aggressive and possessive gaze that bore into him. This was not right, was it? They had only just begun their university journey. Su Ningxue should not exhibit such a fierce sense of ownership. That sickly little gaze was indeed profoundly unsettling. Regardless, he decided to flee. With a sudden force, Chu Feng pushed Su Ningxue onto the bed. In a swift motion, he dashed towards the door. Behind him, Su Ningxue picked up her white nightgown from the floor and donned it once more. She extended her scarlet tongue, licking her enchanting red lips, savoring the lingering taste. "Can you escape the monk and elude the temple? Since you enjoy playing hide and seek so much, dear brother, I shall indulge you in this game. Tonight." Su Ningxue resolved to drop the pretense. She returned to her room and rummaged through her suitcase until she unearthed a pair of silver shackles. Chapter 31. Is she truly this unhinged, being only a freshman? Su Ningxue lightly swung her shackles, producing a resonant metallic clink. At that moment, Chu Feng, crouched beneath her bed, was gripped by sheer terror, his heart racing wildly. Could it be that her deranged personality has been concealed all this time, unbeknownst to anyone? Surely that must be the case. Who carries shackles around like a good person? Clattering footsteps echoed as Chu Feng focused on her exquisite legs as she stepped out of the room, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortuitously, his understanding of Su Ningxue combined with the principles from the art of war, reassured him that the most perilous places often harbor the greatest safety. As he darted out the door, he quickly slipped beneath the bed. Once he heard her footsteps descend the stairs, he emerged from his hiding place, feeling fortunate to have escaped. Damn it, I really need to move out for a while. With that thought, he headed toward his room, only to be met with a pair of silver handcuffs that clamped onto his wrist as he stepped outside. Little mouse, you've been caught. Now you must face my punishment. Soon Ningxue's eyes glimmered with an insatiable desire, as if she viewed Chu Feng as a delectable dessert, wishing to leave no remnants behind. Don't, please. Chu Feng's face paled as he pushed against Su Ningxue. Stop struggling. You cannot escape, she retorted, withdrawing a syringe filled with a tranquilizer from her leg restraint, smiling sweetly as she advanced toward his thigh. Don't, Chu Feng shouted, attempting to flee towards the stairs. But he quickly realized his right foot was numb and devoid of sensation. Why aren't you running now? Su Ningxue taunted, stepping closer to pinch his chin, her face adorned with a disturbingly blissful smile. Help! My sister has gone mad. Someone save me! Chu Feng yelled toward the door of Chu Yunqi's room. Inside, Chu Yunqi, roused by his cries, opened the door, half-dazed as she regarded the scene in the hallway. Brother, what on earth are you doing? Go back to sleep. Su Ningxue shot a cold glance at Chu Yunqi. After a brief moment of mutual understanding, Chu Yunqi realized she ought to concede. Keep it down, don't disturb my sleep. She snapped, slamming the door shut. Now, no one can interrupt us, Su Ningxue declared, tracing her finger along Chu Feng's chest. Please, don't do this, he stammered, his cheeks flushed as he gazed at the lustful expression on her face. Chu Feng, what do you think of your sister? Would you like to be my boyfriend? Su Ningxue's demeanor shifted to one of earnestness. Gazing into her eyes, Chu Feng cautiously inquired, If I say I'm not interested, will you let me go? To his surprise, rather than erupting into madness as he had anticipated, she tenderly squeezed his hand, reassuring him, It's all right. Feelings can develop over time. Chu Feng was left speechless. What difference is there between that question and none at all? Come, let us return to the room and sleep. After Su Ningxue finished speaking, she supported Chu Feng as they made their way to her room. Yet, Chu Feng clung tightly to the door, refusing to lean against the bed. Seeing that she couldn't pull him along, Su Ningxue took out a tranquilizer needle and said in a gentle tone, It appears you're inclined to receive a dose in all your limbs. Upon seeing the needle, Chu Feng instantly released his grip but continued to plead, Sister. A forcibly twisted melon is never sweet. What do you mean by forcibly twisted? Su Ningxue guided Chu Feng to the edge of the bed, asserting her point with a hint of authority. You've already made the conscious choice to climb onto my bed, yet you still claim you don't like me. Chu Feng sat on the large bed, looking up with an expression of resignation. Did I really have a choice? With a light snort, Su Ningxue playfully pushed Chu Feng down, a beautiful smile gracing her lips. I'll give you a chance. You can leave right now. My legs are numb. How can I leave? Chu Feng's eyes appeared vacant. Leaning down, Su Ningxue softly breathed into his ear, teasingly stating, Look, even your body is unwilling to part from me. What other reasons do you have to claim you don't like me? At that moment, a certain part of Chu Feng suddenly responded, seemingly in agreement with Su Ningxue's words. Despite this, he glanced at his uncooperative self and stubbornly retorted, Su Ningxue, all you can gain is my body. You will never possess my heart. This way, we will never share any feelings. In response to Chu Feng's moral dilemma, Su Ningxue reassured him, Over time, feelings will naturally develop. Even if you are as unyielding as a block of wood, my sincerity will surely move you. Chu Feng remained silent, realizing that no matter how he twisted the situation, the conclusion would remain unchanged. After securing Chu Feng, Su Ningxue casually turned off the lights. In the dimness of the room, the two lay side by side under the covers, their gazes locked. Chu Feng, you smell so wonderful, Su Ningxue whispered softly in his ear. Beneath the blanket, Chu Feng too sensed a delicate fragrance, a blend of lily and youthful sweetness, instilling in him an indescribable sense of peace. Dating is a sacred affair. I am not yet prepared, he remarked, inhaling the familiar floral scent, his tone softening slightly. Besides, we've grown up. Perhaps we shouldn't sleep together anymore. How about you let me return to my room tonight? and we can have a proper heart-to-heart tomorrow." Su Ningxue gently shook her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, tinged with sadness. "You used to love falling asleep in my arms when we were little, and now you refuse to sleep with me. You know that was in our childhood. We've grown up now," Chu Feng replied, growing frustrated as he attempted to kick but found his legs unresponsive. "Then, what am I to do if I want to sleep next to you?" Su Ningxue playfully pinched Chu Feng's cheek, smiling brightly. With a soft sigh, Chu Feng responded, "If we're to sleep together, we ought to at least be in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship." With a playful tilt of her nose, Su Ningxue rested her foot on Chu Feng's large one, teasingly insisting then, "Why not become my boyfriend? I have made it clear that I am not interested in romance at this moment, and I have always regarded you as an elder sister." Chu Feng's voice softened, his tone turning gentle, while internally he vowed that if he could safely navigate through this night, he would leave home the following day. He was confident that with his current abilities, earning a living would be achievable, and even if his family faced bankruptcy, he believed he could provide for them. Su Ningxue also interjected with words of encouragement. "I have mentioned that love can be cultivated gradually. You are merely facing an emotional hurdle at present. As we spend more time together, you will come to realize how tender, sweet, innocent, and virtuous an elder sister can be." She understood that such matters could be overwhelming and that it was entirely natural for Chu Feng to struggle with acceptance in such a brief span of time. Her aim was to gently guide him, allowing him to gradually embrace her presence. Chapter 32. The Escape and Encounter with Ru Yin after a while. Su Ningxue suddenly spoke up. "I ask you, what is the ultimate outcome of a person's emotions after dating and marriage? If you can provide me with a satisfactory answer, I shall allow you to return to your room." "Really?" Chu Feng replied, somewhat incredulously. "Yes, if your answer pleases me, I shall grant you your freedom tonight." Su Ningxue teased, rubbing against his back with a smile that radiated enjoyment. When two strangers fall in love, it is a transformation of friendship into romance. Upon marriage, two familiar souls pledge to accompany one another throughout their lives, signaling the metamorphosis of love into familial affection. Thus, two individuals who once bore no blood ties ultimately become family. Chu Feng spoke eloquently, recalling this lesson imparted by a psychology professor during his freshman year concerning the dynamics of romantic relationships. Su Ningxue chuckled lightly. "Are we not, in essence, those who share no blood relations, yet are akin to family? So, let us obtain our marriage certificate upon graduation." "That's not the same," Chu Feng countered. While he protested, Su Ningxue had already unshackled him. "All right, I shall uphold my promise. You may return to rest tonight." She tossed the cuffs aside. In truth, regardless of Chu Feng's response, Su Ningxue would have allowed him to leave. Sometimes, excessive pressure yields counterproductive results. A balance must be struck to effectively capture a man's heart. At that moment, Chu Feng withdrew his hands, which had been restrained, and hesitated. "So, I can leave now?" "Indeed," Su Ningxue replied, embracing him. Turning back, Chu Feng exclaimed, "But how can I leave like this?" Su Ningxue whispered warm breath against his ear and playfully insisted, "Kiss me, and I shall release you." "A kiss? Absolutely not. Not a chance." Chu Feng resolutely declined. "Considering we've shared countless kisses already, what difference does one more make?" Su Ningxue's voice was soft, laced with a hint of seduction. Gazing at her exquisite visage, a myriad of thoughts flitted through Chu Feng's mind, yet he dismissed them all. "All right, I shall kiss you, but only on the cheek." Ultimately, he chose to compromise. After all, lingering in this charged atmosphere could lead to irreversible consequences. "Perfect." Su Ningxue beamed with delight, her expression one of triumph. Chu Feng gently pressed a kiss to her flushed cheek, and in that instant, Su Ningxue melted into a state of languor. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Feng swiftly rose and dashed for the door. As Su Ningxue observed his retreating figure, she trembled slightly, raising her hand to touch her inexplicably tingling cheek. Her beautiful eyes widened, and a rosy hue spread rapidly from her face to her neck. Despite professing her disinterest, she had initiated the kiss. Su Ningxue clutched the pillow that had cradled Chu Feng's head, fervently inhaling his lingering scent, as her mind wandered into dreams of the future. Meanwhile, back in his room, Chu Feng was already packing his belongings. Come what may, He was determined to leave the next day. Although Su Ningxue still possesses a modicum of conscience, and her madness has not escalated to an outrageous level, she is indeed a source of distress for Su Ningxue, exacerbating her condition to a point where escape may become impossible. Having gathered his belongings, Chu Feng glanced at the time and noted that it was already past midnight. To avoid oversleeping, he set an alarm for 6 in the morning. The following day, as dawn broke, Chu Feng dragged his suitcase and made his way out of the community. Just as he stepped onto the street, Su Ningxue, still in bed, jolted awake as if from a haunting nightmare. Chu Feng, don't leave me, she cried, waving her arms in the air. Fully awake now, she approached the window, gazing at the sun slowly rising. At that moment, a figure clad in white, carrying a suitcase, strolled down the street. This person bore an uncanny resemblance to Chu Feng. She murmured under her breath, then shouted out the window, "Chu Feng!" Not far from where he had just exited, Chu Feng felt as though someone had called his name. Confused, he glanced back but saw no one and continued on his way. However, upon seeing the figure turn back, Su Ningxue instantly recognized it was indeed Chu Feng. "Chu Feng, are you really leaving me?" Her expression darkened, and without a second thought, she threw on a red skirt over her light nightgown and, slipping on her slippers, dashed outside. After taking a few steps, Chu Feng sensed that something was amiss with the voice he had heard. His pace quickened involuntarily. Soon he arrived at the entrance of the community, and, just as he was about to exit, he spotted 5 individuals not far from a gate, 2 of whom looked quite familiar, Lu Rian and Ji Boda. The other 3 were likely Lu Rian's family members, as Ji Boda found himself encircled, looking quite disheveled, with bruises marring his face and his feet bound. Lu Rian's family was tugging at her, and a middle-aged man intermittently slapped her. "You worthless wretch! Where's my money? Why did you provoke Chu Feng? Without money, how am I to repay my gambling debts? Do you realize I am being beaten daily by the casino thugs? Do you wish for my demise? Lu Rian, didn't you promise to give me 10,000 yuan for pocket money this month? Where's my money?" A youth, a couple of years younger than Lu Rian, was viciously kicking her. Just as a nearby young woman attempted to intervene, she too was struck by the middle-aged man. "You shameless creature, earning just over 3,000 a month. Can't you earn a little more? I truly do not understand the utility of marrying you." Lu Rian, battered by her brother and berated by her mother, appeared utterly defeated, tears streaming down her face. "I have no money. Chu Feng and I broke up. How could I possibly have any?" Lu Rian cried to her brother. "I only make 3,500 a month, keeping 500 for myself. Aren't you satisfied with that?" The young woman, clearly agitated, softly retorted, "I don't care. I want the money. Surely, it is you who has secretly hidden away the money given to you by Chu Feng. We shall remain here, awaiting his return to clarify the matter." The young man, gripping Lu Ruyan's hair, shouted fervently, before delivering a forceful kick that sent her crashing to the ground. Lu Ruyan fell, weeping in humiliation, exclaiming, "I truly have no money left." Amidst the commotion, residents out for their morning jog near the community gathered to witness the spectacle. Among them were numerous scions from wealthy families attending Modi University, as this villa district is conveniently located close to the university, prompting many affluent youths to either rent or purchase a residence here to avoid dormitory life. Chu Feng surveyed the crowd, though he remained unaware of the antics involving Lu Ruyan and her companions. However, one thing was clear to him: if he did not leave soon, he would be unable to escape should Su Ningxue discover him. Just as he was about to exit the community, the young man tugging at Lu Ruyan's hair, with keen eyes, spotted Chu Feng carrying his luggage. "Dad, look! Chu Feng is coming out," he exclaimed, releasing his grip and pointing towards Chu Feng. The middle-aged man paused, turning to look in that direction, and soon, Lu Ruyan also glanced over. The onlookers, noticing the attention directed towards Chu Feng, turned to face him as well. Chapter 33. The arrogance of the Lu family completely diminished, sensing the gazes of the crowd upon him. Chu Feng privately lamented his misfortune, yet he feigned indifference, eager to depart from the scene. Before leaving, however, he took out his phone to capture a photograph. Such a moment was truly rare. As Chu Feng attempted to leave with an air of nonchalance, the family of Lu Ruoyan was not inclined to grant him his wish. Chu Feng, where do you think you're going? Did you not see my sister, Lu Ruoyan, waiting for you here since early morning? You can't even be bothered to greet her? You heartless scoundrel. Lu Ruosong, Lu Ruoyan's younger brother, rushed forward to obstruct Chu Feng, pointing at him with indignation. Just as he finished his outburst, Lu's father arrived with Ji Boda in tow, followed closely by Lu Ruoyan and their mother. With a cold laugh, Chu Feng extended his hand and bent back Lu Ruosong's finger. Who do you think you are, claiming to be your daughter's boyfriend? Using my money to support someone else? She doesn't deserve it. Moreover, I've already ended things with her. What nonsense are you spouting? Isn't her so-called good boyfriend already tied to you? At this mockery, Lu Ruoyan's complexion turned pale, while their mother regarded Chu Feng with a complex expression. Lu's father clenched his teeth, his gaze darkening. Chu Feng, if you wish to break up with my daughter, then you must compensate us for her lost youth. Amidst the squabble, a ghostly figure appeared beside Chu Feng, gently patting his shoulder. Turning around, he discovered it was Su Ningxue, and his initial desire to flee dissipated in an instant. He then cast a cold glare at the group of ruffians before him. Compensation? What a farce. I should be the one demanding money from you. Your daughter borrowed 70,000 from me and has yet to repay it. As he spoke, he calmly retrieved a copy of the loan agreement from his backpack. Upon seeing the document in Chu Feng's hand, Lu Ruoyan's expression shifted, revealing a hint of panic on her pale face. If I recall correctly, the agreement states that this sum was borrowed to settle your debts. You two should prepare for incarceration. Chu Feng continued, his demeanor unflustered. You actually have the audacity to haggle over such a trivial amount? Your daughter has spent nearly a year with me, yet she wouldn't even let me hold her hand, all the while cozying up to Ji Boda and gallivanting about at night. And now you wish to play the emotional card with me? You truly amuse me. Hearing Chu Feng's words, Lu's father looked at Lu Ruoyan in disbelief, while she stood helplessly to the side, her face flushed with embarrassment. The entire Lu family turned their gazes toward Chu Feng at a loss for words. After all, this was utterly intolerable. Any person would find such a situation insufferable. Upon witnessing this scene, even the onlookers immediately grasped the circumstances. When Chu Feng recalled the matter, a surge of anger welled within him. Completely disregarding the presence of Su Ningxue beside him, he laughed heartily, proclaiming, I shall not seek retribution from you. Instead, you have come to confront me. Very well. From this moment forth, all that your family owes me must be repaid. By the way, the quaint villa in your village was funded by me. It shall be demolished as well. Should you dare to default, I will personally see to it that your roots are uprooted. The pent-up frustration he had harbored the previous night now erupted in full force. At that moment, Lu's mother, who had remained silent, unexpectedly stepped forward. Chu Feng, I work for the Chu Corporation. Could you perhaps show me some leniency and forgive Lu Ruoyan's transgression this once? Additionally, we have reprimanded Ji Boda, and I assure you he will not approach Lu Ruoyan again. Lu's father chimed in, agreeing, yes, our daughter will remain by your side in the future. The couple, seeing that a hard approach was futile, opted for a softer tactic. Chu Feng was taken aback to learn that Lu's mother was an employee at his company. Which department do you work in? He inquired. I am in the finance department, she replied, her face lighting up with a smile as she noticed a slight softening in Chu Feng's tone. The finance department, Chu Feng murmured, suddenly recalling that in his previous life, confidential information had been leaked from that very department. He no longer had to guess who the traitor was. As this realization dawned on him, his expression hardened, and a fierce intent surged within him as he fixed a penetrating gaze upon Lu's mother. If you do not repay the debt, prepare to face legal action. I have no desire to engage in further dialogue. You are unworthy of my words. With a grim expression, Chu Feng coldly surveyed Lu's mother and her companions, recognizing that the troubles of his past were orchestrated by these very parasites. I shall give you 3 days. Either repay the debt, or I will arrange for your home to be razed. Hearing Chu Feng's words, the impetuous Lu Ruoyan could not accept such humiliation. He pointed at Chu Feng and shouted defiantly, if you dare to touch our home, just wait and see if I don't find someone to deal with you. In response, Chu Feng laughed rather than fumed. Ah, such ambition. Once I send you to the little black room, I will ensure you are well taken care of. I guarantee that you will not die, but you will certainly feel the sting of your actions. I hope that in a few days, your bravado remains as steadfast as it is now. At this proclamation, Lu Rian's family turned pale with fright, especially Lu's mother. The corporation maintained a robust alliance with the Su Corporation, which wielded significant influence in the metropolis. Should the Chu Corporation truly wish to confront them, they would not even need to lift a finger. There would be plenty of others eager to create turmoil for them. My son-in-law, my dear son-in-law. Lu's mother clutched Chu Feng's arm with a flattering demeanor, pleading in a coy tone, good son-in-law, after all, we were once family. There is no need for such hostility. Let us converse amicably. Brother-in-law, indeed, we should speak civilly. My sister has already delivered that beast to you. As long as you are pleased, you may treat him as you wish. However, you must not dismantle my family's little villa. A good son-in-law, my son speaks wisely. A family does not speak ill of another. Before she could finish, Chu Feng felt an intense wave of murderous intent fixate upon him. He forcefully kicked aside Lu's mother, shouting in anger, "Who the hell considers you family?" Turning around, Chu Feng donned a smile of appeasement, saying softly to her, "Right, Sister Ningxue, we are truly family." Soon Ningxue let out a cold snort and withdrew the spring knife that she had pressed against Chu Feng's side. Chapter 34. The curtain falls on the far sleeve. I have no desire to enter that dark room. Simply follow my instructions. After soothing Su Ningxue, Chu Feng turned to Lu Ruyan and the others. Speaking in a cold tone, Lu's parents, yearning to witness their beloved son-in-law take flight, exchanged glances filled with reluctance, just as they were about to offer words of consolation. However, Chu Feng swiftly interrupted their thoughts. Do not place the blame on anyone here. If you seek someone to blame, direct your ire towards your precious daughter, who squandered my money on a gigolo. He continued, spare me your idle chatter. If you dare to trouble me further, I will promptly send someone to collect the debts. Lu's father and the others fell silent, turning their gazes towards the utterly helpless Lu Ruyan and Ji Boda, their anger reaching a boiling point. Lu Ruyan struck Lu Ruyan across the face. You wretched girl, your brother-in-law treats you so well, yet you dare to have feelings for a pauper. Lu's mother, standing nearby, tugged at Lu Ruyan's hair while hurling insults. You shameless harlot. You refuse your boyfriend even a touch, yet willingly offer yourself to other men. Even with a boyfriend, you engage in flirtations. Truly despicable. The thought that Chu Feng would undoubtedly deny her a place within the Chu group upon discovering her identity filled her with rage. She had merely been a college graduate struggling to secure a stable job in the Chu group over the past 2 years. The company not only provided social insurance, but also offered weekends off. With such a 9-to-5 lifestyle now in jeopardy, she was left uncertain about her future. If she were to be dismissed from the Chu group, she would find no refuge in all of Modu, as other enterprises would not consider her. Seeing that his daughter was already being reprimanded, Lu's father directed his anger towards Ji Boda, delivering a ferocious kick. You beast! You orphan, devoid of parents! Why would you dare to entice my daughter Ruyan? Ji Boda crumpled on the ground, spat out blood after enduring several kicks, yet retorted with sarcasm. What do you mean I seduced your Ruyan? She approached me first. If it weren't for her wealth, I wouldn't have given her a second thought. It's your daughter who is shameless, yet you dare to blame me. Meanwhile, as Lu Ruyan endured the beating, Ji Boda's words flooded her with remorse, washing over her like a relentless tide. She truly despised herself for being so blind as to fall for such a person. Upon hearing Ji Boda's remarks, Lu's father redirected his fury towards Lu Ruyan, delivering a kick to her abdomen before curling into a ball. You wretched creature, just wait until I end your life. I cannot fathom how your mother could have given birth to such a disgrace. Lu Ruyan screamed in agony as the three of them struck her mercilessly, repeatedly pleading, Father, Mother, Brother, please stop. Please, it hurts so much. I beg you to spare me. Chu Feng, please. Help me quickly. They are hurting me so badly. At that moment, Lu Ruyan, through the gaps in her captor's grasp, caught sight of the boy who had once cherished her, appearing before her like a long-lost savior, and cried out for help. Standing nearby, Chu Feng, astonished that Lu Ruyan would plead for his assistance, began to doubt the clarity of her mind. At this point, to still believe that one could assist her is truly laughable. After all, the former Chu Feng has long since perished, a fact you chose, dear idol. Lu's father and others paused momentarily, glancing in the direction of Chu Feng, only to find him indifferent and disinterested, prompting them to continue their assault on Lu Ruyan. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan's family exhibited no compassion towards her, despite her battered state and desperate pleas. Ultimately, Lu's father seized her by the hair and barked, "Do you still have the audacity to cry out in pain? Let me tell you, if you cannot earn Chu Feng's forgiveness today, I shall end your life right here. Go, grovel and apologize." With that, he dragged Lu Ruyan and threw her before Chu Feng. Was this a display of feigned suffering or a pitiful act? Did they truly believe I would harbor any pity for Lu Ruyan? This family is utterly ridiculous. Lu Ruyan lifted her gaze to meet Chu Feng's scornful and mocking expression, and the remnants of her pride faded, leaving her speechless. In her eyes, Chu Feng had been her dog, albeit one who had now grown a mind of his own. Yet it still reminded her of the time he had served her. As long as she remained silent, that fragile shred of dignity could sustain her pride in this world. After all, her beauty was renowned in the realm of demons. Chu Feng observed the haughty Lu Ruyan, perplexed by the absurdity of the situation. How had it come to pass that he seemed to be the one receiving blows? Despite being beaten into such a pitiful state by her family, she still managed to project an air of unassailable arrogance before him. What an extraordinary oddity. Seeing his daughter mute, Lu's father grasped her hair, forcing her head to the ground, and proceeded to bow 3 times before Chu Feng. Bang, bang, bang. After the 3 bows, Lu Ruyan remained tight-lipped. Feeling humiliated by his daughter's silence, Lu's father slapped her twice and shouted, "Damn it, go and beg for his forgiveness. Are you mute? Can't you hear?" After enduring the 2 slaps, Lu Ruyan's pride crumbled, and her lips parted as she finally pleaded, "Chu Feng, I beg you to forgive me. From now on, I will wholeheartedly treat you well. Please, just grant me this request. If you refuse, I will continue to suffer their beatings." Observing Lu Ruyan prostrate on the ground, imploring for his forgiveness, Chu Feng couldn't help but scoff. "Huh, reconcile with you, so you can continue to deceive me? How amusing. Weren't you once so arrogant, proclaiming that I, Chu Feng, was merely your dog, summoned at your whim? What has become of you, O Grand Princess? Now you plead for my assistance?" Chu Feng's words pierced her already shattered heart like daggers, the anguish far exceeding the pain inflicted by her family's fists. Listening to the humiliation from Chu Feng, she found herself utterly helpless. The people at home would certainly not allow her to leave. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of Bai Yue Guang, who was reveling in her misfortune. Instantly, her heart shattered, blood surged in her veins, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yet, in that dire moment, Lu Ruyan mustered her remaining strength and retorted mockingly at Chu Feng. "Do you truly believe that Su Ningxue is a good person? Allow me to enlighten you. Your affections were divulged to me by her. It is she who has orchestrated my approach to you, intending to dismantle your family through my hands." Upon hearing these words, cold sweat suddenly broke out on Su Ningxue's back. Just as she intended to clarify the situation to Chu Feng, he stepped forward and scoffed, "Lu Ruyan, do you genuinely think I would believe your fabrications? Since my arrival, have you uttered a single truth? One is my dear friend, and the other is a fool spouting nonsense. How could you presume I would trust you? It is laughable." With a derisive smile, Chu Feng gazed at Lu Ruyan, who lay on the ground like a lifeless husk, his mind consumed with the exhilarating sensation of vengeance, which had long since clouded his reason. The primary issue lay in the fact that Lu Ruyan's claims were fundamentally disconnected from reality. For the Su family to bring down Tianlong Textile was a simple matter. Terminating existing collaborations would sever the funding chain, and within less than 6 months, the company would undoubtedly face bankruptcy. Chapter 35. We are both victims. Lu Ruyan had initially believed that exposing the scheming actions of Su Ningxue would rekindle Chu Feng's affections. However, she was utterly unprepared for the realization that her trust in Chu Feng had plummeted to an all-time low. "Take care of yourself," she uttered before abruptly losing consciousness. Su Ningxue turned her gaze towards Chu Feng, her phoenix-like eyes sparkling with a luminous glow. Am I truly that significant in your eyes? She mused inwardly, a smirk forming on her lips. How ironic. You feign disdain towards me daily, yet deep down, you care. The unconditional trust from the one she adored filled her with indescribable joy. Gazing at Chu Feng's profile, her lips curled into an uncontrollable smile. Chu Feng, upon witnessing the unconscious Lu Ruyun, turned towards her parents, his voice cold and unyielding. Take your precious daughter and leave. I no longer wish to see you. Prepare the necessary funds quickly, or be ready for my collection efforts. He added, in 3 days, I will visit your home. If your house remains intact, I shall not hesitate to employ force. What a thrilling sensation this was. Was this the sweet taste of vengeance? No wonder those Avengers on television would cry out to the heavens in elation. I find myself yearning to do the same. This feeling is undeniably exhilarating. Faced with Chu Feng's wrath, Lu's father had no choice but to escort Lu Ruyun away. Soon, the crowd dispersed, leaving behind only Ji Boda, bound and helpless. Enli Xia, a suitor of Su Ningxue. Have all your affairs been settled? What do you intend to flee with that suitcase so early in the morning? Su Ningxue's delicate hand caressed Chu Feng's cheek, her voice soft yet probing, her eyes shimmering with emotion. This display ignited jealousy in Li Xia, whose expression darkened with rage, his gaze radiating icy contempt. He resolved to bring ruin to Chu Feng's family, determined to drive Su Ningxue away from this impoverished young man before storming off. Watching their retreating figures, Chu Feng whispered, Not yet. My revenge is far from simple. I shall ensure these bloodsuckers regurgitate every drop they have taken from me. Though his tone remained calm, the malice underlying his words was palpable. From this ordeal, he had come to a profound conclusion. The miseries of his past life were the doing of Lu Ruyun's family. Initially, he sought merely to reclaim his lost funds. But now he yearned for Lu Ruyun's family to experience the devastation of ruin. Chu Feng approached Ji Boda, bound upon the grass, observing the bruises marring his skin, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. Yet, he maintained a fade of sympathy. Do not cast me those accusatory glances. The true culprits are Lu Ruyun and her family. We are both victims. I was deceived out of my money, and you were robbed of your future. He scrutinized Ji Boda's somber expression before freeing his feet from their restraints. You are free now. Go wherever you wish. I shall not pursue the debts you owe me. But now your future lies in ruins. What meaning does life hold? Moreover, I have heard from others that your grandmother, upon learning of your decision to drop out, has passed away from grief at home. The smile faded from Chu Feng's lips, and his expression turned solemn. Upon uttering these words, he rose abruptly and returned to Su Ningxue's side. Upon hearing this, Ji Boda immediately dialed his grandmother's number, but after a minute, there was still no answer. After 3 failed attempts, despair enveloped him, and suddenly, he recalled something, promptly calling Uncle Li from next door. It was then that he learned from Uncle Li that his grandmother had, in fact, passed away 2 days prior. Subsequently, Chu Feng and Su Ningxue witnessed Ji Boda raise his voice to the heavens. Grandma, I'm so sorry, Grandma. I have failed the hope you placed in me. It is I who have brought you harm. Forgive me. It is all my fault. All because of that wretched Lu Ruyun. I will make you pay for this. You shall perish. In the next moment, Ji Boda wiped away his tears, his gaze revealing a fierce determination, a murderous aura surrounding him. Seeing that his objective had been achieved, Chu Feng attempted to drag his suitcase away, only to be halted by Su Ningxue. Where do you think you're going? Are you trying to escape outside? Are you truly so afraid of me? As she spoke, her voice trembled with emotion, her large, glistening eyes misted over, evoking a sense of pity. Chu Feng, however, gazed into the distance. I wish to go out and earn some money. I want to help ease my mother's burdens. I have grown up. Earning money, you say? That is easily arranged. Just spend 1 night with me for $1,000, and by the end of the month, you would have 30,000, Su Ningxue teased, grasping Chu Feng's arm with a gentle laugh. That is unnecessary. Chu Feng had intended to project an image of diligence before Su Ningxue, hoping to use that as an excuse to leave home and earn some extra income. Given his understanding of the future, every moment was akin to gold. To miss this rapid period of growth would render it significantly harder to seize opportunities later on. Very well, I shall support you. By the way, do you need me to help retrieve the money from Lu Ruyan and her companions? Should I have the lawyers from my company intervene? Su Ningxue's playful demeanor vanished, her expression suddenly serious. No, I have my own methods. They shall not escape unscathed. I have already contacted a lawyer to settle accounts with them. As for Lu Ruyan and her friends, I have alternative strategies to ensure they face imprisonment. That would be too lenient. Chu Feng spoke without hesitation, voicing his thoughts. All right then, you may proceed as you wish, but I have one stipulation. You must not lay a hand on any other girls. Su Ningxue looked intently into Chu Feng's eyes, speaking earnestly. Sigh, Sister Ningxue, I truly only regard you as. Chu Feng began to articulate, but upon meeting Su Ningxue's cold gaze, he paused, ultimately deciding to express himself. Sister, I truly do not know how to address you properly. Despite both Aunt Mingming and my mother agreeing, and my feelings for you being genuine, you still resist so vehemently. Is it possible for you to refrain from such resistance? Being with you entails far more than merely curtailing freedom. It involves daily struggles. Chu Feng's heart thundered with frustration. Yet, his words conveyed a different sentiment. Perhaps when you truly comprehend the essence of love and possession, we may revisit this discussion. Upon hearing this, Su Ningxue furrowed her delicate brows, puzzled. How is this possessiveness? I am merely fearful of you being hurt by other women, which is why I wish for you to distance yourself from them. There are so many alluring temptresses out there, and you, being so innocent, I fear you might fall prey to their charms. Just look at Lu Ruyan. She is the perfect example. Chapter 36. Dismissal of Lu's mother and setting a trap. Though the words may ring true, my mind is currently consumed with a singular ambition, the pursuit of wealth. With that in mind, I must make my way to the office to handle some matters. Chu Feng scratched his head and spoke softly. Su Ningxue, visibly troubled, gazed at the departing Chu Feng, hesitant to voice her thoughts further. Forcing the issue too much could yield counterproductive results. I can only wish you great success in your endeavors, and perhaps in the future, you might consider supporting me, she teased, playfully patting his shoulder, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Chu Feng's complexion paled slightly, his right eyelid twitching. Sister, no problem. In the future, feel free to ask for money whenever you need it. Upon hearing this, Su Ningxue chuckled softly. Ha, very well. Henceforth, I shall be the one to warm your bed. However, there is no need for you to bring that suitcase to the office. Allow me to take it home for you. She was well aware of Chu Feng's intention to escape, swiftly snatching the suitcase without giving him a chance to react. After he relinquished his grip, he turned away, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Indeed, the suitcase is unnecessary. You may take it back from me. I shall take my leave now. With that, he promptly hailed a taxi by the roadside. Driver, step on it. I have urgent business. In no time, within a matter of minutes, Chu Feng arrived at the company. Chu Corporation's Human Resources Department. Young Master Chu, may I inquire what brings you here? A young woman in her 20s, clad in a white shirt and a form-fitting skirt, rose to greet him upon seeing Chu Feng at the entrance. Huang Jie, please retrieve the personnel file for this individual from the finance department. Chu Feng requested, pulling out his phone to show her a photo of Lu's mother. Huang Jie glanced at the image and promptly extracted a personnel file from the cabinet, handing it to Chu Feng. He took the file and seated himself, perusing its contents. Feng Huimin, rural household registration from Jiangsheng, age 35, education, associate degree. This cannot be right. Shouldn't the company's hiring criteria necessitate at least a bachelor's degree? Moreover, she specializes in marketing and has no experience in accounting. How did a mere associate degree holder slip through? Huang Jie, how could the company allow a non-accounting major with an associate degree to infiltrate? Chu Feng inquired, prompting Huang Jie to recall the circumstances surrounding Feng Huimin's hiring. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, Young Master Chu, the company initially brought her on through a labor dispatch arrangement. Later, for reasons that remain unclear, she was granted a permanent position. Perhaps her performance was deemed exceptional. Upon hearing this, a chill ran down Chu Feng's spine. Could it be that she is an undercover agent from another company? And Lu Rian may very well be a pawn in their game. This corporate warfare is truly insidious. Chu Feng tossed the file back on a Huang Jia's desk and commanded, "Dismiss her today. This individual is likely an infiltrator sent by a rival company. Moreover, her qualifications do not meet our company's hiring standards. To foster growth, we must attract top-tier talent, and the threshold cannot be lowered for her sake." Upon hearing this, Sister Huang nodded in agreement and subsequently called Gu Lashing. When Gu's mother learned of her son's decision, she initially hesitated, but after Sister Huang recounted Chu Feng's remarks, she finally acquiesced. After all, she feared that Chu Feng might act recklessly in dismissing personnel. The foundation for a company's stable development lies in the trust of its people. Sister Huang then proceeded to dial Feng Huimin's number. Soon, as Feng Huimin entered the Human Resources Department and laid eyes on Chu Feng, her heart sank. Had the reckoning begun so swiftly? It was all that wretched Lu Rian's fault. Who would have thought we would meet again so soon? Come, let us converse in the adjacent conference room, Chu Feng said with a light chuckle, his eyes glinting with mockery, before striding into the next room. Feng Huimin stumbled behind him, entering the conference room together. Just as they closed the door, Chu Feng turned and locked it. "President Chu, I implore you, spare me. My daughter's affairs have nothing to do with me." The moment they stepped inside, Feng Huimin began to shed crocodile tears. Chu Feng casually handed her a tissue. "These matters were indeed not your concern, but the debts owed by the Lu family must be repaid. However, I do not wish to discuss that with you now. I simply want to ask, what have you gained by staying with the Lu family? With such relatives, have you not felt a tinge of despair?" Feng Huimin lifted her gaze to meet Chu Feng's, her brows furrowing. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting I leave the Lu family?" Chu Feng prepared 2 cups of tea, handing one to Feng Huimin. He took a delicate sip and replied indifferently, "I mean no offense. I merely feel a sense of pity for you. Initially, I intended to settle accounts with your entire family, but upon reviewing your profile, I suddenly found you quite pitiable. I cannot fathom why you remain with the Lu family. Your husband is addicted to gambling, constantly demanding your money, and Lu Ruyan and Lu Rusong are not your children. You are merely their stepmother. Do you still hope they will support you in your old age? Even if they do, you may not live to see that day. From today's events, it is clear that your husband and Lu Rusong have no regard for you. They even resort to violence against their own mother and wife. I genuinely feel for you. I do not understand why you allow them to drain you of your vitality. If I were in your position, I would have severed ties with them long ago." Feng Huimin regarded Chu Feng with a complex expression, her mind racing. His words indeed held truth. "I see in you a reflection of my former self. I merely wish to offer you a word of advice before you depart." Chu Feng fixed his gaze on Feng Huimin, realizing that his attempt at provocation had evidently succeeded. "Very well, you may handle your resignation yourself. The compensation will amount to 10,000 yuan. How you choose to utilize that is entirely your concern. I must admit, your physique is indeed commendable, and you possess a striking beauty, exuding an aura reminiscent of a young woman in her early 20s. Recently, a friend of mine has been seeking a modeling talent for print advertisements. If you find yourself in need of employment, you might inquire there. With diligent effort, one could potentially earn several tens of thousands monthly." With a sigh of feigned reluctance, Chu Feng handed a business card to Feng Huimin before exiting the room, leaving Lu Mu deep in contemplation within the conference chamber. As he stepped out, a subtle smile played upon Chu Feng's lips. His friend was not merely a photographer for print models, but rather a director known for producing high-budget action films, where the remuneration is indeed substantial, often ranging from 5,000 to 6,000 per project. Newcomers are even offered a subsidy, nearing 10,000 yuan. Should Feng Huimin decide to divorce her husband, Lu Jianhai, it is likely he would react quite vehemently. Conversely, if she opts not to divorce, she may find herself compelled to enter the adult industry to settle her debts, an even more advantageous scenario, provided that the footage does not inadvertently reach Lu Jianhai, which could lead to dire consequences. Even if Lu Jianhai were to overlook the matter, there remains the unpredictable element of Ji Boda, a potential pawn in the tumultuous game. Once the company matters were resolved, Chu Feng proceeded to the airport, booking a flight to the capital to continue his creative endeavors. With the passage of time as it stands, he must amass $3 million within 2 years, ensuring that when Xiaomi begins to seek angel investors, he will be prepared to make a significant investment. Chapter 37. A heroic rescue unexpectedly falls upon me at 5 in the afternoon. The airport of the Imperial City was on the brink of dusk. Having just disembarked, Chu Feng hailed a nearby cab and sought refuge in a CAF to indulge in a cup of coffee. Weary in both body and spirit, he lifted the cup to his lips, savoring a sip, and couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, in the absence of Su Ningxue, even unsweetened coffee tasted delightful. As time slipped away, the evening drew near, with the glass reflecting the glow of the setting sun, casting a warm hue upon the street. Just as Chu Feng finished his coffee and prepared to rise, he suddenly caught sight of a solitary figure outside the window, dragging a suitcase along the pavement. Recognizing the familiar silhouette, he murmured to himself, could it be to encounter a classmate here? But where is Ningxue's little sidekick? While pondering this, he noticed a figure clad in black, wearing a mask, trailing closely behind her. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Feng resolved to follow the mysterious individual and uncover the truth. After settling the bill, he dashed outside, only to find that the two had nearly reached the end of the street. Just as he quickened his pace to catch up, he witnessed the black-clad figure leap forward with predatory grace. Seizing Ningxue by the neck, the assailant employed a damp handkerchief to stifle her cries, rendering her voiceless. In swift motion, he dragged her into a narrow alleyway. Upon realizing she had been captured, Ningxue attempted to cry out for help, only to find herself unable to produce any sound, her head spinning in confusion. The effects of the anesthetic, compounded by the disparity in physical strength, rendered her resistance futile. She kicked her feet against the ground, but all she managed to do was send her pristine white high heels flying, with no other effect. From his position behind them, Chu Feng let out a curse and charged forward. A couple crossing the street remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. In the alley, the tall, slender assailant rifled through Ningxue's bag, only to discover it contained merely a phone and a few hundred yuan. A pauper, he exclaimed in frustration, squeezing Ningxue's delicate face in anger. However, upon catching sight of her features, he swallowed hard. After appraising her beauty, he realized he had struck gold. Having abducted a stunning woman, with an intensely predatory gaze, he surveyed the towering peaks of her form. I am from the Yin family of the Imperial City. You would do well to take the money and leave. Otherwise, the wrath of my family is not something you can withstand, Ningxue managed to threaten, her head heavy with drowsiness from the drug. The masked man paused, realizing that his disguise rendered him immune to her intimidation. He then yanked at her white blouse, sending 2 buttons flying and exposing a large expanse of her alabaster skin to the blue-clad figure's eyes. Seeing that the situation had spiraled beyond redemption, Ningxue summoned her last vestige of strength to tear off her mask, desperately trying to memorize his face. Alas, as her fingers grasped the fabric, darkness enveloped her, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. As he contemplated reaching out to grasp a handful and assess the sensation, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. The man in black turned around and was immediately struck by the sight of a white figure standing at the narrow alley's entrance. Chu Feng slowly advanced towards the two, adopting a stance of vigilance. Observing Chu Feng, who was clad in a black shirt and carrying a backpack, the man in black took a step back, swiftly drawing a dagger from his waist and pointing it at Chu Feng while bellowing, "Kid, why aren't you at school? What are you doing here, causing a commotion? Get lost." Mistaking Chu Feng for a high school student merely returning from a supplementary class due to his backpack, the man intended to intimidate him. However, Chu Feng showed no fear and instead replied in a firm tone, "I apologize, but the person behind you is my classmate, and I have already called the police. If you don't leave, you may find it difficult to walk away shortly." Upon hearing the mention of the police, the man in black momentarily hesitated. But soon his murderous intent surged. What the hell? A high school student trying to act tough? Moreover, this brat had seen his face. If he wasn't dealt with, the police would arrive and review surveillance footage, complicating matters significantly. The idea of eliminating this kid now and taking the woman back to his rented apartment to confine her for nightly indulgence began to take shape in his mind. "Kid, Come here. Want to experience your classmate's charm? She's quite the rare beauty, he taunted. Chu Feng, picking up a small stone from a nearby trash can, scoffed at the man. You can't seriously think I'm that foolish? The moment I step in front of you, you'd stab me twice. Seeing that his bait had not worked, the man in black seized the unconscious Ningxue, pressing the blade against her neck as he threatened. If you don't come over, I'll kill her. You wouldn't want to witness your beautiful classmate perish before your eyes, would you? You've taken her, not me. Why should I risk my life for hers? Chu Feng continued to advance, exerting immense psychological pressure on the man in black. Don't come any closer. If you do, I will kill her. The man's fear escalated as Chu Feng closed the distance. Brother, you're just after money. There's no need to gamble with your own life. How about this? I'll step aside. You leave, and we can pretend this never happened. Chu Feng suggested, eyeing the backpack and scattered cosmetics on the ground. Yet the man in black was unmoved, reiterating his threats. Look at the beauty in my grasp. I hear she hails from the esteemed Yin family in the capital. If she dies because of you, do you think the Yin family will let you off? At that tense moment, Ningxue began to regain consciousness. You should leave. Don't worry about me. Although her words were resolute, her trembling legs betrayed her fear of death, an instinct inherent to all living beings. Observing the terrified Ningxue urging him to escape, Chu Feng felt a surge of emotion within him. The cloaked man lowered his head, menacingly threatening the girl. At that moment, Chu Feng seized the opportunity, summoning all his strength to hurl a small stone, striking the man's elbow directly. The black-clad figure felt a jolt of pain coursing through his arm, causing the knife he wielded to slip from his grasp. Cursed be this wretch! Just as he bent down to retrieve the blade with the intent to harm Ningxue, Chu Feng boldly seized the knife's edge, blood oozing from his palm. In the next instant, he delivered a swift chop to the man's neck. Before the assailant could react, Chu Feng followed up with a powerful punch to his face, leaving the man clutching his features in agony. Seizing the moment, Chu Feng executed a devastating kick to the man's groin. The black-clad man's vision darkened, and he promptly collapsed to the ground. At the sight of his adversary falling, Chu Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him, though the sharp pain in his palm made his entire body shudder. Yet, in a display of resilience, he gritted his teeth, suppressing any cries of discomfort. Fortunately, his prior studies of acupressure while massaging Su Ningxue proved advantageous, as the stone had fortuitously struck the ulnar nerve at the man's joint. Breathing heavily, Chu Feng cast his gaze towards the unconscious Ningxue. Chapter 38. The hero rescues the class leaders. Sister Ningxue reluctantly lifted her head, gazing at the man who had saved her life. In that dim, narrow alley, illuminated by the faint glow of the setting sun, their eyes met. Chu Feng discerned a glimmer of innocence and naivety in Ningxue's gaze. That expression feels somewhat amiss, he thought, yet despite the lingering doubts in his heart, he extended his hand and gently inquired, "Can you still stand?" Upon noticing the dark red stains on Chu Feng's abdomen, Ningxue's heart raced with alarm, mistakenly believing he had been stabbed. She hastily tore open his shirt, frantically searching for wounds. "Are you hurt?" Ningxue's voice was soft and endearing. Seeing the alley was dimly lit, she immediately retrieved her phone from her pocket, activating the flashlight to inspect him closely. The bright white beam illuminated his well-defined, fair abdomen, and she carefully examined every inch, relieved to find no injuries or blood. However, as she touched him, her delicate fingers grew bolder, and suddenly, she playfully pinched him. Feeling teased, Chu Feng took a step back. Are you Ningxue's classmate?" He gently asked the adorably naive girl before him. The girl looked up at him, a sweet smile gracing her lips. "I am her sister, Qingmei. I just returned from abroad." Panic surged within her. She worried her sister's classmates might think her foolish. "Oh no, what if she tells my sister I was being inappropriate?" Qingmei's thoughts raced as her fair earlobes flushed slightly. Chu Feng, observing the innocent girl before him, felt his doubts dissipate. "Since you are my classmate's sister, would you like me to call her to come over?" Yet, he suddenly realized that Qingmei was still sitting on the ground, prompting him to extend his hand once more. "Can you stand?" Qingmei, with her adorably clueless demeanor, nodded, Um, I can. As she attempted to rise, the dizziness returned, and she began to sway backward. Quickly, Chu Feng reached out to steady her. Thank you, she murmured, her face flushed with shyness, her hands nervously unsure of where to rest. We should leave this place. It's not safe. I fear he may have accomplices, Chu Feng urged, glancing toward the alley's end. I think I might be a bit dizzy and can't walk, Qingmei said, her bright eyes fixed on Chu Feng, exuding a pitiful charm that stirred sympathy. Noticing scattered belongings on the ground, Chu Feng collected them and handed them back to her. Then, he crouched down in front of her. I'll carry you. That might not be appropriate, Qingmei replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet her body acted truthfully as she wrapped her arms around Chu Feng's neck, leaning against his back. Chu Feng stood up, and it was the first time Qingmei had been carried by someone. She wrapped her arms around Chu Feng's neck and tightly clasped her legs around his waist, resting her head against his left shoulder. After taking just a couple of steps, Chu Feng quietly spoke to the girl on his back. Could you perhaps not hold on so tightly? It's a bit difficult for me to walk like this. Oh, I'm sorry. This is my first time too, and I'm not quite used to it. Qingmei hurriedly apologized, her voice tinged with innocence. Chu Feng cleared his throat, feeling a strange sensation. What kind of suggestive words were these? Why did it feel as if they were engaged in something inappropriate? Through his thin shirt, he could distinctly feel a certain softness pressing against his back. I'm really sorry. I squeezed a bit too hard out of nervousness. It was unintentional. Qingmei explained again when Chu Feng remained silent. It's fine. Let's talk about it once we're safe. Chu Feng coughed lightly and strode forward. Qingmei pondered aloud. I thought when men carry women, they should hold onto their thighs. Chu Feng replied, I'm holding my backpack with one hand, and the other one is injured, so I can't manage that. Oh, I see, Qingmei said, finally understanding. As they exited the alley, Chu Feng noticed a pair of white high-heeled shoes on the ground, along with a fallen suitcase. Just then, the sound of a police siren grew louder, approaching them, and the vehicle came to a halt in front of them. A male and female officer stepped out and looked at Chu Feng and Qingmei. I called the police. Someone was just robbed, Chu Feng informed them. The female officer noticed the girl on his back and the dark red stain on his black shirt, with one hand bleeding profusely. Realizing the situation, she quickly stepped forward to take Qingmei from him, and Chu Feng felt an immediate sense of relief. The male officer turned and retrieved a pack of bandages from the car, preparing to tend to Chu Feng's injury. Young man, what happened? Where's the robber? Chu Feng pointed towards the dark alley. The person is inside the alley. I've already knocked him out. Upon hearing this, the male officer promptly took out his baton and entered the alley. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, dragging the robber with him, while the female officer helped Qingmei into the police car. Young man, please come with us to file a report, the male officer said, handcuffing the robber before turning back to Chu Feng. Chu Feng nodded and climbed into the police car. After completing the report at the station, it was nearly 8 o'clock. As he stepped out, he felt an overwhelming sense of lightness wash over him. It had been a long day. Even finding a moment to relax had proven elusive. Chu Feng and Qingmei stood at the police station's entrance, observing the bustling street, and could succinctly describe their current state in one word: exhausted. To elaborate, they were exceedingly weary. Have you found a place to stay? Qingmei inquired, glancing at the man beside her, who was wearing a backpack, and then at a nearby restaurant. How about I treat you to a meal? It is likely that my family will take some time to arrive here. Chu Feng gently patted his famished and emaciated belly, recalling that he had not consumed anything since noon. Well, very well. After speaking, the two made their way towards the restaurant across the street. Upon entering, Chu Feng glanced around and noticed that the patrons were predominantly couples. Could this possibly be a romantic dining establishment? Goodness. Qingmei observed the couples around her and realized the same, but having already entered, it would be rather awkward to leave, especially since both were quite hungry. Thus, the pair, who had only recently met, decided to order a couple's set meal. Without even perusing the menu, Chu Feng directly requested a signature dish from the waitress at the counter. Soon, a female server arrived, pushing a cart, and placed a couple's meal on their table. Sir, madam, this is our restaurant's signature dish, love at first sight. Chapter 39. Come stay at my house tonight. Upon hearing the name of the dish, Chu Feng cleared his throat twice, his cheeks tinged with a subtle blush. While Qingmei was already blushing profusely, her delicate earlobes radiating warmth. Well, understood, Chu Feng replied, dividing the dish into 2 portions, one for each of them. At the dining table, an awkward silence enveloped the two. Noticing her reticence, Chu Feng too refrained from speaking, focusing intently on his meal. Their peculiar behavior soon drew the attention of those around them. Are these two a couple of food enthusiasts? They come here just to eat. They eat as if entranced. Ningxue's ears perked up as she overheard several couples nearby whispering about them. Her cheeks and neck flushed a rosy hue, reminiscent of someone who had indulged excessively in fine wine or perhaps was experiencing a touch of hypoxia. She glanced at Chu Feng, who was still engrossed in his meal, and returned her gaze to her bowl, taking small spoonfuls of rice. Chu Feng, too, caught wind of the murmurs. As soon as Qingmei lowered her head, he stole a glance at the bashful girl before resuming his meal. He appreciated the simplicity of a normal girl, unlike Su Ningxue, who, plagued by peculiar whims, insisted on sharing her meal, taking half a spoonful at a time. Halfway through their meal, Qingmei's phone rang. After answering the call, she set down her utensils. My family has come to pick me up. I must return home. Her tone carried a hint of reluctance, as today's events had fostered a significant fondness for Chu Feng. This was her first return to Huaxia in 4 years. Previously, she had been studying in the United States. This time, she had returned as an exchange student, hoping to reacquaint herself with the local customs. Little did she expect that her brief stroll would lead to misfortune, only to be saved by Chu Feng's timely intervention. Chu Feng regarded her thoughtfully and nodded, choosing not to extend the conversation further. Just be mindful of your safety in the future, he advised. Qingmei nodded earnestly. Just as she took a step away, a thought crossed her mind, and she casually inquired, by the way, where is your home? I would like to express my gratitude in person another day. Shanghai. Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. Qingmei's eyes sparkled, and she continued, then where are you staying now? Chu Feng shook his head slightly. I am uncertain for the time being. I just arrived today. Upon hearing that Chu Feng had yet to find accommodation, Qingmei's eyes lit up with excitement. How about this? Finding a hotel at this hour might be cumbersome. Why don't you stay at my house tonight? It will be a way for me to repay your kindness. Besides, you are acquainted with my sister. It would be a wonderful opportunity to visit her as well. Chu Feng's expression shifted, a hint of hesitation crossing his brow. Although he was keen to foster a good relationship with Ningxue and her prestigious family for potential future endeavors, he found himself at a crossroads. As nightfall descended, the prospect of staying over at a female classmate's house loomed, albeit one with whom he did not share a particularly close bond, rendering the situation somewhat uncomfortable. Observing the hesitant expression on Chu Feng's face, Qingmei grasped his arm and gently urged, come on, let's stay at my place tonight. Just as Chu Feng was mulling over this unexpected invitation, a nearby male classmate cast a disbelieving glance in their direction, unable to contain his thoughts. Seriously, man? Are you really going to play hard to get? The girl is inviting you to her home. He continued, and she's quite stunning. If I were you, I would have already gone home with her. Poor girl. She's being so forward, and yet you remain unmoved. The girl seated opposite the boy chimed in, agreeing with his sentiments. Qingmei, seeing that others mistakenly assumed Chu Feng was her boyfriend, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, lowering her head like an ostrich. Sensing the awkwardness in the air, Chu Feng stood up and took her hand, saying simply, let us go. This gentle declaration brightened Qingmei's mood, transforming her gloomy demeanor. As they stepped outside, they noticed a black Mercedes parked with its hazard lights flashing. Inside the car, Ningxue widened her eyes in surprise as she observed Chu Feng holding her sister's wrist at the entrance of the couple-themed restaurant. What on earth? She exclaimed. Sister. Qingmei waved at the Mercedes, which responded with a couple of honks. The two then approached the vehicle, stowing their belongings before Chu Feng opened the left rear door and seated himself inside. Just as Qingmei reached the right door to enter, Ningxue called out, Qingmei, why don't you sit in the front? Qingmei glanced at Chu Feng inside the car, then at the empty passenger seat, and replied, no, I want to sit in the back for a while. After she settled into the rear seat, Ningxue, slightly taken aback by her sister's refusal, chose not to press the matter further and drove home. On the way, Ningxue couldn't shake off the astonishment from earlier. Her dear sister had just returned to the country and had already found herself entangled with one of her classmates. "Sister, what's the situation? How did you end up with my classmate?" she asked, furrowing her beautifully shaped brows while glancing at her sister in the rearview mirror. At that moment, Qingmei leaned against the car window, lost in the scenic beauty of their hometown. Turning her head slightly, she replied, "Today I was robbed and fortunately, I encountered your classmate who subdued the assailant." Ningxue's mind raced with disbelief. What a coincidence! The classic hero saving the damsel in distress actually happened in real life. And it's happening to my own sister. It's more outrageous than a novel. She called out, "Hey, Chu Feng." Ningxue called out, noticing Chu Feng's gaze directed towards her, and then inquired, "What brings you to the imperial capital?" It has barely been 2 days since the holiday commenced. A subtle smile played at the corners of Chu Feng's lips as he replied lightly, "I came here for a vacation. What else could it be?" Suddenly, Ningxue recalled the words that Su Ningxue had spoken to him that night and teased. "How is it that your esteemed sister is able to lure you away from home?" Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback by her remark, then chuckled softly. "My leaving home has little to do with her. She is merely my neighbor's sister, and our relationship is not that intricate." Upon hearing Chu Feng's response, a beautiful smile gradually formed on Ningxue's lips. "I seem to have stumbled upon a remarkable secret. It is worth noting that in the past, Su Ningxue was the epitome of desire among the male students at Magic University, a true goddess residing atop the snowy peaks, admired from afar and completely unattainable. Yet, who could have imagined that this high mountain flower secretly harbors a penchant for romance and an affinity for younger brothers?" Chapter 40. Could it be that you are a sister complex? As Chu Feng glanced at the luxurious interior of the car, he couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of classmate Yin's family. After all, they were driving a grand Mercedes-Benz. Ningxue chuckled softly, offering no further commentary. Before long, the car gracefully entered a villa in the heart of the capital. Although the villa spanned just over 300 square meters, in this prime location where every inch of land is invaluable, not even the affluent could easily acquire such a property. Upon disembarking, under the guidance of a servant, Chu Feng settled into the guest room, stowing away his luggage. Just as he had finished his shower and was preparing to lie down, a slender maid knocked on his door. "Mr. Chu, my mistress invites you to the study for a conversation." Seated at the desk, having just closed his laptop in readiness for rest, Chu Feng's mind began to whirl with curiosity. What could Ningxue want at this late hour? Was it perhaps her way of expressing gratitude for saving her sister's life today? Contemplating these thoughts, he opened the door and followed the maid to the study. In the study, Chu Feng found himself across from Ningxue, each with a cup of coffee before them. As he gazed at the wealthy young woman, it felt as though he were seeing her for the first time. At that moment, Ningxue had changed into a delicate peach-pink silk nightgown, exuding an air of elegance and sophistication, a stark contrast to her youthful, exuberant persona at school. Who would have thought that beneath her modest exterior lay a woman of considerable fortune? However, it struck him as somewhat stingy that she offered him instant coffee at this hour, instead of indulging in freshly brewed artisan coffee. With a hint of playful sarcasm, Chu Feng took a sip of the coffee, its bitterness awakening him far more than he anticipated. "If you desire my hand-ground coffee, it would require a personal connection. And I must mention that my study is typically off-limits to even the servants," Ningxue replied with a soft chuckle. She then gently continued, "Furthermore, I kindly ask you to keep my family's secret. I merely wish to enjoy a tranquil and unremarkable university life." As she took a delicate sip from her cup, a trace of allure graced her features. Observing her relaxed demeanor, Chu Feng couldn't suppress his skepticism. This young lady had summoned him in the dead of night, merely for coffee? He remained unconvinced. "Classmate Yin, did you summon me to the study at such an hour to discuss academic matters?" Ningxue shot him an incredulous glance. Who would earnestly engage in scholarly discussions at such an hour? Clearly, there must be a significant reason for her invitation. "Are you perhaps interested in discussing academic topics with me?" she retorted, her expression still nonchalant. Without hesitation, Chu Feng cut to the chase. I trust that classmate Yin does not indulge in such trivialities. If there is something to be said, please speak plainly. Seeing that Chu Feng had broached the subject directly, Ningxue decided to be forthright as well. I advise you not to harbor any improper thoughts about my sister. Otherwise, you know the consequences. At this juncture, Ningxue paused momentarily before continuing. However, I remain deeply grateful for your act of saving her life today. Consider it a favor owed by the Yin family. Should any matters arise in the future where we can be of assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Chu Feng stirred his coffee casually with a small spoon, seemingly indifferent. Rest assured, I hold no romantic notions towards either of you. Moreover, I have heard at school that you identify as a lesbian and harbor no interest in men. Pausing for a moment, Chu Feng smiled and inquired, could it be that you have a penchant for younger girls? He chuckled. His curiosity piqued as he glanced at Ningxue. Upon hearing that term, Ningxue raised an eyebrow in surprise, quickly followed by a hint of indignation as she retorted. What nonsense! Who said that? I was unaware of such a thing. Noticing her furrowed brow, Chu Feng replied with a grin. I heard from others that your suitors have all been thoroughly dealt with by that inseparable girl of yours, who fiercely threatened them. Over time, the boys in our class and department have come to believe that you prefer girls and even claim that she's your girlfriend. Ningxue regarded Chu Feng with a complex expression. And what do you think? Do you believe I am? She asked, stirring her coffee as she spoke. Chu Feng da. About to respond, when the corner of his eye caught sight of her delicate hand stirring the coffee in an unusual manner. Not a simple back-and-forth motion, but rather a deliberate up-and-down flicking. Seeing Chu Feng lost in thought, Ningxue pressed on. Do you also think I am that kind of person? Regaining his composure, Chu Feng countered. Is the opinion of others truly that significant? Ningxue was taken aback. She had not expected such a response from him. She had anticipated only two outcomes, a yes or a no. For some reason, I feel like you have changed quite a bit over this past month, she mused aloud. Since Chu Feng's breakup with Lu Ruyan, she sensed a transformation in him, as if he were no longer the harmless puppy dog he once was. Moreover, she had heard that he was intent on reclaiming all the money he had previously spent on them. Surprised, Chu Feng asked, what makes you say that? Ningxue extended her slender finger to tap her temple. A woman's intuition. After saying this, she glanced at the clock on the wall and noted that it was nearing 11 at night. She continued, well, it's getting late. You should rest. Her tone carried an unmistakable hint of dismissal. Chu Feng understood this and nodded with a smile. Indeed, it is late. A good night's sleep is in order after such a long day. With that, he rose and exited the study, while Ningxue watched his carefree silhouette depart. Love, indeed, has the power to foster personal growth. The next day, the morning light illuminated the grand imperial city. At 8 o'clock, a maid promptly knocked on the door. Mr. Chu, breakfast is ready. My young lady requests your presence in the dining room. Understood. Give me a moment, Chu Feng replied as he completed the final move of his exercise. At that moment, his back was drenched in sweat, his fair skin covered with a light layer of grayish residue. The extraordinary technique that Su Ningxue has acquired is truly remarkable. He murmured to himself while opening the door to the bathroom, preparing for a refreshing shower. 3 minutes later, he emerged from his room, fully attired, and followed the maid to the dining hall. As Chu Feng entered the dining area, he noticed that the two sisters, Ningxue and her sibling, had been waiting for quite some time. A cursory glance at the breakfast spread revealed a rather minimalist selection, comprising the three staple items of the old imperial capital: fermented soybean milk, crispy fried dough, and pickled vegetables. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. The trio exchanged pleasantries. As Chu Feng took his seat at the table, he was immediately struck by the peculiar aroma emanating from the bowl of fermented soybean milk before him. Is this even drinkable? Observing his hesitation, Ningxue lifted the bowl and took a generous sip. Don't worry, it's delicious. Once you try it, you will surely fall in love with it. Skeptical yet intrigued, Chu Feng took a tentative sip. The distinctive flavor exploded within his mouth, a sensation akin to the pungent result of a man who hadn't tea-bathed for over 30 days, concocted from socks steeped in the acrid scent of sweat. Transformed into a foul brew. Chapter 41. A sudden throb. Chu Feng initially intended to behave modestly during his first visit to someone else's home, striving to suppress his discomfort. However, his throat felt as though an invisible hand was tightly gripping it, preventing him from swallowing even a morsel. With a retching sound, he expelled the contents back into the bowl. Ningxue, seated across from him, observed Chu Feng's struggle with a peculiar sense of joy. Her enchanting almond-shaped eyes curved slightly, evoking a sensation akin to a gentle spring breeze. Beside her, Qingmei, poised to sip her bowl of soybean milk, noticed Chu Feng's predicament and quietly set her bowl aside. She pulled a tissue from the table and handed it to him, saying, "Here, wipe your mouth." Chu Feng accepted the tissue, dabbing his lips with a look of disdain. "What kind of culinary darkness is this?" he exclaimed. Qingmei chimed in, "Indeed. If my brother doesn't like it, let us go out to eat." Chu Feng glanced at Ningxue, who was fixated on him with her cold gaze. "It's fine to eat here. The soybean milk may be unpalatable, but there are still crispy rings to enjoy." With that, he picked up a crispy ring and nibbled on it. Observing Chu Feng indulge in the crispy treat, Qingmei took a bite herself, her delicate brows furrowing before she set it down. "I seem to lack an appetite this morning. I want to eat anymore." She then rose and left, while Chu Feng finished his crispy ring and returned to his room. Upon entering, he resumed his writing, having composed over 20,000 words for his book. The total number of collections had surpassed 500, and the number of recommendation votes had exceeded 100. Just as he was deeply engrossed in his work, two graceful figures passed by outside his door. Ningxue, noticing the door ajar, peeked in out of curiosity. Inside, she beheld Chu Feng dressed in a white shirt, the morning light casting a soft glow upon him, creating a striking visual impact that made her heart race. Qingmei, noticing her sister's dazed expression, gently poked her arm. "What is wrong?" Only then did Ningxue snap back to reality, staring at Chu Feng in a daze before instinctively replying, "Nothing, nothing at all." She quickly withdrew her head, taking her sister's hand as they continued to explore the villa, familiarizing themselves with their new home. As she walked, she spoke of the surroundings, yet her thoughts were persistently occupied by the image of Chu Feng, diligently writing. In the past, at school, Chu Feng was the only boy she felt comfortable approaching, as he exuded a sense of safety. His demeanor was harmless, and they shared similar interests, particularly a mutual love for sports. Little did she know that this seemingly innocent interaction would lead her down an unforeseen path. After 3 days, Chu Feng had successfully penned over 30,000 words. Just as he concluded his latest writing session, an unexpected message from his editor arrived. "I have secured a trial promotion for you. I believe your work is worthy of at least a high-quality classification." A high-quality work is defined as one with an average of 3,000 words per chapter, a daunting challenge for novice authors. Yet, exceptional talents occasionally emerge, such as Chu Feng. The editor, after reading Chu Feng's latest chapter, found herself captivated, unable to shake off the impact of the conflicts and foreshadowing he had woven, surpassing the majority of authors in her experience. The most terrifying aspect is the high tension of the chase, and the immersive writing of this book is exceptionally well executed. When Chu Feng saw this message, he merely responded with a yes and left it at that, which left the editor of Galaxy, who was stationed at the computer, utterly astonished. Generally speaking, when new authors learn that their work has reached a level of excellence, they are undoubtedly elated. Some authors even seek to curry favor with editors, hoping for their enthusiastic support. Yet this newcomer seems excessively aloof. At noon, Chu Feng typed out 20,000 words and prepared to leave the inn residence. After all, staying too long could become bothersome. Just as he was about to step out the door with his backpack, he happened to be spotted by Ningxue and Qingmei. "Hey, Chu Feng, where are you off to?" Qingmei called out loudly, her legs unconsciously quickening as she approached him. Chu Feng turned to face them, chuckling lightly. "I'm going to rent a place. I can't keep imposing on you all, can I?" Upon hearing that Chu Feng intended to rent a room, Qingmei stepped forward and wrapped her arms around his. "Why not just stay at my house? We have so many empty rooms." Chu Feng looked at the adorable girl. Taken aback, he glanced at Ningxue, whose eyes seemed to blaze with intensity, and felt an urge to withdraw his hand, only to find Qingmei holding on even tighter. "Perhaps it's best I go for a walk instead. I wouldn't want to intrude." He cast a glance at Ningxue as he spoke. Ningxue's lips curled into a subtle smile, her face blooming like a peach blossom. There's no question of intruding. After all, you saved my sister's life. Our family should indeed treat you well. Huh. Chu Feng's expression shifted from confusion to astonishment, and then to perplexity. What was Ningxue trying to achieve? Was she attempting to create a favorable impression in front of her sister? It seemed likely. Resolutely, Chu Feng replied, I truly have matters to attend to, so I won't linger. With that, he gently extricated himself from Qingmei's delicate grasp. All right then, Qingmei conceded, releasing her hold. As Chu Feng stepped out the door, he turned to wave at the two of them with a faint smile. Until we meet again, see you at school. See you at school. Ningxue and her sister echoed in unison, waving back at him. As soon as Chu Feng left, he quickly rented a small house in the suburbs. Having been away from home for merely 2 days, Ningxue had already called him 7 times. Yet, without exception, Chu Feng had deflected each call with excuses of being busy with work. The following morning, after finishing his practice, Chu Feng logged back into the terminal software and discovered a flurry of messages flooding in from readers in the background. What on earth is this novel? It must be toxic. Why can't I stop reading it? The author has finally risen to update. Even the donkeys of the production team wouldn't dare rest this long. Author, how much do I need to donate for an extra chapter? The comment section was abuzz with enthusiastic reactions from various readers. And Chu Feng couldn't help but reflect on his own experience. How, in the past, when he first encountered this book, he had been utterly consumed by it, devouring it late into the night after dinner, completely engrossed. Initially, I intended to stay up late merely to indulge in a novel. However, when I could no longer resist the allure of sleep, I realized that the sun had already risen high in the sky. As Chu Feng glanced at the comments section, he took a moment to respond to a few readers before commencing his day of writing. With a background in computer science, he effortlessly completed 10,000 words in less than 3 hours. The 20,000 words he had penned the previous day had already been scheduled for release, with a portion set for the day after tomorrow. As soon as Chu Feng updated the story, the comments section erupted with fervor. Readers were ecstatic to witness the protagonist being jilted, facing familial troubles, and the emergence of a mysterious elder, signaling yet another opportunity for the protagonist to cultivate once more. Their excitement mirrored the protagonist's own realization of being able to train again. At noon, after finishing lunch, the editor He opened her computer, eager to check on the progress of Chu Feng's book. To her astonishment, upon viewing the back-end data, her eyes widened in disbelief, her face a canvas of shock. Both the total collections and recommended votes had surpassed 1,000. This individual possesses the essence of a master. Chapter 42. Personally collecting the debt. As the editor remained in a state of astonishment, Chu Feng had already boarded a flight to Jiangxing. Seated on the plane, he meticulously scrutinized the messages sent by Su Mengyao, his expression darkening with indignation. He had never anticipated that Lu Ruyan's family would not only remain intact, but also refuse to repay a single penny. Given these circumstances, he resolved to visit Jiangxing and engage them in a serious discussion. Upon landing, he was greeted at the exit by Su Mengyao, a refined woman adorned with black glasses and clad in a white professional shirt, exuding an air of sophistication. As Chu Feng disembarked, he greeted her with a smile. Sister Mengyao, you look even more radiant after just a few days apart. Spare me your flattery, Su Mengyao replied, her eyes sparkling as she playfully huffed. Foregoing any banter, she swiftly produced a document and handed it to Chu Feng. Xiao Feng, I have prepared the documents as per your request and filed a lawsuit with the Jiangxing court. The file details all expenditures related to the construction of the house for Lu Ruyan's family, as well as the 70,000 yuan they owe you. As for the previous expenses, I have no desire to reclaim them. The most tormenting fate is not death, but rather the descent from paradise to hell, where one must live daily in wretchedness, haunted by memories of a once blissful life. Only in living can one truly experience suffering. Chu Feng perused the document briefly before returning it to Su Mengyao. Very well, let us ensure these deadbeats pay the price. Soon, with his team of lawyers, he journeyed a considerable distance to confront Lu Ruyan's family. However, upon their arrival, They were met with a crowd that had gathered outside the residence, blocking the entrance. "What's happening here?" Chu Feng inquired, observing the throng of people ahead. Su Mengyao approached a few elderly women to inquire about the situation. Mistaking her formal attire for that of a government official, they recounted the events that had transpired. After grasping the situation, Su Mengyao relayed the information to Chu Feng. The story unfolded. Ji Boda had attacked Lu Ruyuan, inflicting a grievous wound, prompting Lu Ruyuan's father to retaliate with a kitchen knife. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ji Boda fled, and the local authorities were now dealing with the aftermath. For a brief moment, Chu Feng was taken aback by the news, but he soon chuckled. It appears Ji Boda sought to sever Lu's family's lineage in retaliation for their thwarting his future. This dog-eat-dog scenario is truly riveting. Qingmei, let us seize this opportunity to strike them further, dismantle their household, and reclaim the money they owe us. With a mocking expression, Chu Feng straightened his posture and approached a local officer. The officer raised a hand, halting him. "Good sir, this is a crime scene. Unauthorized personnel must not approach." Yet Su Mengyao stepped forward, presenting a lawsuit to the officer. "We are here to collect a debt. The Lu family owes us a total of 73,000 yuan, and the house they currently reside in was constructed with our funds. Considering the value of the house, we demand compensation of 530,000 yuan. The Lu family has failed to repay the debt, and I now represent my client in issuing a lawyer's letter, demanding that the Lu family repay the money promptly. Otherwise, we shall seek court enforcement." The two officials exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed, and could only call for Lu Ruoyan's father, Lu Jinhong. Upon recognizing the arrival of Chu Feng, Lu Jinhong mistakenly assumed he had come for his daughter and immediately exclaimed in distress, "My son-in-law, you have finally arrived. That scoundrel Ji Boda has harmed my son. You must avenge him." Chu Feng took a step back and coldly retorted, "I'm not here for your family's wretched daughter. I have come merely to convey this. If you fail to repay the debt and return the vehicle today, prepare to face imprisonment. This house was also funded by me, costing a total of 430,000. Either repay the money or brace for its demolition." Upon hearing that Chu Feng was demanding money, Lu Jinhong pointed at him and shouted, "Who owes you money? And if you dare to demolish my house, I will fight you to the end." As he spoke, he glanced at the bloodied kitchen knife on the ground. Unperturbed, Chu Feng instructed Su Mengyao to read aloud the litigation requirements. "The plaintiff, Chu Feng, has repeatedly communicated with the defendant Lu Ruoyan's family prior to July 3, 2007, attempting to secure the repayment of 530,000 yuan. Yet the defendants have disregarded his requests." Su Mengyao's words detonated like underwater explosives in the small village. When the villagers learned that the Lu family had built their house through deceitful borrowing, many began to whisper among themselves, "I knew it. They built that little villa in just about a year. They must have been scamming money. I never thought it was true." With Lu Jinhong's gambling addiction, how could he possibly afford to build a house? I suspect Lu Ruoyan must have tricked some wealthy heir after entering university, and now they've come to collect. The murmurs of the villagers turned Lu Jinhong's face a mix of colors. Just then, an ambulance arrived and quickly took Lu Rusong away. Concerned for his beloved son, Lu Jinhong personally followed the ambulance. As the two departed, the officials considered leaving, but Chu Feng stepped forward to halt them. "Gentlemen, may I inquire if this house, which I funded, can be demolished?" The two officials appeared troubled, uncertain of how to respond. At that moment, Feng Huimin stood up, her voice tinged with desperation. "Master Chu, I implore you not to demolish my home. If you do, we will have no way to survive. Fellow villagers, please come to my aid." Feng Huimin fell to the ground, rolling in distress and wailing towards the surrounding onlookers. However, the villagers around completely ignored Feng Huimin. Ever since her family acquired wealth, they had become exceedingly arrogant and intolerant, finding fault with everyone in the village. Moreover, the surrounding villagers believed that the Lu family had no justification for their behavior, and even the clansmen in the village were unwilling to get involved. As she realized that no one was willing to assist her, Feng Huimin was infuriated. Just as she was throwing a tantrum, Su Mengyao had already arranged for the demolition crew, who arrived on site in a pickup truck. with Lu Jinhong and Lu Ruyin accompanying Lu Rusong to the hospital. Only Feng Huimin remained to guard the house. With a wave of his hand, Chu Feng commanded, "You all, go and drive her away." Subsequently, 3 legal assistants beside Su Mingyao stepped forward and pushed Feng Huimin to a spot 5 meters away from the house. 2 officers looked at Chu Feng, puzzled, and quietly inquired, "What are you trying to do?" Chu Feng's lips curled into a slight smile, and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he replied in a chilling tone, "Since they refuse to give me the money for the construction, I have no choice but to reclaim this house. However, I do not wish to keep it, so it must be demolished." Chapter 43. Witnessing your home being demolished upon hearing that Chu Feng intended to demolish their house. Feng Huimin's expression instantly changed. "Uncle, please save me. If they tear down our home, where will we live?" She pleaded desperately. "Fellow villagers, I implore you to help, as they all belong to the same village." She cried out, "You cannot turn a blind eye to my plight." Feng Huimin rushed to an elderly relative, clinging to his legs and sobbing uncontrollably. "Third uncle, you cannot stand idly by. We are of the same bloodline." However, the elderly kin seemed disinclined to wade into these troubled waters, withdrawing his foot and retreating into the crowd. "I still have food cooking at home. I must return to turn off the stove." Had Lu Jinhong held any justification, as their third uncle, he might have offered some assistance. Yet, since the house was financed entirely by others, Lu Jinhong had no grounds for support. Aiding him would only invite trouble. Seeing her third uncle's refusal to help, Feng Huimin attempted to seek assistance from another relative. But that individual merely gestured for her to come over before retreating into the throng. With no prospect from her relatives, she crawled before Chu Feng, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded for mercy. "Young Master Chu, I beg you, do not demolish my home. If my husband finds out, he will surely kill me." Chu Feng squatted down, regarding the alluring young woman with a fa of sympathy. "I truly fail to comprehend what you see in the Lu family. Lu Jinhong is a notorious gambler, and Lu Rusong is extravagantly wasteful. You and Lu Ruyin are like 2 leeches, draining their resources. At least Lu Ruyin shares some blood ties with them, but you are merely their stepmother. Do you genuinely expect them to provide for you in your old age? If I were in your position, I would have departed long ago." Chu Feng's words struck Feng Huimin like a bolt of lightning, igniting within her the desire to flee. Yet, she maintained a facade of defiance, coldly huffing, "I will not allow you to sow discord between us." Seeing her unyielding stance, Chu Feng turned to the demolition crew and commanded, "Proceed with the demolition of that house." As soon as he uttered these words, Feng Huimin collapsed to the ground, wailing inconsolably. Her heart-wrenching cries stirred the emotions of the 2 officers present. As the 5 demolition workers approached with their equipment, the officers intervened. "Young man, can we not discuss this matter civilly?" Chu Feng, with an impassive expression, regarded the 2 officers and smiled. "If you gentlemen are willing to compensate the 53,000 yuan, I will refrain from the demolition." The officers exchanged complex glances upon hearing the sum. With a monthly salary of merely 4,000 yuan, it would take them a decade of labor to earn such an amount, leading them to reluctantly withdraw their intervention. Seeing that even the officers could not deter Chu Feng, Feng Huimin, prompted by some villagers, dialed her husband's number. Upon learning of the situation at home, Lu Jinhong hastily returned from the hospital. Noticing Feng Huimin's call to Lu Jinhong, Chu Feng felt a surge of mischief and decided to take charge of the final demolition steps himself. Moreover, it was explicitly instructed that the demolition team only needed to shatter the house, without causing it to collapse entirely, merely severing the foundation beneath. Soon, the demolition crew, finding no resistance, equipped with specialized instruments, drilled holes around the perimeter of the house, subsequently placing strips of miniature explosives. Thereafter, they handed the detonator to Chu Feng. Although he held the button in his grasp, he refrained from pressing it, waiting patiently for Lu Jinhong's return. Only when they witnessed their magnificent home crumbling before them would they truly feel regret and despair. Feng Huimin gazed at Chu Feng, who wielded the power of life and death over the house, her complexion paling. All she could do was pray for her husband to return soon. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had swiftly passed, and finally, Lu Jinhong arrived home aboard a motorbike. Upon seeing the four corners of the house embedded with pipes, his eyes instantly reddened, akin to an injured beast, as he charged at Chu Feng. "Damn you, Chu Feng! I will make you pay!" He shouted furiously while running, but a bystander, fearing for safety, stepped forward to obstruct Lu Jinhong. Seeing Lu Jinhong finally back, Chu Feng smirked with wicked delight. In that instant, he pressed the detonation button in his hand. Boom! A muffled explosion erupted, followed by a series of cracking sounds. In the next moment, the entire house split open with several large fissures, yet it remained standing. Although it did not collapse, the explosive charges had been strategically placed at the house's corners, rendering it precariously akin to a spider's web, poised to fall at any moment. "You beast, you vile creature!" Lu Jinhong roared, his eyes filled with fury as he beheld the trembling structure. Listening to Lu Jinhong's furious insults, Chu Feng felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. How could a lion concern itself with the impotent rage of a mere flea? Upon discovering that Feng Huimin worked in his company's finance department, he concluded that his previous financial ruin was undoubtedly linked to the Lu family. Initially, after his breakup with Lu Ruyan, he had no desire to dwell on such matters. But since these pests had come knocking, he saw no reason not to crush them underfoot. Su Mengyao observed the composed Chu Feng, noting his unflappable demeanor and the sharp angles of his face, which reminded her of the early days when he and his father, Chu Tianlong, embarked on their entrepreneurial journey. Chu Feng's father possessed a magnetic charisma, especially his innate ability to remain unperturbed even when the sky seemed to be falling, which endeared him to many women. "Xiao Feng, where do you plan to go next?" she inquired, her eyes shimmering with a hint of autumnal grace. Her delicate chin lifted as she scrutinized the young Chu. Chu Feng turned to Su Mengyao beside him. "Have you managed to recover the debts from your friends?" he asked. At his words, Su Mengyao paused momentarily, then gradually came to her senses. "Xiao Feng, do you intend to settle accounts with each of them? I have already retrieved all the money from Su Ningxue, which now totals 110,000 yuan. Upon hearing that the money was in Su Ningxue's possession, Chu Feng immediately lost his desire for it, realizing that maintaining a respectful distance from her was of utmost importance. Having been reborn, every action he undertook, differing from his previous life, would yield distinct outcomes, altering the original trajectory of events. For instance, his decision to end things with Lu Ruyan prematurely had now prompted Su Ningxue to form her own intentions ahead of time. Each action he took resembled a butterfly effect, gently stirring the wings of fate, displacing established events from their predetermined paths. Chu Feng turned his gaze towards Lu Jinhong. Approaching him directly, his icy eyes locked onto Lu's fiery gaze, his face adorned with a mocking expression. Chapter 44. The novel becomes a sensation. Ascending to the top spot, if there is someone to blame, it is your daughter. I have lavished so much money on her, yet she uses my funds to support a gigolo. Do not assume that we affluent individuals are engaged in philanthropy, once provoked. I shall ensure that your lives are fraught with adversity. As for the remaining 70,000 in debts, gather it swiftly or prepare for the court to freeze your assets, leading you to a grim fate. After delivering this ultimatum, Chu Feng departed without a backward glance, leaving Lu Jinhong paralyzed with fear on ground. As he watched Chu Feng's receding figure, an inexplicable sense of dread enveloped him. His cowardice had been laid bare. He had presumed Chu Feng to be merely a sycophant of his daughter, someone easily manipulated. He never anticipated that the obsequious admirer had transformed into a formidable lion. Su Mengyao stood beside Chu Feng, her heart racing in response to his imposing presence, stirred by the aura he exuded. Perhaps once young Master Chu graduates, the burdens on General Gu will significantly lighten. Once these trivial matters were settled, Chu Feng returned to his rented apartment, diligently typing away, maintaining a rigorous pace of 30,000 words daily and sending out 10,000 words at scheduled intervals. However, when the first month's payment arrived, he was left utterly astounded. The tips alone amounted to over 30,000, a staggering sum for a newcomer like him. Even more surprising was his ascension to the pinnacle of the newcomer rankings. The previous occupant of the top spot, a struggling author, had painstakingly purchased votes to achieve this rank, hoping to gain a modicum of attention and boost his book's popularity. Little did he know that his reign would be abruptly usurped. Upon seeing the title of the leading book, Betrayed at the Altar, My Ancestor is a Battle Emperor, he initially suspected it was merely a wealthy individual's purchase of influence. However, after delving into a few chapters, he was captivated by the enchanting world within, leaving him feeling inadequate and resigned to the futility of competing for the top position. After a month of updates at a rate of 10,000 words per day, Chu Feng was finally ready to publish his work. He composed a heartfelt message upon release, expressing gratitude for the support of his patrons, pledging that for every new patron, an additional chapter would be added, and for every 100,000 points, another chapter would follow. With the release of this message, the review section erupted with excitement. And on that very day, his book garnered 10 patrons, with the total tips soaring to over 400,000 points. This set a record for the fastest 10 patrons for a new author. Without hesitation, Chu Feng released 14 chapters, prompting readers in the review section to clamor for more. Join quickly. This old rogue likely has plenty of content in reserve. Just a small tip from each of you will allow for another chapter. Observing the swift profitability of his writing, akin to a money printing machine, he relished the sweet taste of success. To further amplify his novel's popularity, he actively promoted it across various school forums to increase visibility and attract readership. In just half a month, he reached 50 patrons, leaving the editor from Galaxy, who had signed Chu Feng, utterly astonished. After Chu Feng ascended to the top of the newcomer rankings, he logged onto his computer and observed the astonishing reading statistics of his book, murmuring to himself, "This newcomer is likely to achieve divine status through his writing." Due to his frequent postings, his identity as a student from the prestigious Magic City University was unearthed. Fortunately, his true identity remained unknown, lest he attract unwanted attention and pressure for expedited updates. 2 months swiftly passed, with the start of the new term merely a week away. In his tidy rental apartment, Chu Feng stared blankly at the bustling metropolis outside. Over the course of those 2 months, coupled with the repayment from Lu Ruyan, his savings had reached an impressive 370,000 yuan. To his astonishment, he learned from Su Mingyao that she had become a princess at a high-end club in Magic City. It was hard to fathom that the once proud campus belle had sunk to such a state. How absurd! Nonetheless, she managed to secure a considerable sum for herself, with a single night fetching over 50,000 yuan. Indeed, a beautiful exterior still held some value. Alas, she could have enjoyed a life of luxury. Yet her choices led her to this unfortunate fate. After a moment of reflection, Chu Feng visited a luxury car dealership. On the sofa, a sleek black BMW drove into the parking area, capturing the attention of both women in the living room. Chu Yinshi, puzzled, glanced towards the door and softly asked, "Is that Mom and the others back?" Peering through the door, Su Ningxue noticed a familiar figure in the car, causing her previously tranquil heart to stir with unexpected excitement. She trembled slightly, sensing that Chu Feng had returned. Indeed, as Chu Feng emerged from the vehicle, Su Ningxue's eyes sparkled and the gloom on her face dissipated. Coincidentally, at that moment, a black Maybach entered the driveway, just as Chu Feng was retrieving items from his car. He glanced at the Maybach, surprised. "Oh, is Mom back too?" As the Maybach came to a stop, Gumu stepped out from the passenger seat, her gaze landing on Chu Feng, who was dressed in jeans and a white shirt. She raised an eyebrow. "Is this your car?" Chu Feng chuckled awkwardly. "Yes, I just bought it yesterday." As he spoke, he shut the car door with a flourish. Shen Qingyu also exited the vehicle, sizing up the sleek black BMW. "Not bad, Xiao Feng. This car isn't cheap. It must be around 300,000, right?" Chu Feng nodded, a slight grin on his face. It's a little over 320,000. Gu Luoshen was momentarily perplexed upon hearing the sum of 320,000. She could hardly recall that her son had amassed such wealth. However, she remembered Su Mingyao mentioning that he had recently recovered 70,000 from his ex-girlfriend. Yet, the source of the additional 20-odd thousand remained a mystery. "Where did you acquire this money?" she inquired, tugging at Chu Feng's ear, genuinely concerned that he might have illicitly appropriated funds from the finance department. "Mom, this is money I earned myself, truly," Chu Feng exclaimed, and both Gu Luoshen and her companion burst into laughter, incredulous at his claim. You earn it yourself? Where on earth did you manage to do that? Gu Luoshan responded, tilting her head in disbelief. Mom, please loosen your grip for a moment. I need to explain. He pleaded. Shen Qingyu, holding two large gift boxes, gazed at Chu Feng with a face full of curiosity. Do tell, how did you accumulate such a fortune? Chapter 45, Chu Feng. You finally have the heart to return. Chu Feng, appearing as if on the brink of death, implored, Aunt Shun, please let my mother loosen her grip, and I promise to explain everything properly. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing this, Gu Luoshan released her hold, though her expression remained displeased. Very well, let us return home first, and then you can elucidate the matter. If I discover that you have strayed onto the wrong path, I shall not hesitate to break your legs. With that fierce declaration, Gu Luoshan, adorned in 10-centimeter stiletto heels, strode assertively towards the hall. In her eyes, it was utterly implausible for Chu Feng, in the brief span of 2 months, to earn over 200,000 yuan through dubious means. A youth barely in his teens, without familial support, earning such a sum in a month. Who would believe it? She could not allow her son to veer into those illicit avenues. She intended to nip this burgeoning issue in the bud. As Gu Luoshan stepped into the hall, her beloved daughter leapt from the sofa, rushing into her embrace. Mom, you finally returned. Chu Yunxi affectionately nuzzled against her mother. Seeing her treasured daughter, Gu Luoshan's anger dissipated, replaced by a gentle and refined smile. My dear little Shi, let me see if you've lost weight. She tenderly ruffled her daughter's hair and lovingly pinched her delicate, flower-like face. You do feel thinner. Have I not been eating well? Upon hearing the mention of food, Chu Yunxi's brows furrowed as memories of the week following Chu Feng's departure flooded back. Her and Su Ningxue's fervent culinary pursuits, which had ultimately led them both to the hospital. Consequently, the entire summer had been spent indulging in lavish feasts with Su Ningxue, resulting in a weight gain of 5 to 6 pounds. Observing her daughter's appearance, Gu Luoshan assumed Chu Yunxi was underfed and scolded Chu Feng. Look at what you've done to your sister. She has lost quite a bit of weight. Chu Feng pinched Chu Yunxi's tender face and replied, Mom, she has lost weight. I distinctly feel she has gained. Chu Yunxi's expression soured instantly at his words. You're the one who gained weight. I am perfectly slender. Witnessing the playful banter between her two children, Gu Luoshan felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. Perhaps only at home could a strong woman find the solace to ease her taut nerves. Chu Feng, you finally have the heart to return. A voice, imbued with a hint of indignation, rang out from the sofa. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng raised an eyebrow and turned to face Su Ningxue, noting her exquisitely frosted visage. Su Ningxue's teeth ground together audibly. Her delicate hands clenched tightly as if she were poised to drag Chu Feng back to her room for a thorough reprimand. For a brief moment, Chu Feng was taken aback, his gaze sweeping over Su Ningxue. She was clad in a pink nightgown, the delicate fabric barely containing her slender waist, casually secured with a red ribbon, stirring the imagination. Her long, fair legs swayed leisurely, and despite his prior experiences, Chu Feng found himself stealing glances. I thought a goddess had descended upon my home. Upon closer inspection, it turns out to be my dear Ningxue. It has been over a month since I last saw Sister Ningxue, and she has truly become more beautiful. He began to shower her with praises. And as these kind words reached Su Ningxue's ears, the icy anger on her face dissipated significantly. However, to Gu Mu and the others, his compliments sounded like nails scraping against a wooden board, sending shivers down their spines. Gu Luoshan's face lit up with joy. Could it be that the two had become closer over the summer? Shen Qingyu had just witnessed Su Ningxue's frosty beauty and sensed that something had transpired among the three children during their business trip. Sisters, let's not just stand here. Let's retreat to the sofa for a more in-depth conversation, she suggested. I have a feeling that Chu Feng must have accomplished something significant during the summer. Indeed, they moved to take their seats. Soon, all three settled on the sofa, and Chu Feng hurriedly brewed a pot of Longjing tea and brought it over. The four of them observed Chu Feng's flurry of activity with bemusement. Gu Mu, noticing her son's unusual eagerness, realized he had likely done something wrong. Having watched him grow up, she could read his intentions like an open book. After Chu Feng finished pouring the tea and sat down, her pairs of eyes immediately turned towards him. The once lively hall fell into a profound silence, and Chu Feng felt increasingly uncomfortable, as if seated on pins and needles. With no one speaking, Gu Luoshan propped her foot up, gently swaying her delicate leg, causing her half-removed black high heels to sway in tandem. "I have been on business trips for a while. How've you all been?" she finally inquired. Chu Feng, feeling awkward, scratched his head, while Su Ningxue's expression hardened, and she turned to face him. After a moment of shared glances, Su Ningxue averted her gaze, remaining silent. Chu Feng then turned to his mother, offering an awkward smile. "Things have been pretty much the same as previous summers. Time just flies by," he replied. Su Ningxue clenched her fist, lifting her right foot to step directly onto his sneaker. "Just the same? In the past, we were inseparable during the summer, spending time at the mall, visiting amusement parks, and playing video games together. This year, because I kissed you once, you flew off to the capital for a vacation. How can it be the same? If it weren't for your mother returning, I would have surely locked you to the bed tonight for a serious lesson. How can it be the same?" She continued. "I thought you'd be together all summer and spark something between you." Gu Luoshan smiled mischievously, feigning a hint of disappointment. Su Ningxue paused, recalling the passionate kiss she had shared with Chu Feng that night, during which he had also kissed her back. Her fair cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink. Chu Feng, feeling awkward, struggled to find words. That was not merely a spark, but if it weren't for Su Ningxue's mercy in that moment, he would have been left at her mercy. Had she been a little harsher, it would not have merely been a spark. It would have ignited a fire. Shen Qingyu observed both of their reactions, a glimmer of thought flashing in her phoenix eyes, and then she smiled. "It seems my dear daughter is being nudged towards romance. Indeed, the season is about to change, and I have taken the liberty of purchasing some clothing for the three of you in advance." Shen Qingyu handed each of them a shopping bag containing several outfits. Chu Feng accepted the bag and cast a glance inside, noticing the patterns on the garments. Out of the corner of his eye, he discreetly observed Su Ningxue. "Were these not couple outfits? Annie, this is quite extravagant. I can earn my own money, and I believe it would be best if I declined," he said, attempting to return the bag. Seeing this, Shen Qingyu feigned a look of indignation. "How can that be? I have already removed the tags. Returning them is not an option. Or do you find Annie's taste lacking, deeming the clothes I chose for you too outdated to suit such a handsome young man?" Chapter 46. My son Chu Feng actually possesses divine talent. Chu Feng chuckled bitterly to himself. If he were don this couple's outfit and venture out, he would undoubtedly become the target of enmity among all the male students of the Magic Academy come the start of school. Aunt Shun had an excellent eye for fashion, and the clothes were indeed trendy, yet he preferred to wear solid colors. Before Chu Feng could articulate his thoughts further, Shen Qingyu displayed a wounded expression, gazing at him with a pitiful look, lamenting, "Is there really nothing you can accept with just one pattern?" Furrowing his brows, Chu Feng replied, "It's not that." "What do you mean by not that? Just accept what Aunt Shun has given you. Why are you being so evasive? She's not a stranger. We are all family." Gu Luoshan insisted, placing 2 bags of clothes into Chu Feng's arms, leaving him no room to refuse. "Exactly. Why be so polite with Annie?" Shen Qingyu chimed in, her smile as radiant as blooming peach blossoms. Gu Luoshan, unwilling to linger on this topic, fixed her piercing gaze upon Chu Feng and spoke in a serious tone. "All right. It's time to clarify where this money of yours is coming from." As her words echoed, her pairs of eyes turned towards Chu Feng, making him feel slightly uncomfortable. He scratched his head and looked towards his mother. "Mom, have you ever read any novels?" Upon hearing the word novel, Gu Luoshan's mind immediately drifted to the renowned works of Jin Yong, the master of martial arts fiction. Although she had not read them in detail, she had certainly heard snippets of them. "Don't tell me you are claiming that you make tens of thousands a month just from writing a novel." Her face was etched with disbelief. While she recognized her son's exceptional abilities, the notion that he could earn tens of thousands monthly from writing was akin to asserting he was a celebrated author. However, she could not recall him expressing such an interest. Excelling in language arts did not necessarily translate to proficiency in novel writing, which seemed unrealistic. Chu Feng chuckled, scratching his head sheepishly, and nodded earnestly. Indeed, While I haven't reached the level of tens of thousands a month, I have managed to earn several thousand. Upon hearing his admission, the expressions of those around him transformed into incredulity. How could a novice writer, just beginning his journey, possibly earn several thousand a month? It was utterly absurd. Gu Luotian regarded her son as if he were an anomaly. This revelation detonated in her mind like a torpedo dropped into a small pond, sending her thoughts into disarray. I don't believe it, unless you have some proof, she challenged. After pondering for a moment, she realized her son had never lied to her. Yet the situation was simply too far-fetched to accept. Seeing that his mother remained skeptical, Chu Feng promptly retrieved a laptop from his backpack and effortlessly opened the web page. He logged into the author's creative zone of the platform and showcased his earnings before her. As Gu Luotian beheld the string of numbers displayed, she extended her delicate fingers to examine it closely, noting the 5-digit figure following the decimal point. My son Chu Feng actually possesses divine talent. Just as Gu Luotian was overwhelmed with astonishment, Shen Qingyu curiously leaned in for a closer look and confirmed that indeed, the earnings exceeded 70,000. She rested her chin on one hand, her enchanting gaze fixed upon Chu Feng, sparkling with a hint of starlight. In that moment, her desire for him to become her son-in-law intensified. So Ningxue, noticing her mother's astonished expression, too felt a surge of curiosity. Upon seeing the hefty manuscript payment of 70,000, a flicker of admiration crossed her eyes. However, when she beheld the title of the novel, she instinctively recoiled, collapsing onto the sofa. The other four, witnessing Su Ningxue's reaction, were perplexed. After all, it was merely a sum of over 100,000, surely not worthy of such astonishment. "You are the author of that book," Chu Yunqi remarked, her confusion evident as she observed Su Ningxue's shock. "Which book are you referring to? This seems rather excessive." Su Ningxue composed herself, pointing at Chu Feng. "He is the author of Rejected at the Start. My ancestor is a battle emperor, the very novel you read daily." Upon learning that her brother was the author, Chu Yunqi's gaze towards Chu Feng transformed. Previously tinged with disdain and irritation due to his rivalry for their sister's affections, it now radiated admiration. "Is this book truly remarkable?" Gu Mu, unfamiliar with the online literature market, regarded the sum as trivial, considering her own company earned millions annually. In just 2 months, Chu Feng's book had soared to the pinnacle of the newcomer rankings. How could it not be impressive? Su Ningxue was astounded to discover that the renowned new author was her beloved younger brother. Feeling the praise from his family, Chu Feng's fair earlobes flushed with a hint of crimson. "It's not that impressive. It was merely a stroke of luck." Chu Yunqi rose from beside Su Ningxue, affectionately leaning against her brother, as if he were a celebrity, her expression filled with adoration. "Brother, I read online that you have numerous drafts. Why not allow me to assist you in reviewing them?" Su Ningxue, equally intrigued, urged, "Chu Feng, do share what happens next." Chu Feng chuckled, raising a finger to his lips in a gesture of silence. One must not reveal the secrets of the plot. In contrast to the two boisterous children, Shen Qingyu exuded an air of elegance. As a successful businesswoman with a company worth hundreds of millions, such sums were mere cold numbers to her. Sipping her tea delicately, she turned to Chu Feng and, with a slight parting of her crimson lips, inquired, "But where did you acquire the remaining sum of over 100,000? As her words settled, the rest of the group suddenly regained their focus. Chu Feng promptly opened a notebook to reveal a securities account. "During my studies, I heard others say that the stock market was akin to collecting money, so I decided to invest a small amount. Within a month, I earned 20,000. He spoke nonchalantly, as if making profits from stock trading were a trivial matter. His revelation left Gu Luotian and Shen Qingyu in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief as they exchanged glances. Some may find it acceptable to earn a bit of money in their youth, yet amidst the tumultuous stock market, few can claim to multiply their gains several times within a month. How did you achieve this?" Gu Mu gazed at her son with a look of sheer astonishment, as though she were meeting him for the very first time, observing the incredulous expressions exchanged between his mother and himself. Chu Feng realized that revealing one's brilliance could sometimes lead to unintended consequences, either for oneself or for one's family. He shrugged nonchalantly, exuding an air of ease. Leverage. Of course. How else could it be done? Take a chance, and a bicycle can transform into a motorcycle. I noticed others doing just that, so I decided to follow suit and employed some leverage as well. After a month, when I felt my earnings were sufficient, I made my exit. Chapter 47. Have you had enough of the commotion? The crowd fell silent, at a loss for words. However, Shun Qingyu cast a charming smile at Chu Feng, her demeanor filled with grace. She held little belief in the notion of luck. Throughout the summer, whether in writing novels or in stock trading, he had achieved remarkable success. Furthermore, the aura that Chu Feng exuded bore little resemblance to that of a typical 19-year-old college student. Instead, it was reminiscent of a seasoned merchant, weathered by the trials of life. Perceiving the need to steer the conversation away to avoid unnecessary complications, Chu Feng reached down to retrieve 4 gift boxes from a floor by his feet. Mother, Sister Ningxue, little sister, Aunt Shun, these are cosmetics I bought for you. All high-end products sourced from the capital. As he spoke, he distributed a gift box to each person present. Upon opening her gift, Su Ningxue found it filled with luxurious lipsticks and eyebrow pencils. This was the first time Chu Feng had given her cosmetics, and she resolved to cherish them. She blinked her large eyes at him, her lips forming a modest smile, and her beautifully arched eyebrows subtly reflected the joy in her heart. After closing the gift box, she cleared her throat lightly. Chu Feng, my computer has encountered some issues. Since you're back and you're studying computer science, could you take a look upstairs? Chu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, his hands instinctively clenching. He was unsure of her intentions, but with his mother present, he doubted anything inappropriate would occur. Sure, no problem, he replied with a faint smile, primarily wishing to evade his mother's incessant questions, which made things rather complicated. It seemed simpler to assist Su Ningxue with her computer and then retreat to his room to rest. With this thought in mind, he continued, I'll head upstairs to check your computer now. He glanced at his mother, saying, Mom, I'll go help Ningxue with her computer first. We can continue our conversation later. Rising, he placed his notebook back into his backpack and made his way toward the staircase. Seeing Chu Feng ascend the stairs, Su Ningxue followed closely behind, her gaze fixed on his graceful figure. She couldn't help but lick her lips, her eyes glinting with determination. As Chu Feng walked ahead, he felt a chill run down his spine. Had autumn truly arrived so swiftly? He turned a glance back at Su Ningxue. Noticing him look back, Su Ningxue tilted her head playfully and laughed softly. What's wrong? Nothing, Chu Feng replied, resuming his pace. I just thought you hadn't come up yet. Before long, he entered Su Ningxue's room, where he always sensed a subtle fragrance upon stepping inside. It was a delicate, milky scent, intertwined with an indescribable freshness that easily captivated one's senses. As he settled into the computer chair and powered on the device, Su Ningxue entered the room and locked the door behind her. Hearing the lock click, Chu Feng turned to her, his eyes widening in astonishment. We're just fixing the computer. Why lock the door? Without responding, Su Ningxue approached him directly and perched herself on his lap. Alarmed, Chu Feng felt a surge of panic, knowing that even the slightest sound could draw his mother's attention, potentially leading to a colossal misunderstanding, one that history might repeat. Before Chu Feng could articulate his thoughts, Su Ningxue swiftly placed her hand over his mouth, leaning in closer. In that fleeting moment, the warmth of their breaths intertwined, palpable and vivid. Chu Feng's heart raced, not from affection but engulfed in sheer terror. Reminiscent of a previous encounter at the office when Su Ningxue had adopted this very posture, albeit under different circumstances. She leaned in, whispering softly into his ear, her warm breath sending shivers down his spine. Do you truly despise your sister so much? Why do you run away? Her other hand firmly grasped his collar, her silence speaking volumes. Very well then. Chu Feng desperately attempted to speak, but her grip silenced him. Soon after, she nestled her face against his neck, greedily inhaling his scent. Fortunately, you bear no trace of another woman's perfume. Otherwise, I might become quite irate, she remarked, casting a glance at the bewildered Chu Feng. A hint of disdain curling her lips. Internally, she reveled in her triumph, realizing that her younger brother was more susceptible to gentleness than force. Just as she prepared to escalate their interaction, Chu Feng abruptly pushed her away and rose to leave. Yet, She was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. With both hands, she cupped his face, attempting to initiate a passionate kiss. Chu Feng offered no room for her intentions, seizing her pale arms firmly and growling. "Are you done with this?" With that, he forcefully pushed her away and stood up, but soon Ningxue, in a calculated move, leaned back, prompting Chu Feng to instinctively catch her. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she teased, "You do care for me, don't you? So eager to rise. Are you afraid I might hurt myself? And you claim you don't have feelings for me." As she spoke, she playfully lifted his chin with her finger. Her cheeks flushed. Chu Feng gently set her down and turned to exit, deciding the computer could remain unfixed. However, upon seeing him poised to leave, Su Ningxue tore open her nightgown and commanded, "If you dare step out that door, I will scream." Chu Feng turned back to gaze at her on the floor, taking in the expanse of her fair skin and the peaks of her figure, feeling nothing but irritation. "Your actions are truly distasteful. They only amplify my aversion toward you." In response, Su Ningxue rose, tears glistening in her eyes. Trembling, she approached him, laughing and crying, her eyes shimmering with a hint of crimson. "You have stolen my first kiss. You must take responsibility. Should you dare to wrong me, you will regret it." As Chu Feng observed his sister's impending transformation, he sighed, crouched down to retrieve a delicate pink trinket still warm to the touch. He returned it to her hand, gently ruffling her hair. With a gentle motion, he brushed away the tears from the corners of her eyes. In the next moment, Su Ningxue stepped forward and embraced Chu Feng tightly, resting her head against his sturdy chest. Upon hearing the familiar and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, her restless heart found immediate tranquility. Chu Feng softly patted her back, his gaze falling upon her lustrous, flowing hair as he listened attentively to the tender murmurs of the woman in his arms. Suddenly, beautiful memories began to resurface. The autumn breeze of late summer wafted through the gauzy window into a small room. In that instant, the two entwined in each other's embrace seemed to be transported back to their long-lost childhood, to a time when their only concern was to protect one another. Chapter 48. If you want to fall in love, just tell me after a brief interval of over 10 minutes. Su Ningxue finally lifted her gaze towards Chu Feng. Her vibrant crimson eyes flickered momentarily, and in that instant, her delicate hands abruptly cradled his face. Rising slightly on her toes, her tear-filled, enchanting eyes met his, and she slowly parted her alluring pink lips to kiss him. In the next moment, as Chu Feng felt the softness of her lips, he awakened from his reverie, a tingling sensation coursing through him. He gazed in a daze at her exquisite face, which was both angelic and yet tinged with a hint of mischief. It was impossible for him to harbor no affection for Su Ningxue, yet he could not deny the presence of resentment either. Human emotions are complex, devoid of love, hatred, and the myriad feelings that define our existence. What would one be? Without these emotions, one would be akin to a deity or a beast. Chu Feng's eyes widened as he observed Su Ningxue, her eyes tightly shut, the faint fragrance of her presence enveloping him. Within 3 seconds, his clenched fists relaxed and tightened once more, ultimately leading him to push Su Ningxue away. Su Ningxue opened her eyes in disbelief, her expression a tapestry of confusion as she looked at Chu Feng, softly murmuring, "Why? Why can you not accept my love?" Chu Feng furrowed his brow slightly, the sensation feeling eerily familiar. Moments later, Su Ningxue suddenly laughed, her laughter sweet yet tinged with a hint of fragility, and she promptly stepped on his foot. As Chu Feng glanced down in surprise, she seized the moment, pressing her hands against his arms and kissing him again. This time, her gentleness was absent, her tongue, seeking entry, met resistance as she bit down on his lower lip. The sudden bite made Chu Feng gasp in shock. "Ouch, that hurts." Seeing him relent, Su Ningxue took the opportunity to bestow upon him a passionate French kiss. Chu Feng tasted the mingling of blood with a floral hint, a familiar sensation that sent chills down his spine. His ailing, delicate wife was back in action. He raised his hand, freeing himself from her grasp and pressing his arm against her throat, separating them in an instant. At that moment, Su Ningxue's face flushed crimson, panting heavily and gazing at him with longing. "Why do you obstruct my love for you? Chu Feng steadied himself, his gaze calm as he looked at Su Ningxue. A kiss does not equate to love. Love should be mutual. Sister Ningxue, what you seek is possession, while love is a bond between two souls. Love cannot be forced. It must be voluntary. He was honest with himself. His feelings towards Su Ningxue were not filled with profound loathing. The tragic conclusion of his past life was of his own making. He harbored resentment towards the powerless version of himself from that life, which is why in this lifetime, he yearned for the opportunity to make choices, allowing his mind to dwell on financial pursuits. Perhaps in the future, he might find himself entangled with Su Ningxue, the delicate yet troublesome one. No, he quickly dismissed that thought. Su Ningxue lifted her gaze to meet his, her rosy lips slightly raised in defiance. Are you not willing? Do you not love me? If you do not care for me, why were you just afraid I would fall to the ground? Why did you not refuse when I embraced you? Chu Feng gazed at the ailing girl before him and declared, because I perceive you as my sister. Is that reason sufficient? Furthermore, I currently have no inclination towards romance. My sole focus is on my studies. Reluctantly, Chu Feng concocted a rationale for Su Ningxue. As Su Ningxue regarded Chu Feng, memories of her mother's words surfaced in her mind. A girl's perpetual dominance merely attracts those who seek strength. It does not allure other formidable individuals. Chu Feng had always been remarkably exceptional. He was the exemplary child of the neighborhood, and upon encountering someone stronger than himself, he merely sought to surpass them rather than idolize them. For a man of this nature, one must employ subtle tactics to elicit his protective instincts. For that is how he will come to love you. Upon realizing this, Su Ningxue softened her tone and spoke, Then if you ever wish to pursue a relationship, please inform me in advance, all right? Chu Feng paused, astonished by the effectiveness of his words, and replied, All right, I promise you. Su Ningxue's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she nodded enthusiastically. She raised her pinky finger. Pinky swear. Chu Feng gazed at her for a moment before smiling in return. Very well. They intertwined their fingers, a pristine pinky entwined with a strong, immaculate finger. A pinky promise binds us for a century. After sealing their pact, Chu Feng continued, I shall not repair the computer. I need to tend to my bleeding lips. Su Ningxue suddenly recalled something and said, Wait a moment. She turned and opened her drawer, retrieving a golden card. This is the money that Lu Ruyin and her friends owe you. I have managed to retrieve it. Chu Feng accepted the card, disbelief flashing across his face. Su Ningxue had returned it without any demands, which was utterly astonishing. Thank you, he expressed gratefully before opening the door and stepping outside. As Su Ningxue watched Chu Feng's silhouette fade away, she smiled subtly, her delicate brows curving into a crescent moon, revealing her delight. She had just glimpsed the fleeting surprise in Chu Feng's expression. She understood the principle of rewarding with sweetness after a strike. As for his remark about informing her if he wished to date, she dismissed it as nonsense. Should he wish to pursue someone, she would discreetly eliminate that individual, thwarting any potential relationship. The notion of notifying her about his romantic pursuits seemed childish. She would not be deceived. By the time he wished to date, he would likely already have someone special in mind. The recent agreement served as a warning. Should Chu Feng ever signal, she would be ready to act. Returning to his room, Chu Feng felt a genuine sense of admiration for himself, believing he had made progress in winning Su Ningxue over, unaware that this was merely his own assumption. Not long after he lay down, his close friend had already returned to the school ahead of schedule. Ding Quan directly called Chu Feng. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, Brother Feng, I have arrived at the school. What do you say? Shall we go out and have some fun? Chu Feng lay on his bed, contemplating the fact that his family was at home, and having just returned today, he felt somewhat reluctant to go out. I'm feeling a bit fatigued today and would rather not venture out. Perhaps another day. Noticing Chu Feng's hesitation, Ding Quan cleverly mentioned Lu Ruyin, chuckling, Brother Feng, do you not wish to go to Baijinin for some amusement? Chapter 49. Visiting the club to see Lu Ruyin, Chu Feng turned over, speechless. Why would I go there? Ding Quan continued. Your ex-girlfriend Lu Ruyin is now a princess. Don't you want to take a look? Chu Feng was well aware that Lu Ruyin was living that glamorous life, a fate he had indirectly facilitated. Why would he want to see her? To disgust himself? However, Ding Quan seemed unfazed. Think about how she treated you before. A visit will surely bring you some comfort. Chu Feng pondered for a moment, recalling Lu Ruyan's disdainful demeanor, and indeed found little interest. Yet, he suddenly remembered that he owed Ding Quan some money, and tonight presented a perfect opportunity to settle that debt. Fine, I'll go see her tonight and return the money I owe you. Ding Quan replied, All right, I'll pick you up in the evening. Chu Feng smiled. Actually, I'll come and get you tonight. You can see my new car. Ding Quan zet bunde. Okay. As the sun began to set, the entire sky was bathed in golden hues. The last summer breeze swept through the sleepless city as Chu Feng drove his BMW swiftly to the entrance of Magic City University, where he met his long-lost roommate. He flashed his headlights, and Ding Quan promptly got into the car. Without a word, Chu Feng retrieved 3 stacks of cash from the side compartment and tossed them into Ding Quan's lap. This is the 20,000 you lent me, and an extra 10,000 is interest. Ding Quan was momentarily bewildered by Chu Feng's gesture. What is this? Chu Feng chuckled at Ding Quan's confusion. It's your money. Did you forget? Ding Quan picked up the 3 stacks of cash, his face a mask of disbelief. 30,000? I only borrowed 20,000. Chu Feng started the car, grinning. The extra 10,000 is your interest. Ding Quan swallowed hard, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes. Yet he returned 1 stack to Chu Feng. We are brothers. There's no need for interest. As they drove, Chu Feng reassured him, Don't worry. I'm doing quite well financially now. Ding Quan paused as if struck by a thought. Wait, have you been supported by Su Ningxue? At this remark, Chu Feng nearly swerved into a roadside flower bed. What do you mean by supported? I've earned this through my own efforts. I made over 200,000 in stock trading, multiplying my investments several times. No need to be polite about it. As for his writing, Chu Feng chose to keep that under wraps. The fewer people who knew, the better. If he ever wrote something controversial, it could lead to dire consequences. Ding Quan shook his head. A gentleman earns wealth through righteous means. Chu Feng picked up the stack of money again and tossed it back to Ding Quan. Just take it. Why all the fuss? With a resigned smile, Ding Quan tucked the money into his small crossbody bag. Thank you, my benefactor. Before long, they arrived at Magic City's premier nightclub, Platinum Han, where the minimum spending was 20,000. At that time, the working class in the bustling metropolis earned around 5,000, with an ordinary person needing half a year to step into this dazzling world. As Chu Feng arrived at the parking lot, a young security guard, noticing his BMW, promptly approached to guide him in parking. Ascending to the 3rd floor, the two immediately reserved a luxurious private room. A manager soon approached them, and Ding Quan casually picked a woman from the album. He then inquired of the manager, I've heard there's a new campus beauty from the metropolis here. Is that true? The manager, with a sycophantic smile, replied, It seems you two are here for her. Huh? You look like students from the Metropolitan University, eager to indulge in a taste of the former campus flower. He continued, Recently, many students have come to see her. To be honest, her price isn't low, 3,000 per hour. The manager exchanged a knowing glance with Ding Quan. However, Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively, feeling a bit impatient. Let us just have her come over to take a look first. The manager scrutinized Chu Feng, noting the BMW keys carelessly tossed on the table and the extraordinary aura he exuded, quickly deducing that he must be a wealthy heir from a prominent local company. Very well, he said, retreating. Ding Quan, relieved by Chu Feng's nonchalant demeanor, exhaled deeply. He genuinely feared his good friend might rekindle old flames. So are you excited? He asked with a mischievous grin. Ding Quan's intention in bringing Chu Feng here was simple, to help him move on completely. The old Chu Feng, in his infatuation, was perhaps unmatched in the entire metropolis. Chu Feng chuckled and waved his hand. What is there to be excited about? I have no perverse intentions. I've avenged myself adequately, and tonight, I'm merely here for a spectacle. Were it not for Ding Quan, he would hardly have set foot in such a place. Just as Ding Quan was about to speak again, the door to the private room swung open. Chu Feng looked up to see Lu Ruyan. At that moment, Lu Ruyan wore a low-cut, strapless outfit that appeared to be composed of 2 delicate pieces of sheer fabric stitched together. A bow adorned the center of her bodice, seemingly ready to be undone with the slightest tug, leaving her modesty at the mercy of others. Her ensemble was provocatively revealing, serving only the bare minimum of coverage. The ultra-short skirt she donned was beyond the conventional definition of short, matching the depth of her neckline. With any movement, she risked exposing herself. Coupled with her heavy makeup, she was not merely a campus beauty, but surpassed even the streetwalkers in allure. Upon seeing Lu Ruyan in her current state, Chu Feng refrained from mockery or malice. Instead, he offered a self-deprecating smile. He could not fathom how the unattainable flower of his past had descended to such depths. Though he recognized that he too had once been desperate, time, money, and effort had all been expended on her, culminating in little more than a few hand-holding moments, rendering the 3,000 spent now more gratifying than before. A wave of indescribable emotions washed over him as Lu Ruyan entered. Her gaze immediately fell upon her classmate Ding Quan, while Chu Feng, lost in self-deprecation, kept his head lowered, making it difficult for her to recognize him. The manager addressed both Lu Ruyan and the other girl, instructing them to ensure the guests were entertained and enjoying themselves. After conveying his instructions, he exited the room. Soon after, the girl beside Lu Ruyan spoke up to introduce herself. "Hello, I hail from the Magic City and am currently a student at Longhai University. You can call me Xiaoya." Observing the girl's friendly demeanor, Lu Ruyan reciprocated with her own introduction. "Greetings, I am from Jiangcheng, and I am one of the campus beauties at Magic City University. My name is Xiaoyan. As long as the tips are generous, I am quite accommodating." Before she could finish her introduction, Chu Feng, who had been keeping his head down, finally lifted his gaze. He looked intently at Lu Ruyan, offering only a subtle smile. Upon realizing that the person before her was Chu Feng, Lu Ruyan's heart fluttered unexpectedly. Chapter 50. The extraordinary remarks of Lu Ruyan in an instant. An overwhelming sense of desolation and humiliation engulfed Lu Ruyan's heart, a sensation so unbearable that it compelled her to flee. Yet, as she took a step back, the image of her father came rushing to mind. If she failed to earn enough money this month to cover her brother's medical expenses, she would be met with a brutal reckoning. The injuries sustained by Lu Ruosong, the estrangement from Chu Feng, the collapse of their home, and the burdens shouldered by Lu Jinhong, all of it weighed heavily upon her. If she did not earn 100,000 every month, her fate would be sealed. Chu Feng observed Lu Ruyan, her face marked by agitation, as a smile of both mockery and cruelty played upon his lips. A nearby girl glanced at Ding Quan and then at the strikingly handsome Chu Feng, instantaneously realizing whom she should attend to. Xiaoyu stepped forward, leaning against Chu Feng's shoulder, her delicate hands entwined with his arm as she gazed at him with longing. "Handsome, how would you like to play? Today, I am at your service for free." Chu Feng, captivated by the enchanting visage of the girl, could only exclaim in sheer astonishment, "Impressive." Upon witnessing Chu Feng being embraced by another girl, tears welled in Lu Ruyan's eyes, and an unnameable fury surged within her. She glared fiercely at Chu Feng and reproached him. "Chu Feng, I never thought you could be this kind of person, to come to such a place to indulge yourself. You are truly filthy." "What?" Chu Feng was taken aback, hardly believing his ears. Could a person really utter such words? One who sells herself chastising him for merely seeking enjoyment? Unable to contain his laughter, he retorted, "You are out selling yourself. Yet you dare to criticize me for seeking a bit of fun? Who is truly filthy here? It's hilarious that I haven't even laughed at you. Yet you have the audacity to mock me. Who gave you such courage?" His scathing remarks were sharp and piercing, striking at the very core of Lu Ruyan's being. She crossed her arms, trembling, tears cascading down her exquisite eyes. "Chu Feng, you were never like this before. Why have you changed? You promised to protect me for a lifetime." At her words, Chu Feng seized a glass of wine from the table and splashed it across her face. "I shall protect you? Why have I become like this? It's truly amusing. Am I to forever grovel at your feet, like a dog devoid of dignity, summoned and dismissed at your whim? Should I continue to support your entire family, allowing you to drain me dry? Or must I wear the green hat of your deceit with Jiboda, only to be led to ruin by you? Lu Ruyan, I realize you are far more despicable than him. At least he covets my wealth with a modicum of humility. You, however, wish to play the harlot while maintaining a facade of virtue. You surpass him in bestiality. You embody the very essence of shamelessness. Ji Boda still possesses some semblance of pride. After all, it was your actions that drove his grandmother to her demise. Yet he still dares to confront you with a blade. If I were you, I would have long since leapt into the Huangpu River to end it all. Surely, you do not believe I would hesitate to scold you. I merely feel that uttering curses at you sullies my tongue. Chu Feng unleashed a torrent of invective upon Lu Ruyan, leaving her trembling, her vision darkening, unable to maintain her footing, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. Yet, despite her state, Lu Ruyan remained unyielding, her heart still clinging to the hope that Chu Feng might reconsider. She could not believe that he harbored no feelings for her. For there was a time when his love for her ran deep within his very being. In an instant, she adopted a woeful demeanor, tears cascading from her enchanting eyes like crocodile tears. Chu Feng, I have never betrayed you. Although I was close to Ji Boda, I never shared a bed with him. My virginity was always preserved for you. Chu Feng inhaled sharply, astonished at the audacity displayed by a single individual. Lu Ruyan, I must inquire, have you squandered your education on the likes of dogs? Did your university experience arise from some ancestral grave ablaze, rendering you utterly ignorant? Have you never learned the values of propriety and honor? His voice grew hoarse as he fixated on Lu Ruyan, whose shamelessness knew no bounds. Despite his vehement rebuke, she remained obstinately defiant, her eyes brimming with an air of injustice. I merely made a mistake, one every woman is prone to. Cannot you grant me forgiveness just this once? Chu Feng nearly succumbed to darkness, bewildered by her audacious reasoning. How many times have you allowed others to share your bed? Yet you still feign innocence. Lu Ruyan trembled, her eyes wide with shock, unable to fathom how Chu Feng had learned of her encounters. Nevertheless, she refused to yield, for she found herself ensnared in a quagmire, and Chu Feng was her sole means of escape. She feigned a pitiful expression, wiping her tears while sobbing. He merely asked for my company to sleep. Chu Feng regarded her as if she were a fool, unable to comprehend her rationale. When her justification fell flat, Lu Ruyan persisted. I did not wish for this. I even sought medical assistance afterward. I merely made a mistake that any normal girl might make. One must be generous in life. Chu Feng's lips curled in disdain, his desire to continue the tirade waning. Was this even human? Do you hear the nonsense you speak? Seeing that Chu Feng had ceased his verbal assault, Lu Ruyan believed he was swayed by her fabricated tale and continued. I resisted. Truly, I was a victim. Can you not show me some understanding? Chu Feng spat in her direction. Understanding for you? Never. Yet Lu Ruyan, undeterred, commenced her moral manipulation. You scoundrel. Setting aside the facts, when I was entangled with Ji Boda, even if I were at fault, did you not bear any blame? Had you intervened, even slightly back then, would I have become the person I am today? After this inquiry, her tone softened as she spoke. I truly love you. I cannot live without you. Deep down, you still love me, do you not? Is it not acceptable to be a little muddled in life? I promise I will not behave this way again. Let us reconcile. Observing Lu Ruoyan's pitiful plea, Chu Feng could not help but scoff. Even at this juncture, Lu Ruoyan still attempted to play the emotional card, and to resort to such tactics truly revealed her misguided sense of self-worth. Chapter 51. All selling themselves. Yet still pretending to be aloof, Lu Ruyan's audacious remarks even made Ding Quan unable to tolerate her any longer, while Chu Feng was too weary to engage in further trivialities. His mood was already quite dismal. Upon returning home, he had been admonished by his mother, and the ever-watchful Su Ningxue was casting an appraising glance at him. Nevertheless, he preferred the comforts of home over the distasteful presence of Lu Ruyan. Simultaneously, Lu Ruyan's outrageous comments left Xiaoyu utterly flabbergasted, although she was unaware of the full context. She could glean enough from their conversation to understand the gist of the situation. With a sigh, she lamented, "Why can't I encounter a man like him?" It was perplexing, for the gentleman beside her was both handsome and affluent, exhibiting such gentleness. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, unfortunately, her family's financial struggles compelled her to earn quick money during the summer break to cover her tuition and living expenses. Lu Ruyan observed Xiaoyu's overt attempts to entice Chu Feng, and a wave of annoyance washed over her as she regarded the two with disdain. Her expression did not go unnoticed by Xiao Yu, who retorted with sarcasm. Lu Ruyan, stifling her contempt, remarked, I had thought that entering our line of work was, at least in part, due to financial hardships. Moreover, when clients approach us, they are akin to deities, and we must serve them well. Is it too much to expect the most fundamental etiquette? Glancing at Chu Feng, she noted his silence and assumed he still harbored feelings for her. Casting a scornful glance at Xiao Yu, this reaction instantly irked Ding Quan, who muttered, You're already selling yourself, yet you still act aloof. Lu Ruyan, do you not see that the glasses on the table are empty? Hurry and pour me some wine. Lu Ruyan shot a frosty glare at Ding Quan before reluctantly approaching to refill his glass. She understood that Ding Quan was merely her subordinate. The true authority in this establishment lay with Chu Feng. Upon witnessing Lu Ruyan's demeanor, Chu Feng felt disinclined to partake in drinking. Ding Quan, please have Lu Ruyan's table removed. If she has come here to sell herself, she shouldn't act so high and mighty. Xiao Yu's expression changed upon hearing Chu Feng's intention to dismiss her. Mr. Chu, are you really going to remove her? Chu Feng looked at Xiao Yu in confusion. What is the consequence of removing her? Xiao Yu explained, if a princess here is dismissed, she will be immediately expelled, losing her salary and bonuses. Dismissing a princess is tantamount to tarnishing the reputation of the nightclub. Upon hearing the term dismissal, Lu Ruyan's haughty demeanor evaporated in an instant. She immediately knelt beside Chu Feng, clinging to his leg and pleading pitifully, Mr. Chu, you must not dismiss me. If you do, no establishment in Modu will accept me. And if I cannot earn money, my father will beat me to death. Chu Feng was taken aback by Lu Ruyan's sudden display of desperation. After all, he was still a novice and had little understanding of such matters. However, upon casting a glance at Lu Ruyan at his feet, he was instantly overcome with revulsion. Get lost. He kicked her away with no semblance of compassion. Lu Ruyan gazed at the indifferent Chu Feng, forcing a bitter smile as her body trembled uncontrollably. In the next moment, as if making a momentous decision, her eyes flashed with determination as she bit her lip. Chu Feng, weren't you always eager to possess me? Then today, I shall grant you that wish. With those words, Lu Ruyan gently tugged at the bow on her chest, lifting her minuscule skirt, revealing a vast expanse of pristine skin. As long as it brings you joy, you may indulge as you please. Like a dog crawling before its master, seeking affection, Lu Ruyan presented herself. Witnessing such a display, Chu Feng's face contorted with disdain. Something he had long desired in his past life now appeared utterly trivial. Get the hell out of here. If you don't find this filthy, I certainly do. Who knows if you carry any disease? As he spoke, he kicked Lu Ruyan away. Watching her fall to the ground without an ounce of pity, he turned to Xiao Yu, softly speaking, Sister, please keep her company. I am heading home. Xiao Yu paused momentarily, then looked at Chu Feng. Are you truly going to withdraw your support for her? Chu Feng glanced at Ding Quan, who was utterly stunned by his actions. He had never anticipated that Chu Feng would actually stand up. With a casual smile, Chu Feng feigned nonchalance. I'm going home. I lack the inclination to remain here. Upon finishing, he directed his gaze back to Xiao Yu, instructing, just stay with her. I must leave. He pushed past the woman and strode towards the exit. Yet, Lu Ruyan continued to feign a pitiful demeanor. Chu Feng, please don't withdraw your support. I beg you. Chu Feng regarded this cowardly, sycophantic individual, who only dared to express anger towards those who loved her, and found himself too weary to respond. If he were Lu Ruyan, even without the means to pursue education, she could easily find employment elsewhere. With her looks, she could effortlessly thrive. Regrettably, she remained ensnared by her own misguided loyalty throughout her life. Consequently, Chu Feng kicked her aside once more before opening the door with a heavy thud. Slamming it shut behind him, the resounding noise left Lu Ruyan crumpled on the floor, feeling utterly desolate. As Chu Feng departed, Ding Quan could no longer contain himself, shedding his fade and embracing Xiao Yu tightly. Once outside, Chu Feng gasped for breath, feeling a wave of relief that in his previous life, he had married Su Ningxue instead of Lu Ruyan. The fate of Lu Ruyan was of no concern to him. Her choices to seek other avenues were hers alone, and her father's wrath had nothing to do with him. Now, The only matter on his mind was his stepmother, Feng Huimin. He harbored a suspicion that she was no virtuous individual. He pondered whether she could be manipulated, for if he could secure a project with her, he could leverage that to compel Feng Huimin to reveal who had bribed her to act as an informant. After dismissing Lu Ruyan, he purchased the necessary items before driving home. Upon his return home, as he stepped into the foyer, he beheld his mother and two others seated, indulging in fruit while watching television. At that moment, Su Ningxue, having heard the door open, turned her gaze in that direction. Chu Feng, upon noticing Su Ningxue's presence, was filled with confusion, pondering to himself, had Nanshan already returned home? Why, in the late hours of the night, was Su Ningxue still residing here? Why did she not go home? He watched as Su Ningxue saved her piece of cantaloupe, quietly inquiring, "Where have you been wandering off to tonight?" Su Ningxue, having taken a slice of cantaloupe and chewed thoughtfully, replied, "My mother seldom returns. She is here for just a day before heading back to her office. She essentially eats and resides there, being a busy individual." Rising to her feet, she approached Chu Feng, cantaloupe forked in hand. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of a strong, feminine fragrance emanating from him, causing her delicate features to visibly cool. Chapter 52. The Clothes Touched by Other Women. Not a single one left. Chu Feng gazed at Su Ningxue before him, meeting her fiery gaze, and for some inexplicable reason, he felt a sense of guilt akin to that of a thief. Today, he had returned a sum of money that he had borrowed for stock trading. Observing the fleeting expressions on Chu Feng's face, Su Ningxue could surmise the general situation. However, with Qingmei present, she could only maintain her composure. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then exhaled slowly before opening her eyes again, softly suggesting, "Why don't you go take a shower? You must be tired after a long day." Chu Feng had anticipated a scolding, yet, to his surprise, she said nothing at all. "Oh, all right," he replied, heading toward the second floor to retrieve his clothes for washing. Upon reaching the bathroom door, he found Su Ningxue had been waiting for him. With a cold tone, Su Ningxue commanded, "Take off your clothes. I will help you wash them." Chu Feng shook his head, softly replying, "No need. I can just put them in the washing machine myself." As he spoke, he scrutinized the expression on Su Ningxue's face. Her fists were clenched tightly, and she warned in a low voice, "Either you take them off yourself, or I shall assist you." Feeling as though Su Ningxue was a powder keg ready to explode, Chu Feng timidly suggested, "Can I just go in and undress?" With a swift motion, Su Ningxue revealed a terrifying glint in her eyes, raising her hand to deliver a sharp slap to his backside. One. Chu Feng immediately flung open the bathroom door, hastily undressed, and handed his clothes through the gap. Upon receiving the garments, Su Ningxue noted that only 2 pieces were present. "What about the other one?" Chu Feng called out from within the bathroom. "Do you need it too?" Su Ningxue wasted no time, responding with a firm "too." In the next moment, the last piece was also handed out. After receiving it, Su Ningxue let out a cold huff and strode away with his clothes. She searched the kitchen for a lighter, then exited the villa. Just as she was about to step out, Gu Luosheng suddenly called out from behind, "Shui, where are you taking those clothes at this late hour?" Su Ningxue turned to face Gu Mu, donning a radiant smile. "Aunt Gu, these clothes are ruined. I'm taking them out to dispose of." With that, she turned and walked out, heading to a vacant space beside the villa, where she ignited the clothes with a lighter. Not a single piece touched by other women would remain. As she stared at the flames, her beautiful eyes flickered with the dancing firelight, as if she were lost in thought before turning to leave. Back in the living room, she sat on the sofa, looking at Gu Mu, and suddenly spoke, her voice slightly hoarse. "Aunt Gu, Chu Feng just ran off to the club to fool around." Upon hearing Su Ningxue's words, Gu Luosheng's entire body trembled, her eyes flashing with anger. Indeed, when men have money, they tend to stray. Rest assured, Shui, Aunt Gu will certainly give him a good lesson. The reputation of the Gu family must not be tarnished by him. As she spoke, she approached Su Ningxue and clasped her small hand tightly. Su Ningxue's eyes sparkled. This was precisely the effect she desired, and she immediately began to speak. "Aunt Gu, you must be cautious. If you strike him too hard, it could lead to undesirable consequences. With school starting in a couple of days, perhaps I should take it upon myself to give him a lesson in moral education." Gu Luoshan regarded Su Ningxue, pausing in silence for a moment before responding. Very well, you are of the same age, and there will be plenty to discuss. Tonight, I would appreciate your assistance in educating him properly. Tomorrow, I shall reward you with some cosmetics as a token of gratitude. Su Ningxue promptly declined. That cannot be. Chu Feng has been like a brother to me since childhood, and I would never wish for him to stray from the right path. Once he emerges, I shall impart a lesson on moral values. After contemplating, she realized it was prudent to prepare Gu's mother first. So she continued, Aunt Gu, should Chu Feng prove disobedient, you wouldn't mind if I took matters into my own hands, would you? Gu Luoshan grasped Su Ningxue's hand earnestly. It is precisely because I have never laid a hand on him that I have spoiled him excessively. Alas, I find it difficult to discipline him. If you are willing to be firm, I hope you can teach him a lesson. He has had everything too easy. If he continues down this path, encountering even minor setbacks in the real world could hinder his growth. Therefore, I implore you, please guide him well, for a little hardship will serve him well. Just then, Chu Feng emerged from the bathroom, only to discover that the clothes he had given to Su Ningxue were missing, not hanging on the balcony as expected. Curious, he stepped into the hall and immediately felt a chilling gaze fixated upon him. He turned to see Su Ningxue, her expression icy, and his mother's face radiating a severe coldness. What on earth has transpired? Chu Feng glanced between his mother and Su Ningxue, sensing that things were amiss, and his lips twitched nervously. At that moment, as Su Ningxue caught sight of Chu Feng, her eyes narrowed slightly, and a subtle smile graced her lips, nearly causing her to burst into laughter at the unfolding scenario. Gu Luoshan's eyes suddenly widened, revealing a fierce intensity. Chu Feng, have you been out causing trouble today? Upon witnessing his mother's expression, Chu Feng instantly knew he was in deep trouble. He reluctantly approached the two women, attempting to explain with the same excuse he had used earlier. Mom, I was just discussing business. How could I possibly be out causing mischief? Bang! Gu Luoshan, seeing that Chu Feng remained unrepentant, slammed her hand on the table. Listen to me, Chu Feng. Refrain from frequenting such establishments. Just remember your ex-girlfriend. You cannot navigate the outside world recklessly. Chu Feng found the words all too familiar. They echoed Su Ningxue's frequent admonishments. Realizing his mother was admonishing him due to Su Ningxue's complaint, he wore a look of feigned innocence. Mom, I assure you, I did nothing wrong. Tonight, I merely went to repay a debt. The money I used for stocks was borrowed. Seeing Chu Feng's pitiful demeanor, Su Ningxue couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, and she promptly took on the role of the stern authority. Aunt Gu, it appears that Chu Feng has indeed gone to repay a debt. However, his choice of location was rather ill-advised, leading to his current predicament. He simply needs to exercise a bit more caution in the future. I shall impart some moral education upon him shortly, realigning his values without resorting to physical reprimand. Listening to Su Ningxue's audacious remarks, Chu Feng felt an overwhelming urge to leap up and vociferously declare, What do you mean by moral education? It is you who ought to be receiving such lessons. Your values are so distorted, they have become unrecognizable. Noticing that her brother remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Chu Yunxi gently massaged her forehead and interjected, Brother, brace yourself for tonight. Ensure that your novel does not fall behind on updates. Chu Feng turned to his sister, bewildered. Sister, what on earth has transpired? Before he could finish, Su Ningxue could no longer suppress her desire to educate him. Grasping his collar with an intense gaze, she proclaimed, Chu Feng, the time has come for your lesson. Rising to her feet, she prepared to drag him upstairs. The mere thought of Su Ningxue's impending lecture sent shivers coursing through Chu Feng's body. Mother, perhaps you could just give me a good thrashing instead. Gu Luosheng averted her gaze, displaying no interest in her son's plight. Seeing that his mother was unwilling to intervene, Chu Feng shouted towards Chu Yunxi, Sister, hurry. Call the police, call the police. Upon hearing the mention of the police, Su Ningxue tightened her grip on Chu Feng's collar, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Chu Feng, do you wish the police to apprehend me? After a summer apart, you've certainly grown quite bold. I hope you can maintain that bravado for what is to come. Chapter 53. The Pisces Scoundrel. Are you really going to fight? Su Ningxue grasped Chu Feng and led him into her room, shutting the door behind them. She pushed him onto the bed, lightly tapping the tabletop with her left hand, causing a purple ambience lamp to illuminate the space. Instantly, the atmosphere of the room became somewhat hazy, as a slender girl clad in pink pajamas faced a delicate young man in light blue sleepwear, the air thick with an intimate tension. Chu Feng, pinned against the bed by Su Ningxue, was drenched in cold sweat. "Sister, weren't we supposed to attend a moral education class? This isn't right, is it?" Su Ningxue lifted Chu Feng's chin with her hand, her delicate foot resting on his abdomen, her beautiful eyes gleaming with madness. "Which vixen did you go out with tonight? If you don't provide a satisfactory explanation, I assure you, my foot will strike straight at your soul." Feeling a tightening in his lower body and a grim expression on his face, Chu Feng replied in a low voice, "No, I merely went to repay a debt. I accidentally brushed against another woman. I didn't even have a single drop of alcohol." Observing the unwavering conviction in Chu Feng's gaze, Su Ningxue realized he was not lying. However, she still had no intention of letting him go. She then smiled softly and said, "I believe you, but as a form of punishment, you shall be educated by me for the next few days." Seeing her foot move away, a heavy weight lifted from Chu Feng's heart. He gazed up at Su Ningxue, a flicker of defiance crossing his eyes as he spoke in a deep voice. "Su Ningxue, do you really think you're my mother? I may not be able to contend with her, but you'd best let me go." Su Ningxue's eyes widened in surprise at his words. She placed her foot on his chest, a sharp glint in her gaze, and with a playful demeanor, she crossed her arms. "Let me tell you, even if I were to turn you into a pig's head right here, your mother wouldn't utter a word." As she spoke, her delicate foot gradually slid from his chest to his abdominal muscles. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes, a hint of rebelliousness curling at the corners of his mouth. He could no longer tolerate this. Being dominated by Su Ningxue in his past life was one thing, but in this life, he had to stand his ground. "If you don't step aside, I will." He clenched his right hand tightly and struck the bed forcefully. With a resounding thud, he intended to warn Su Ningxue. Seeing Chu Feng's impotent fury, Su Ningxue placed her other foot on the bed, sitting atop his sculpted abs. She slowly lowered her head, her soft form leaning closer. "So, what will you do? Are you really going to hit me? Can you bear to?" She pinched his cheeks playfully and continued, "Have you gained weight?" Chu Feng pushed her hands away and replied coldly, "Don't think that just because my mother supports you, I won't dare to hit you. Move away." After being pushed, Su Ningxue immediately wrapped her arms around Chu Feng, resting her head against his chest. "If you want to leave, you must first get past me," she said softly, her voice laced with a hint of allure, easily stirring the imagination of any man. With one hand pressing against Su Ningxue's forehead, Chu Feng struggled to pull her arms away. "Release me at once. Do we not agree today to refrain from such actions?" he implored, his voice laced with urgency. "Do not compel me to resort to violence. Should we engage in a scuffle, I shall not concern myself with your identity." Su Ningxue gazed at the struggling Chu Feng, her lips forming a slightly alluring pout. "Fight? I could never bring myself to harm my dear brother," she retorted, tugging at his nightgown, revealing his broad and sturdy chest. Pressing her face against him to listen to the familiar, resounding rhythm of his heartbeat. The moment she heard Chu Feng's heartbeat, an inexplicable sense of tranquility enveloped her. This firm and enticing physique. Listening to Su Ningxue's provocative words and feeling her restless hands, Chu Feng realized that if he did not resist, he might very well be completely consumed by her night. He clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the air. Su Ningxue lifted hergaze. Observing Chu Feng's darkened expression, his eyes shadowed with a brooding intensity. Yet, she remained unfazed, pursing her lips and allowing a subtle smirk to grace her features. "What? Do you still wish to strike me?" she teased, before continuing her relentless advance. Faced with Su Ningxue's audacity, Chu Feng gritted his teeth, interlocking his fingers tightly, and abruptly delivered a strike to her head. "Bam! I have been contemplating this for quite some time," he exclaimed. "Do you truly think I am a feeble cat just because I have not shown my claws?" With that punch, the pent-up frustration within him dissipated considerably. It was his first time striking Su Ningxue, and he could only describe it as exhilarating. In the next moment, Su Ningxue's previously carefree hands froze in place. Once she regained her composure, her eyes gleamed with fury, and she let out a thunderous roar. "You wretched brother! You insolent Chu Feng! You actually dared to hit me!" Following her outburst, she retaliated with an elbow strike to his abdomen, her limbs wrapping around him like an octopus. She opened her cherry-red lips wide and sank her teeth into his shoulder. "Ouch!" Chu Feng gasped, his breath hitching in shock. He yelled out, desperately tugging at Su Ningxue in an attempt to break free, but she remained steadfast. Realizing he could not pull her away, he shouted towards the door, "Mom, Sister Ningxue is biting me." Downstairs, Gu Luosheng paused at the sound of Chu Feng's cries, momentarily startled, then nonchalantly resumed eating a slice of cantaloupe while continuing to watch television. Meanwhile, upstairs, Su Ningxue bit down harder, fueled by the memory of Chu Feng gallivanting outside during the summer break, leaving her at home, only to return and resume his reckless antics. All her pent-up grievances were unleashed through her pristine teeth, and it was only when she tasted a hint of blood that she finally released her grip. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Feng grasped her neck, his eyes wide with fear as he scolded her. "Are you a dog, or what?" Upon hearing his insult, Su Ningxue fixed her gaze upon his face, her eyes gleaming with intensity, radiating an aura of authority. Very well, very well." Upon finishing her words, she continued, "Not only do you dare to strike me, but you also have the audacity to insult me. If I do not discipline you now, I fear that in the future, you may even ascend to the rooftops and bring dishonor upon me." Rising from her seat, she opened a drawer and seized a pinch of powder, casting it towards Chu Feng's nose. "What is this nonsense?" Chu Feng exclaimed, intent on fleeing the room. However, Su Ningxue was quick to react, lunging at him and firmly clutching his thigh, preventing his escape. The two remained locked in a stalemate for over a minute, until a wave of weakness began to envelop Chu Feng's body, and he soon collapsed into Su Ningxue's grasp. With her lips curved into a cold smile, she held his wrist with one hand while the other encircled his waist, her gaze strikingly beautiful yet profound. "Little Feng, what do you think you can run to? Is my large bed not secure enough for you?" As she spoke, she guided Chu Feng towards the bed, retrieving a delicate chain to bind him. "Let us see how you can escape now." Having completed her task, Su Ningxue's eyes glinted with a predatory hunger as she gazed at Chu Feng, reflecting a terrifying crimson light. Chu Feng, caught in her intense, possessive stare, felt a shiver of fear ripple through his dark eyes. "Sister Ningxue," he began, but before he could finish, Su Ningxue ferociously tore open his nightgown. Chapter 54. Who allowed you to touch other girls? As the situation began to spiral into an unfavorable direction, Chu Feng exerted a sudden force with his right hand, shattering the iron chain, no thicker than a pinky finger. After practicing the Yang recovery technique for over 3 months, his physical prowess had already reached a level where he could contend with seasoned practitioners. Having just freed himself, that large hand firmly pressed against Su Ningxue's beautiful face, which was poised for a kiss. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed through the room as Su Ningxue slapped Chu Feng across the right cheek, dispelling the previously charged atmosphere. The impact left Chu Feng momentarily stunned, as if his mind had crashed. Su Ningxue, feeling the tingling sensation in her left hand, realized that things had taken a turn for the worse. Chu Feng gazed at Su Ningxue with an expression of disbelief, his lips parted in an attempt to speak, but no sound emerged, rendering him akin to a wronged little boy. A flicker of pain crossed Su Ningxue's cold eyes, yet her countenance revealed no remorse. She grasped Chu Feng's chin and spoke coldly. "What is it that you are struggling against? Am I, a rare and exquisite flower, unworthy of you, Chu Feng? In terms of beauty, I rank among the top 3 at Modi University. In terms of wealth, I could support you for a lifetime. Most importantly, my love for you is as vast as the heavens can attest. Or do you prefer the likes of that shameless woman, Lu Ruyan? Do you find joy in wearing a green hat? What woman out there isn't interested in your money? And even if they aren't, who among them is genuinely devoted to you without conditions? In this world, apart from Aunt Gu, who treats you better than I do?" Chu Feng stared blankly at Su Ningxue, her words resonating with undeniable truth. In this world, aside from family, no one had earned his unconditional trust. Her remarks brought to mind Lu Ruiyan from the club, the one who had left him battered and bruised. By comparison, Su Ningxue was a million times better. In his heart, he recognized that at the very least, Su Ningxue would not harm him. Understanding this, his previously resistant hand gradually fell limp, surrendering any semblance of struggle. Observing Chu Feng's capitulation, Su Ningxue's lips curled into a stunning smile, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Lu Ruiyan has proven to be quite the effective pawn, yielding results beyond my expectations in just half a year. With that, she cupped Chu Feng's slightly flushed face, lowered her head, and pressed her alluring pink lips against his. Chu Feng's prior restraint was ultimately shattered by her words. He finally released his tightly clenched fists and, resigned, closed his eyes. She was right. Perhaps this was destiny. In a previous life, he had encountered her, and in this one, it seemed to be no different. Su Ningxue's domineering kiss felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of a time in his past when he had entered her vehicle, only to be claimed by her in a similar manner. To the outside world, Su Ningxue was a cold goddess, an ethereal flower of the snowy peaks. Yet, only Chu Feng knew that behind closed doors, she was a passionate woman, fervently desiring him. As time slowly passed, Su Ningxue showed no intention of sparing Chu Feng. Today, she was determined to instill a lasting lesson in him, making it clear that the girls outside were off limits, lest he face dire consequences. Gradually, Chu Feng felt as though his brain might ignite. Thinking had become an utterly impossible endeavor, and merely sustaining his consciousness required copious amounts of oxygen. His chest began to heave violently, and he wished to implore Su Ningxue to ease her grip, but the words were trapped on his tongue. MMM. Ultimately, as he yearned to cry out for mercy, he could only produce a series of indistinct sounds. Finally, just when Chu Feng was on the verge of losing consciousness from lack of air, Su Ningxue relented and released him. Gu Luosheng glanced at the clock. It was already 11:30 in the evening, time to prepare for bed. She approached Su Ningxue's door and gently knocked. Xiaoxue, it's quite late. The lesson has gone on long enough. Let Chu Feng return to rest. Inside the room, Su Ningxue suddenly heard her mother's voice, causing her to shiver and her heart to race. How careless of her to lose track of time. If her aunt discovered this, she would likely have to return home. Realizing this, Su Ningxue quickly stood up, instinctively glancing at Chu Feng, who lay on the bed, a beautiful smile slowly forming on her lips. At that moment, Chu Feng was indeed wounded and weary. His previous injuries had yet to heal, and Su Ningxue had reopened them, causing blood to trickle down once more. All right, Annie, Su Ningxue replied, retracting her gaze. Once Chu Feng finishes this reflection paper, I will let him go. As she spoke, she began to unfasten the iron chains. And upon completion, she playfully pinched Chu Feng's cheek, her eyes twinkling with delight as she whispered, Sister is truly growing fonder of you, my little darling. Once freed from the chains, Chu Feng looked at the deranged girl before him with a complex expression. The term darling momentarily short-circuited his brain. The recent torment had swiftly revived memories of his nightmarish marital life with Su Ningxue. Initially, he had thought there was hope for her, that her affliction was still mild. But after the recent ordeal, he realized the depths of her twisted nature. Su Ningxue had long concealed her deranged temperament, and should she fully unleash it, she would become utterly unhinged. In his previous life, after marriage, the initial period was marked by her gentle demeanor. It was only over time that her derangement began to surface. Now, if he continued down this ambiguous path, he feared he would again find himself ensconced in a villa, a mere plaything for her amusement, isolated from the world. The thought sent cold sweat cascading down his back. Instantly, Chu Feng sprang from the bed, desperate to escape Su Ningxue and return to his own room, to gather his belongings and prepare to stay at school the following day. However, upon sensing his intention to leave, Su Ningxue hurriedly wrapped her arms around his neck, eager to solidify their relationship, and thus, she whispered sweet nothings into his ear. Dear little brother, look, we have kissed so many times. Shouldn't you call me your wife? Her voice was low and laced with allure, and as the words left her lips, a blush rapidly spread from her fair complexion to her neck. The sound of her voice sent a shiver through Chu Feng. He understood all too well that if he complied, he might be compelled to stay the night. Thus, he dared not utter a word. He then raised his hand to gently pry apart Su Ningxue's delicate hands, the tenderness and warmth from moments ago swiftly transforming into indifference and coldness. Do not even think about it. As for what I... Su Ningxue's gaze turned icy, her alabaster hands beginning to entwine around Chu Feng's neck. A faint, dark luminescence emanated from her, accompanied by an air of chill that enveloped the space. Chapter 55. Foolish Son. Unaware of the soft rice before him with a swift motion, Chu Feng pulled and thrust her back onto the bed. Look at what you've done to me. My chest is littered with claw marks and bite impressions, and my lips are even torn. You still expect me to call you my wife? Dream on. He turned to give Su Ningxue a rude gesture before hastily opening the door and fleeing the room. As Su Ningxue observed Chu Feng's shameless departure, her anger boiled over, and she cried out in frustration, Chu Feng, you're finished. Once I catch you, I'll hang you up and give you a beating. Just as he intended to retort, he was taken aback upon seeing his mother leaning against the wall just outside the door. Gu Luotian scrutinized her son, whose lips bore the marks of bites and whose attire was disheveled. Son, you two didn't engage in anything inappropriate, did you? You're still quite young. Your studies should take precedence, and you must take proper precautions. I have no objections to young love, but she stepped forward, patting Chu Feng on the shoulder, offering a look of encouragement. Upon hearing such audacious words from his mother, Chu Feng nearly stumbled backward. Mom, it's just that the weather's a bit dry today. My lips simply cracked. Gu Luotian responded with a light slap on his arm, exclaiming, You young man must take responsibility for your actions. Otherwise, don't blame your mother for turning her back on you. A real man must face the consequences of his deeds. Recognizing the futility of further explanation, Chu Feng sighed in resignation. You can ask Su Ningxue if you don't believe me. I'm going to sleep now. With that, he turned and closed his door behind him. Watching her son retreat, Gu Luotian understood that he would not deceive her regarding significant matters. She sighed softly, this foolish son. Su Ningxue is not only beautiful, but also possesses a kind heart. If you two could become a couple, I'd say you'd be quite fortunate. Yet here you are, oblivious to her affections, behaving like a mouse in the presence of a cat. A la foolish son. You truly do not recognize the blessings of a rich woman. There's a generous offer laid out before you, and you remain unaware. Upon returning to his room, Chu Feng began to pack his belongings. The following day, around 8 or 9 in the morning, he donned a mask and, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, observed his mother busy in the kitchen. Mom, I'm heading to school. Gu Luotian turned, her expression filled with confusion. But school doesn't start for another 2 days. Chu Feng shrugged. I find no inspiration at home. I wish to write my novel at school. Realizing that she could not hinder his creative pursuits, Gu Luotian conceded. All right. But remember to come home for dinner on the first day of school. Aunt Shin will be back then. We should all gather together. Seeing his mother relent, Chu Feng readily agreed. Sure, no problem. Just as he turned to leave, he found Su Ningxue standing right in front of him. She appeared to have just awakened. And after the tumult of the previous night, she had enjoyed a full night of sweet dreams. At that moment, her long hair cascaded down, and her fair, beautiful face took on a hint of rosy hue, bestowing upon her a more mature and refined allure. Do you wish to return to school so soon? Are you avoiding me? Su Ningxue remarked with a playful smile. Yet, to Chu Feng, that smile seemed akin to a demon mocking an ant yearning to escape from hell. Goodbye, Sister Ningxue. I must return to school, he said, disinterested in explaining himself, and attempted to slip away from the side. However, Su Ningxue suddenly pinned him against the wall by the door and boldly kissed him. Chu Feng, taken aback, quickly regained his composure and pushed her away, lowering his voice to say, Have you lost your mind? My mother is still inside. He gazed at the smiling Su Ningxue with a look of sheer terror. Unfazed, Su Ningxue retrieved her phone from her pocket, opened the album, and turned the screen toward Chu Feng, beaming at him. Chu Feng, don't you think Auntie would be overjoyed to see this photo? As she spoke, she playfully lifted his chin with her finger. Chu Feng looked at the dimly lit photo on the phone, where he could vaguely discern a man and a woman. Upon recognizing the image, his eyes widened in shock, as if they were about to leap from their sockets. Where did you take this? Staring at the intimate picture, he was momentarily stunned, then quickly recalled that night before summer vacation. Is this from that night before summer break? He reached for the phone, but Su Ningxue swiftly pulled it back. Nodding, Su Ningxue earnestly replied, Indeed, it was that night. Would you like to delete the photo? Chu Feng regarded the seemingly good sister before him with skepticism, fully aware that Su Ningxue would not let him off easily. Noticing his silence, Su Ningxue lightly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, stepped closer, and gazed at her dear brother with a playful flush on her cheeks. Let's play a game. Right here, separated by this wall. As long as Annie doesn't come out, if you kiss me for a minute, I'll delete the photo immediately. Upon hearing this condition, Chu Feng's face contorted with indignation as he prepared to leave. He figured that if his mother scolded him, he could simply choose not to return home. If he were to kiss her here, he feared that Su Ningxue would inevitably demand more, pushing the boundaries further each time. He knew that eventually, he would become ensnared, a mere toy in her hands. Seeing Chu Feng about to depart, Su Ningxue stepped forward, grasping his wrist, and whispered, if that's not feasible, you could accompany me for a couple of days. At her words, he halted and turned to face her, a frown creasing his brow. One day, noticing his attempt to bargain, Su Ningxue countered, tonight and all of tomorrow. Chu Feng regarded her, stating coolly, I choose the location. Su Ningxue raised her elegant brow. Her gaze locked onto the depths of his dark eyes, sensing that he was harboring some mischievous intent. You can choose tonight, but tomorrow I will decide. Chu Feng note that, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes. However, I must stipulate that if you flee from the place I choose tonight, then tomorrow, should you select the venue, I shall also make my escape. Su Ningxue maintained an air of indifference, chuckling lightly. If you run away tomorrow, I shall demand that you publicly confess your feelings for me on the football field during the New Year's Eve gala. Chu Feng remained unfazed, resolute in his determination not to retreat even if the heavens were to collapse. No problem. Once the sounds of their footsteps faded completely, Gu's mother, who had been eavesdropping in the kitchen, finally relaxed her ears. Later that evening, around 7 or 8 o'clock, Chu Feng drove his BMW to a bustling night market. With a vehicle at his disposal, he resolutely decided he would no longer accept rides from Su Ningxue, for taking her car would mean relinquishing control to her. He pondered the potential predicament if Su Ningxue were to drive him to a desolate area and suddenly declare, Oh dear, the car has broken down. Let's find a hotel to spend the night. That would be disastrous. Before long, Chu Feng found a parking spot, and, as they stepped out of the car, they were greeted by a vibrant array of barbecue stalls and snack vendors lining the streets, the atmosphere brimming with the warmth of human life. The moment Chu Feng exited the vehicle, his appetite was piqued. The late summer night bore a gentle breeze, and indulging in some skewers was simply irresistible. Soon, he led Su Ningxue to a barbecue stall adorned with distinct characteristics of the western regions. As they walked, Su Ningxue furrowed her brow. Throughout her life, she had primarily dined at home, at Chu Feng's residence, or in grand restaurants. To her, the food from the street vendors seemed to be tainted with hextech, likely to cause weight gain, acne, and detrimental to longevity. When she noticed Chu Feng stopping at a small stall, she tugged at the hem of his clothing. Is it truly advisable to eat at the roadside? Isn't there a quaint little eatery across the street? Perhaps we should dine there instead? Chapter 56. Are you a girl? Really eating this? Chu Feng understood the implication behind Su Ningxue's words. She was clearly suggesting that he should leave. He glanced at the skewers and large chicken wings on the barbecue stand, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Boss, let us have 5 skewers of each, and a bowl of snail and duck foot stew. The barbecue vendor replied, All right, you two handsome guys and beautiful lady. Why don't you sit over there for a bit? I'm just a rough fellow trying to whip up some hometown flavors. If you're not accustomed to it, feel free to head back. After speaking, Chu Feng walked to an empty table. Su Ningxue remained rooted in place, her fair hands tightly clasped, and let out a cold snort as she watched his retreating figure. She would not easily concede defeat. The notion of him trying to drive her away was utterly ridiculous. She then glanced at the barbecue stand, her beautiful eyes lighting up. Boss, I'll have 2 of those as well, just as Chu Feng seated himself. He assumed that Su Ningxue, being a pampered girl from a wealthy family, would not be accustomed to such places. However, He was taken aback to see her ordering food at the stand. Soon, Su Ningxue joined him at the table. Before sitting down, she took out several wet wipes and meticulously cleaned the chair and table. Observing her actions, Chu Feng chuckled. You clearly find this place dirty. Yet you insist on staying to eat. It's quite perplexing. Su Ningxue removed the hair tie from her wrist and tied her hair into a neat ponytail. If you can eat it, why can't I? Chu Feng replied. I hail from the southern region, and my father used to prepare these delicacies for me quite often. Propping her chin on her hand, Su Ningxue smiled mischievously. I just ordered you quite a few delightful dishes. Chu Feng glanced around and noticed that many patrons were looking in their direction. It was inevitable. Someone as exquisite and striking as Su Ningxue stood out amidst the bustling barbecue street, capturing the attention of many even before she had sat down. Before long, the dishes Chu Feng ordered arrived. He offered a skewer of lamb to Su Ningxue. Try this. It tastes far better than what you have at home. Su Ningxue hesitated for half a second, then took a wet wipe, accepted the lamb skewer, and gazed at the golden meat, its enticing aroma irresistible. She couldn't help but take a bite. The flavor of cumin and chili powder exploded on her taste buds. She chewed thoughtfully and nodded. It's indeed quite delicious. The vendor soon delivered Su Ningxue's order. Beautiful lady, here are the 2 skewers of lamb kidneys, 2 skewers of pork kidneys, 2 dozen oysters, 5 skewers of pork penis, 5 skewers of lamb penis, and a plate of chives. Is there anything else you need? Su Ningxue raised 2 fingers and softly said, let us have 2 bottles of beer as well. At the adjacent table, a group of men drinking beer cast a knowing glance at the array of dishes on Chu Feng's table. Indeed, having a cherished wife makes it hard to resist temptation. Ahem. Chu Feng cleared his throat a few times, staring incredulously at the lavish spread before him, taking in the sight of the petite girl across from him. Are you really eating this, as a girl? Su Ningxue gently shook her head, a smile playing on her lips. What am I eating? It's for you. You left at 11 last night. How can I not replenish you? It will help you endure a little longer, she said with a mischievous smile. As soon as she uttered these words, several nearby tables exchanged knowing glances and smiles directed at Chu Feng. Even the barbecue vendor beside them cast a sympathetic look his way. Chu Feng glanced at the array of dishes on the table, merely chuckling, before indulging in a feast. In his previous life, Su Ningxue had often prepared such nourishing soups for him, but soon realized that replenishing him was not as effective as training him, leading her to seek out a manual for him to practice, which eventually improved his health. Before long, Chu Feng had devoured nearly half of the meal, which left the nearby patrons feeling somewhat inadequate. How could one be so famished? In truth, Chu Feng had always had a penchant for such dishes, hailing from the Guangxi region. He was accustomed to a cuisine rich in robust flavors. When his father was alive, they frequently enjoyed such meals during the New Year celebrations back home. Witnessing Chu Feng's ability to handle such fare, Su Ningxue was thoroughly impressed. Go ahead, eat your fill. I wonder if you'll be able to sleep tonight. She opened a bottle of beer, pouring 2 glasses and offering one to Chu Feng. Cheers to our delightful evening ahead. Chu Feng accepted the beer, raising his glass. To our splendid life. He downed the drink in one go, relishing the pleasure of enjoying barbecue while sipping beer. Meanwhile, the barbecue vendor glanced at the owner's wife, who was still gracefully cleaning the tables. Youth is indeed a blessing. I would rather tend to the grill than return home to watch television. I truly am getting older. As the 2 savored their barbecue, a slightly inebriated young man in a black t-shirt approached them, flanked by 2 burly friends. With a lecherous gaze fixed on the beautiful Su Ningxue, he grinned and said, Hey there, gorgeous. I happened to walk by and was captivated by your beauty. Could I have your contact information? Su Ningxue looked up at the drunken man, flashing a bright smile. My boyfriend is right here. He would approve of me giving my contact details to just anyone. She raised an eyebrow at Chu Feng as she spoke. The inebriated man then turned his attention to Chu Feng, sneering. Oh, so you're just a broke little pretty boy? With such a beautiful girlfriend, you still bring her to eat at a roadside stall? How laughable. His words immediately sparked discontent among the onlookers, who wondered whom they had offended by merely dining at a roadside stall, with several contemplating a retort. Chu Feng calmly took a bite of his beef skewer, smiling as he faced the drunken man. What can someone who doesn't even have a girlfriend do, except drown their sorrows in drink? Can you even attract such a beautiful woman to dine at a roadside stall with you? His brief remarks struck a nerve with the drunken man, who pointed angrily at Chu Feng, cursing, "You little brat, dare to say that again. Do you even know who I am? In the illustrious Qin family of the 4 prominent clans in the bustling metropolis, Qin Yu happens to be my cousin. I am Su Ning. It would be wise for you to obediently relinquish your woman." Upon hearing the name of the Qin family, Chu Feng instantly comprehended why the 2 men beside the inebriated individual refrained from dissuading him. He was emboldened by his connections. "Ah, and then what? You command me to comply, yet would that not portray me as timid? What if I refuse?" With a glint of amusement in his eyes, he turned to Su Ning. Though Chu Feng had no desire to incite trouble, it did not imply that he was fearful of it. However, upon hearing the name of the Qin family, the expressions of those around him drastically changed. Initially, a few young individuals contemplated intervening, but upon realizing the weight of the name, they retreated. The 4 prominent clans wield immense influence in the metropolis. Their grasp on the majority of industries is unwavering. To them, wealth is merely a trifling sequence of digits. Each of the 4 families boasts fortunes in the trillions. Their status in the metropolis remains unassailable. The onlookers cast anxious glances toward Chu Feng, a cold sweat forming upon their brows. Observing Chu Feng's lack of awareness, Su Ning abruptly seized an empty wine bottle from the table, intent on striking Chu Feng's head. "Be careful," Su Ningxue shouted, immediately rising to her feet. Chapter 57. An unexpected stimulation surprisingly, as Chu Feng sidestepped. He executed a swift, Tai Chi-style elbow strike that sent the man staggering into the 2 individuals behind him. "Ah, it hurts." Following this, Su Ning felt a tumultuous churn in her stomach and collapsed to the ground, violently expelling the Mao Tai she had just consumed at the tavern. Chu Feng cast a cold glance at the 3 men and spoke in a chilling tone, "If you possess any sense, return home and rest." After delivering his reprimand, he nonchalantly resumed, savoring the skewers of lamb in his hand. Suddenly, a voice erupted, proclaiming, "All right." This was followed by the sound of applause from the crowd. "Bro, you're incredible. This is what a real man looks like." Such displays of masculinity naturally garnered the admiration of the onlookers, as he fearlessly confronted authority. Some timid souls, witnessing their girlfriends being bullied by the powerful, felt intimidated in the presence of numbers and refrained from speaking up. Truly, they were utterly useless. So Ningxue watched Chu Feng, who appeared unfazed, her heart inexplicably racing. A rosy hue crept onto her porcelain cheeks as she inwardly mused, "Hee, my man is undeniably handsome." The 2 men beside Su Ning also recognized Chu Feng as a martial artist and, understandably, chose not to provoke him further. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years, and they opted to leave with her. After this small episode, the nightlife of the night market continued unabated. After finishing their late-night snack, Chu Feng gently placed the unconscious Su Ningxue into the car, his face lined with frustration as he silently criticized her. She had ordered the drinks, consumed the least, and yet was the first to get drunk. His incredulity knew no bounds. If his own friends behaved in such a manner, he would surely unleash his wrath upon them. Upon returning home, Mother Gu glanced at the inebriated Su Ningxue and scolded Chu Feng a few more times before reluctantly allowing him to ascend stairs. Once upstairs, Chu Feng carefully set Su Ningxue down, murmuring to himself, "If you can't handle your drink, then don't drink at all. What a hassle." As he turned to leave, he noticed that she had not yet removed her shoes. "Hey, you haven't taken off your shoes," he remarked. Approaching her, he reached for her footwear, only for Su Ningxue to instinctively retract her foot, as if her shoes had a mind of their own. After he removed her left shoe, her right foot immediately extended forward. With a gentle tug, he liberated that shoe as well. "Are you pretending to be drunk?" he exclaimed in exasperation, discarding the 2 shoes before attempting to exit. Yet, to his surprise, Su Ningxue suddenly sprang up from the bed, grasping his wrist. "Chu Feng, I haven't taken off my clothes yet," she said. He forcefully shook off her grip, firmly declining her request. With that, he strode out of her room with purpose. After a refreshing shower, Chu Feng comfortably lay down in bed, prepared to drift off to sleep. However, just as he was about to succumb to slumber, he sensed the presence of another person beside him. In the dead of night, half awake and half asleep, he felt as though someone had suddenly joined him under the covers. Hesitantly, he reached out and touched what felt like a head, which startled him awake. Wasn't he covering oneself with a blanket supposed to ward off any threats? His sudden jolt stirred Su Ningxue awake from her slumber beneath the covers. "Do not move," she murmured softly, wrapping her arms around his. "Su Ningxue," he exclaimed, abruptly withdrawing his arm and leaping out of bed to switch on the light. On the bed, Su Ningxue lay on her side, clad in a delicate bamboo green nightgown, her alluring curves revealed without restraint. In the glow of the light, her slender legs intertwined, her petite feet glimmering like a polished piece of warm jade, exuding a radiant sheen. This sight stirred a slight warmth in Chu Feng's lower abdomen, yet he swiftly suppressed it. "Get out," he said coldly to Su Ningxue. She remained silent, pulling the blanket over herself and patting the space beside her. "Qingmei, let us sleep," she invited, ignoring him completely, which ignited his anger. "If you continue to sleep here, I cannot guarantee my hands and feet will remain clean." Su Ningxue was well aware of his implication, yet she did not believe he possessed the courage to act. "Oh, really? Where's the confidence coming from?" She replied with a teasing smile. During his relationship with Lu Ruyan, Chu Feng had merely held her hand a few times, and post-breakup, it was always her who initiated their encounters. He had never taken the lead. This indicated that he was a quintessential individual with a thieving heart, but lacking the gall to act. Seeing that gentleness was ineffective, a bold idea sprouted in Chu Feng's mind. "Fine, you said it." He stepped to the edge of the bed, abruptly lifting the covers. Before Su Ningxue could react, he seized her arm and pinned her down. His speed was astonishing, too swift for Su Ningxue to comprehend, leaving her momentarily dazed as she gazed up at him, who had suddenly descended upon her. This exceedingly intimate position made her heart race. "Oh no, I might have ordered too much for late-night snacks. Tonight could lead to." "Chu Feng, how about you simply sleep with me tonight, and I want to require your company tomorrow," she suggested, her delicate features betraying a flicker of panic. She was not prepared for this, and she disliked being in a passive role. She preferred to be in control. Chu Feng noticed the brief flash of alarm on her face and couldn't help but display an eager expression. "I have another condition. You must not disturb me at home. Otherwise, Su Ningxue gazed into his starry eyes, seemingly catching a hint of amusement, just as she thought he was merely trying to intimidate her. Yet, one of his hands had already unbuttoned one of her buttons. Noticing that she still had not acquiesced to his request, he unfastened another button. As the neckline gaped wider, he glanced up, meeting Su Ningxue's flushed face, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, tonight's moon is exceptionally large and round." "Chu Feng, you cannot do this." Su Ningxue, realizing the situation was beyond her expectations, bit her lip, feeling flustered. Chu Feng blew a warm breath toward her, and seeing her fear, his laughter grew ever more unrestrained. "What will you do? Attempt to resist?" She pushed open the door, boldly entered my bedroom, and climbed onto my bed. "Were you not simply seeking a free pass?" As he spoke, he gradually lowered his body, gazing at the bashful little delicate flower, and was taken aback. "So, you can be shy too, Su Ningxue." As Chu Feng slowly descended, he finally made contact with Su Ningxue's soft form, causing both of them to shudder involuntarily at the touch. Su Ningxue immediately closed her eyes and exclaimed, "All right, I promise. I will behave at home from now on." Upon hearing her acquiescence, Chu Feng sighed in relief, then picked up the nearby blanket and wrapped Su Ningxue in it like a spring roll. "What are you doing?" Su Ningxue was momentarily stunned. Chu Feng turned off the light, climbed into bed, and smiled at her while embracing the spring roll. "Just keeping you company for the night. Good night." "You." Su Ningxue couldn't help but laugh at herself in exasperation. She suddenly realized that Chu Feng's earlier antics were undoubtedly an act. In the darkness, her mind replayed the domineering moment when he had her pinned beneath him, her heart racing incessantly. How exhilarating. This unexpected thrill felt so. If I hadn't agreed to him, would he have? No, I cannot allow a man to have the upper hand. If he were to change his mind, I would be none the wiser. I must seize control. Lost in her thoughts, and feeling a sense of security with Chu Feng beside her, Ningxue soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 58. Is my wife calling me? As dawn's gentle light streamed into the room, Chu Feng murmured playfully, "Wife." "Don't tease," awakening the slumbering Ningxue beside him. She blinked in disbelief, questioning whether she had merely imagined his words. Wife Chu Feng's brow furrowed, seemingly haunted by a dream from his past life, stirred by his proximity to Ningxue. Her enchanting eyes widened, and a delicate blush colored her cheeks, her heart racing audibly in her chest. Is he truly calling for me? She gazed intently at his soft lips, an inexplicable intuition whispering that he was indeed addressing her. The proximity of those lips tempted her to lean in, yet she remained motionless, merely staring. His warm breath brushed against her face, igniting a restless yearning. Yet she felt powerless to act. Suddenly, Chu Feng awoke, their eyes locking in mutual surprise. Thank goodness, it was just a dream. Then a thought struck him. No way. He released his hold and softly declared, "The service of companionship ends here." After uttering those words, he made his way to the bathroom, and upon changing, found Ningxue enjoying her morning tea in the living room. Joining her for breakfast, he couldn't shake the feeling that her occasional smiles carried an unspoken meaning, making him increasingly uneasy. However, he took solace in the fact that the previous night had passed without incident, allowing him a day of respite. After breakfast, he retreated to his room to continue his writing, which constituted his primary source of income. The day unfolded in a deceptively simple manner, leaving Chu Feng in a slight daze. With Ningxue's presence, the sudden tranquility of life felt oddly disorienting. Yet, reflecting on the events of the previous night, he concluded that while this fragile beauty yearned for him physically, her actions were limited to mere gestures. She seemed shy when it came to deeper intimacy, leaving Chu Feng puzzled. In his past life, her affliction had only surfaced after their marriage. Yet here they were, barely at the end of her freshman year, and her condition had already begun to manifest. It was quite perplexing. Moreover, it appeared that something had triggered a rapid progression of her symptoms lately. The following day, Chu Feng slept until midday, and upon awakening, he sensed a lively commotion in the living room. Qingmei had returned and was chatting animatedly with Luotian and others. As Chu Feng descended the stairs, he spotted Aunt Shun conversing with his mother. Noticing him in his pajamas, Qingmei turned with a smile. "Xiao Feng, you're just getting up? Hurry and eat, then it's off to school." "Oh, all right," he replied, donning his pajamas to join them for breakfast. The meal was lighthearted and filled with well wishes. Yet as Chu Feng began to tidy up afterward, he felt a shift in the atmosphere. Meanwhile, Ningxue casually headed off for a shower. As he descended the stairs with his backpack, he found Ningxue already attired in a white long shirt and a knee-length black skirt, resembling a high school girl. Innocent and enchanting, pure and flawless. Her slender calves, smooth and elongated, complemented the white shirt that accentuated her exquisite figure, forming a perfect curve. Her delicate visage, devoid of any makeup, was truly breathtaking. The outfit struck a chord of familiarity with Chu Feng upon noticing the embroidered design of playful mandarin ducks on the shirt's chest. He was taken aback. Wasn't this the custom garment gifted by Aunt Shin? Upon seeing Chu Feng's attire, Mother Gu's expression flickered with discontent. "Son, why don't you take a shower before heading to school?" Chu Feng paused momentarily, perplexed. "Why must I wash up?" At this moment, Qingmei interjected, "Xiao Feng, what about the clothes Annie sent you? Hurry and take a shower and change. Let Annie see how you look." Realizing their intentions, Chu Feng shrugged helplessly. "But my clothes haven't been washed yet." However, Luotian produced a bag from the side, chuckling lightly. "No worries, Mom washed them for you a few days ago." Under the intense gazes of the three, Chu Feng understood that leaving without wearing the outfit was out of the question. All right, he acquiesced, taking the clothes and quickly washing up before changing. Donning the matching custom black jeans and white long shirt, he felt an immediate sense of comfort. No wonder it was a bespoke piece. The design and fabric were of the highest caliber, undoubtedly costing a pretty penny. After descending, Chu Feng stood beside Ningxue. resembling a pair of celestial lovers, one tall and handsome, the other beautiful and captivating. Mothers Gu and Shun exchanged glances, unable to suppress nods of approval. The two truly appeared increasingly well-matched. Observing his mother and Shun's shared gaze, Chu Feng knew that lingering any longer would only lead to further complications. "Mom, I'm off to school," he announced, reaching for the set of BMW keys and his backpack on the table, only to be halted by Mother Gu. "You know you can't park at school, right?" Su Ningxue nodded in agreement. "Ordinary students aren't allowed to park. Only as the student council president do I have a parking spot." Chu Feng looked at Su Ningxue and, with a resigned sigh, placed the keys down. "Sister Ningxue, what do you plan to leave? I'd like to hitch a ride in your car." He thought that once they reached the school, he could swiftly return to the dormitory to change clothes. Shun Qingyu, smiling brightly, chimed in, "I'll be driving my car all day today. I lent mine to someone yesterday. So, I'll take you both to the car." Time was of the essence, and she ushered them out the door and into her vehicle. The car soon arrived at the gates of Moda University, and Shun Mother, surveying the bustling entrance, dropped them off a short distance away. To Chu Feng's surprise, upon exiting the vehicle, he noticed Su Ningxue had brought along 2 suitcases. "Xiao Feng, Xiao Xue, you may need to stay on campus for a while. My mother and I will be going abroad for a period." Thus, today, Xiao Xue brought along a bit more luggage than usual, and Annie sincerely thanks you for assisting her in carrying it to the dormitory. After Shun Qingyu finished speaking, she offered no chance for Chu Feng to retort and promptly closed the car door, accelerating away. Chu Feng stood bewildered, gazing at the 2 suitcases on the ground, and ultimately chose the larger one, pulling it towards the school gate. Due to the cosmopolitan nature of the metropolis, both boys and girls exhibit remarkably fashionable attire. In this city, anyone dressed in a more modest manner is likely to be quietly ridiculed as a country bumpkin. After disembarking from a vehicle, Chu Feng walked alongside Su Ningxue towards the entrance of the school. As he observed the bustling street filled with people, his eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Everywhere he looked, there were long legs adorned in black and white stockings, fishnet, and lace, along with an array of short skirts and shorts, backless, and midriff-bearing outfits. He even spotted a couple of women simply wearing binding garments. Such attire might attract judgment in other cities, but in the trendy and fashionable metropolis, the only remarks one would receive would be about being stylish, cool, and chic. Noticing Chu Feng's eyes nearly popping out, Su Ningxue playfully stepped on his foot, her tone laced with jealousy. "If you keep staring like that, your eyes will truly fly out. You scoundrel, I'm 1,000 times more attractive than those gaudy vixens." Chapter 59. All schemes. Chu Feng shrugged, a hint of rebelliousness dancing at the corners of his mouth as he smiled lightly. "I do as I please. It is none of your concern. My eyes are mine to direct, and I shall gaze upon whomever I wish." Passers-by glanced at the jealous Su Ningxue and then at the nonchalant Chu Feng, filled with envy and resentment. As the two were bickering, Ningxue and her sister had just alighted from their vehicle, preparing to head to school. Qingmei was dragging a suitcase along the street when suddenly, as if sensing something, her captivating peach blossom eyes spotted Chu Feng amidst the bustling crowd. "Hey, Chu Feng." Qingmei hurriedly approached and gently tapped him on the shoulder. Chu Feng turned, and his gaze met the familiar figures of the 2 sisters. Qingmei was dressed in light hues, while Ningxue donned denim jeans and a white short-sleeve shirt. Beside her stood an elegant female bodyguard. Chu Feng's eyes dropped, and he couldn't help but notice the striking allure of Qingmei's upper figure, which was undeniably captivating. "Is she really turning on the high beams right from the start?" he mused, taken aback. Her form seemed even more pronounced than that of the matured Su Ningxue. Below her skirt, 2 flawless, long legs extended gracefully. Her exquisite features, with eyebrows delicately arched like willow leaves, and her enchanting peach blossom eyes, could ensnare any heart with a mere smile. "It's you. Long time no see," Chu Feng remarked, struggling to divert his gaze, offering a shy smile. Qingmei stepped closer, glancing at Chu Feng before her attention shifted to Su Ningxue, instantly captivated by her beauty. Beneath that aloof and striking exterior lay an aura that warned others to keep their distance. "Who is this elder sister?" Qingmei pondered, her gaze shifting to the insignias on Chu Feng and Su Ningxue's attire, suddenly enlightened. Elder sister, are you Chu Feng's sister? Ahem. Chu Feng cleared his throat softly. Indeed, she is my neighbor's elder sister. Su Ningxue's phoenix-like eyes bore a hostile glare at Ningxue, recalling her warning to stay away from Chu Feng. At that moment, Ningxue approached with a smile directed at both Chu Feng and Su Ningxue, leaving Su Ningxue momentarily stunned. Are they twins? She wondered, her gaze shifting back to the vehicle's headlights. Shouldn't these twins resemble each other? Why does one exude youthful vitality while the other appears so pure and adorable? Moreover, is this not Hextech? As Su Ningxue remained in a daze, Qingmei boldly exclaimed, Chu Feng, you ran off so quickly this summer. I haven't had the chance to repay your kindness. I'd hoped you could stay in my home a few more days. Upon hearing this, Su Ningxue slowly turned her gaze to Chu Feng, her delicate hands clenched tightly, nearly crushing the silver shell in her grasp. Didn't he say he was off to work and earn some money? Who goes to someone else's home to work? Chu Feng glanced at Su Ningxue, her exquisitely beautiful face adorned with a smile that nonetheless sent chills down his spine. Ah, she's jealous again. Let us save our conversation for when we reach school. The sun is still quite intense, he suggested. Chu Feng now yearned to distance himself from these individuals. The atmosphere made him feel exceedingly uneasy. Su Ningxue glared at the imposing girl before her, her eyes sharp as swords, hoping to instill a sense of fear. However, Qingmei merely blinked at her out of curiosity. Big sister, is there something on my face that warrants such a stare? She inquired. Ningxue, chuckling nearby, suggested, sister, let us first head to school to report. Qingmei nodded, casting a reluctant glance at Chu Feng as she waved goodbye. Chu Feng, I shall take my leave for now. We shall meet again after the term commences. Once the two departed, Su Ningxue abruptly pinched Chu Feng's arm. Who was that? Are you not going to explain? Chu Feng shrugged, raising his hands. What is there to explain? Beyond our neighborly relationship, we are merely ordinary friends. With that, he strode towards the school gate, choosing to remain silent, as if nothing had transpired. Su Ningxue stomped her foot in frustration. You, Chu Feng. Chu Feng continued walking ahead, paying no heed to her. At that moment, he felt invulnerable, unlike in his previous life where he would have succumbed to her whims. Had he dared to speak to her in such a manner back then, he would have certainly faced her playful retribution that evening. This sensation, one might say, was utterly exhilarating. It resembled the liberation of a peasant from the relentless tyranny of a landlord. Suddenly, one could unleash a torrent of curses upon their oppressor without fear of retaliation. A delicate balance existed with the so-called sickly sweet types. They thrived on your weakness. But if you stood firm and unyielding, they would be subdued, rendered utterly powerless against you. Before long, Chu Feng and his companion arrived at the school gate. Just as Chu Feng believed everything was proceeding smoothly, he noticed the peculiar stares from numerous volunteers at the entrance. Each year, as new students began their academic journey, many upperclassmen would fixate on the freshly admitted underclassmen. Did one suppose they were offering free assistance with luggage? Quite the contrary. They were invariably single upperclassmen yearning for romance, eager to woo the newcomers. Hello, President Su. A female student from the student council greeted Su Ningxue with a wave. Su Ningxue responded politely. As Chu Feng stepped on a campus, he recognized many familiar faces casting him glances filled with animosity. I do not recall committing any heinous acts, he pondered silently. Why do they regard me as though they wished to take my life? As he continued to walk, Dingquan suddenly spotted Chu Feng's silhouette and hurried over to greet him. Hey Fengge, long time no see. Upon realizing Su Ningxue was beside him, he added, Fengge, is this your girlfriend? Chu Feng's lips curled into a slight smirk. Not quite. Dingquan inquired again, puzzled. But why are you wearing couple's attire? Chu Feng replied, it's merely the same brand. Dingquan exclaimed in surprise. What? Then where are you headed? Chu Feng awkwardly scratched his head. I'm just delivering her luggage to the dormitory. Dingquan was taken aback. Seriously? And you say you're not trying to deceive anyone? After hearing Dingquan's remark, Su Ningxue smiled and nodded in agreement. This guy's doing quite well. Chu Feng, feeling flustered, retorted, just roll away. He yanked his suitcase and walked off without looking back. Yet, throughout the journey, he couldn't shake the feeling that the gazes of others upon him were rather peculiar. Suddenly, he realized the truth. This was an elaborate scheme set up by Aunt Shun. First, she had me don couple's clothing, then arrange for us to disembark together, all under the pretense of delivering luggage to Su Ningxue to ensure I wouldn't escape. Just the walk from a school gate to Su Ningxue's dormitory would likely encounter numerous acquaintances, and inevitably, rumors would circulate about me fawning over her. In that moment, my identity as a sycophant would resurface, especially considering my previous history of adulation towards Lu Ruyan. How unfortunate! I've fallen for their cunning ploy. I never anticipated that this mother-daughter duo would concoct such a profound scheme. Chapter 60. This scoundrel is pursuing the campus belle. The university dormitory area is connected by a single road. Chu Feng resides in Building 3, while by a stroke of fate, Su Ningxue is in Building 6, directly across from his dormitory. As Chu Feng made his way, he endured considerable torment, for most passerby were well acquainted with the two of them. One is a dedicated and ardent admirer, a rarity in the bustling metropolis, while the other is the elusive flower of the city, making their connection all the more extraordinary. At last, he arrived beneath the girls' dormitory. A casual glance revealed several individuals discreetly capturing photos with their phones. Finally, he had reached his destination. He set down his suitcase and turned to leave, but Su Ningxue stepped forward, blocking his path. "What's the matter? I've carried your luggage all the way down here." Chu Feng frowned slightly. Su Ningxue immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor, pouting. "Could you bear to see a delicate girl like me struggle with two towering suitcases up the stairs?" Chu Feng pointed to the 4 large characters spelling girls' dormitory at the entrance. "Am I allowed to enter the girls' dormitory?" Just as he finished speaking, a male volunteer assisted a female freshman in carrying her suitcase into the building. Su Ningxue pointed at the young man and laughed. "It seems there are several floors above designated for freshmen, which means boys can indeed enter." In the brief span of their conversation, students from nearby dormitories, having heard that Su Ningxue would be residing on campus, flocked out to witness the scene. As the boys beheld Su Ningxue's beauty, they found themselves unable to look away. Among the 3 famed campus belles of the metropolis, Lu Ruyan resided on campus due to financial constraints, while Su Ningxue and Qingmei lived off campus, making it a rare occasion to catch a glimpse of them. "Isn't that Su, the campus belle? She's actually living in the dorms," exclaimed one boy. "Hey, isn't that Chu Feng standing next to her? I heard he just broke up with Lu Ruyan last semester, and now he's with Su Ningxue. This scoundrel is indeed chasing after campus belles. Is being a campus belle the only way to be a girlfriend?" Listening to the rising tide of gossip around them, Su Ningxue felt increasingly delighted. "Yes, indeed. Let the entire school know of our relationship. Let everyone believe that you, Chu Feng, are pursuing me. Little Chu Feng, you shall never escape my grasp." As Chu Feng observed the growing crowd of upperclassmen and the cacophony of discussions, he reluctantly pulled his suitcase inside, realizing that if he lingered any longer, he might find himself the subject of the school news the following day. Seeing Chu Feng enter, Su Ningxue smiled wickedly at his retreating figure. Soon, they took the elevator, where numerous girls cast glances at Chu Feng. Upon reaching Su Ningxue's dormitory, he dropped off his suitcase and made a swift exit. Once inside, the 3 girls in her dormitory looked at the sudden appearance of Su Ningxue with surprise. "Ningxue, you're actually living on campus? Isn't your home quite close to the school?" inquired one girl, donned in glasses with long wavy hair down her waist, a mature beauty named Feng Shunan. Su Ningxue spread her bedding on the bed, smiling. "In the midst of a busy sophomore year, I plan to concurrently absorb the knowledge intended for my junior year, allowing me to dedicate time to managing the family business in my 3rd year." "Wow, what a strong woman. Sister Ningxue, I seek your sponsorship," a fellow student teased as she approached, wrapping her arm around her. "Gao Yuan, your boyfriend is so wealthy, yet you still want me to support you?" After tidying her bedding, Su Ningxue playfully pinched the cheek of the cute girl with shoulder-length hair beside her. "Was that person just now your admirer or your boyfriend?" The girl sitting on the opposite bed could no longer contain her curiosity and began to gossip. Why don't you take a guess? Liang Xiaomei. Gao Yuanyuan blinked innocently, her face a canvas of intrigue as she turned to Su Ningxue. She, too, was eager to ascertain whether the individual earlier was indeed Su Ningxue's boyfriend, as the dormitory's topics invariably gravitated towards such matters. Upon hearing the conversation shift to Chu Feng, a flicker of unnameable anger ignited within Su Ningxue's heart at the mere thought of that adorable girl. A glint of icy determination sparkled in her eyes, yet her demeanor remained one of feigned aloofness. Boyfriend? I wouldn't call it that just yet. It all depends on his future actions. The three girls gasped in unison, as if they had stumbled upon a sensational secret. Just then, Feng Shunan interjected, "Wasn't he that person, just your neighbor's younger brother? Chu Feng? Could it be that after breaking up with Lu Ruoyan, he turned around to pursue you? How shameless! Does he take my Ningxue for someone easy?" Su Ningxue retorted, brushing aside her hair in displeasure. She was merely momentarily captivated by his ex-girlfriend. Chu Feng's subsequent retaliation had been rather severe. Meanwhile, Gao Yuanyuan softly blinked, falling into a thoughtful silence before speaking. "So, Sister Ningxue, what do you truly think of him?" Su Ningxue affectionately ruffled Gao Yuanyuan's hair and smiled. "He is not bad. We are quite similar. He pursued me throughout the summer, and our families have met and are quite optimistic about us." "What? Ah, you, a prize cabbage, have let this pig trample you," Gao Yuanyuan exclaimed, shaking Su Ningxue's arm vigorously. The three roommates were astonished, if even the families approved. This matter was surely significant. Observing their reaction, Su Ningxue merely smiled softly. What she stated was indeed accurate. Both families were hopeful. However, as for other details, she had only told a small fib. She knew that her words would inevitably spread among her roommates, and by that time, it was likely that few girls at the school would harbor any notions about Chu Feng. She was well aware of her mother's plan, yet she wished to add a touch more intrigue. Meanwhile, Chu Feng returned to the dormitory, feeling somewhat dazed. He had truly become a minor celebrity among the male dormitory, especially after making such a grand display, while helping Su Ningxue with her luggage, all while wearing matching outfits. Just as he lay on his bed, lost in thought, the door to the dormitory suddenly swung open. "Surely they wouldn't chase me all the way to my dorm." He looked up and saw two men entering, one of whom was dragging a suitcase. One of them, a boy with a pompadour hairstyle, exuded a somewhat rebellious charm, and he entered with a cigarette dangling from his lips. "What the hell? Huang Jintian, weren't you living off campus with your girlfriends? Why are you back?" Chu Feng et glim astonitz. He had a vivid impression of this roommate, notorious for spending most of his time outside of classes pursuing girls, earning him the nickname the Little Cannon King. Over the course of a semester, he had courted numerous girls, hailing from a wealthy coal magnate's family in Shaanxi. Huang Jintian replied nonchalantly, "I'm just tired." Then, Chu Feng turned his attention to another slightly chubby boy. "Lan Qi, why are you back at school as well?" Lan Qi set down his suitcase and replied, somewhat exasperated, "This semester, I have evening classes 5 days a week. My home is at least 10 kilometers from the school. It would be exhausting to commute by bus every day after class. Last year, with only 2 evening classes, it was manageable." After arranging his bed, Huang Jintian flicked off some ash from a cigarette and smiled, addressing Chu Feng. "I overheard someone mention that you're pursuing Su Ningxue. Is that true?" Chapter 61. Popularity breeds controversy. Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively, asserting, "She is my childhood neighbor, with whom I have grown up. I merely delivered her luggage. Do not heed the baseless gossip." Just as he spoke, Ding Quan entered the dormitory. Upon seeing his long-lost roommates, he momentarily froze. He then turned to Chu Feng, exclaiming, "Chu Feng, trouble is brewing. Li Xia is looking to cause you harm." No sooner had he spoken than Li Xia, accompanied by 2 imposing figures towering at nearly 6 feet 3, pushed past Ding Quan, brandishing 2 batons as a threat towards Chu Feng. "Chu Feng, Su Ningxue is beyond your reach. You would do well to keep your distance," warned Huang Jintian, glancing at Li Xia and his companions with a furrowed brow, his voice low and menacing. "What, do you intend to fight here?" The trio looked up, immediately met by Huang Jintian's combative stance. Meanwhile, Lan Qi took a seat, casting a cold, sidelong glance at the 3 intruders. "Li Xia, undeterred, swung his baton lightly. And what if we do? Are you planning to report this to the teacher? Recognizing the hostile intent emanating from the trio, Chu Feng understood that if he did not teach them a lesson today, they would undoubtedly return to harass him in the future. He jumped off his bed and approached them directly, while his 3 roommates stood resolutely behind him. Although Chu Feng felt little attraction towards Su Ningxue, he could not allow anyone to trample over him without consequence. What business is it of yours regarding my relationship with Su Ningxue? Who do you think you are? His dark eyes locked onto Li Xia, his expression impassive. Yet an aura of danger emanated from him, causing even the 2 towering men to feel an unexplainable chill. With a demeanor akin to that of a 30-year-old man addressing a child, he regarded the 19-year-old university student. Li Xia, sensing the palpable threat exuding from Chu Feng, understood that he had to act decisively. "Take him down," he commanded, and the 3 men raised their batons to strike. However, Chu Feng, seeing their attack coming, sneered and deftly evaded their strikes. In the next moment, he delivered a swift kick to one man's groin, causing him to crumple instantly. The remaining assailant fell prey to a swift maneuver, and Chu Feng's roommates surged forward, pinning Li Xia to the ground and delivering a series of fierce kicks. "Pathetic fool, do you think you can compete with my brother for girlfriend? Su Ningxue belongs to my brother Feng. With your appearance, you dare to vie for her?" After the scuffle had subsided, they released Li Xia and returned to the dormitory. The commotion swiftly settled, and the conversation turned back to Chu Feng. "Chu Feng, confess honestly. Do you have feelings for Su Ningxue?" Ding Quan probed, eager to play matchmaker for his friend and Su Ningxue. Setting aside all else, he mused childhood sweethearts, the aloof campus beauty, a wealthy heiress. Any ordinary person would be overjoyed to be with even one of those. Yet, Su Ningxue and Chu Feng seemed to have captured the essence of all 3. Chu Feng observed the reactions of his 3 roommates and realized that the high-profile union of the 2 would undoubtedly lead to trouble. It was likely that rumors would soon begin to circulate. He clarified, "We are merely neighbors and friends. Our families are quite close, which is why I assisted her with her luggage." Ding Quan interjected, "But why did I see you both wearing matching outfits today?" Chu Feng cast a skeptical glance at Ding Quan, doubting whether he was a spy, as he incessantly fixated on the trivial matter between him and Su Ningxue. "What matching outfits? They're simply imported clothes, a gift from her mother. My sister and I happen to wear the same. Are you suggesting there's something between my sister and me?" Seeing the incredulous expression on his roommate's face, Chu Feng could not be bothered to argue further. Belief was up to him. He then turned to Huang Jintian. "Hey, why are you back in the dorm instead of living with your girlfriend?" Huang Jintian sighed heavily and lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. "This is a long story. You all know Wu Mengmeng from the accounting department, right?" "Ah, the one with the extraordinarily sweet looks?" Huang Jintian nodded. "Yes, but don't be deceived by her appearance. We lived together during the summer, and after that first night with a drink, I woke up tied to the bed. What followed were days of relentless humiliation, with my rest time never exceeding 4 hours. This continued for over a month, until I managed to slip a note downstairs while she was distracted and called the police." He took another drag of his cigarette. Who would have thought such a sweet girl had such a twisted nature? At this point, for reasons unknown, an image suddenly surfaced in Chu Feng's mind. As the group conversed until around 7 in the evening, Su Ningxue sent a message to Chu Feng, asking him to accompany her to buy some daily necessities. Yet, Chu Feng was all too aware of her intentions. "You can call your roommates, but I need to write." Su Ningxue hesitated for a moment before concocting an excuse. "But my roommates have isolated me. They want to go with me." Chu Feng simply smiled at the message on his phone. "Even if you have no roommates, you are an upperclassman. Surely you can manage a trip to the supermarket." "What a joke. Goodbye, I must write." Upon reading this message, Su Ningxue's chest rose and fell with agitation, her face darkening with frustration. "All right, don't think that just because you're back at school, you can escape my grasp. Tomorrow, let us see if you dare to stay in the dorm." The following day, fearful that Su Ningxue would ambush him, Chu Feng decided not to leave the dorm at all, waiting for his roommates to return with food. As anticipated, Su Ningxue spent the day gazing at the scenery from the balcony, not catching a glimpse of Chu Feng. "Fine, let us see if you can skip class tomorrow," she muttered, turning back to her room. On the third day, classes officially commenced. Chu Feng found himself seated at the back of the classroom, acutely aware of his dwindling finances, relying solely on his writing endeavors for sustenance. Naturally, at this stage, depending exclusively on his literary pursuits would not suffice for affluence. He had set his sights on the upcoming Olympic Games in Beijing, scheduled for August 2008. At that time, individuals from nations across the globe would converge to witness the event, and some had amassed fortunes in mere months. When contemplating lucrative ventures, running an upscale restaurant seemed most promising, as attendees of the Olympic Games would undoubtedly belong to the affluent elite. Just as he delved into these thoughts, the instructor at the podium cleared his throat twice. "Students, I would like to introduce an exceptional international student from the United States who has transferred to our program. Please join me in welcoming him with a round of applause." All eyes turned toward the podium in response to the teacher's announcement. Chapter 62. Is he isolated? Perhaps I should keep him company. On the podium, Qingmei donned a fitted long dress, her arms, pale as snow, gracefully positioned before her. Beneath her delicate brows, her peach blossom eyes shimmered like flowing water, while her rosy lips were plump and alluring. Her silky hair cascaded down her shoulders, glistening under the lights like brilliant pearls. What a stunning beauty! She bears a striking resemblance to Ningxue. Has she been nurtured by a divine source? Such exquisite charm. The students below were abuzz, whispering their opinions about Qingmei. Just as they engaged in their discussions, the instructor gestured to Qingmei, inviting her to the front to introduce herself. "Hello, everyone. My name is Qingmei, an exchange student from America, hailing from the capital." Her voice, sweet and melodious, resonated throughout the room. The instructor responded, "All right, why don't you find a seat for now?" Qingmei nodded, casting her gaze around until it landed upon her sister and then spotted Chu Feng sitting alone at the back. Why is he isolated? Perhaps I should keep him company. Thus, under the attentive gazes of the crowd, Qingmei gracefully approached Chu Feng and took a seat beside him. Goodness, how did this stunning beauty end up next to him? Just the other day, he was seen walking with Su Ningxue. Why do all the beautiful girls seem to gravitate towards him? It's infuriating. If he is going to feast, he should at least leave some broth for others. The crowd lamented in unison. Chu Feng paused for a moment, taken aback, then raised an eyebrow in confusion as to why this girl was sitting beside him, especially when her sister was up front. Qingmei tugged at her skirt and gazed at Chu Feng with her clear eyes. "May I sit here?" Chu Feng smiled, shrugging his shoulders. "Feel free, it's not my seat." With his permission, Qingmei's eyes sparkled with delight as she settled beside him. Chu Feng, however, chose to ignore her presence after she sat down, returning to his computer. His primary concern was to swiftly earn his first pot of gold, which would allow him to build momentum over the next 3 years, his only opportunity to grow rapidly. Afterward, he would be married to Su Ningxue, and his knowledge of the outside world would be limited. As the lesson progressed, Chu Feng found himself at a loss, contemplating how to reach out to his mother for help, which was clearly impractical. Engaging in trivial pursuits like writing novels would only waste his time. Indeed, without a system in his rebirth, progress was arduous. Even for an ordinary person, rebirth does not guarantee wealth and power without changing fundamental circumstances. Making substantial money remained a formidable challenge. Qingmei rested her chin on her hand, her brows slightly furrowing as she cast occasional glances at Chu Feng. "He hasn't spoken to me throughout the entire class," she mused, a flicker of melancholy flashing in her eyes. Soon enough, the bell rang, signaling the end of the class. At the other end of the classroom, Su Ningxue finished her early class and, with a break until 10 o'clock, decided to visit Chu Feng's classroom to surprise him with her presence during the next 2 sessions. In college, classes were typically scheduled together, yet there was a brief intermission of about 10 minutes between them, followed by a lengthy break. Su Ningxue swiftly arrived at the classroom where Chu Feng was attending his lecture. As she approached the doorway and glanced inside, she noticed a girl seated beside him. Upon witnessing Su Ningxue's sudden appearance, the boys in the class stirred with excitement. Just as Chu Feng closed his laptop, a firm and resonant sound of footsteps echoed from the front, accompanied by Su Ningxue's voice calling out, Chu Feng. Upon raising his gaze, Chu Feng was instantly captivated by the sight of Su Ningxue gracefully making her way toward him. What on earth is she doing here? He thought, as she promptly took a seat beside Qingmei, resting her delicate hand on her chin while gazing intently at Chu Feng. Chu Feng, I come to find you. Are you happy? She inquired, playfully stomping on his foot. Chu Feng grimaced, at a loss for words. In the classroom, nearly all the boys had their eyes fixed at the back, some filled with envy and others with jealousy. Chu Feng, aren't you going to introduce your new classmate to me? Su Ningxue's gaze was as piercing as ice, colder than snow. Before Chu Feng could respond, Qingmei turned to Su Ningxue, staring at her in confusion, and suddenly asked, Are you Chu Feng's sister? Taken aback, Su Ningxue momentarily struggled for a reply. To acknowledge it would imply that Chu Feng was her brother, thereby obliterating the recent rumors. Conversely, to deny it would suggest that she was pursuing Chu Feng, placing her in a dilemma. However, she quickly resolved to say, I am Chu Feng's childhood friend, the kind that shares a very close bond. Qingmei clenched her fists, puzzled, and replied, Sister, then it's perfectly fine for me to sit next to Chu Feng, right? To Su Ningxue, this sounded like sister. I'm going to take Chu Feng away from you. You surely wouldn't mind, would you? Feeling the tense atmosphere, Chu Feng suddenly felt the urge to excuse himself. I'll just go to the restroom, he announced, but before he could rise, Su Ningxue firmly pressed him back down, her voice cold as she commanded. Hold it in for now. Su Ningxue's unexpected arrival transformed the previously serious classroom into a charged atmosphere. Ding Quan and Huang Jintian stared at Su Ningxue in awe. So this is the high-altitude flower? Indeed, she surpasses that vase, Lu Ruyan, by countless degrees. They then glanced at Qingmei, who was nearly on par with the school's beauty, particularly in certain aspects, soft and adorable like her. It could be said that both women had their unique charms. Yet, there was an unmistakable aura of rivalry in the air. Ningxue watched her sister and the striking Su Ningxue with a grave expression. Initially, she had intended to place her sister in the same class as Li Jingyao, but since her sister insisted on being in the same class as her, she relented. She had assumed her sister was reluctant to be separated, but it was apparent that her sister had her sights set on Chu Feng. Chu Feng glanced at Ding Quan and Huang Jintian, desperately blinking his eyes, silently pleading for their assistance. Yet, how could Ding Quan dare to speak? Fortunately, the rather generous Lan Qi called out to Chu Feng, Chu Feng, the instructor just called for you to go to the office. Why haven't you left yet? In the next moment, Su Ningxue's piercing gaze swept over, raising an eyebrow. This made Lan Qi's spine chill, as if he had just been eyed by a tiger. This indeed is a father figure, Chu Feng thought to himself, though a sheepish smile crossed his face as he replied to Su Ningxue. My teacher has a matter to discuss with me. He then turned to Qingmei, saying, Qingmei, would you kindly step aside? I need to visit the office. Qingmei regarded Chu Feng with a serious expression, her gaze flickering, composed, and obedient. She softly replied, Okay. She rose to clear a path for Chu Feng to pass. With gratitude in his eyes, he nodded slightly and departed quietly, while Qingmei gently resumed her seat. Su Ningxue glanced at Qingmei and coldly remarked, Could you possibly sit somewhere else? Qingmei, looking at Su Ningxue with her clear eyes, gently asked, Why not? Observing this simpleton, Su Ningxue felt her defenses lessen significantly. Yet she still needed to devise a way to keep this Navi girl away from Chu Feng. Subsequently, she rose and took the seat that Chu Feng had just vacated. Now, when Chu Feng returns, he will have to sit beside me. Su Ningxue felt the warmth emanating from the chair, her cheeks slightly flushed. 20 minutes swiftly passed. The instructor arrived for class, yet there was no sign of Chu Feng. Su Ningxue grew somewhat impatient, her gaze falling on the computer before her small hands unable to resist the urge to open it. Meanwhile, Qingmei, sitting nearby, looked over curiously at Su Ningxue's actions. Chapter 63. I am not this. Su Ningxue swiftly opened her computer and immediately spotted the writer's assistant in the taskbar, leading her to discover over 100 unpublished chapters. To her astonishment, this individual had amassed such a plethora of unshared works. Meanwhile, Qingmei, glancing at the title of the novel on the workstation, was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the very novel her sister was passionately following? On the other side, Chu Feng stood in the restroom, aware that class was about to commence. He retrieved his phone, intending to send a QQ message to Ding Quan inquiring about Su Ningxue's whereabouts. However, just as he was about to hit send, he hesitated. Instead, he redirected the message to Lan Qi, sensing something amiss with Ding Quan's undue concern for his relationship with Su Ningxue. Before long, Lan Qi responded, "She is using your computer." Chu Feng replied with gratitude. With a sigh, he exited the restroom, and as he was about to return to the classroom, he noticed the back door of the adjoining classroom ajar. Thus, he decided to discreetly sit in for a lesson, hoping that Su Ningxue would assume he had left. With this thought in mind, he quietly slipped through the back entrance and chose a seat nearby. Upon settling in, he realized he was seated next to a middle-aged man with a square face and graying hair, who held a pen and appeared to be recording something on a form. The man, startled by Chu Feng's sudden appearance, admonished him softly, "You've missed 2 classes already. Why do you arrive now? Remember to be punctual next time, and don't forget your books." His discontent was evident as he glanced at Chu Feng's empty hands. Assessing the man's attire, Chu Feng surmised that he was likely an official observing the class to assess teaching quality. Just as he was about to clarify, "I am not this," the authoritative man shot him a stern look, commanding silence. "Listen attentively." At the podium stood a tall, curvaceous woman, appearing no older than 30, delivering a lecture on advanced mathematics. Adorned with black-rimmed glasses and dressed in a tailored suit, her skirt reached her knees, revealing a glimpse of her delicate calves, complemented by a pair of matching black high heels. Chu Feng immediately recognized her as a refined, disciplined figure typical of the engineering field. The female instructor swiftly inscribed a complex problem on the blackboard. "All right, class, this is the type of problem we will tackle today. I urge you to ponder it carefully." Her icy voice was laced with a hint of allure, easily captivating the attention of the eager students. As time passed, the minutes slipped away, and soon, after about 10 minutes, the instructor rose from her seat at the podium, taking a piece of chalk to tap the blackboard twice. "All right, class, I have assessed this problem, and it indeed poses a challenge. Allow me to elucidate." At that moment, the authoritative figure beside Chu Feng interjected. "Teacher Lin, it is crucial to engage with the students. Provide them with opportunities to demonstrate their understanding." Teacher Lin paused, her grip on the chalk tightening as she turned her gaze towards the students. "Is there anyone willing to come up and explain this problem to your classmates?" As soon as the words left her lips, the students above promptly lowered their heads in unison, effectively rendering themselves invisible. Teacher Lin, observing such unfilial behavior, felt a surge of irritation. It seemed that this year's evaluations were destined to plummet once more. She turned her gaze towards a girl seated at the front. "Qingyu, please come up and assist the teacher." Qingyu's face bore a bitter expression. She had only managed to solve half of the problem and could hardly fathom completing it in a mere 10 minutes. "Teacher, I'm not very confident either," she murmured softly to Teacher Lin at the podium. 3 minutes elapsed, and the supervising official surveyed the sea of despondent students before him, letting out a gentle sigh. He shook his head lightly, prompting a nearby student, Chu Feng, who was resting his chin on his hand, to nudge him. "Why don't you give it a try?" Chu Feng, bewildered, turned to the official, his finger suddenly pointing at himself. "Me?" The official patted him on the arm encouragingly. "Be brave." Chu Feng glanced at the problem on the blackboard. It appeared vaguely familiar, likely something he had encountered before. Yet, after enduring the relentless onslaught of Su Ningxue's teaching, much of that knowledge had faded. "Oh, then I shall give it a go." With that, he stepped up to the blackboard, causing Teacher Lin to blink in surprise at this somewhat unfamiliar student. She approached him and whispered, "Do you understand it?" Chu Feng studied the problem on the board, recalling only a vague outline of the solution, but it was still insufficient. "I know a little, but could you perhaps show me your textbook, teacher?" Teacher Lin's expression darkened as she internally lamented, "This is it. My year-end evaluation will hinge on a desperate gamble." Reluctantly, she handed him the book, saying here. Upon receiving the textbook, Chu Feng examined the example problems, and his hazy memories began to crystallize. He then picked up a piece of chalk and began to write vigorously on the blackboard. As he took the stage, many students watched him with keen interest, for they had all managed to evade this predicament due to his efforts. Who is this guy? He is quite handsome. I've never seen this brother before. In the audience, Qingmei regarded Chu Feng with curiosity, unable to recall a tall, sunny, and handsome boy of around 6 feet in her class. 2 minutes later, Chu Feng glanced at the example in the book, meticulously transcribing the solution. Teacher Lin, noticing he was writing while referencing the book, leaned in closer and whispered, "If you cannot solve it, do not force yourself." Chu Feng paused momentarily, his mind racing as he navigated the obscure parts of the problem, quickly clarifying them before resuming his writing. Teacher Lin could only let out a resigned sigh. "Class, it is quite normal not to solve this problem, as it indeed exceeds the syllabus." Just as she finished speaking, Chu Feng handed the completed work to Teacher Lin. "Teacher, I'm done." Teacher Lin took the book, her expression one of bewilderment as she watched Chu Feng return to his seat, turning back to the blackboard in astonishment at the correctness of his answer. "Wow!" she exclaimed, her surprise evident as she scrutinized the detailed steps on the board. Initially furrowing her brow, it soon relaxed, and a subtle smile began to emerge at the corners of her mouth. "I have successfully secured my year-end review." She turned to face the students below. "This answer is entirely correct. The ability to solve this problem indicates that the student from earlier must have been exceptionally diligent in their studies and prepared in advance." Chu Feng awkwardly turned to smile at Teacher Lin. "That teacher, I missed the last 2 classes." Teacher Lin, upon hearing Chu Feng's response, nearly stumbled to the ground. Upon returning to his seat, a leader patted him on the shoulder with evident satisfaction. "You performed well. Do make sure not to be late in the future." Soon, the bell rang for class dismissal, and Chu Feng dashed back to his classroom. He would rather endure the cold gaze of Su Ningxue than sit beside a formidable school leader. As he entered the classroom, he found Su Ningxue peering at her computer like an inquisitive child. Noticing that she was oblivious to his presence at the door, he promptly took a seat at the front and buried his head in sleep. Meanwhile, the aforementioned leader called Teacher Lin to the stairway for a discussion. "In future classes, please be attentive to students' tardiness and early departures. That little student who sat beside me just skipped 2 of your classes, and you were completely unaware. This child possesses considerable talent. What is his name?" Teacher Lin pondered for a moment, only to realize that she seemed to have encountered this student for the very first time. Chapter 64. Chu Feng. "You wouldn't want all your drafts to be deleted by me, would you?" Teacher Lin chuckled awkwardly. "Director Huang, I can hardly recall," he responded. "You should pay more attention to your students. Such a promising talent, and you don't even know their name." Director Huang cast a reprimanding glance at Teacher Lin. As soon as he finished speaking, the bell rang again, and both teachers returned to the classroom, only to discover that Chu Feng had already vanished without a trace. "Where's the student who just came up to answer the question?" Director Huang inquired. The students below replied, "We don't know." Director Huang turned to Teacher Lin with a serious tone. "He hasn't left early, has he? You must take attendance immediately and find him. This is utterly outrageous." Teacher Lin hurriedly retrieved a roster from the lectern and called out names, only to find 55 students present. Director Huang's expression soured instantly. "Are you covering for him?" He snatched the roster from Teacher Lin. 55 students, you say? Let me check. Is there really this many in the class?" He counted aloud, 54, 55. To his surprise, he confirmed that the count was indeed accurate. His face flushed with embarrassment, and he cleared his throat. "I shall check on other classes." He turned to exit the classroom and happened to pass by Chu Feng's class. Noticing Chu Feng slumped over his desk, he felt compelled to investigate how the teacher was managing a class where students were sleeping. He sat beside Chu Feng and gently tapped his shoulder. "Class is in session. Don't fall asleep." Chu Feng turned to see the leader from before and felt a surge of indignation. "What? Is he here to hunt me down?" Director Huang was equally startled to see Chu Feng rise. "It's you again," he thought, pondering for a moment before softly asking, "Which class are you in?" Chu Feng scratched his head. "This is my class, Director. I accidentally walked into the wrong classroom earlier. Would you believe me?" Director Huang was taken aback, aware that different disciplines cover varying depths of material. This student was indeed extraordinary. "Pay attention in class," he said casually, yet his mind remained unsettled. Chu Feng could only feign seriousness once more as the teacher posed questions to the class, most of whom struggled to respond. Director Huang encouraged Chu Feng to step forward, and to everyone's astonishment, he answered each question flawlessly. As the bell signaling the end of class rang, the teacher was called away by Director Huang, and Chu Feng attempted to leave. However, Su Ningxue promptly seated herself beside him. "Trying to leave?" she asked with a bright smile. "You would want me to delete all your drafts, would you?" Her lips curled upward, and her fair legs swayed playfully beneath her skirt. Chu Feng gazed at her exquisite face, noticing that Su Ningxue had applied a subtle touch of makeup today, enhancing her already ethereal beauty. No matter how one looked at her, she was simply enchanting. He was momentarily entranced before regaining his composure. "What do you want?" Seeing the fleeting daze in Chu Feng's eyes brought Su Ningxue great joy. "This guy clearly likes me, but pretends otherwise," she thought with a smirk. "I don't want anything. I just want you to keep me company. Is that too much to ask?" Chu Feng, with a hint of a headache, remarked, "Sister Ningxue, please don't tease me. With your behavior, I can't even consider pursuing a girlfriend. The girls would flee at the mere sight of me." Upon hearing Chu Feng's desire for romantic entanglements, Su Ningxue let out a cold huff. "Did you not claim you were disinterested in love?" Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. "I simply do not wish to engage with you. Your demeanor is far too fierce." At his words, Su Ningxue's delicate features instantly turned frosty. "Why? What is lacking in me?" Chu Feng supported his head with his hand, speaking with melancholy. "You are indeed flawless in every aspect. Yet your possessiveness is overwhelming and your assertiveness excessive, which I find unappealing." After some contemplation, Chu Feng resolved to distance himself from Su Ningxue. The longer he delayed, the more precarious the situation became. If this continued, it was likely that the stunning beauty would accompany him to classes whenever she had the chance, and soon, not only the girls, but even the boys would distance themselves from him. Upon hearing this, Su Ningxue's eyes glinted with a fierce light, and she suppressed her rising wrath. Striving to appear more amiable as she gently stated, "If you refuse to pursue me, then no one shall. I shall keep my gaze fixed solely upon you, and I will see who dares to approach you." Her fair hand tightened around the table's drawer. Had it not been for its weight, she would have overturned it in her frustration. Chu Feng, observing her possessive nature, furrowed his brow slightly. He had not anticipated that her infatuation had reached such an extreme. It seemed that to deal with someone as emotionally fragile as her, one could only go with the flow. Resisting would only exacerbate her condition. Thus, he began to earnestly impart wisdom. To love someone does not necessitate claiming them entirely, but rather requires trust in one another. Su Ningxue tilted her head, her alabaster neck on display, and confidently replied, "Here I am, a stunning beauty pursuing you. Should you not feel fortunate? Others would be envious to the point of waking from dreams laughing." Chu Feng shook his head, his tone grave. "Pray tell, who among us can relinquish all social connections for the sake of a beloved? Such a confining love is hardly appealing. I, for one, refuse to endure such a tiresome and monotonous existence." Following this, Chu Feng attempted to persuade Su Ningxue with eloquence, yet after a lengthy discourse, only minimal impact was achieved. Su Ningxue appeared to absorb none of his words, merely nodding in response. "Are you finished? If you are, let us proceed to dine." Chu Feng, envisioning the implications of sharing a meal with Su Ningxue within the school, feared that their relationship would be solidified, and once that occurred, it would be truly irrevocable. "You have never dined at school before. Is the sun rising from the west today?" Su Ningxue pressed her lips together. "Without a vehicle, what choice do we have but to eat here? Do you wish to dine outside? The food there may not even be as clean as that in the school, and the back-and-forth journey would consume a considerable amount of time." Chu Feng chuckled lightly. "I do not wish to eat in the cafeteria with you. I fear others might misunderstand." Su Ningxue's brows knitted slightly. "I am unbothered. Why should you be?" Chu Feng instinctively replied, "I fear you may remain unmarried." Upon hearing this, Su Ningxue playfully lifted his chin and scoffed. "It's all right. It seems that I can marry you, my dear brother," she said, leaning in for a kiss. Chu Feng instinctively recoiled. How about we go out for a meal instead?" This little Yandera was perhaps famished, daring to seek a kiss in the classroom. utterly unafraid of being caught by the teacher. Su Ningxue observed the flustered expression on Chu Feng's face. Her delicate hair cascading over her shoulder as her enchanting eyes shimmered with a hint of mischief. Come on, I've hardly dined at the cafeteria, and I have no idea which dishes are delectable or which ones are not. Today is perfect, you can guide me. With a resigned sigh, Chu Feng grabbed his backpack, slinging his laptop over his shoulder, and strolled alongside Su Ningxue down the school avenue. Bathed in the gentle sunlight, they appeared as if they were characters in a romantic campus drama, adorned in a veil of golden warmth. Chapter 65. The inappropriate encounter on the bus. As Su Ningxue walked alongside Chu Feng, she suddenly realized that they seemed to be straying further from the cafeteria. Where are we headed? She paused, raising an eyebrow to inquire softly. Chu Feng continued forward, casually responding, "We're going out to eat. I'm tired of the school-less food. Going out is fine, but why the rush?" Su Ningxue retorted, quickening her pace to grasp his hand. However, the moment her fingers brushed against his, Chu Feng slipped his hands into his pockets, denying her any chance of connection. "Oomph." Su Ningxue scoffed quietly, muttering to herself. So aloof. As she spoke, she leaned in closer. Before long, they arrived at the bus station. The thought of the crowded bus made Su Ningxue feel somewhat uneasy about cleanliness, prompting her to tug at Chu Feng's sleeve. "How about we take a taxi instead?" Observing the reluctant expression on her face, Chu Feng chuckled lightly. "Or I could bring you lunch, and you could wait in the dorm?" "No need." Su Ningxue pointed to the approaching bus. "It's here." On the bus, many classmates had either seen or heard of Su Ningxue's renowned reputation, and they were bewildered as to why this affluent campus belle would be taking public transport. "Isn't that the guy pursuing the campus beauty?" one boy remarked. "Seems like it." "Yes, quite handsome," another responded. Whispers echoed within the bus, but Chu Feng pretended not to hear, while Su Ningxue couldn't help but smile. This was the effect she desired. For these gossip-hungry students, today's events would surely attract attention. Over time, as long as she refrained from clarifying the rumors, they would proliferate endlessly, and once the entire school was aware, who would dare to encroach upon her territory? Once aboard, Chu Feng scanned the bus and noted only one vacant seat, which was next to a girl with dark skin. "You should sit," he advised Su Ningxue gently. "All right," she replied with a light hum, taking her seat while Chu Feng stood protectively in front of her, resembling an eagle guarding its nest. As she gazed at his strong physique, warmth surged within her. Girls often pay close attention to the nuances of boys' behavior. Sometimes, even the slightest detail could evoke profound feelings. Chu Feng, noticing the sparkle in Su Ningxue's eyes, felt a sense of helplessness and quickly turned his gaze elsewhere. He glanced at a girl with a wheat-colored complexion beside him. She was of similar height to Su Ningxue, clad in a checkered shirt and ultra-short denim shorts. Her legs were strikingly long, even longer than Su Ningxue's, with slender, toned calves. She had a high nose, thin lips, and an air of sharpness about her. Sporting athletic shoes, her legs appeared smooth and, combined with her natural dark complexion, resembled the elegance of sheer black stockings. Her legs exhibited a fluid, graceful line, indicative of someone who frequently engaged in climbing or running, a girl who cherished physical activity. Yet, her slender frame suggested she might also be accustomed to daily chores at home. Is it just me, or does she remind me of a fellow native? In the depths of his mind, Chu Feng found himself engulfed in a sense of bewilderment. The girl bore an uncanny resemblance to individuals from his hometown, her facial features epitomizing the quintessential characteristics of the southern region. Just as he was immersed in his musings, her phone suddenly erupted with sound. She retrieved an antiquated Nokia from her pocket and pressed it to her ear. "Hello, Mom. How is Dad's recovery?" The familiar dialect of his homeland momentarily rendered Chu Feng momentarily speechless. Naturally, Su Ningxue, observing the peculiar reaction of Chu Feng, noted the dilation of his pupils. Her delicate visage gradually hardened as she lifted her foot to tread upon his. Upon turning, Chu Feng sensed an abrupt drop in the surrounding temperature. When he met Su Ningxue's icy gaze, he maintained his composure, unperturbed. After all, she was not his girlfriend. Why should he be concerned? "Are those legs particularly appealing?" Su Ningxue interjected suddenly. Following her competitive spirit, She slowly lifted a corner of her short skirt, revealing a pair of calves as pure and warm as jade. Swaying before Chu Feng, it was as if she was proclaiming, "If you wish to look, behold mine. They are no less exquisite than hers." Chu Feng regarded her jealousy with a slight smirk. Witnessing his apparent disinterest, she was seized by the impulse to lift her skirt further, showcasing her flawless, alabaster legs, and then chastise him, exclaiming, "My long, snowy legs are far more attractive than hers. I don short skirts at home daily, yet you barely glance my way. You unappreciative man, yet you are captivated by those dark legs outside. How absurd!" Suddenly, she rose and positioned herself directly in front of him, obstructing his view. "If you desire to gaze upon other women, you might as well abandon that thought. Your eyes can only behold me." Chu Feng was rendered speechless by Su Ningxue's inexplicable antics. "If you do not sit, then I shall take a seat," she declared, biting her lip, her cheeks flushing crimson as she whispered near his ear, "Do not compel me to kiss you in public." Chu Feng gazed at her face, muttering in disbelief, "How shameless." Su Ningxue huffed, "What will you do about it? If you have the audacity, then bite me." Chu Feng shifted slightly away, wishing to distance himself from this peculiar girl. Observing his movements, Su Ningxue suddenly broke into a mischievous smile, her mind alight with a playful idea. As the bus swerved, Chu Feng felt an unexpected sensation, as though someone had brushed against his well-defined posterior. He turned to Su Ningxue in disbelief, astonished by her audacity. In broad daylight, she dared to act so brazenly. The corners of her mouth could not help but curl upwards, her phoenix-like eyes gleaming with cunning delight. After 2 stops, they finally arrived at their destination. Throughout the journey, he remained oblivious to how often he had been the subject of her mischievous touches. In his past life, a mere pat from her would signal to Chu Feng that it was time to change his actions. Alas, such behaviors that were traditionally masculine seemed wholly reversed in his case. Upon disembarking, the two strolled to the entrance of a snail noodle shop. Gazing at the enticing sign and the mouth-watering images drenched in vibrant red oil, Su Ningxue furrowed her brows in contemplation. She tugged at Chu Feng's sleeve, her brows furrowed in displeasure as she said, "I heard from others that this sour bamboo shoot is smoked with feces. Shouldn't we try another place?" Her words nearly caused a couple at the entrance, who were indulging in their meal, to spew their food. Upon hearing her comment, Chu Feng frowned, realizing that outsiders held a significant misunderstanding about the Luossifen from his hometown. The noodles here were not foul-smelling. They were authentically from Liuzhou. Of course, if one desired a stench, they could carry their bowl into the restroom. He explained as he stepped further inside the shop. Inside, the proprietor, who was using a toothpick to clean his teeth, recognized the familiar figure at the door. "Hey, are you here to enjoy some noodles?" Chu Feng smiled slightly and replied, "Yes, I brought my neighbor over to give it a try." The shop owner rose, his face beaming with enthusiasm. "I thought you were bringing a girl with you." Chu Feng responded, "No, just the usual, my friend." After saying this, he led Su Ningxue to the only vacant table in the establishment. Su Ningxue glanced across at Chu Feng with curiosity. "What were you just talking about?" Chu Feng merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. Just moments after they sat down, the dark-skinned beauty from the bus entered the shop. Upon seeing her long, slender legs, Chu Feng raised his gaze, pondering to himself, "What a coincidence." Chapter 66. Do you understand the handshake ritual? After the two settled down, the proprietor soon arrived with 2 large bowls of snail noodles. The bowls brimmed with duck feet, fried eggs, and snails, all adorned with a layer of crimson oil, a true feast for the senses. The familiar aroma wafted through the air, causing Chu Feng to involuntarily salivate. At that moment, Su Ningxue gazed at her bowl of noodles, her delicate brows knitting together in a frown, her expression a tapestry of conflict. The only solace she found was that there was no trace of the foul odor rumored to linger about. Just then, the dark-skinned girl from the car approached, cradling a bowl of snail noodles. She surveyed the surroundings, realizing that aside from Chu Feng's table, there was not a single vacant seat. May I sit here?" A melodious voice chimed, prompting Chu Feng and the others to glance over. "You can sit beside her. It's perfectly fine," Chu Feng replied nonchalantly, casting a brief glance in her direction. The girl nodded and took a seat beside Su Ningxue. Su Ningxue exuded an imposing aura, causing the boys to instinctively shy away, leaving only the girls bold enough to approach. She shot a glare at Chu Feng, her beautiful eyes glistening with frost. "Are you certain you can eat this? Let us just head back," Su Ningxue expressed, her discomfort evident at the thought of another girl nearing Chu Feng, despite her own presence there. "Must you be so chatty? You can't even enjoy a bowl of noodles in peace," Chu Feng retorted, picking up her chopsticks and offering her some noodles. Su Ningxue instinctively opened her mouth and took a bite. Huh. Her pupils dilated in surprise, her expression shifting from reluctance to astonishment, and finally to delight. "It's surprisingly delicious, spicy and numbing. The flavor is quite peculiar." Chu Feng returned the chopsticks to her bowl, and Su Ningxue eagerly took another bite. "Wow, this is truly delicious," she exclaimed, soon relishing the dish with gusto. While extravagant delicacies are undeniably healthy and flavorful, street food often captivates one's senses in unexpected ways. The dark-skinned girl, observing Su Ningxue's shocked expression, felt a smirk tug at her lips, a hint of pride blooming within her. This establishment was owned by her uncle, renowned for its authentic Liuozhou snail noodles, capable of tempting even the school belle. "One day, I shall open my own place and earn money to help my father with his medical treatment." Chu Feng watched Su Ningxue dine with grace and a hint of disdain. Eating noodles without flair? How could it possibly taste good? Within 3 minutes, he had finished his bowl, and upon seeing his gluttonous demeanor, Su Ningxue admonished him, "Slow down. You 1T starve." She picked up a duck foot from her bowl and placed it into Chu Feng's, who accepted it without hesitation, swallowing it whole and crunching through some tiny bones. The dark-skinned girl began to regret sitting next to these two. She and T quite satisfied her hunger for noodles, but it certainly feasted on their affectionate banter. "I'll go settle the bill," Chu Feng announced as he stood up. The proprietor, noticing his movement, approached and said, "This meal is on me. Your sister's beauty has already paid for it. She is my niece and goes to the same school as you. You're both from the same hometown. Xiaoxi, greet our fellow townsfolk, for in this foreign land, we should extend mutual assistance among compatriots." The dark-skinned girl bestowed an exceedingly strained smile upon Chu Feng. "Greetings. I am Mo Xiaoxi." Chu Feng returned the smile. "I am Chu Feng." Just as he intended to extend his hand, he caught sight of Su Ningxue's murderous glare, prompting him to silently retract it. "Boss, it's getting late. I shall return to school now," Chu Feng remarked, retrieving a red bill from his pocket. The boss repeatedly declined, refusing to accept it no matter what. After several polite exchanges and seeing the boss's insistence, Chu Feng simply placed the money at the window for the powder and took Su Ningxue's hand to leave. He never wished to take advantage of such trivial matters. The favor of a fellow townsman was not easily repaid. Should they ever find themselves in need, it would be awkward to refuse assistance. As they stepped outside, Su Ningxue began her antics, teasingly saying beside Chu Feng, "Hello, I'm your fellow townsman. I am your fellow townsman." Chu Feng, however, showed no tolerance, pinching Su Ningxue's delicate, glistening cheek. "If you persist, I shall walk away." Su Ningxue huffed in jealousy. "Didn't you just want to hold her hand?" Chu Feng replied, "It was merely a handshake. Do you comprehend?" Su Ningxue retorted, "If you desire her, just admit it. Don't hide behind a handshake." "Bah." Chu Feng hailed a taxi, dismissing her with, "I'm going home now." "Not returning to school?" Su Ningxue inquired as Chu Feng opened the car door for her. "Home. There is something I need to attend to." "Oh," Su Ningxue responded, settling into the back seat. In about 10 minutes, they arrived at Chu Feng's home. He immediately rummaged through a drawer for the keys to his car, while Su Ningxue observed with curiosity. "Isn't parking prohibited at school? Where do you intend to go?" Chu Feng replied as he walked toward the door, "I parked in a lot outside. It's merely a nominal fee for a month." With a mischievous grin, Su Ningxue teased, "Don't you wish to take that bus anymore?" Chu Feng implied, "There are too many perverts on the bus." Once inside the car, Chu Feng drove his BMW along the road, exuding youthful exuberance. At 19, freshly licensed, who could resist the urge to cruise around? Suddenly, Su Ningxue broke the silence. "Are you in dire need of money lately? Every time I invite you out, you decline with excuses." Chu Feng chuckled lightly. Isn't that just nonsense? If I had ample funds, I would outright buy your family's business and have you pamper my feet. Su Ningxue gazed at Chu Feng's strikingly handsome profile, and after a brief silence, she continued. How much do you need? I can lend it to you. Just say the word. Chu Feng, observing the bustling street ahead, felt his hand tremble, nearly losing his grip on the steering wheel. No, let us forget it. Last time I borrowed 100,000 from you, I nearly sold my soul. If I were to borrow 1,000,000, would I not have to warm your bed every night? As for Su Ningxue's money, I dare not touch a single cent. Observing the slightly unhinged Chu Feng, Su Ningxue felt a twinge of confusion. What do you mean? If you do not wish to borrow, then I shall simply give it to you. Just speak the amount, and I shall provide it. As they halted at a red light, Chu Feng gazed at her exquisite visage and replied solemnly, Money is not omnipotent. There are certain things that cannot be purchased with it. I hold no interest in wealth. Rather, I revel in the joy of earning and in spending what I have rightfully acquired. Su Ningxue scrutinized the suddenly elevated demeanor of Chu Feng. Then surrender your salary card to me and inform me of your desires. After all, you profess to be indifferent to money. Chapter 67. No need for a promissory note. I trust you. Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom how quickly this girl reacted, and then he chuckled softly. My salary card can only be handed over to my wife. Why would I give it to you? Su Ningxue's eyes sparkled as she cheerfully replied, Darling, could you please give me your salary card? Upon finishing her sentence, her delicate face flushed slightly. Upon hearing the term darling, Chu Feng felt a shiver run down his spine, goosebumps rising on his skin. Stop, stop, stop. Don't call me that. As the traffic light turned green, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing towards the school. As he drove through a dilapidated old district, a vague memory was suddenly rekindled. He recalled that the old district in the eastern part of the Magic City was slated for demolition around December. This was due to the capital hosting the Olympics, as the government aimed to attract foreign businesses to the Magic City to stimulate economic growth. At that time, a section of the Eastern District would be expropriated by the state. In the afternoon, since Su Ningxue had a full schedule, she did not disturb Chu Feng. Although he was attending class, his thoughts had already drifted far away. Chu Feng, could I take a look at the novel you wrote? I almost finished reading it this morning. Qingmei chimed in from beside him. Go ahead, take it, Chu Feng replied nonchalantly, opening his computer and logging into his workspace, allowing Qingmei to peruse it at her leisure. His mind, however, was consumed with thoughts of that old district. When the demolition occurred, compensation for the houses would be approximately in the ratio of 1 to 2. The thought of purchasing an entire building was daunting. After all, the demolition office was not foolish. If they noticed he suddenly bought a building, they would surely investigate. This information had not yet been disclosed and was still classified. If he were to buy a house, he might not only face fines, but also potential imprisonment. Furthermore, considering the current real estate prices, a single house would cost no less than 800,000, and a whole building would easily amount to over 100 million. He simply could not amass that kind of money. The primary concern at present was the initial capital. If he were to acquire around 10 old houses, enlisting his younger sister's name, it should not pose much of a problem to have 5 houses under her name. Currently, writing novels could barely yield a maximum of 100,000 a month. Could he really consider courting a wealthy woman again? Sigh. Even if he were able to endure, he truly did not wish to partake in that life. Perhaps he could swindle money from a wealthy woman or borrow from one. Yet, would that naive wealthy woman's money be so easily deceived or borrowed? Su Ningxue was a prime example. Those affluent women were astute. How could there be a gullible one just waiting for him to con? Lost in these thoughts, Chu Feng rested his chin on his hand, his expression one of melancholy as his gaze deepened. Then, his eyes fell upon the charming little face engrossed in reading the novel, and a spark of inspiration struck him. Wait a moment. The naive wealthy woman, the 8 prominent families of the capital, residing in luxurious villas in the second ring, with parents engaged in business abroad, just returned from studying overseas, having never tasted the harsh realities of life in Huaxia. Chu Feng's eyes widened gradually, fixating intently on that innocent and beautiful face. Before her lay an opportunity, especially considering the life-saving favor she owed him. Surely, her response to his request would not be one of refusal. Meanwhile, Qingmei sensed an unfriendly gaze fixed upon her. Her movements halted abruptly, her left hand, which had been deftly navigating the mouse, froze as she turned to meet Chu Feng's mischievous stare. "Is there something you need?" she inquired. "No, please continue as you were." "Do not mind me," he replied. Yet, despite her attempts to focus, she felt his eyes persistently lingering on her. The clarity in her gaze began to wane, replaced by confusion. "Are you truly untroubled?" With a slight cough, Chu Feng, feeling somewhat bashful, ventured, "Do you happen to have some money? Could you lend me a bit?" Her puzzled expression gradually transformed into understanding as she rummaged through her bag, producing a small pink wallet. She gently opened it to reveal an impressive stash of bills, over 20 crisp notes. She placed the wallet on Chu Feng's desk and said, "Here, take it." My goodness, she truly is affluent. This amount could sustain an average university student for 2 or 3 months, he thought. However, for him, it was but a drop in the bucket. Thus, mustering his courage, he asked, "Could you lend me a bit more? And how much do you need?" Qingmei queried, her clear, starry eyes fixed on his face. Curiosity evident. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Feng realized that asking for $1 million would likely send this little heiress scampering back to Ningxue, accusing him of attempting to swindle her. Conversely, a meager sum would be of little use. Striving to present himself as a trustworthy character, he replied, "Well, just lend me whatever you can. I assure you, I won't flee. I'll write you an IOU and even provide a thumbprint. If I fail to repay, you can go to my company and demand it from my mother. Does that sound agreeable?" Qingmei studied his eyes, and after a moment of thought, she nodded obediently. "All right, that should suffice. No need for the IOU. I trust you. Come to the library tonight, and I will give it to you." With a sweet smile directed at him, she returned to her novel. The words "I trust you" momentarily left Chu Feng in a state of disbelief. Once he regained his composure, he gazed at Qingmei in astonishment. This little heiress was indeed remarkable. At 8 o'clock that evening, the cool silver light cascaded over the brightly lit university. Despite the autumn chill of September, the freshmen undergoing military training on the field remained clad in short sleeves, singing military songs, undeterred by the brisk wind. Inside the library, Qingmei sat at a desk, her slender fingers delicately turning the pages of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, her lively eyes reflecting pure delight. For her, such a book was perfectly suited, filled with captivating twists and turns yet requiring little intellectual exertion. As Chu Feng entered the library, his gaze immediately fell upon Qingmei, who was seated in a corner. He made his way over to her. Upon hearing the familiar sound of footsteps, Qingmei lifted her eyes, only to find Chu Feng standing before her. He took a seat at the desk and casually glanced at the book she was engrossed in. Is this the kind of literature a university student should be reading? Such an innocent mindset. It's no wonder she is so easily deceived. Noticing Chu Feng's arrival, Qingmei reached into her pocket and produced a postal bank card, placing it assertively in front of him. "Here you go." Chu Feng observed this forthright little heiress and mused to himself, "Is this the allure of wealth?" Indeed, to them, money is merely a string of cold numbers. Chapter 68. Did you steal your sister's card? Chu Feng picked up the silvery bank card from the table and scrutinized it closely. The ease with which one could borrow money was astonishing, and without the need for a promissory note, this girl would surely be devastated if she encountered a deadbeat. "Thank you. How much is on this card?" What is the password?" "The password is my sister's birthday, 881206. Qingmei replied calmly, continuing, "As for the amount on the card, I'm not quite sure." "Not quite sure? What does that mean?" Chu Feng paused, momentarily taken aback by her response, before an incredulous expression crossed his face as he looked at Qingmei. "This card can't possibly belong to your sister, can it?" "Yes," she answered simply. "Have you stolen your sister's card? And now you're lending her money to me? Is that not acceptable?" Qingmei raised her clear eyes, staring blankly at Chu Feng. Upon hearing this shocking reply, Chu Feng felt an urge to tug at her ears and exclaim, "Is that even permissible?" One might think she was a naive girl being manipulated into siphoning money from her family. At least a boy would have some semblance of a relationship to justify it. This left Chu Feng utterly bewildered. It would be one thing if the money were her own, but it was evident that it did not belong to her. Ningxue was undoubtedly fortunate to have such a thoughtful sister. Regardless, Qingmei's actions genuinely touched Chu Feng. In this world, there are few who would lend money without a word. Much like Ding Quan, though often troublesome, he was there when it mattered. Gazing at the bank card in his hand, Chu Feng hesitated before quietly placing it back on the table. He had no desire to jeopardize the bond between these two sisters over such a trivial matter. Moreover, if the wealthy sister were to find out, the repercussions would undoubtedly fall upon him, leading to dire consequences. Not borrowing it, Qingmei appeared somewhat perplexed by Chu Feng's actions. Looking at her innocent demeanor, Chu Feng replied, "I can't take this money. If your sister discovers it, we would both be in serious trouble." Qingmei, however, chuckled in response. "My sister has plenty of bank cards. Losing one is no issue. Don't worry." Chu Feng shook his head, stating, "If this money were yours, I would certainly borrow it. However, since it belongs to your sister, it would be theft." "All right then, how about I go back and ask my sister to let me have this card? I can then lend it to you." Qingmei's bright eyes sparkled with the notion. After much contemplation, Chu Feng realized he truly needed the money. At most, he could earn some and pay her back with interest later. Well, I suppose that could work. Upon receiving Chu Feng's approval, Qingmei's brows arched with delight as she picked up the bank card from the table. "Great. I'll go ask my sister now. Tomorrow's Sunday, and I have no classes. We can meet here again." "All right," Chu Feng responded, watching her graceful figure depart, a warm sensation blossoming in his heart. Upon returning to her dormitory, Qingmei carefully placed her bank card on Ningxue's desk. "Sister, your bank card." Ningxue, engrossed in her reading, paused momentarily, casting a glance at the card on the desk. "If you're short on funds, feel free to take it. There isn't much in any way." "I'm not short on money. Chu Feng is." "Chu Feng is in need of money." Ningxue set her book down, her gaze fixed on her obedient sister, a flicker of astonishment crossing her face before she regained her composure. "You wish to give him my bank card?" "Yes." Qingmei nodded vigorously. Ningxue scrutinized her sister for a considerable time before finally saying, "You may deliver the card to him. Consider it a favor repaid." "Thank you, sister." With a swift motion, Qingmei tucked the card into her pocket, her eyes sparkling with excitement. In the library, Chu Feng, taken aback by how easily Qingmei could be deceived, revised his perception of wealthy women. He had meticulously selected several books concerning affluent ladies. As he headed towards the reading area with the books in hand, a familiar figure suddenly passed by, Mo Xiaoxi. He contemplated greeting her, but, upon noticing the titles of the books he held, decided against it. It would be best to find a secluded spot to read quietly. He could not afford to have acquaintances discover his interest in such literature. Chu Feng settled down, his fingers flipping through the pages of the true needs of rich young ladies. The more materially abundant a person is, the more spiritually impoverished they often become. For genuine heiresses, money is often the least of their concerns. A third-year university student, Liang, had fortuitously met a like-minded girl on a forum. Coming from a well-off family, she frequently engaged in conversations with him and occasionally played games together. One day, due to family issues, Liang was expelled from his home by his parents. In dire straits, he turned to her for a loan. Without hesitation, she transferred 50,000 yuan to him, and for over 3 years, she never once inquired about repayment. This incident truly occurred in my vicinity. Reality can be more surreal than fiction, and they had never even turned on their cameras. Chu Feng absorbed the narrative, drawing parallels with people and events in real life, finding it remarkably insightful. Many wealthy individuals do not regard money with the same gravity as ordinary people. A sum of 1 to 200,000 yuan may seem substantial to the average person, yet to a true heiress, it might not even qualify as pocket change. Just as President Wang rewards $1 million for the prompt updating of a novel, Chu Feng delved deeply into the literature, and by the time he concluded the last book, it was already past 11 o'clock. As he closed the final volume, his eyes gleamed with brilliance. Setting aside the other merits of the book, The dialogues about communication and interaction could significantly enhance his conversational skills. When he ascended to the second floor of the library to return the books, he fortuitously encountered Mo Xiaoxi once more. Approaching the bookshelf, he returned each book one by one. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed Mo Xiaoxi on her toes, searching for a book. This posture accentuated her slender waist, her body slightly leaning forward, undeniably showcasing her exquisite curves. Moreover, her dazzling, wheat-colored, long legs inadvertently made Chu Feng feel as though they were more vital than his very existence. "What book are you looking for?" "That one," Mo Xiaoxi replied, glancing at Chu Feng, her slender fingers indicating the book perched atop the highest shelf. Chu Feng effortlessly reached up to retrieve it and handed it to her. "Thank you," Mo Xiaoxi murmured softly. Chu Feng cast a glance at the girl and smiled. "It's nearly midnight. You should rest early. Books can be read at any time, but your health should always take precedence." Mo Xiaoxi nodded in agreement and turned to depart. At school, she was not without her admirers, including several affluent young men. However, most of them were merely attracted to her physical allure. Since entering university, she had remained single, believing that romantic relationships could be pursued at any time. But not at present. Her father was gravely ill and in need of financial support. Her sole focus was on her studies, striving to graduate as soon as possible. She had already petitioned the academic office to advance her junior courses, which explained her constant presence in the library, immersed in her studies. Chapter 69. I'll lend you money. Therefore you must be my friend. The following morning, dawn graced the earth with a warmth not belonging to the night. According to their agreement, Chu Feng arrived at the library at 9 o'clock, half an hour early, to await her presence. It is preferable for a boy to wait for a girl rather than the other way around, especially since he currently had a favor to seek. Due to it being Sunday, most students had no classes, and the campus was bustling with activity, the library included. As Chu Feng sat at a table engrossed in how to communicate effectively, a dark-skinned girl suddenly took a seat opposite him. Upon lifting his gaze, he was somewhat surprised to find it was Mo Xiaoxi. She glanced at Chu Feng without uttering a word, and they both remained silently absorbed in their reading. Chu Feng, while perusing his book, occasionally cast his eyes toward the entrance. Should Ningxue and her sister arrive, he would take the initiative to explain himself and admit his faults. Around 9:30, a familiar figure appeared at the doorway. Phew, just one person. Outside, Qingmei's crystal-clear eyes scanned the interior of the library before locking onto Chu Feng. However, upon noticing the girl seated across from him, her bright eyes flickered momentarily. Her hands clenched into fists and then relaxed. She approached Chu Feng and placed a card on the table. "This is the bank card you requested, but I cannot recall how much is on it," she stated. Chu Feng picked up the card, his eyes gleaming, and turned to observe Qingmei more closely, his heart fluttering. Today, she wore a snow-white, knee-length dress paired with white stockings, revealing a glimpse of her slender legs beneath the hem. Dressed in white Mary Jane shoes, her long hair cascading down to her waist, her peach blossom eyes sparkled with clarity. With her fair complexion, she radiated an almost blinding purity, epitomizing innocence. "Shall we head to the bank to verify?" Qingmei nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Chu Feng led her away. At that moment, Mo Xiaoxi, who had remained silent, glanced at Chu Feng's departing figure, murmuring to herself, "Isn't his girlfriend, Ningxue? Or has he been taken under the wing of yet another wealthy benefactor?" Confused, she shook her head and returned to her book. At the bank's ATM, as Chu Feng entered his password, he felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. The cold, hard numbers displayed totaled 8 digits. His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Qingmei, struggling to comprehend. Wealthy individuals are indeed wealthy. He had no inkling of the amount contained within this card. He had assumed it to be perhaps a little over $1 million. For how could one forget such a substantial sum? Yet, upon discovering the card held over $13 million, he grasped the true value of the 8 prominent families. At that moment, Qingmei lifted her clear gaze to meet Chu Feng's, appearing somewhat bashful. He misinterpreted her demeanor, thinking she was reluctant to lend such a vast sum. And he couldn't help but internally sigh. "What's the matter? Are you hesitant to lend it?" It was indeed unreasonable for anyone to casually part with over $1 million, let alone to lend it out. Qingmei, with an air of coldness, tossed her head slightly. No, if I lend you money, you must be my friend. My sister once said that lending is only for family and friends. Her exquisitely beautiful face suddenly took on a serious demeanor. Upon hearing these words, Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. What on earth is this? Aren't you afraid of being deceived by friends? Moreover, anyone who could qualify as your friend must be exceedingly fortunate. Qingmei shook her head at this, her clear star-like eyes gazing at Chu Feng. In elementary school, I wanted to learn piano and ballet, leaving no time for friendships. In middle school, I pursued free fighting. Others called me a violent goose, and only my sister played with me. Later, my mother went to America and took me along. However, those Caucasians looked down upon me, and I returned. So, as of now, I have no friends, and if you wish to borrow my money, you must first become my friend. Chu Feng observed the slightly anxious Qingmei, her gaze darting about as if fearful of his rejection. It seemed that her childhood had not been particularly pleasant, and her subsequent experiences abroad, coupled with racial discrimination, had understandably contributed to her social anxiety. With this thought, Chu Feng offered a warm smile. From the very first day I met you, after our first meal at the restaurant, we have been friends. As soon as Chu Feng uttered these words, Qingmei's large, expressive eyes widened in surprise. Really? Was I your friend then? Indeed. Chu Feng nodded, extending a fist towards her. Are you going to hit me? Qingmei blinked her sparkling eyes, apprehensively retreating a half-step at the sudden appearance of his fist. No. Chu Feng smiled gently and continued, extend your fist, and let us perform a fist bump in celebration of our friendship. Qingmei offered her delicate fist, and Chu Feng lightly tapped it. At that moment, a glimmer of golden light sparkled in her eyes. Chu Feng, since we are friends, when will you take me out to play? Friends should spend time together, just like my sister does. After pondering for a moment, as he had no pressing matter for the day, Chu Feng replied, All right, let us go out and have some fun. Once they were in the car, he drove them toward a lively street in the old town. After parking, he guided her to experience the charm of the historic district. While the old town may lack the dazzling luxury of the bustling commercial avenues, its narrow streets were steeped in nostalgic memories. Qingmei strolled along the tidy yet narrow pathways, her lively eyes darting around, filled with curiosity about her surroundings. Is that rainbow candy? Chu Feng glanced at a small store where the owner displayed a jar of water babies. Oh, that's fake. Eating it could be poisonous. Sweet candied hawthorn. Delicious, scrumptious candied hawthorn. Wow, Chu Feng. Is that candied hawthorn head? Qingmei tugged at Chu Feng's hand, pointing excitedly towards the front. Chu Feng followed her gaze and saw a frail, elderly man in his 60s, hawking candied hawthorn on the street. Let us stroll while enjoying the candied hawthorn, he suggested, and approached to purchase 3 skewers. With 1 skewer in hand, Chu Feng offered 2 to Qingmei, who clutched 1 in each hand. Qingmei, does your sister truly trust you to wander with me? He inquired. Qingmei smiled softly, replying, My sister said you were quite safe, a good person, an honest man. A good person, an honest man? Why does that sound somewhat like an insult? Just as Chu Feng contemplated offering an explanation, Qingmei suddenly halted in her tracks. Her gaze was fixed intently on the 2 kitty cat rides at the entrance of the supermarket. Puzzled, Chu Feng glanced at her and followed her line of sight. There, 2 rides with flickering lights were beckoning. Children, come play. Chu Feng, suppressing his urge to join in the excitement, remarked, Those are meant for little children. Qingmei turned to him, her clear eyes radiating determination. These rides may not be as entertaining as bumper cars. How about I take you to try the bumper cars instead? Chu Feng suggested, attempting to persuade her. He feared that if she truly played on that ride, they would both suffer an embarrassing fate. Chapter 70. Joy and sorrow upon hearing Chu Feng's words. Qingmei fell silent for a moment before raising her gaze to him. Children make choices. I want them all, she declared, taking a bite of her candied hawthorn and striding towards the supermarket entrance. Chu Feng shook his head in resignation and followed her, suddenly feeling as though he were accompanying his younger sister on a shopping excursion. Inside the supermarket, Chu Feng exchanged a 10 yuan note for coins. After Qingmei settled into the ride, he inserted a coin, and the shaking car began to play a melodious tune. What is your father's father called? Your father's father is called Grandpa. The enchanting young university student grasped the steering wheel with one hand while holding a skewer of candied hawthorn in the other, bursting into laughter, thoroughly enchanted by the experience. Chu Feng stood at the entrance, observing her with a wry smile. To find such joy in a simple ride. She is even more childish than my silly little sister. I am truly astonished. Fortunately, her mother has foresight. Otherwise, with such naivety, she would easily fall prey to those mischievous boys in high school. 5 minutes swiftly passed, yet Qingmei appeared to yearn for more. She waved to Chu Feng and, in the next moment, began to rock again. Two tigers run quickly. After nearly an hour of joyous shaking, she finally disembarked, her eyes sparkling with lingering delight. Now, take me to ride that exhilarating bumper car. Today I intend to indulge to my heart's content. Seeing her finally willing to leave the ride, Chu Feng quickly rose from a nearby bench and led Qingmei toward the arcade. Meanwhile, across the street, Su Ningxue and her roommate were enjoying their day out. Initially, she had intended to invite Chu Feng to join them, but upon hearing he had other commitments, she felt it inappropriate to intrude. Ningxue, isn't that your boyfriend, Chu Feng? Her roommate, Gao Yuan, pointed to Chu Feng across the street. Upon hearing his name, Su Ningxue's eyes brightened, but when she noticed another girl beside him, her heart sank. That girl was none other than Qingmei, the same one who had sat beside Chu Feng previously. How bold of you to engage in infidelity. No wonder you claim to be busy, she thought, as a chill swept through her. Ningxue, are you all right? Feng Shunan asked softly, sensing the sudden shift in her demeanor. At that moment, a dark aura seemed to envelop Su Ningxue as she clenched the shopping bag tightly, a profound sense of crisis washing over her. Since childhood, Chu Feng had been like a central air conditioner, treating every girl and boy kindly. From elementary school, Su Ningxue had diligently thwarted his unwanted admirers, and by university, she had enlisted Lu Ruyan to help dispel other suitors. Now, having barely let her guard down for a week, he dared to go on a date with another girl. Fixated on their retreating figures, Su Ningxue could no longer suppress her emotions, her focus solely on Chu Feng. Chu Feng, I knew it. As long as I don't keep a close watch on you, you will surely be lured away by those wild women outside. At present, Su Ningxue's mind is consumed by a singular thought, to confront infidelity and retrieve Chu Feng. With determination, she strides across the road, oblivious to the oncoming traffic. Beep, beep. A yellow bus blares its horn wildly. Ningxue, Gao Yuan, startled by her impulsive action, swiftly grabs Su Ningxue and pulls her back just in time, while the vehicle narrowly grazes past her. Caught off guard, Su Ningxue stumbles and falls, injuring her ankle in the process. Are you all right? Her three close friends rush to support her. Su Ningxue gazes at Chu Feng's receding figure, gritting her teeth, intent on rising. Yet any movement sends a sharp pain through her ankle. Chu Feng, you, just as she prepares to pursue him. Another roommate hails a taxi on the street, whisking her away to the hospital. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the arcade, Chu Feng engages in bumper cars. Qingmei attempts to collide with him, but he deftly evades her each time. Frustrated, she turns her car towards a group of 7 or 8-year-old children. She spins around, laughing joyfully, much to the dismay of the children's parents nearby. How old are these kids? They shouldn't have to bear the brunt of our fun. They murmur discontentedly. Chu Feng, driving the bumper car, feels a bead of sweat trickle down his back as he observes the parents' disapproval. Miss, have you had your fill of fun? Shall we grab a bite to eat? He calls out, nudging Qingmei's car. Oh, she responds obediently, steering her car aside. As she exits the vehicle, Chu Feng swiftly takes her wrist, leading her away. Where shall we play next? Qingmei inquires, following him eagerly. We're off to get something to eat. Chu Feng replies. What do you feel like eating? She asks. How about that? She suggests, pointing to a large roast chicken hanging by the fireplace in a nearby restaurant. Upon hearing her desire, Chu Feng immediately guides her inside. He would go to any lengths to satisfy her whims. After all, With the fortune of 13 million she lent him, he could easily earn 10 million in just a couple of months. 10 million. If she craved a whale, he would take a leave of absence the next day to catch one for her. Before long, the owner presents two beautifully glazed honey-roasted chickens at their table. The sight of the roasted chicken nearly makes Qingmei drool. Chu Feng, observing this gluttonous girl, raises his brow slightly. Why does this little heiress seem to want to devour everything in sight? Is there a famine in America? He muses. Can a single roast chicken make you salivate so? Qingmei swallows hard, her gaze icy. Am I drooling? If you were to be sent to the United States and partake in the culinary delights of the West for a few years, you would soon realize just how exquisite the flavors of your homeland truly are. Were it not for my upbringing, I would have long since succumbed to the temptation and devoured it. Chu Feng observed her enchanting, almond-shaped eyes nearly glued to the chicken leg, reflecting that the refinement of the wealthy is indeed remarkable. Even when faced with an overwhelming temptation, they can restrain themselves, which explains their affluence. Ordinary individuals, upon encountering even a trifling advantage, cannot resist the urge to seize it, often ending up losing something substantial in the process. Go ahead, indulge yourself. This is for you, he said. Chu Feng, you are so kind, just like an elder sister, treating me so well. Qingmei responded before swiftly tearing off a chicken leg and gradually savoring it. Chu Feng marveled at her graceful manner of eating. To consume a mere roasted chicken leg with such elegance is indeed a rarity. Chapter 71. Amnesia? Then I must lie after indulging in roasted chicken. The two spent an entire afternoon wandering, leaving Chu Feng utterly exhausted. Glancing at his phone, he noticed it was nearing 5 o'clock and suggested they return to school. Qingmei pondered for a moment and proposed, "How about you accompany me to buy a couple of pajamas?" "Me?" Chu Feng exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Wouldn't it be better for your sister to go with you? Is that not acceptable?" Qingmei's expression soured, her appetite seemingly diminished. Fine then." Noticing the little heiress's discontent, Chu Feng decided to accompany her on this venture. In a lady's boutique, Qingmei emerged from the fitting room clad in a peach-pink nightgown, her cheeks flushed and her gaze frequently darting towards Chu Feng. This nightgown, a choice made by Chu Feng, was a modest pink camisole dress. While he believed it to be quite conservative, he had underestimated the allure of Qingmei's figure. Her long legs were as pristine as freshly fallen snow in winter, her waist delicate enough to appear as if it could be encircled by a single hand, and her fair, smooth abdomen distinctly outlined a graceful hint of a defined waistline. The innocent girl, unsuspecting of Chu Feng's gaze, posed in various stances. "How do I look?" Yet, she remained blissfully unaware of the captivating blend of purity and sensuality she exuded, oblivious to the fact that Chu Feng could hardly tear his eyes away. Indeed, a man remains a boy at heart until the end. After stepping out, Qingmei seated herself on a small stool, finally acknowledging the ache in her feet after a day of walking. She extended her foot towards Chu Feng and wiggled it. Confused, Chu Feng looked at her actions. "What are you doing?" "My feet hurt," she replied, then suddenly realized when my feet ache, my mom and sister usually help me massage them. Looking at the delicate, fair foot she had presented, Chu Feng inquired, "So, do you want me to help you?" Is that not all right?" Qingmei gazed at him with a hint of confusion. "Very well." Chu Feng took her foot and began to gently massage it, though his gaze remained fixated on Qingmei's exquisite form. "What are you looking at?" she asked. "A person in white just walked by over there. I suspect they might be attempting to steal something," Chu Feng replied, feeling somewhat guilty. Qingmei turned her head to glance in that direction, a puzzled look crossing her face. "But I'm wearing black, aren't I?" Chu Feng, feeling slightly anxious, clarified, "She's wearing white underneath." After scrutinizing the individual closely, Qingmei confirmed that the person wore only one garment, leaving her bewildered. She then glanced down at her own chest. "Were you just looking at my chest?" Realizing he had been exposed, Chu Feng felt a rush of panic, inadvertently increasing the pressure of his massage, while maintaining an outwardly calm demeanor. "You are overthinking it. Am I the kind of person who would do such a thing?" Qingmei raised an eyebrow and pulled her foot back slightly. "You're applying a bit too much pressure. It's becoming painful. I think I'll return to school and ask my sister for a massage instead. With a hint of reluctance, Chu Feng gently released Qingmei's delicate, fair foot, feigning nonchalance as he picked up his phone to check his QQ messages. To his astonishment, several of his roommates had sent him messages informing him that Ningxue had been struck by a car. Noticing that Chu Feng was preoccupied, Qingmei rose and returned to the changing room to don her clothes. She cast a glance at her chest, her delicate nose wrinkling slightly, and a subtle smile graced her lips. He truly enjoys looking, and he also relishes playing the pawn. Once she had changed, Qingmei handed the 2 sets of pajamas to Chu Feng, who then proceeded to the counter to settle the bill. After escorting Qingmei back to the school, he hastily drove to the hospital. In the hospital's general ward, Gao Yuanyuan and others sat beside Ningxue, offering her gentle words of comfort. At that moment, Chu Feng finally appeared at the door of the room. Upon seeing the presence of this detestable man, Gao Yuanyuan's anger flared, and she rushed forward, attempting to kick him. However, Chu Feng effortlessly sidestepped her attack, casually grasping her calf. Is she out of her mind, attacking me right away? Chu Feng regarded the girl before him, confusion evident on his face. Gao Yuanyuan, glaring fiercely, spat out, "You scoundrel! If it weren't for you, Ningxue wouldn't have been hit by a car." Furrowing his brow, Chu Feng found her accusations bewildering. What does this have to do with me? He thought. Gao Yuanyuan, noticing his perplexity, erupted in fury. Do you not understand? Today, we saw you shopping with another girl. Ningxue was so upset that she lost focus and almost got hit by a car. Chu Feng frowned slightly, but remained silent. The only girl he had been shopping with today was Qingmei, and he was not her boyfriend. How had he become the unfaithful one? Nevertheless, concern was warranted, given the close relationship between their families. He then entered the room, looking at Ningxue lying on the bed. "Ningxue, I've come to see you," he said. Gao Yuanyuan exchanged glances with her 2 roommates, signaling them to leave, allowing the 2 to be alone. Ningxue stared blankly at Chu Feng, seemingly not recognizing him. "Who are you? I don't seem to know you," she replied. Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting from surprise to alarm. "Ningxue, it's me, Chu Feng. Do you really not remember?" Ningxue shook her head, indicating she did not recognize him. As Chu Feng approached her, she appeared a bit anxious, pulling the blanket up and retreating slightly, fear evident on her face. Observing her reaction, Chu Feng's expression grew complex, his voice low. "Ningxue, it's all right if you don't remember. We can get to know each other again." He settled himself on the edge of the bed, his mind racing as he continued. "My name is Chu Feng. We've known each other since the 1st grade in elementary school, and we are currently at the same university. We are good friends. I consider you as my elder sister, and you can see me as your younger brother. I'm sorry for the pain I've caused you. I promise to protect you, sister, until the day you marry someone else. I regard you as a brother, and I hope you harbor no other sentiments towards me." Before Chu Feng could finish his manipulation, Ningxue, seated on the bed, had already clenched her teeth, her fists tightly balled. She had believed that by staging an act of amnesia, she could rekindle Chu Feng's affection for her with a stroke of fortune. He might even confess his feelings in that moment. However, to her dismay, this scoundrel promptly concocted a little tale for himself, rendering her utterly exasperated. Her chest heaved with emotion, and her eyes occasionally glimmered with a dangerous light. Yet, she ultimately restrained herself from resorting to violence. She did not wish for Chu Feng to discover her deceit, nor did she want to breach his trust. At present, his unwavering faith in her was paramount, and wielding that trust wisely might just enable her to steer Chu Feng away from that foolishly naive girl. Her head throbbed painfully. Ningxue shook her head. Chapter 72. If both you and your mother fall into the river, whom would you save first? Ningxue's head throbbed, and the sight of Chu Feng rushing to check on her startled her. "You, Chu Feng?" She was about to speak when she saw him reaching for the emergency call button. "When did you arrive?" Chu Feng hesitated, his hand stilled, and turned to her. In stark contrast to the shy girl from moments ago, she now emanated an ominous aura. Her enchanting phoenix eyes flickered, sending a jolt of trepidation through Chu Feng's heart, causing him to pause for half a second. "Sister Ningxue, hello?" Ningxue was disinterested in idle chatter, She seized his neck with one hand. Tell me, who was the girl you went shopping with today? The abrupt shift left Chu Feng momentarily stunned, his face a mask of bitterness. Siste, yes, you. There's nothing between us. Can't we discuss this calmly? His voice was hoarse and filled with desperation. Ningxue let out a cold laugh. Discuss calmly? That's out of the question. Chu Feng pushed her hand away and stepped back, suddenly recalling that he was not her husband. Why should he be afraid? It felt as though he had been caught in an act of infidelity. Well, I can go out with whomever I please. You're not my mother. Fury ignited within Ningxue as she sat up abruptly. But as she did, a sharp pain shot through her ankle, causing her to collapse forward. Chu Feng, quick on his feet, caught her just in time. Outside, Ningxue's roommate heard the commotion and opened the door, only to witness an intimate scene between the two. Ningxue, you didn't tea. Oh, someone gasped, and the door quickly shut again. A faint smile graced Ningxue's lips as she looked at Chu Feng, who was still holding her wrist. Are you worried about me? Isn't that obvious? Chu Feng replied with a hint of annoyance, but continued. I consider you as my sister. Ningxue frowned slightly. Clearly, this was not the response she sought. Chu Feng gently laid her back on the bed and picked up an apple from the bedside table to peel it. At that moment, Gao Yuanyuan flung open the door and said to Chu Feng, You useless man, I'm leaving my sister in your hands. She shot Ningxue a knowing glance. Take care. With a soft smile, Ningxue waved to her roommate as she departed. A truly astute individual utilizes the people and circumstances around them to achieve their goals, whether through public opinion or networking. Compared to solitary endeavors, the former proves far more effective. Ningxue cleverly employed public sentiment to lead her peers to believe that Chu Feng was her boyfriend. Aside from foolish or shameless individuals, most girls would steer clear of him. What followed was a moment of solitude between Chu Feng and Ningxue. With the outsiders gone, Chu Feng, while peeling the apple, earnestly attempted to console her. Ningxue, regardless of the circumstances surrounding us, you must maintain your composure in your future endeavors. Consider not only your own desires, but also the feelings of Aunt Shan. She has but you as her sole daughter, the last scion of the Su family. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Ningxue leaned against him, her voice resolute. However, I believe that my mother would prefer a commendable son-in-law. Chu Feng refrained from continuing the conversation, realizing that he could no longer communicate effectively with her. After peeling an apple, he offered it to Ningxue. He then proceeded to peel another for himself, but just as he was about to take a bite of his own apple, Ningxue suddenly snatched it away. In her left hand, she held a partially eaten apple, while in her right, she clutched the freshly peeled one. What are you doing? Chu Feng exclaimed. Chu Feng, if Qingmei were hospitalized, would you also peel an apple for her? Ningxue gazed intently at him. After contemplating his bank account, which held 10 million, he replied without hesitation, Of course, she helped me immensely today. Ningxue's eyes flickered, and she questioned, What assistance did she provide you? Why didn't you seek my help during your troubles? Or did you take her out on a date after she aided you? Her keen sensitivity toward infidelity was evident, as she deduced what Chu Feng had done that day. Why are you silent? Were you really on a date? Ningxue bit her crimson lip, consumed by jealousy. She lent me a significant sum. Is it wrong for me to treat her to a meal? Chu Feng retorted bluntly. Ningxue frowned, scrutinizing his demeanor, and replied, Did I not mention I could lend you money? Chu Feng replied coolly, That's not quite the same. She lent me over 10 million, and it was without any expectation of repayment. If it were you, I might have to sell myself to repay you. Ningxue was taken aback, astonished that this foolish girl had lent Chu Feng such a substantial amount without much hesitation, especially since they had only recently met. She had even conducted an investigation into the girl, discovering that she was a recent exchange student from the United States. Well, if Qingmei were here, lying on another bed, would you also peel an apple for her in front of me? Chu Feng nodded affirmatively. Humph, Ningxue scoffed, turning her head away, and continued. What if you only had 2 peeled apples, and all 3 of us wanted to eat? What would you do? Chu Feng regarded her sullen face, which seemed to exude a palpable aura of frustration, and replied, I would give you both apples, 1 for each of you, and watch you eat. This unsatisfactory answer clearly did not meet Ningxue's expectations. She had anticipated that both apples would be for herself. And what if there were only one apple? Su Ningxue turned, pressing her head closer, fixing her gaze intently upon Chu Feng's eyes. "Half for each of us," he stammered, his gaze locked on her cold stare. Su Ningxue was simultaneously amused and infuriated by Chu Feng's response. Today, she was determined to take him to task. She reached for the knife on the table. But Chu Feng was quicker, seizing it first. "Chu Feng," Su Ningxue, having failed to seize the knife, seized Chu Feng by the ear and reiterated, "I shall ask you once more, how shall we divide this apple?" Chu Feng was acutely aware of the answer, yet he dared not respond. Should he utter the truth, Su Ningxue would likely take matters into her own hands with even greater audacity. "Now, let me pose this question. If both I and your mother were to fall into the water simultaneously, whom would you save?" It was easy to play the fool, but he was curious to hear her reasoning. Su Ningxue's phoenix eyes flickered as she answered bluntly, "How can you compare an outsider to our family? Can such a comparison truly be made?" Observing her struggle to find an answer, Chu Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. In the face of this perplexing dilemma, it seemed unlikely that anyone could arrive at a resolution. Why can't it be compared? One ought to be grateful and repay kindness. Even a small favor deserves a great return. Su Ningxue pondered for a moment before suddenly declaring, "Then I shall save you first." Chu Feng was taken aback, gazing at this devoted daughter. Indeed, Aunt Shun must be overwhelmed with happiness. Chapter 73. Do you wish to pursue a romance with her? My mother is an adept swimmer, and it is she who has imparted her swimming skills to us within the confines of our home, lest you forget. Su Ningxue raised the corners of her mouth, displaying a proud and somewhat petulant demeanor, as if justifying her previous audacity. Although Chu Feng found it perplexing to decipher the muddle in her mind, her earlier words had indeed struck a chord within him. "Now, is your turn to respond," Su Ningxue said, her gaze fixed on Chu Feng, a smile gracing her features. Chu Feng replied, "Given your declarations, what choice do I have? These two apples are undoubtedly meant for you." Upon hearing this, Su Ningxue's previously somber expression transformed into one of radiant joy. "Humph, still claiming you don't fancy me?" she said, her face alight with self-satisfaction. Regardless, she had little affection for apples, so she resolved to indulge in candied hawthorn instead. Chu Feng chuckled, playfully retorting with her earlier remarks. "Rascal!" Su Ningxue exclaimed, launching herself at him, but Chu Feng made no attempt to evade, allowing her to have her way. In that moment, as he heard her response, an inexplicable tremor coursed through Chu Feng's heart. Was it infatuation or mere gratitude? He could not be certain. If only Su Ningxue were not such a possessive and obsessive character. Noticing his acquiescence to her playful assault, Su Ningxue felt a twinge of bashfulness, biting her lip as she glanced at the clear bite mark she had left on his wrist. Embarrassed, she gently rubbed the spot. "Given that you have graciously left me 2 apples, I shall spare you this time," she declared. Seeing her cease her antics, Chu Feng ventured, "When might you be discharged from the hospital?" Su Ningxue pondered for a moment. "I am uncertain. You would need to consult the doctor about that." Chu Feng pressed the call button, and a nurse approached, quickly assessing the situation and informing them that Su Ningxue could be discharged that very night. However, the nurse cautioned Chu Feng that the patient needed ample rest and should refrain from moving her injured foot to facilitate a swift recovery. Chu Feng nodded at the nurse and turned to Su Ningxue. "Then I shall wait a little longer and see you off to school." "Thank you," Su Ningxue replied. But then her demeanor shifted ominously as she fixed a penetrating gaze on Chu Feng. "Should I ever catch you walking closely with another girl again, you will regret it." Chu Feng paid little heed to her threat, asserting his freedom to associate with whomever he pleased. "You," just as Su Ningxue was about to press her point further, she inhaled deeply to steady herself, recalling her mother's advice from the past. A balanced approach often works best. Some men respond only to gentleness, while excessive domineering can easily breed resentment. She then softened her tone, saying, "Sister is merely concerned that you may fall into the same trap again and be deceived by another woman." Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. "This time, it was she who offered me money, not the other way around. She is quite safe." The two continued their light-hearted banter until the time for her discharge finally arrived, and it was well past 8 in the evening. As Chu Feng drove, He brought Su Ningxue to the entrance of the school. "You may exit now." Su Ningxue paused momentarily, coming back to her senses and letting out a weary sigh. "I have yet to eat, and my foot is injured. Are you asking me to crawl back alone?" "Indeed." Chu Feng restarted the car and departed from the school gate, deciding to return home first. Upon arriving home, he familiarized himself with the kitchen, preparing a meal while Su Ningxue quietly observed beside him. Watching Chu Feng engage in these well-known actions, the kitchen, with only the two of them, felt reminiscent of an injured wife awaiting her husband to prepare her nourishment, creating a scene imbued with warmth and comfort. After a flurry of activity, Chu Feng presented a bowl of chicken leg rice and a bowl of chicken claw soup on the table. "Eat what you need to replenish your strength. I have also simmered chicken soup for you." Su Ningxue sampled the perfectly cooked chicken leg, finding the flavor delightful and well-suited to her palate, with a hint of sweetness in the sauce. She had a penchant for sweet flavors, yet to maintain her figure, she typically consumed foods with reduced sugar. Moreover, Chu Feng had prepared this dish without any cilantro, which was unusual since his family always included a sprinkle of it when serving chicken. "Your cooking is exquisite. It truly pleases my taste buds. However, how did you know I dislike cilantro?" She swallowed her mouthful of rice, gazing at Chu Feng with a hint of curiosity. Chu Feng glanced at Su Ningxue, advising her to focus on eating rather than talking too much. In his previous life, he had been acutely aware of Su Ningxue's various interests and preferences, and his culinary skills had been entirely tailored for her. Seeing that Chu Feng was unwilling to answer, Su Ningxue merely smiled softly, thinking to herself, "This person knows my interests, so well yet claims not to have feelings for me. How stubborn he is. By the way, aren't you hungry?" Su Ningxue sipped her chicken soup, her gaze fixed on Chu Feng, who was engrossed in his phone. She suddenly recalled how he had been with her since this afternoon until her discharge. He likely hadn't eaten either. Chu Feng gently shook his head, stating that he was not hungry. Upon hearing this, Su Ningxue's mind wandered back to the scene of Chu Feng accompanying Qingmei for a shopping outing earlier that day. Hee. Sneaking out to indulge with that little vixen. Naturally, you're not hungry. Chu Feng, hearing her words, glanced briefly at the sulking Su Ningxue, too weary to respond. Su Ningxue observed Chu Feng's every move, and when she saw his lack of reaction, a wave of unease surged within her, as if her heart had been tightly squeezed. Fixing her cold gaze upon him, she asked in a frosty tone, "What is your relationship with the girl you were with today? Do you like her? Do you wish to date her?" After finishing her last spoonful of soup, she looked at Chu Feng, her voice trembling slightly. Chu Feng set down his phone and met Su Ningxue's gaze, shaking his head. "I don't know." Seeing his indifferent expression ignited a fresh wave of suppressed anger within her. "I will ask you once more. Do you like her? Do you want to pursue a relationship with her?" With a sharp bang, she grabbed the soup bowl and slammed it onto the table. Chu Feng glanced at the soon-to-be furious Su Ningxue and replied nonchalantly, "What relationship do I have with him is none of your concern." Although he was aware of Su Ningxue's genuine affection for him, it did not imply that he was obliged to embrace such love. This love was too burdensome. Chu Feng, neither wished to bear it, nor could he. "Since you refuse to speak, I shall confront him directly tomorrow," Su Ningxue declared, gritting her teeth, her expression fierce as she fixed her gaze on the indifferent Chu Feng. Observing her demeanor, Chu Feng let out a sigh. "Why must you always act this way? Is it necessary for someone to sever their social ties simply because they are loved? Love is not meant to be like that." Su Ningxue regarded Chu Feng. His words struck a chord within her, resonating deeply. She was acutely aware that her feelings for Chu Feng were intricate, encompassing familial affection, friendship, romantic love, dependency, and an obsessive possessiveness. She found it difficult to disentangle these emotions, hence attributing them all to her love for Chu Feng. Chapter 74. Taking advantage of seeing Su Ningxue lost in thought, Chu Feng chose not to pursue the topic further. "Have you eaten? Are you planning to take a couple of days off at home or return to school?" He gazed at the pensive girl before him. Su Ningxue lifted her eyes to meet his, a flicker of hesitation crossing her gaze. "I feel afraid being home alone, unless you stay with me. I have no choice but to return to school." Chu Feng nodded thoughtfully. Given her current state, should anything occur at night, she might struggle to escape. Returning to school would at least provide her with some support. Then let's go back to school. In the parking lot adjacent to the school, Chu Feng parked the car, while Su Ningxue leaned on a crutch. After taking a few steps, she glanced at the crutch in her hand, raising her delicate brows. Without hesitation, she tossed it into the nearby trash bin. Hearing the noise behind him, Chu Feng turned to see Su Ningxue standing beside the bin, staring at him intently. Confused by her actions, he asked, "Why did you throw away the crutch?" "It was unsightly, so I discarded it." At that moment, Su Ningxue resembled a petulant child. Glaring at him, Chu Feng was taken aback. Even with her ankle sprained, she had the audacity to rid herself of the crutch. "If you've thrown it away, how will you get back?" With a playful smile curving her lips, Su Ningxue pointed at him. "You'll have to help me back, of course. Don't forget what Annie said about us three helping each other while they're away." Chu Feng suggested, "Shall I call your roommates?" However, Su Ningxue had already informed them not to answer her calls. Thus, he dialed her roommates in front of her, only to find that none of them picked up. "Although we are not a couple, we have grown up together, Haven Tiwi. You consider me your sister, right? Your sister has injured her ankle. Shouldn't you, as a younger brother, assist me back to school? Are you really going to stand by while I struggle to make my way back alone?" Her reasoning was sound, rendering Chu Feng momentarily speechless. It seemed there was no way out of this moral dilemma. As their eyes met, he suddenly realized the subtle strategy she employed. "Do you think I'm unaware of your little tricks? I even know how many moles you have on your back." Her roommates had likely deliberately ignored her calls to ensure he would accompany her back to the dormitory. However, leaving her alone felt inappropriate. "Su Ningxue da biti felix Christian. Chu Feng, are you truly willing to leave me here by myself?" With a resigned sigh, Chu Feng stepped forward and took her arm to support her. Upon seeing his change of heart, Su Ningxue recalled her mother's words. Sometimes, surrendering is more moving than triumph. Yielding and employing a touch of cunning often yield better results than coercion. The two of them stumbled their way back to the school gate, and as they walked a distance, Su Ningxue inadvertently brushed against Chu Feng, igniting a fluttering sensation in his heart. Observing the considerable distance still left to reach the dormitory, Chu Feng realized that if he continued to support her like this, it would take at least half an hour to arrive at the dormitory building. Pondering this, he paused and gently released Su Ningxue's hand. Su Ningxue was taken aback, looking up at Chu Feng in confusion. "What? Are you afraid of others' judgment? Willing to abandon me at the gate and leave my fate to chance?" Chu Feng stepped in front of Su Ningxue and squatted down, his gaze cool and directed ahead. "I'll carry you. You're too slow to walk." "Oh." Su Ningxue obediently nestled onto Chu Feng's back, biting her crimson lip and revealing a triumphant smile. She wrapped her arms around his neck and playfully rubbed against his back. The sensation of her mature and alluring figure against him made Chu Feng shudder involuntarily, and without further thought, he strode towards the dormitory. Su Ningxue, resting on his back, was anything but still. At times she would tease his flushed earlobes, and at others, she would sway and kiss his cheeks and neck. Since it was still before evening classes, the campus was relatively empty, and few recognized the two of them along the way. After more than 10 minutes, enduring Su Ningxue's playful provocations, they arrived at the dormitory building. "Hurry down," Chu Feng urged. Su Ningxue leaned her head against his shoulder, playfully pouting. "Please let me down, darling." Chu Feng, uninterested in indulging her, glanced around and directly pried her hands away. As soon as Su Ningxue dismounted, she exclaimed in discomfort and instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around Chu Feng's neck, leaning into his embrace. "Wow, are they kissing?" whispered a few passing girls. What else could it be? They're holding each other so closely, kissing at the dormitory entrance. How bold! Their whispers reached Chu Feng and Su Ningxue's ears. "Let go." Chu Feng frowned, feeling the stares of others drawn to their intimate posture. Su Ningxue had never cared for others' opinions. As long as she could achieve her objectives, she was willing to pay any price. "Kiss me, and I'll let you go," Su Ningxue said, gazing into Chu Feng's blushing face. Impossible. Without a second thought, he rejected her. Seeing his refusal, Su Ningxue's eyes sparkled mischievously as she leaned closer to his ear, whispering, "Do you like me more, or that in Qingmei? Answer this question, and I'll release you." The audacity of her competitiveness compelled her to voice this challenge. Chu Feng, observing her envious expression, remained silent for a moment. I like you. More. Incorrect. Su Ningxue suddenly rose on her toes and planted a kiss on the corner of Chu Feng's mouth, smiling slightly. You should have said you only like me. The unexpected kiss left Chu Feng in a daze for several seconds. The enchanting allure of this temptress is truly remarkable. Fortunately, after indulging in her charms, Su Ningxue relinquished her grip. Just before departing, she playfully traced a finger along Chu Feng's nose. Little darling, your sister is off now, she declared, turning to enter the girls' dormitory. Meanwhile, Chu Feng, still in a daze, managed a wry smile before he too turned to head back. Su Ningxue lingered at the dormitory entrance, watching Chu Feng ascend the stairs, and in that moment, she finally grasped her mother's words. Indeed, boundaries can be gradually lowered, yet they should never be shattered all at once. Now, she felt comfortable enough to embrace Chu Feng at school, and even sharing a kiss seemed within reach. Chu Feng, with a furrowed brow, returned to his dormitory. As he opened the door, his 3 roommates immediately turned their gazes towards him. Chu Feng, did you go on another date with some girl today? Did Su Ningxue threaten you with a knife? Huang Jintian grinned mischievously at him. Chapter 75. New Approaches to Earning Money. Ding Quan. Feng, how surprising. You used to be quite the romantic, yet now you dare to play both sides? Lan Qi, I truly envy you, Feng. You are surrounded by so many beautiful women every day. It was evident that the entire dormitory was aware of the incidents involving Chu Feng today. Observing the once warm atmosphere of the dorm and listening to their playful jests, Chu Feng felt a chilling draft permeate the room. He had merely stepped out to attend to some matters, and it just so happened that Su Ningxue crossed his path, resulting in this predicament. With a resigned shrug, he continued, Moreover, Su Ningxue and I are not a couple. Our relationship does not extend to that level, so please refrain from overthinking it. I'm still single. He rubbed his forehead in mild exasperation. At that moment, Huang Jintian, who was engrossed in watching a live dance performance by a streamer, couldn't help but perceive Chu Feng as somewhat pretentious. Aren't you supposed to have her accompany you if you're in a relationship? If you're not dating, why are you helping her with her luggage? We're all friends here, so spare us the bravado. If my girlfriend were a campus belle, I would be overjoyed. Chu Feng, make sure to cherish this opportunity. After all, you and Su Ningxue are childhood friends. If you dare to hurt her, don't blame us for turning our backs on you. Ding Quan added sagely. Chu Feng looked at his friends, feeling unjustly accused, thinking it was sheer slander. He shrugged, believe what you want. My relationship with Su Ningxue hasn't progressed to that stage. Ever since I dated that deceitful Lu Ruyan, I have developed a psychological aversion to romance. My mind is solely focused on one thing, earning money and more money. In his frustration, he brought up Lu Ruyan, adopting the demeanor of a wounded romantic betrayed by a heartless woman. Huang Jintian, observing Chu Feng's demeanor, simply patted him on the shoulder in consolation. The past is behind you. You must understand that seizing the present is of utmost importance. Su Ningxue is quite affluent. If you handle things well, your future will be secure. Seeing his friend persist in this line of conversation, Chu Feng decided to shift the topic. Let us not dwell on this. I've actually thought of a brilliant way to make money these past few days. If the 4 of us join forces, we can undoubtedly earn a decent sum. As soon as the prospect of a business venture was mentioned, the dormitory fell silent. In a male dormitory, there are few subjects that can divert attention from women, and discussing history or entrepreneurial ideas are among them. Sitting nearby, Lan Qi looked at Chu Feng with curiosity. Is this for real? Don't try to fool me. Chu Feng laughed heartily. Why would I deceive you? Recently, ISNT Fantasy Westward Journey quite popular? The equipment in the game is also quite valuable. We could develop a cheat tool for farming resources and sell it. Although there are risks involved, it could be highly lucrative. Upon hearing about the idea of creating a cheat tool, Lan Qi's eyes flickered nervously, and the dormitory once again descended into silence. Will we get caught for doing this? Seated at the innermost part of the room, Ding Quan suddenly spoke up. Chu Feng picked up a cup of water from the table and took a sip, narrowing his eyes as he remarked, how could one possibly be apprehended? Which law currently states that using cheats would result in arrest? At most, it would lead to detention for education. According to records from my previous life, it wasn't until 2011 that the crackdown on cheating behaviors began in earnest across the country. We are only just approaching 2008, a time when cheats were rampant. Engaging in such activities would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. Noticing the hesitance of the three, Chu Feng cleared his throat lightly. If you are truly apprehensive, I shall hire you directly, offering 10,000 yuan a month, and should anything arise, I shall bear the consequences. Upon hearing that a monthly income of 10,000 yuan was at stake, the eyes of the crowd immediately sparkled. In this era, the middle-class salary in a magical city barely reached 7,000 to 8,000 yuan per month. Ningxue stepped forward and patted Chu Feng on the shoulder. How could that be? Are we the type to dread death? Chu Feng glanced at Ningxue and then at Huang Jintian and Lan Qi, who were still wavering. To be candid, 10,000 yuan was insignificant for Huang Jintian, yet it held considerable allure for Lan Qi. After some contemplation, Lan Qi voiced, "What if we fail to make any money? Wouldn't that be for naught?" Seeing his expression, Chu Feng chuckled softly. "How about you come work for me directly? I will pay you 10,000 yuan a month. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Lan Qi quickly responded, "All right then." Chu Feng then turned to the last young master, Huang. "I know you are not short of money, but are you interested in joining us? After all, you have nothing but time on your hands." Although Huang Jintian was aware of his family's considerable wealth, he found Chu Feng's project quite intriguing. Whether or not it would yield profit was secondary. What mattered was the thrill of the experience. "Count me in, but I wish to join as a stakeholder." Chu Feng replied, "No problem, but you and Ningxue will each hold 20 of the shares, while I will retain 60, as I will be covering Lan Qi's salary and managing the sales channels. Does that sound agreeable?" Observing that the other two were joining as stakeholders, Lan Qi felt a twinge of regret, realizing he would be the only one receiving a salary, which made him feel somewhat awkward. "Brother Feng, perhaps I should also opt for shares." Chu Feng smiled and reassured him, "No worries. Then tonight, our cheat team shall officially be established. However, to familiarize yourselves with cheats, I will procure a cheat for Fantasy Westward Journey in the next couple of days for you to observe. Additionally, I will introduce you to the methods of game farming, which will be immensely beneficial for your future development." The following morning, at the break of dawn, Su Ningxue called Chu Feng. "Hey, Chu Feng, hurry and come carry me too." Before she could finish, Chu Feng interrupted, "You should rest in the dormitory for a couple of days. The doctor advised you to limit your movements." Su Ningxue coyly asked, "Are you concerned about me?" Chu Feng replied curtly, "Goodbye." Upon uttering those words, he promptly ended the call. For the subsequent 5 days, he found himself engulfed in an unrelenting schedule, with only a semblance of free time beginning on Saturday afternoon. Seizing the opportunity, he drove Ningxue through the winding streets and alleys, affixing notices in all the neighborhoods slated for demolition. High price for purchasing properties in this area. Contact. Barely 2 days after these notices were posted, a multitude of calls began to flood in for Chu Feng. After all, many of the residences in this locality were older than the founding year of the Huaxiao nation, with numerous properties being dilapidated and cramped, suffering from years of neglect, leakage, and lacking elevators. Many were eager to relocate. To exercise caution, he decided to purchase only 1 unit per community, ensuring that properties acquired under the same identification card were separated by at least 1 neighborhood. Furthermore, all potential clients were subjected to meticulous scrutiny. Chapter 76. The decision to purchase a home. Chu Feng approached the selection of his residence with great caution. He dismissed any properties still inhabited, as well as those owned by locals in the magical city, prioritizing the avoidance of potential disputes post-purchase, particularly concerning impending demolition. The ideal clientele were those who had already relocated abroad, leaving behind vacant properties, or individuals who had moved to the southern regions, retaining a residence. Moreover, properties owned by influential individuals were also off the table, as the risk of complications arising from their awareness of future developments posed a threat to safety. Female property owners were equally to be avoided, as negotiations and transactions tend to be less straightforward. Men, even if informed of imminent demolition, were less likely to create a scene. 5 days later, on a Saturday, in a secluded tea shop on the 2nd floor of Dongxing district, Chu Feng chose a discreet room to ensure their privacy. Seated together were Chu Feng and his sister, Chu Yunxi. Across from them sat a tall, slender, elderly gentleman. Before each party lay a set of transfer documents and purchase contracts. Mr. Wang, I can offer a maximum of 12 million for this property. If that is unacceptable, I shall have to seek other options, Chu Feng stated. Very well, the sprightly old gentleman replied with a resigned nod. But may I inquire as to why you wish to purchase such a property? This house has stood for over 50 years and lacks an elevator. With a wry smile, Chu Feng responded, Our family is simply out of space. My sister and I have no choice but to proceed with this. Mr. Wang nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that despite the golden opportunities in the magical city, many families were crammed into dilapidated homes across generations. Young aspirants like Chu Feng, possessing dreams yet limited financial means, were often compelled to acquire these older residences to enhance their living conditions. Mr. Wang himself had grown weary of life here, prompting his move to the southern regions. Very well, let us proceed to the housing authority to complete the necessary paperwork, he concluded. The three then attended to the formalities, and once the funds were secured, a wave of relief washed over Chu Feng. Conversely, Chu Yunxi remained tense throughout the proceedings, her anxiety palpable as she silently lowered her gaze while her brother negotiated. As a high school senior, she found it staggering that such a substantial sum was being spent on a dilapidated house, particularly over 100 million. She tugged at Chu Feng's sleeve and looked up at him. Brother, perhaps you should consider other options. I am rather timid. Observing his sister's evident distress, Chu Feng sighed softly, realizing the gravity of the situation. His sister had just turned 18 and was akin to a sheltered flower. All right, I shall explore alternative options. In the days that followed, Chu Feng engaged in negotiations daily, yet upon acquiring 5 properties, he opted to cease his endeavors. The rapid acquisition of such a number would undoubtedly raise suspicions. In recent days, Chu Feng meticulously weighed his options. He contemplated purchasing on behalf of his roommates and friends. But in the face of such considerable profit, even brothers could turn against one another, let alone mere friends. Ultimately, he abandoned this notion. Later, a brilliant idea struck him. Transferring several properties into Ningxue's name would be a splendid choice. Firstly, he owed her money, and once the compensation from the demolition was received, it could serve as repayment. Secondly, this would demonstrate to Ningxue that he was astute enough to navigate such matters, leading her to perceive him as capable and well-connected. This shift in her perspective would greatly aid his ambitions of purchasing land and opening a restaurant in the capital, as associating with the Yin family would alleviate many potential complications. After formulating his plan, he discussed it with Ningxue, who responded positively. Being a non-local, she often cited her desire to settle in the bustling city, making each transaction remarkably smooth. Once the property dealings were concluded, preparations for the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival were underway. On the eve of the holiday, as was his custom, Chu Feng boarded a flight back to his hometown. Seated by the window, he gazed at the pristine sky, reflecting on the insignificance of humanity. Just as he was lost in thought, he felt a gentle nudge against his foot. Looking down, he saw a pair of long, sun-kissed legs. Those beautiful legs appeared strikingly familiar. Turning his head, he discovered a stunning dark-skinned beauty beside him. As she noticed his gaze, she deliberately lowered her cap. Yet Chu Feng instantly recognized her as Mo Xiaoxi. Momentarily taken aback to find Chu Feng beside her, Mo Xiaoxi furrowed her brow slightly. Is it you? She seemed to think. Chu Feng flashed a grin. Heading home to pay respects to your ancestors? Mo Xiaoxi nodded and donned her headphones. It was evident that Chu Feng had left a less than favorable impression on her, as he was often seen with Su Ningxue. Yet he also flirted with other girls, seemingly being supported by one of them. Meanwhile, upon learning that Chu Feng had vacated the dormitory, Su Ningxue promptly began packing her belongings, blankets, pillows, and mattresses, all into her suitcase. With many students returning home for the Mid-Autumn Festival, even the dormitory supervisor was on leave, providing Su Ningxue the perfect opportunity to saunter into the boys' dormitory. Her sudden appearance astonished the boys moving about the building. The campus belle entering the male dormitory. What could she possibly want? Surely, she was delivering something to her boyfriend. Who else could it be but Chu Feng from the computer science department? Rumor had it that they had been childhood playmates, growing up together as childhood sweethearts. Su Ningxue could overhear the whispers in the corridor, and she relished the misunderstanding. Approaching room 218, she checked the information. Yes, this was the place. She knocked on the door. Who is it? Huang Jintian, having removed his headphones, opened the door. Yet, upon seeing Su Ningxue outside the door, he was momentarily rendered speechless. Brother Feng has returned to his hometown, he blurted out instinctively. After all, their relationship was well known among their entire dormitory. It was merely Chu Feng's obstinate demeanor that masked the truth. Su Ningxue glanced inside the dormitory, finding it relatively tidy, though permeated by a lingering scent of smoke. As Chu Feng had gone back to pay respects to his ancestors, and Lan Qi, being a local, had also returned home early for a family reunion dinner. Only Ding Quan and Huang Jintian, the two outsiders, remained in the dormitory. Which bed is Chu Feng's? Su Ningxue inquired with a calm tone. Sitting at the far end, Ding Quan somewhat obsequiously pointed to the bed opposite him. Chu Feng occupies that very bed. Hearing this, Su Ningxue walked over, approached the bed, and opened the luggage, revealing her own used blanket and pillow among other belongings. Chapter 77. Once again, buying off her roommate, Su Ningxue retrieved the mattress, quilt, and pillow, tossing them onto Chu Feng's bed, executing a grand exchange. Ding Quan and Huang Jintian exchanged glances, perplexed by Su Ningxue's peculiar antics. After arranging the bed, she produced a triangular love potion from her pocket and tucked it under Chu Feng's pillow. This way, he would drift off to sleep enveloped in my fragrance. And in time, he would undoubtedly develop an affection for me. She descended from the bed, meticulously packing all of Chu Feng's belongings into her suitcase. Then, she approached Ding Quan, casually tossing a valuable silver coin onto his desk. In the future, I would appreciate it if you could keep an eye on Chu Feng for me. Is that all right? Su Ningxue inquired with a smile. Of course, no problem at all. Sister-in-law. Rest assured, Ding Quan replied, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the silver coin. After persuading Ding Quan, she moved on to Huang Jintian. I have already warned Wu Mengmeng. She will no longer pester you. Huang Jintian was taken aback, his expression turning peculiar as he regarded Su Ningxue. What is your motive for helping me? Su Ningxue fixed him with a cool gaze. Just ensure you keep an eye on Chu Feng. If any girls approach him, let me know, and please assist in guiding his thoughts as well. Absolutely, no problem, Huang Jintian nodded. Su Ningxue smiled, and as she was about to exit the dormitory, she turned back to the two. Please refrain from smoking in the dormitory. It's detrimental to Chu Feng's health. Let us keep the bed making a surprise for him when he returns. Understood, they chorused. Having given her instructions, Su Ningxue cheerfully carried Chu Feng's belongings back to her own dormitory, spreading them across her bed. Then, she lay down, savoring the familiar scent of the quilt, finally revealing a contented smile. The following morning, coinciding with the mid-autumn festival, Chu Feng stood on a desolate hillside, gazing at 3 tombstones before him, tears streaming down his cheeks. Dad, I have returned to life. Why couldn't you and Uncle? The weather was splendid, and he had brought along his father's favorite liquor. In our impoverished days, you wouldn't even indulge in a sip. Just as we began to prosper, you left before you could truly enjoy it. As he spoke, Chu Feng produced a silver love lock from his pocket. This lock was an accidental discovery from his home, a remnant of the betrothal his father had arranged for him. However, according to the memories of his past life, even after graduating from university, the promised bride had never come to claim him. Therefore, he intended to return this token to his father. After all, he would forge his own happiness. Dad, I return this lock to you. I have grown up now, and I do not consent to this marriage. Chu Feng gazed deeply at the love lock in his hand before placing it before his father's grave, and he poured 2 bottles of liquor onto the offering of roasted pig at the grave. Having completed these gestures, Chu Feng looked up at the small tree atop the grave. Father, the headband of green leaves is undesirable. I do not wish to suddenly have another father. Allow me to assist you in removing it. Upon uttering these words, he reached out to pull at the small tree, only to be startled as several wasps suddenly emerged from within. Goodness! Chu Feng discarded the tree and fled. Father, is it truly necessary? Has that man saved your life for you to admonish me so? He shielded his delicate face with both hands, running and shouting loudly, ultimately finding his neck and hands covered in welts. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Chu Feng called out, "Father, the era of arranged marriages has long since passed. We now live in a new age, and I do not consent to this matrimonial arrangement." With that, he drove the rented Volkswagen toward the county hospital. Long in hospital, Mo Xiaoxi stood despondently at the payment window, motionless. Her father's condition had worsened considerably, and should she fail to gather the necessary funds for surgery, he might not survive the year. She dejectedly returned to the ward, gazing at her ailing father and then at her mother seated nearby, a profound sense of helplessness welling up from within her. Perhaps she could acquiesce to the affluent classmate's proposal for financial support, becoming his mistress, thereby securing the funds for her father's treatment. At that moment, Chu Feng happened to pass by, noticing the familiar long legs, his brow furrowing. "Is that not Mo Xiaoxi?" He approached her, intending to greet her, only to find her gazing compassionately at the two elderly figures within. Could they possibly be her parents? Mo Xiaoxi sensed someone standing nearby, glancing over casually, and recognized the person as someone rather familiar. It seemed to be Chu Feng, though his face did not appear as swollen as she remembered. "Hey, what are you doing here? You seem to be in some sort of trouble. Do you require my assistance?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Mo Xiaoxi regarded the man before her with uncertainty. "You are Chu Feng?" He nodded, one hand clutching a medicine bag. "What is your situation?" Mo Xiaoxi scrutinized him, feeling a desire to borrow some money, but reluctant to lower herself before anyone. Since childhood, she had been the most accomplished student in her village, as well as the quickest worker among the children. In her eyes, everything should be earned through her own efforts, not through supplication. Regardless of the challenges she faced, she always endeavored to overcome them. Yet money often loomed as an insurmountable mountain for ordinary people. Mo Xiaoxi raised her gaze to Chu Feng, her eyes filled with conflict. "Could you lend me some money?" Chu Feng's eyes lit up, a smile spreading across his face as he fixed his gaze on the dark-skinned girl before him. "Mo, are you in need of funds for your family's medical expenses? Fortunately, you have encountered me." His tone bore resemblance to that of wealthy young men coercing respectable women into compromising situations. Mo Xiaoxi's eyes flickered, her wariness directed at Chu Feng. Had he truly set his sights on her? Indeed, men are all of the same ilk. Chu Feng gazed at the hostile Mo Xiaoxi, meticulously recalling the earlier exchange. It seemed he had not spoken in error, yet the animosity radiating from her eyes was perplexing. "I can lend you money for your family's medical treatment, but there is a condition. You must come work for me." After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately articulated his thoughts. Mo Xiaoxi replied coldly, "I will not sell myself." Hearing this, Chu Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I have no interest in you." "Oh no, I am intrigued by your knowledge. Are you not studying business administration? You can come work for me to repay the debt." He realized he needed to start planning for the future. Upon graduation, he would undoubtedly take over the company. Thus, he must cultivate a force of his own. This dark-skinned girl, with her fierce demeanor, seemed to be a promising candidate. He had saved her family's life, which should inspire a loyalty greater than that of others. True loyalty is the hallmark of a commendable employee. No matter how skilled or formidable an employee may be, if they harbor treachery, they will ultimately become a liability. Chapter 78. To you and me, it is merely a transaction. Mo Xiaoxi gazed at Chu Feng, her expression one of silent struggle. Just then, an urgent cough echoed through the hospital room, prompting her to look at Chu Feng again. "Thank you for your assistance. I promise to work diligently for you in the future." This marked her first moment of humility in front of another, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over her. "If only I had money." Chu Feng produced a golden bank card and handed it to her. "Although I am unsure why you harbor such animosity towards me, the immediate priority is to settle the payment. Saving a life is of utmost importance." His calm demeanor exuded the warmth of a caring brother. Mo Xiaoxi accepted the bank card, lifting her gaze to meet Chu Feng's. Despite the swelling from several wasp stings on his face, the kindness in his eyes remained evident. "By the way, if you wish to repay the money sooner, you can consider applying to take your junior year courses early. This way, you can start working by June next year." Chu Feng added, recognizing how beneficial it would be for her to enter the workforce sooner, as he had numerous aspirations that were hindered by his own class schedule. Clutching the bank card, Mo Xiaoxi slightly pressed her lips together, looking earnestly at the man before her, though his face bore the marks of the wasp stings, making him appear somewhat comical. She felt her own situation was unlikely to attract his attention. Yet, he seemed to possess a genuinely good character. Still, a flicker of doubt lingered in her heart. "Why did you choose me?" She raised her head, searching for answers in Chu Feng's eyes. Chu Feng regarded the dark-skinned girl before him with an unperturbed expression. A child emerging from the depths of the mountains is surely an exemplary individual. After all, I too have come from such a place. If I can lend a hand, I shall. "Thank you, Chu Feng," Mo Xiaoxi responded, offering a slight bow, her voice resonant with sincerity. Chu Feng observed her delicate yet resilient face and waved his hand lightly, smiling. "Quickly, go and make the payment." Soon, Mo Xiaoxi entered the room, seized the payment slip from her mother's hand, and approached the window to settle the bill. Once she had completed the payment for her father's treatment, a sense of lightness enveloped her. Returning to the front of the room, she watched as Chu Feng handed her the card, her eyes glistening with emotion. "Thank you." Chu Feng regarded her with a stoic expression, pulling a packet of tissues from his pocket and offering it to her. "No need for thanks. Just remember to repay me. This is merely a transaction between us. I stand to gain future profits, while you acquire the funds necessary to save a life." His seemingly trivial words warmed Mo Xiaoxi's heart, as they conveyed a message. The money was a reward for her own efforts, preserving her dignity, which was her greatest concern. After the fees were settled, her father was swiftly wheeled away by a team of nurses and doctors, ready to commence the surgery. Once the operation concluded, the door slowly opened, and an elderly doctor emerged. Mo Xiaoxi hurriedly approached him. "Doctor, how is my father's condition?" The doctor cast a glance at Mo Xiaoxi, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions as he gently shook his head. Although the patient's condition had stabilized, the subsequent treatment would require a substantial sum, and one must be mentally prepared for it. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Mo Xiaoxi's legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse, but fortunately, Chu Feng was quick to support her from behind. The surgical expenses had already consumed nearly 120,000 yuan, and the prospect of incurring further significant costs was daunting, leaving her uncertain of her ability to cope. The doctor observed Mo Xiaoxi and spoke solemnly. "Your father's lung cancer has had the majority of its malignant cells surgically removed. However, you will need to take medication to prevent recurrence. The medication, an imported drug named Loranib, costs approximately 9,000 yuan per month." Hearing the figure of 9,000 yuan, Mo Xiaoxi's expression stiffened. As a student, where could she possibly find such an amount? Even her mother, laboring tirelessly in the fields, earned only 2,000 to 3,000 a year. Chu Feng stood silently beside her, watching without uttering a word. Soon, Mo Xiaoxi's father was wheeled out of the operating room and transferred to a regular ward, and she followed closely behind. Chu Feng glanced at her before stepping along, but he refrained from entering the room, choosing instead to wait quietly outside. Inside the ward, Mo's father raised a gentle smile, lifting his gnarled, calloused hand to caress Mo Xiaoxi's face. "Xiaoxi, do not cry. You must be strong." "Dad!" Mo Xiaoxi cried out, collapsing into his embrace, tears cascading down her cheeks like a string of broken pearls. Listening to the sounds of weeping from within the ward, even Chu Feng, who had lived 2 lives, couldn't help but reflect on the fragility of life. The wealthy, despite their riches, cannot control their fate, while the impoverished, lacking funds, may find themselves powerless to save loved ones, forced to watch them slip away. True poverty is a profound affliction. He regarded Mo Xiaoxi, who was hunched over the bed, with a calm demeanor, his expression devoid of emotion. The pain of losing a father at a young age was something he understood all too well. His experiences over the years had taught him an essential truth. One must always look forward. Beside the hospital bed, Mo's mother waited, witnessing the tender yet cruel scene between father and daughter. She knew that their finances were utterly depleted, and the surgical fees had been borrowed from her daughter's classmates. She subtly shook her head at her longtime partner, suggesting he let go, that he should not burden their precious daughter. Mo's father looked at his wife, their years together allowing him to comprehend her unspoken thoughts. He realized he could no longer be a weight upon this family, gently ruffling his daughter's hair. A flicker of regret crossed his face, and tears streamed down uncontrollably. It was a pity he would not see Xiaoxi marry. "I shall be discharged tomorrow. I will not continue this treatment," he declared. "No, Dad. The doctor said as long as you take your medication on time, you can live." Mo, Xiaoxi shouted, grasping her father's hand tightly. Mr. Mo understood that even if his daughter spoke the truth, the cost of the medicine would likely be exorbitant. Could he truly be expected to drain his daughter's vitality for a lifetime? No, that simply would not do. He decided to relinquish his struggle, resigning himself to his frail, aging body. "Let us return home tomorrow," he concluded. At that moment, Chu Feng made the unexpected choice to enter the room. His sudden appearance rendered the previously sorrowful hospital ward rather peculiar. Mr. Mo, upon seeing the dashing figure of Chu Feng at the doorway, recognized him as Mo Xiaoxi's classmate. Mo Xiaoxi, taken aback by Chu Feng's entrance, was left puzzled about his intentions. Chu Feng gazed at Mr. Mo and, in smooth Cantonese, gently reassured him, "Uncle, please do not worry. Mo Xiaoxi has already been offered a position at my company, and her future salary will be exceptionally high." Chapter 79 is this. Such an exceptional company? Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, the elder's expressions transformed from clouds of doubt to radiant optimism. "Is this true, boss?" Chu Feng smiled and nodded, affirming the truth of his statement. Mo Xiaoxi brushed away the tears at the corners of her eyes and gazed at Chu Feng, her brows slightly raised. "He treats me so well. Could it be that he harbors feelings for me?" This notion was swiftly dismissed in her mind, as she believed that someone like her would hardly capture his attention. Mo's mother, witnessing Chu Feng not only lending money to save her ailing husband, but also seeking to recruit her daughter into a prestigious company, felt a mix of gratitude and concern. Although she hailed from humble beginnings, she couldn't help but worry about his intentions towards her daughter. Boss, what will my daughter's salary be?" she inquired candidly, while Mo Xiaoxi's thoughts raced. She had hastily agreed to Chu Feng's offer to fund her father's surgery, fearing he might only provide a meager salary of 3,000 to 4,000 yuan, binding her to years of arduous labor. "Chu Feng zet ponde. How does 10,000 yuan a month sound?" Upon hearing this, Mo's mother nearly gasped in disbelief. In their small county, the average salary for a regular white-collar worker barely exceeded 2,000 yuan. "Is this amount for a full year of work without a break?" she asked, astonished. "We offer a single day off each week, and she will be enrolled in the comprehensive social insurance program upon joining," Chu Feng clarified. Mo Xiaoxi was taken aback, staring at the conditions he proposed, her face a canvas of astonishment. "Is this company truly this generous?" she pondered. "This means that my parents laboring for an entire year wouldn't earn as much as I could in half a year." Raising her gaze to Chu Feng, she asked, "Isn't the workload excessively demanding? Will I have to work 14 hours a day?" Chu Feng replied, "The workday is 8 hours, and you may leave once the time is up. What if I wish to work overtime? How would the pay be calculated?" she inquired. "Overtime requests will be compensated alongside your salary," he explained, watching her face transform with disbelief. A salary of such magnitude, coupled with overtime pay, was almost unfathomable. Chu Feng, with a twinkle in his eye, smiled at Mo Xiaoxi. "I refuse to believe that such enticing conditions would not inspire your unwavering dedication. Even if you ever consider leaving, I could easily reach out to your parents, and I wonder how far you could run." He envisioned her as a loyal and steadfast contributor to his enterprise for a lifetime. Mo's father, scrutinizing the terms laid out by Chu Feng, felt a twinge of suspicion. "Ahem. Boss, your company isn't a scam, is it?" At the insinuation that his company was fraudulent, Chu Feng smirked. "It seems you have yet to encounter a legitimate establishment." Observing the trio rendered speechless, he continued, "Regarding your medical expenses, I noticed they amount to approximately 120,000 yuan. During her internship, I will provide her with 10,000 yuan. If she wishes to earn additional income, she can opt for overtime, enabling her to contribute towards your medical bills and, through her own efforts, enhance your family's quality of life." The prospect of her permanent position will depend on her performance during the internship. Should you find other companies offering superior compensation, you are free to explore those options. MO. My dear student, dedicate yourself to your studies and acquire knowledge. It is the key to a prosperous future. By the way, have you resolved your subsequent expenses? If not, please add me on QQ and send me your bank account number. I will transfer some funds to you. You can repay this amount after your graduation, but I will need to charge an annual interest rate of 5%. Does that seem agreeable to you? Upon hearing that Chu Feng would demand interest, Mo Xiaoxi exhaled in relief. If someone is unconditionally kind to you, it typically indicates they seek something in return. In her eyes, Chu Feng now resembled a merchant, solely interested in the benefits she could provide. All right, Mo Xiaoxi replied, stepping forward to add Chu Feng on QQ. Once he completed his tasks, Chu Feng felt it was time to depart. Well, I must take my leave. He waved his hand and turned to exit. Just as he reached the doorway, Mo's mother suddenly knelt on the ground. Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. She earnestly bowed 3 times towards Chu Feng's retreating figure. Stopping momentarily, he chose not to say much and left the room, vanishing from the sight of the 3. At that moment, Mo's father recalled something and patted Mo Xiaoxi's back. Quickly go see your classmate off. Mo Xiaoxi, in a daze, nodded absent-mindedly, her mind wandering as if she had lost her spirit, and stepped outside. Upon exiting, she glanced down the hospital corridor, only to find Chu Feng had already disappeared. She turned back to her father. He must have gone downstairs. Mo's father sighed heavily, surprised at how quickly Chu Feng had left. He then looked at Mo Xiaoxi with a serious expression. Xiaoxi, ensure you work diligently at his company and refrain from overthinking. In life, one encounters very few benefactors, and your classmate may very well be the most significant one you will ever meet. Mo Xiaoxi nodded, somewhat understanding. After leaving the hospital, Chu Feng did not rush home. Instead, he arrived in the county town and booked a hotel room to prepare for work. In previous years, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, his mother and Su Ningxue would gather for the customary celebrations. After paying respects to his ancestors, he would return home for a family reunion dinner. However, this home had become perilous. Each visit felt like an ambush orchestrated by his mother, making him feel guilty for not liking Su Ningxue. As these thoughts occupied his mind, he opened his computer and sent a message wishing everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. He then sent a message to Lan Qi, asking if he was busy. According to Chu Feng's future plans, he intended to recruit Lan Qi as his subordinate, assigning him to manage the online sector. Lan Qi, with his slightly plump physique, fair skin, and glasses, already exhibited signs of being a brilliant network engineer, even in his second year of college. With a hint of a receding hairline, truly a chosen coder. Ding! The QQ notification flashed. Lan Qi had responded with a question mark. Chu Feng inquired, how is the development of that plugin coming along? Lan Qi, the web crawler I am responsible for is nearly completed, and I shall package it for you tomorrow. After inquiring with Lan Qi, I subsequently questioned Ding Quan and Huang Jintian, discovering that both of them had also made considerable progress. Initially, the 4 of us were assigned different tasks. Huang Jintian was in charge of aesthetic design. Lan Qi was responsible for the web scraping, while I focused on identifying game bugs, and Ding Quan worked on the script for resource gathering. It can be said that Chu Feng entrusted the most challenging tasks to myself and Lan Qi, while Ding Quan and Huang Jintian handled the simpler aspects, thereby significantly reducing the overall time required. Chu Feng instructed them to package their work and send it to him, preparing to merge everything to test the functionality of the external tool, when suddenly his phone rang. Chapter 80. The Great Scam Turmoil. Chu Feng picked up his phone and glanced at the caller. Sigh, I knew it was my mother. He then answered the call, beginning to explain. Hello, Mom. If I can't get a ticket this afternoon, I won't be coming home. After a moment's contemplation, his mother replied, All right, just stay safe over there. She then turned to Su Ningxue and the others, slowly shaking her head. Chu Feng couldn't secure a ticket today. Let's eat first. Upon hearing that Chu Feng would not return, Su Ningxue's expression darkened slightly. Shen's mother noticed the unusual pallor on her daughter's face and let out a quiet sigh. Her foolish daughter remained too naive in matters of the heart, easily swayed by emotions, making it difficult to view problems objectively. It seemed she needed to impart some wisdom to her. The next day, the sun hung high in the sky. Chu Feng was lost in a beautiful dream when a loud, jarring ringtone abruptly jolted him awake. He picked up his phone to see it was Su Ningxue calling. "What on earth are you calling me for at this early hour?" he exclaimed. Hearing Chu Feng's languid tone, Su Ningxue unleashed a tirade. "Are you out with some other girl? Renting a room?" Confused by her baseless accusation, Chu Feng replied, "Are you out of your mind? Who would I be with back home?" Su Ningxue, sensing his genuine bewilderment, pressed on, "You should check the school forum. You've been slandered online, and you don't even know it." As Su Ningxue's anxious tone registered, Chu Feng's mind sharpened, and he inquired, "What on earth has happened?" She cursed again. "Just look at the forum. Someone is spreading rumors that you, as an author, are luring female students into hotel rooms to discuss writing tips." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng exploded with rage. "Damn it. I've worked hard only to have that scoundrel snatch away my fruits. Not only do I miss out on good fortune, but I also have to bear the blame." He spoke while opening his computer. Su Ningxue, noticing his distressed words, raised an eyebrow. "What exactly are you trying to convey? Be clear with me." A sudden pang of anxiety shot through Chu Feng, prompting him to hang up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the incessant beeping on the line, Su Ningxue's face turned a shade of deep green with anger. "Chu Feng, you wait for me." Chu Feng stared at the barrage of posts on the school forum, his face flushed with indignation. He could hardly believe how outrageous the rumors had become. "Is the author here? Can we discuss writing tips?" I want he asked for any payment. He read, disbelief washing over him. "Wait a minute. I saw the author update a chapter last night at 10. This comment had garnered numerous replies. Chapters can be set to update at specific times. As he perused the flood of comments, Chu Feng felt his frustration boil over. He quickly opened his author assistant to check the reader's messages, and indeed, the content was as he had feared. He never anticipated the author would engage in such frivolities. "Can the author please share some insights with me?" The author, last night. "What transpired?" I never anticipated that the narrative would remain unfinished, with the author seemingly abandoning it prematurely. While Chu Feng was perusing this information, the Galaxy editor sent him a message, advising him to be more vigilant regarding his private life, as a tarnished reputation could lead some readers to abandon his work. Chu Feng promptly replied, asserting that he had returned to his hometown the day before and was not in the bustling metropolis, deeming the rumor entirely baseless. The editor responded, stating that under such circumstances, he ought to clarify the matter immediately, as his reputation was currently less than favorable. He urged Chu Feng to swiftly present any evidence confirming his return home, for procrastination would only complicate matters further. The editor's words struck a chord with Chu Feng, prompting him to take action. He swiftly retrieved his mobile phone and captured images of his flight tickets from 2 days prior and the current day. He then composed a post to share on the school forum and other platforms. "Greetings, I am the author of Rejected at the Start. My ancestor is a battle emperor. I wish to clarify that I was not in the metropolis during the Mid-Autumn Festival. To the girl who has been misled, please refrain from spreading falsehoods. If you believe you have been subjected to a criminal act, I urge you to contact the authorities rather than posting on forums. Please trust that I, as the author, am solely devoted to crafting an exceptional work and have never entertained the notion of meeting readers privately. I possess only one account. Any similar accounts reaching out to you are imposters. I implore you all to discern carefully." Chu Feng's clarification shifted the tide of public opinion, redirecting the ire of those who had been insulting him towards the girl who initiated the post. Individuals active online often sway with the prevailing winds of opinion. Soon, the girl who claimed to have been intimate with Chu Feng posted again, this time including intimate photographs of herself with a man in a hotel, accompanied by a record of their stay. This is the author himself. He is a student from the finance department named Su Ning, and our hotel record still stands. Chu Feng, upon seeing the somewhat familiar name, felt a sense of déjà vu observing the girl's subsequent post. He promptly responded, sharing a screenshot of his author information, revealing his surname. "First and foremost, I declare that my surname is Chu. While I empathize with your predicament, it is imperative for you to report this matter to the authorities rather than squabbling on the forum." Upon witnessing Chu Feng divulging his personal information, the forum participants quickly rallied to support the girl urging her to report the deception. Indeed, you have been misled. Hurry and report it. Fortunately, the author had returned home for a family reunion. Otherwise, Su Ning would have exploited his information to her advantage, leaving him in a precarious situation. Upon realizing that Chu Feng had exposed his author information, the girl promptly deleted her earlier post. With tear-filled eyes, she exchanged a glance with her friend, both understanding the gravity of the situation. Had it not been for the fact that her close friend had also fallen prey to Su Ning's deceit, she might have truly believed the fabrications spun by that scoundrel. Shortly after she deleted her post, a number of other young women emerged, sharing their own experiences and hotel records with Su Ning on the forum. As the messages flooded in, it became evident to all that Su Ning was a repeat offender, having exploited the information of various individuals to deceive numerous women. In the Su family residence, Su Ning stared at the barrage of messages on the screen, his mind reeling in disbelief. He had never anticipated that any woman would dare to publicly disclose his embarrassing escapades online, a revelation that utterly caught him off guard. Chapter 81. What? Are you truly concerned for my well-being? Furthermore, Su Ning recalled how he had repeatedly assured that he would take responsibility for that girl. Yet to his astonishment, merely the following day, she had posted about him on the forum. It is imperative to understand that in this era, the majority of young women hold their integrity in the highest regard. Even upon realizing they have been deceived, they can only endure the humiliation in silence. However, he never anticipated that a rash individual would dare to make such a bold move. As he perused a forum filled with posts denouncing him, he noticed several individuals advocating for his arrest, causing a chill to run down his spine. He exhaled deeply and promptly dialed his cousin. The only way to resolve this predicament was to have her intervene. Otherwise, with so many people united in calling for the authorities, he feared he might find himself imprisoned for an extended period. At that moment, Qingmei, luxuriating in a hot spring atop the tallest building in the bustling metropolis, answered Su Ning's call. After comprehensively understanding the situation, she chastised her cousin vehemently. Were it not for her late aunt's request to look after him, she would have had no interest in this troublesome affair. Could you not cause me so much worry? Every day, it's either this issue or that one. If anything else arises, you shall handle it yourself. I, Qingmei, do not have the time to deal with your troubles. After scolding her cousin, she immediately arranged for assistance and prepared funds, utilizing coercion and persuasion to silence those girls. Meanwhile, Chu Feng observed the forum, noting that public sentiment had swiftly shifted in his favor, prompting a sigh of relief. He then gathered his belongings and boarded a flight back to the metropolis. Upon landing, it was already past 9 in the evening, and instead of returning home, he hurried straight to the school. However, upon entering the dormitory, he was met with peculiar expressions from Huang Jintian and Ding Quan, as well as Lan Qi, who all gazed at him with a strange look. Have you begun a romantic relationship with Su Ningxue? Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lanti intozet. The entire school is aware of your relationship with her. Last time, you even tried to deceive us into believing you merely considered her an elder sister. Truly, you are the epitome of a cad. Chu Feng, utterly bewildered, stared at his 3 friends who wore expressions of envy and jealousy. I have stated unequivocally that there is nothing going on. After 3 days apart, you all seem strangely peculiar. I can't be bothered to discuss this further. I need to lie down for a while. These past 3 days have nearly exhausted me, he declared, retreating to his bed. However, once Chu Feng climbed onto his mattress, he surveyed the bed's linens, blankets, and pillows, glancing at his dormitory mates. Wait, is this my bed? He hesitantly looked at everyone, sensing an unusual tension in the air. Chu Feng turned towards Ding Quan, who was flirting with another girl. Ding Quan, has someone tampered with my belongings? Ding Quan lifted his gaze to meet Chu Feng's, a hesitant smirk forming on his lips. Su Ningxue took your old bedding away and replaced it with new ones. She mentioned that your comforter had been in use for a year and was due for a change. As Chu Feng observed their reactions, he immediately discerned the ulterior motives behind Su Ningxue's actions. It was no wonder that upon his return, his roommates claimed she had already become romantically involved with him. Her bold entrance into the male dormitory would lead anyone to assume they were a couple. This fragile yet cunning girl was indeed full of tricks. Chu Feng began to suspect whether Su Ningxue had also experienced a rebirth. Logically, in his past life, she should have only desired him after their breakup upon her graduation. How could it have escalated so quickly? Had his single status somehow triggered this? Alas, if this continued, he would lose his innocence. And who would dare to associate with him thereafter? The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became, prompting him to dial Su Ningxue's number. Su Ningxue, where the hell are you? At that moment, Su Ningxue was lounging on the mattress previously used by Chu Feng, applying a facial mask while cuddling under the blanket he had once covered himself with. Her long, beautiful legs, freshly moisturized, gleamed like winter snow. I'm in the dormitory, just as you've seen me here before. Have you missed me after just 3 days apart? With her roommate having stepped out for bubble tea, she found herself alone. Would you care to join me? The delicate girl has sent you a team-up invitation. Will you accept? Chu Feng smirked slightly at her audacious words. Su Ningxue, I warn you, refrain from entering the boys' dormitory in the future. Be wary of others getting too hands-on. I want to take responsibility for your safety. With a subtle smile, Su Ningxue replied, What is this? Are you genuinely concerned for my well-being? Cut the chatter. What have you done with my belongings from my bed? Chu Feng demanded. Those items of yours have been in use for a year, harboring too many germs. I thought it best to replace them for you. No need to be polite, she countered. I don't need your replacements. Did I consent to this? Chu Feng retorted, growing increasingly exasperated, unfazed by his irritation. Su Ningxue calmly explained, This was all instructed by Annie, who said you are too lazy and that I should take good care of you. If you have any issues, just talk to her. Realizing that Su Ningxue had invoked his mother, Chu Feng's expression hardened, leaving him momentarily speechless. After all, his mother would certainly side with her. Fine, I can't provoke you. I'll just keep my distance. Goodbye. He abruptly ended the call and sat on the new bed, pulling the silk quilt around him. This quilt, he had to admit, smelled quite pleasant. She must have washed it with detergent. He then picked up the large silk pillow from the bedside, examining it. Truly, she was a little wealthy girl. The pillow was obviously expensive, crafted from high-quality silk. He then lay back against the pillow she had used, which had been enhanced with some fragrance. Why did this pillow emit a familiar scent? It was peculiar, yet oddly comforting. The following evening, with no classes scheduled, Chu Feng invited Mo Xiaoxi to meet at the library. Due to his prior rescue of her father, her hostility towards him had significantly diminished. What is the matter? Mo Xiaoxi asked, her expression grave as she looked up. The prospect of being summoned by her future boss upon returning to campus raised her suspicions. Did he harbor ulterior motives? After all, some men have a preference for darker skin tones over lighter ones. Chu Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before speaking. Do you believe you currently possess the capability to manage a small establishment? In the future, Chu Feng intends for Mo Xiaoxi to oversee a tavern in the capital, and he is eager to ascertain whether she has the requisite skills for such a responsibility. Otherwise, if she were to manage it without adequate preparation, it could lead to significant losses, and trusting it to someone else would only heighten his concerns. Ultimately, he cannot be vigilant over that aspect at all times. Furthermore, he harbored a lingering suspicion that there might be other traitors within the company. Until he could eradicate this threat entirely, it was prudent to keep all his ventures, even from those closest to him, shrouded in secrecy. This would serve as a safeguard for the company's future. Chapter 82. How many times can one strive in life? Mo Xiaoxi gazed into Chu Feng's earnest eyes, shaking her head gently before nodding in agreement. The knowledge acquired from books often diverges significantly from reality, a truth I cannot guarantee. Chu Feng, attempting to console her, remarked, Life is replete with firsts. The more you try, the more adept you become. I am planning to open a shop at school, and I would like you to devise a plan, a profitable one, for you to hone your skills. Mo Xiaoxi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe he was undeterred by the potential loss of money. Observing her incredulous expression, Chu Feng produced a printed contract. I will provide the capital, and you shall manage the operations. The profits will be divided 70-30, while any losses will be my responsibility. It is entirely up to you how many people you hire for the work. No one would shy away from financial gain. While juggling a full-course load and running a shop may be arduous, the rewards can be substantial. Consider your family situation. Your father, currently bedridden, could benefit greatly if this venture succeeds. You would not need to rely on them for your college tuition and living expenses. Mo Xiaoxi scrutinized the clauses of the contract and calculated the potential earnings. If the shop could generate 20,000 yuan a month after deducting labor costs, she could take home around 4,000 to 5,000 yuan, far superior to the meager earnings of her peers working in the cafeteria. Moreover, her family was indeed in dire need of financial support. As she meticulously reviewed the contract, she identified several subtle flaws. Biting her lip, she decided to voice her concerns. I have a few objections regarding the contract. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow, a hint of intrigue on his face. If she could not comprehend the contract, he would indeed seek another partner. What do you find unreasonable? Mo Xiaoxi pointed out the hidden clauses, some of which posed significant risks. Chu Feng found himself admiring her keen insight, clapping in approval. Well done. Your knowledge has not been in vain. With 3 days until National Day and a 7-day holiday following, he proposed, in these 10 days, think about what type of shop could be open with minimal experience yet still yield profit. After the holiday, I will rent a shop and allocate around 30,000 for renovations. I hope you can present a plan. With that, he handed her a pen. Mo Xiaoxi took the steel pen and signed her name with determination. How many times can one strive in life? Let us take the plunge. A bicycle can become a motorcycle, and if necessary, I shall repay this opportunity with hard work. Thank you for this chance to prove myself, she said, extending her hand with a smile, demonstrating her understanding of basic business etiquette. Do your best, Chu Feng replied, shaking her hand warmly. Though her skin was a sun-kissed hue, her hands were soft and delicate. Mo Xiaoxi released his hand, glanced back at him, picked up the contract, and departed. Chu Feng watched her graceful silhouette as she walked away, chuckling softly before leaving the library himself. At that moment, Ningxue unexpectedly sent him a message, inviting him to a tea shop for a chat. What does she intend by asking me for milk tea at this late hour? Chu Feng shook his head, dismissing his thoughts, and proceeded to meet her. Upon entering the tea shop, Chu Feng immediately spotted the two sisters, Qingmei and Ningxue. Ningxue deftly stirred her coffee, while Qingmei elegantly enjoyed her late-night snack, a Boston lobster the size of a palm. The lobster had been neatly diced and arranged on a plate, and she delicately picked up a piece with her chopsticks to savor. Good evening. Chu Feng greeted them with a smile as he approached. What brings you to find me at this hour? Are you perhaps inviting me for a late-night snack? If you're hungry, there is half a lobster left, Ningxue replied with a smile, gesturing towards a dish. Qingmei blinked and, with a playful tilt of her head, picked up the largest piece of lobster. Here, have some. Chu Feng was taken aback by her boldness, especially since the chopsticks she offered had clearly been used by her. Accepting it would be akin to a kiss, wouldn't it? Meanwhile, Ningxue watched Chu Feng intently. Go ahead, eat. I'm not hungry, Chu Feng said with a chuckle, waving his hand. Seeing Chu Feng's refusal, Qingmei did not appear disheartened. Instead, she grabbed a cup of milk tea that she hadn't touched and pushed it towards him. Would you like some milk tea? You drink it, he replied, pushing it back. Oh, she said, a hint of disappointment evident in her tone. Ningxue glanced at her sister and sighed inwardly. My sister is offering you this. Don't you know it's impolite to refuse a girl's gift? At her words, Chu Feng's lips twitched, his mind racing with irritation. With her glaring watchfulness, how could he dare accept? Though dissatisfied internally, he maintained a calm demeanor and accepted the milk tea, softly expressing, thank you for the milk tea. Seeing him accept her offering, Qingmei's rosy lips couldn't help but curl into a slight smile. After receiving the milk tea, Chu Feng, disinterested in further beating around the bush, addressed the matter directly. You can't possibly just have invited me for a cup of milk tea at this hour, can you? Ningxue was momentarily taken aback by his forthrightness, but quickly regained her composure and delved into the topic. I have some leads on a matter you asked me to look into, but I'm afraid you might not have enough funds to follow through. How much are we talking about? Chu Feng Ningxue, not one to conceal details, held up 2 fingers. 20 million. Chu Feng so may watch so. Ningxue nearly spat out her coffee at his assumption. What are you thinking? A fully equipped economic restaurant, though somewhat off the beaten path, could never be that low. Just the land itself is around 130 million. 200 million. Chu Feng sighed, realizing the daunting challenges of starting a business in the capital. Yet, reflecting on it, he understood. While the location might be somewhat remote, its proximity to the bird's nest made it far from easy to secure. Upon witnessing his forlorn expression, Ningxue's lips curled into a subtle smile as she remarked, 200 million, though it may require some effort. The Chu group should be able to muster that amount. But how does this differ from gambling? Chu Feng responded with a bitter smile. By the way, what are your intentions regarding the 5 properties registered under my name? Surely, you do not intend to engage in speculative real estate? Chu Feng replied, not at all. Your properties are likely to be demolished in the near future, and I shall return your money once that occurs. Ningxue was momentarily taken aback, pondering the source of his information. Could it be that he has connections? However, she quickly dismissed the thought. Such matters of demolition are typically shrouded in confidentiality. Even the 4 prominent families of the magical metropolis may not be privy to such details. Once rumors like these begin to circulate, many would rush to construct and purchase properties, thereby complicating matters for the demolition teams. Chapter 82. The Fate in One's Own Hands. Why not take control? Chu Feng gazed at the tightly furrowed brow of Ningxue. Did she think I was speaking falsehoods? Ningxue, unable to deny it, nodded slightly. Do you recall the policy from earlier this year aimed at introducing advanced foreign technology to create a powerhouse in financial technology? The Yin family, being merchants, is naturally quite attuned to such national policies. And then, do you truly believe that the demolitions in the Magic City are solely for the purpose of attracting those high-end foreign enterprises? She scoffed, convinced that the enterprises the nation planned to introduce would not be placed in the dilapidated areas of East City. Listening to Ningxue's skepticism, Chu Feng spoke again. Do not underestimate that piece of land in East City. It is adjacent to the sea and was one of the first districts established in the Magic City. Although it has endured the ravages of war, it remains vibrant, though some areas have become unsuitable for habitation. The country can leverage the upcoming Olympic Games to invite foreign inspection teams. And with just over half a year remaining until the event, all demolition matters must be resolved this year. Subsequently, next year, these areas will need to be cleared and properly planned to attract foreign investments. Upon hearing this, Ningxue slowly appeared contemplative. Chu Feng's words held merit, and as she looked up at the man before her, a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes, accompanied by a growing admiration in her heart. How can you be so certain that the enterprises will not relocate to Shunchuan, but will instead focus on the Magic City? Could you elucidate the reasoning behind this? It is quite simple, he replied. Shunchuan serves as a bridge for communication with Hong Kong and Macau. While the Magic City has consistently been recognized as a city aligned with international standards. Upon hearing Chu Feng's explanation, even Qingmei, who had been quietly eating, looked at him in astonishment. Though she had been preoccupied, she had been attentive to their conversation. Ningxue's expression mirrored her surprise. Intelligent individuals grasp concepts swiftly. Chu Feng's assertions were indeed sensible. Ningxue remarked, "This information is of such significance. Why share it with me? I'm quite curious." Chu Feng scratched his head and chuckled lightly. "Oh, it is nothing much, merely an indication that if your Yin family wishes to develop in the Magic City, it could prove to be an excellent opportunity. Did you conceive all of this yourself?" Ningxue seemed intent on probing deeper into his thoughts, prompting Chu Feng to reflect. He smiled and responded, "This is merely my conjecture, but one that shall soon materialize. Would you care to invest alongside me and perhaps become a female entrepreneur in the future?" Ningxue offered a wry smile. "Our Yin family is the weakest among the 8 prominent families. My fate has long been beyond my control. Entrepreneurship is something that holds little significance for me." Observing the melancholic expression of Ningxue, Chu Feng was instantly reminded of a common phenomenon in elite circles: commercial marriages. Yet, he still smiled at Ningxue. "The fate is in your own hands. Why not take control? The shackles of fate can be imposed by others. Yet one possesses the inherent ability to unshackle oneself, particularly when one becomes the pillar of strength within the family, which would naturally prevent one from straying." Ningxue gently shook her head and spoke. At the very least, I hold the reins of a publicly listed company with a market value exceeding 10 billion. Without that, success would be akin to scaling the heavens. She comprehended the essence of Chu Feng's words and continued with a smile. Under the IPO review system, aiming for a listing requires a minimum of 5 years. Otherwise, it is but a distant dream. Chu Feng responded, "It is all contingent upon our efforts. Let's strive together." He lifted his cup of milk tea and clinked it against her cup of coffee before taking a sip. Ningxue's eyes flickered. Indeed, she had once ventured into entrepreneurship herself. However, the criteria for a company to go public necessitate at least 5 years of operation and an annual net profit of 40 million, which is relatively straightforward. With her modest savings nearing 100 million, she realized that without familial support, managing both her studies and the company independently was far from simple. Chu Feng observed Ningxue's delicate brows furrowed in thought and suddenly surmised that this affluent woman likely possessed several bank cards and ample savings. He proposed, "I actually have an idea that could yield substantial profits. How about we collaborate on a business venture and see where it leads?" Upon hearing Chu Feng's proposition, Ningxue's gaze brightened momentarily. "Entrepreneurship?" Chu Feng affirmed, "Indeed, you provide the capital, I will put in the effort, and together we shall reap significant rewards." At that moment, Qingmei interjected excitedly, "Count me in, count me in." Chu Feng regarded the little soft girl, contemplating that if she were aboard this venture as well, his ship would surely sail more smoothly. Ningxue tousled her sister's hair, assuring her, "You will certainly be included." After comforting her sister, she turned her attention back to Chu Feng. "Why should I partner with you? You must demonstrate some capability to earn my trust." Unfazed, Chu Feng boldly declared, "Do you believe that I can turn the 13 million you lend me into 30 million within this semester?" Ningxue nearly sputtered her coffee in surprise at his audacious claim, teasingly responding, "Just remember to sleep soundly tonight and avoid tossing about. Be cautious of falling from your bed. Moreover, my funds were not simply acquired. My total assets surpass 100 million. Even if you prove capable of generating profit, what if my investment goes awry? Will the Chu Group compensate me?" Ningxue scrutinized Chu Feng, well aware of the nuances of business from a young age, and she was certainly not one to suffer losses lightly. Should Chu Feng falter, she might seize the opportunity to become a major shareholder in the Chu Group, thereby solidifying her foothold in the bustling metropolis, allowing her to remain in the city rather than return to the capital. The mountains are high and the emperor distant. The family's influence here could only extend so far. Chu Feng shrugged, "I cannot agree. This company does not belong to me. How can I compensate you? Perhaps I could serve you as a humble worker." Ningxue waved her hand dismissively. "I have little interest in having you as a servant." Just as she finished speaking, Ningxue's eyes sparkled as she looked at her sister. "Sister, if Chu Feng loses all your money, can you make him work for me?" As soon as Qingmei finished speaking, both Chu Feng and his companion turned their gazes upon her. Under their intense scrutiny, she immediately lowered her head, looking rather pitiful and murmuring, "Is that not permissible?" After a moment of contemplation, Ningxue considered that investing 100 million to secure a suitable partner for her sister might indeed be a commendable choice. In that case, it wouldn't be out of the question for Chu Feng to pay a visit to the Yin residence. "Well then, since my sister has made her request, it just so happens that she's in need of a bodyguard. Should you squander my funds, you shall be obliged to work for her to repay your debts." Upon hearing that he could secure over 100 million in investment, Chu Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had been lamenting the lack of funds to establish his restaurant, and now it seemed fortune had smiled upon him. With this substantial sum, combined with his own earnings, and perhaps a partner to join him, he could practically secure a grand establishment in the bustling city. If he could launch the business around July, just before the Olympics, he had calculated that he could earn a minimum daily profit of 500,000, with prospects soaring above 1 million during the Olympic period. Losses? Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. However, observing the gleam of ambition in Chu Feng's eyes, Ningxue promptly doused his enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. "Do not rejoice too soon. First, focus on earning the 30 million this semester before discussing further." Chapter 83. Having not seen anyone for a minute, I kicked the door to invite you in. Chu Feng sipped his milk tea and replied nonchalantly, No problem. It's getting late. You should return to rest early. He picked up his milk tea and turned to leave. Upon returning to the dormitory, he was met with the exuberant cheers of his roommates, resembling a jubilant troop of monkeys. Dude, have you gone mad? Who won the lottery? Ding Quan exclaimed upon seeing Chu Feng. Chu Feng, our class is having a social event with the second class of business administration during the National Day holiday. It's going to be fantastic. Chu Feng's heart skipped a beat upon hearing business administration, but he sighed in relief when he realized it was the second class and not Su Ningxue's first class. However, he recalled that the second class was indeed Mo Xiaoxi's class. Where will the event take place? Chu Feng casually inquired as he returned to his seat. At the dinosaur amusement park. There are plenty of activities to enjoy, and there's also a camping site nearby. Huang Jintian has been eagerly anticipating it. Ever since I got involved with Wu Mengmeng, even after our breakup, she still comes looking for me, leaving me unable to pursue any other girl. Now, our class has this opportunity to socialize with the business administration class, and it's the perfect chance for me to break free from being single. I've been craving companionship for a month. Plus, I've heard the class beauty from the second class is a stunning girl with a radiant aura. Ding Quan rubbed his hands together with a gleeful smile, seeing his two lecherous friends so animated. Chu Feng could only shake his head in resignation and glanced at the usually taciturn Lan Qi old Qi. You must seize this chance wisely and strive to find a partner soon. Lan Qi awkwardly chuckled. Brother Feng, I stutter when talking to girls and feel incredibly shy. How can I possibly find someone? Huang Jintian chimed in. You could go to Chengdu. Lan Qi replied. Going to Chengdu won't change my awkwardness. The group fell silent, choosing not to delve deeper into the topic. On the eve of the National Day holiday, after class, Chu Feng returned to the dormitory, not long after which he received a message from Su Ningxue. Where are you planning to go for the holiday? Chu Feng replied, I'm hanging out with my roommates, so I won't be going home for now. Su Ningxue responded, Oh, I just finished class and I'm a bit hungry. Would you like to go out to eat together? Chu Feng asked, Aren't you going home for a meal? Why are you staying at school? Su Ningxue, lounging on her bed, swayed her long, fair legs. Going home? I'm just avoiding the possibility of someone having a clandestine affair at school. My mom isn't home, and you're not there either. Why should I go home? The hint of a melancholic, almost wifely tone in her message was palpable even through the screen. Su Ningxue continued, So, when can you come out to accompany me for dinner? Chu Feng replied, I'm going to eat with friends. Can't you find someone else to join you? The dormitory supervisor is already on holiday. If I don't see you in a minute, I'll come kick your dormitory door to invite you to share dinner. After editing the message, Su Ningxue tucked her phone into her pocket and headed downstairs to wait for Chu Feng. Sure enough, within 30 seconds, Chu Feng came bounding down, just as she had anticipated. Sometimes, a man must exert a little pressure. Otherwise, he risks being swept away by the currents of fate. However, trailing behind Chu Feng was another individual. Lan Qi Chu Feng initially intended to bring Ding Quan along, but the latter incessantly attempted to pair him with Su Ningxue, behaving like a veritable terrorist of romance. As for Huang Jintian, it was best to leave him be, despite his prowess in the realm of love. Chu Feng truly feared his propensity for careless words. Upon descending from the building, Chu Feng immediately spotted Su Ningxue's figure, primarily due to her radiant presence that distinguished her amidst the throng. Clad in a flowing white gown, the hem danced in the breeze, captivating the hearts of countless young men. As Chu Feng emerged from the dormitory, their eyes met. Su Ningxue's lips curled into a smile, her delicate legs stepping lightly towards him. Shall we? Chu Feng smiled slightly. Let's go. However, after Su Ningxue took a few steps, she noticed a stout figure beside Chu Feng trailing closely behind. Chu Feng, who is that person? She inquired, her gaze fixed on Lan Qi, who, already somewhat socially anxious, instinctively lowered his head. Chu Feng chuckled softly. My roommate is also hungry. I'm just bringing him along for a meal. You don't mind, do you? Upon hearing this, Su Ningxue arched her brows and walked directly to Lan Qi classmate. Do you truly feel hungry? With that, the icy aura emanating from Su Ningxue enveloped the space, causing Lan Qi to shudder at the mere sight of her snowy eyes, his legs trembling uncontrollably. After a brief internal struggle, he stammered, I just remembered, I prepared a bucket of old pickled cabbage beef noodles in my dorm. Chu Feng, I think I'll pass on this meal. With that, he abruptly turned and hurried back to the dormitory. Chu Feng observed Lan Qi's retreating figure, his brows furrowing as he glanced at Su Ningxue. Your actions might render me friendless. Yet, Su Ningxue remained unfazed. It's fine. Having me is enough. Chu Feng tugged at the corners of his mouth, internally lamenting that with only her company, his rebirth would be in vain. Noticing his silence, Su Ningxue suddenly touched his arm, her hand effortlessly wrapping around it. Feeling the warmth and strength of his arm, she mused to herself how large and muscular it was. She found it quite appealing. However, before she could hold on for 3 seconds, Chu Feng instinctively withdrew his hand and stuffed it into his pocket. Don't be frivolous. I still don't have a girlfriend. Su Ningxue bit her lip. But now the whole school knows we are a couple. Those are mere rumors. There's no need to pay them any mind. Thus, the two of them playfully tussled as they exited the school gates. To onlookers, they appeared as a couple deeply in love. Upon reaching the parking lot and getting into Chu Feng's BMW, Su Ningxue noticed a minuscule blade of grass on the passenger seat. It seems this seat hasn't been occupied recently. The passenger seat is meant for me alone. At Tianfeng Restaurant, Chu Feng followed Su Ningxue up to the top floor, eager to relish a delightful meal while taking in the breathtaking views of the Huangpu River. As Chu Feng ascended to the top floor, he was greeted by the sight of a familiar pair of sisters, causing him to pause momentarily. What a surprise! How could they be here? Sensing something amiss, Su Ningxue followed his gaze and immediately spotted the Yin sisters. Ah, fate truly has a way of bringing adversaries together. At that moment, Qingmei also caught sight of Chu Feng and Su Ningxue and waved at them. Chu Feng, are you here for a meal as well? Upon hearing her sister summon her from behind, Ningxue turned around, only to have her expression suddenly stiffen. What shock! How could she be here? If that crazy woman were to discover that her sister was so close to Chu Feng, she would undoubtedly lose her mind. The memory of their last basketball encounter lingered vividly in her mind. All she had done was ask Chu Feng for a brief back rub, and by the second half, she had transformed into a fierce competitor. Chapter 84. A challenge of two. Chu Feng greeted them with a smile that did not reach his eyes. What a coincidence! He exclaimed. Indeed, quite a coincidence. Su Ningxue gritted her teeth, glaring at Qingmei. According to reports from an informant, Qingmei had sat beside Chu Feng several times under the pretense of reading a novel, engaging him in conversation. Fortunately, the informant was diligent and became Chu Feng's loyal guardian, successfully keeping the two women at bay. She fixed her gaze on the two who were dining, seizing Chu Feng's wrist and steering him towards Ningxue. At the dining table, Qingmei took a bite of the tender shrimp paste, yet it felt oddly sour rather than sweet. What are you doing? Aren't you here to eat? Chu Feng's voice carried a hint of unease. However, Su Ningxue cheerfully replied, It's not every day we run into your friends. Let us enjoy a meal and chat together. Seriously, is your intention truly just to eat? Su Ningxue approached Ningxue, her icy gaze fixed on her. Classmate Yin, I trust you won't mind if Chu Feng and I sit beside you? She patted an empty chair next to Ningxue. Please do sit. It's more enjoyable to dine together. Qingmei encouraged. Chu Feng should sit next to me. Her words instantly thickened the tension in the air. The previously harmonious dining hall had transformed into a powder keg. Su Ningxue scrutinized the Na'vi girl with the demeanor of a rightful queen. How bold of you to encroach upon my territory in my presence. Su Ningxue huffed. Go ahead, sit down. To her astonishment, Chu Feng indeed chose to sit beside Qingmei, igniting a furious fire within Su Ningxue. Wait, Chu Feng, you're really going to sit there? She barely resisted the urge to pull out a gun from her pocket to express her frustration. Yet, despite her anger, she knew she had to maintain a semblance of grace in public, so she settled into the seat next to both Chu Feng and Ningxue. After all, appearing as a shrew might allow someone to take advantage of her vulnerability. Sisterhood aside, let us see how I can manage this challenge of two. The round table now positioned Chu Feng and Ningxue opposite each other, with Su Ningxue and Qingmei facing one another. In an instant, the atmosphere became palpably delicate. Within the restaurant, the presence of Chu Feng attracted numerous curious glances. Su Ningxue and Qingmei were simply too radiant, their beauty transcending the ordinary and verging on the ethereal. The arrival of Qingmei and her companion had already drawn considerable attention, and when Chu Feng joined the trio, many admired his fortune. What an honor it must be to share a table with 3 celestial beings. Yet, Chu Feng's sentiments were quite the opposite. Dining with these 3 was indeed a stroke of misfortune. "Waitstaff, please take our orders," Ningxue called out, and soon, an elegant female server approached her. She selected several dishes, her gaze drifting towards Chu Feng. "Chu Feng, do you wish to order anything?" Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. "You've already ordered 5 dishes. That should be sufficient. Any more, and we won't be able to finish." He glanced over the array of dishes on the table. Braised pigeon, tiramisu, Buddha jumps over the wall, roasted chicken drumsticks, red sausage, and a few petite strawberries. Although the array of dishes is quite abundant, this is, after all, a high-end restaurant in the bustling metropolis. The grand plates invariably feature dishes piled in the center, and one must order at least 2 or 3 items to feel satiated. Alas, where are the greens? How can one dine without vegetables? For Chu Feng, a southerner, this is utterly unacceptable. Soup and greens are indispensable components of dinner. Do you not consume vegetables? Chu Feng cast a soul-searching inquiry at the table laden with dishes. Ningxue picked up a large strawberry, nibbling on its tip before placing the remaining fruit upon the plate. "But there is fruit. Why must we have greens?" Chu Feng replied, "Fruit cannot replace vegetables." Qingmei playfully pouted at Chu Feng, "But I simply do not enjoy eating vegetables." Ningxue observed Qingmei's antics, internally sighing at her immaturity. At her age, still resorting to childishness, it was quite shameless. If she dislikes greens, let her be. Why concern oneself with her preferences? Her tone dripped with sarcasm, mocking Chu Feng for his overbearing concern, as if she were his girlfriend. Ningxue furrowed her brow. She merely wished to avoid provoking Ningxue, the unpredictable woman. But that did not imply fear. Soon, the dishes ordered by Ningxue arrived, a standard assortment of 4 dishes and a soup, with 3 meat, 1 vegetable, and a soup, accompanied by 2 bowls of multicolored steamed rice. The rice, a medley of purple, white, and red hues, varied in length and texture, instantly whetting the appetite. Being a regular patron, she knew that the portions were generous and the dishes catered to a business clientele. Thus, the quantity she ordered would easily suffice for 3. Ningxue glanced at the large roasted sausage and deftly placed it in Chu Feng's bowl. "Eat more. Replenish your energy. You must be exhausted from the past few days." As soon as Ningxue spoke, Ningxue cast a peculiar glance at Chu Feng. Could it be that these 2 were already together? But that couldn't be right. She had seen no announcement on QQ Space. Others might assume that Chu Feng was involved with Ningxue, but she was acutely aware that since the previous semester, Chu Feng had been deliberately avoiding Ningxue. Just as the 2 were lost in their conjectures, Qingmei, indulging in her chicken leg, fixated her gaze on the peculiar rice in Chu Feng's bowl. The rice seemed to beckon to her, tempting her taste buds. "Come, eat me." Chu Feng also noticed the gluttonous gaze from the girl beside him, but he assumed she craved the sausage. "I cannot share my sausage with you right now. You must eat some greens first." Upon uttering this, he sensed Ningxue and Ningxue as piercing stares, as if they wished to do him harm. Observing the silent understanding between Chu Feng and Qingmei, Ningxue could no longer contain herself and asked directly, "Is she your girlfriend? Why are you so kind to her?" Qingmei looked at Ningxue and replied with a gentle smile, "No, Chu Feng is my good friend, my first boyfriend." When she uttered those words, Ningxue nearly succumbed to darkness, on the verge of fainting. Even Ningxue, standing nearby, felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. Her mind blank. Chu Feng had just taken a mouthful of food, nearly choking on it. Ningxue's eyes darkened as she fixed her gaze intently on Qingmei, utterly astounded that her relationship with Chu Feng had progressed so rapidly. In less than a month, it had evolved to this point. Ningxue glanced at her dear younger sister, as if seeing her for the very first time. "Sister, when did Chu Feng become your boyfriend?" Qingmei blinked her sparkling eyes. "Sister, isn't he also your boyfriend?" Chapter 85. Can you control Chu Feng? As Su Ningxue was on the verge of entering a furious state, Ningxue cleared her throat beside her. She is merely a female friend. Do not heed my sister's wild accusations. My relationship with Chu Feng is entirely innocent. Upon noticing Su Ningxue's frosty demeanor, Chu Feng began to clarify. It's just a male friend. Do not overthink it. We're merely having a meal. Su Ningxue, maintaining her aloof demeanor, directed her gaze at the bewildered girl before her. Next time, please think carefully before you speak. Otherwise, I shall accuse you of defamation on Chu Feng's behalf. Moreover, you two should keep your distance from him in the future. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Do not say I did not warn you. Qingmei's eyes widened in disbelief. Chu Feng was her dearest friend, and how could she possibly distance herself from him? She questioned Su Ningxue with confusion. Why should I stay away from Chu Feng? He is my friend. Why can't I spend time with him? Can you control me? Can you control Chu Feng? In Qingmei's eyes, Chu Feng was the second person, aside from her sister, who would play with her, and she did not wish to lose such a delightful companion. Her probing questions momentarily left Su Ningxue at a loss, but her mind quickly devised a reason to respond. Chu Feng has previously been deceived by girls outside. I merely wish to prevent him from making the same mistakes again. At this moment, Chu Feng interjected, Everyone, can we just enjoy our meal in peace? Why argue over trivial matters? Upon hearing this, Su Ningxue cast a sharp glance at Chu Feng. Does this concern you? Did I ask for your opinion? Chu Feng smirked slightly. Every word you utter revolves around me. How could it not concern me? Seeing him silent, Su Ningxue scoffed. Just then, Ningxue suddenly spoke up. Can we not enjoy a meal together? She surveyed the group with a cold gaze, an imperceptible pressure emanating from her presence. Turning to Su Ningxue, she added, with such a fierce demeanor, be careful you don't end up single. Having witnessed her sister being bullied, she could no longer contain herself. Indifferent to Su Ningxue's status in the city, her words fell upon Su Ningxue like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the volatile situation. She was right. Her own mother had advised her similarly, cautioning against being overly domineering and encouraging her to embody the grace of a lady. Taking a deep breath, her chest rose and fell gently, her gaze subtly shifting back to Chu Feng. Indeed, her mother was correct. A gentle and charming demeanor was far more alluring to Chu Feng than that of a tyrannical CO. I am not domineering. I merely wish to protect him from further harm. It is my duty as an understanding older sister to shield him from potential threats. Qingmei glanced at Su Ningxue, her brows furrowing slightly as she asked coolly, Has Chu Feng been bullied before? Su Ningxue could only nod in acknowledgement. Seeing the tension ease between the two, Ningxue looked at her sister with a hint of pity. Come, sister, eat more vegetables, she said, picking up a piece of shrimp paste and placing it in Qingmei's bowl. Chu Feng, have some vegetables too. Su Ningxue, as she spoke, deftly picked up a large hairy crab for Chu Feng. The intimate gesture between the two was not lost on Qingmei, who instantly reimagined Su Ningxue as a caring elder sister. It seemed that this beautiful older sister was merely concerned for Chu Feng's well-being, much like my own sister, who shielded me from deceitful individuals. After all, how could someone who spends their days in Chu Feng's company harbor ill intentions? Here, big sister, you must have some crab too, she said, placing another crab in Su Ningxue's bowl. Su Ningxue stared at the naive girl before her, internally chastising her for being so calculating. Was this not a display that cast her in a less favorable light? Just moments ago, she had left Su Ningxue speechless, and now, Qingmei's actions starkly contrasted with Su Ningxue's earlier demeanor. One was an understanding little sister, while the other was a domineering older sister. It was only natural that anyone would choose the former. Noticing the atmosphere had somewhat softened, Chu Feng symbolically picked up his chopsticks and served Qingmei some vegetables. Eat more vegetables. It ensures a balanced diet, he advised. Su Ningxue glanced at his chopsticks, wondering if they were engaged in an indirect kiss. Did he really intend to share such a moment in her presence? Observing Su Ningxue's peculiar expression, Chu Feng quickly ladled a bowl of clear soup. Ningxue, drink more soup. It helps cool the temper. With a delicate arch of her brow, Su Ningxue retorted, Are you implying that I have a fiery temper? Her tone dripped with sarcasm. Chu Feng, upon hearing this, felt as though he wanted to leap from a building in despair. This dinner had become increasingly stressful. No, that is not what I meant. He stammered, his attempts at defense proving futile. Seeing Chu Feng's resigned demeanor, Ningxue realized her words may have been a bit too aggressive. I must transform into a gentle older sister, she thought. Am I regarded as a gentle older sister in your eyes? Chu Feng, at a loss for words, nodded, silently mocking the notion. How could she even consider herself gentle? She was anything but calm and private. With a playful smile, Ningxue focused on the crab in Chu Feng's bowl. Chu Feng, don't you love crabs? Why haven't you started eating yet? Are you waiting for your sister to help you crack it open? Before Chu Feng could finish his sentence, Ningxue seized a large crab and, armed with scissors, began to snip off its legs. After completing that task, she stared at the remaining 7 tools on the table, uncertain of which to choose. She recalled that Chu Feng usually started by removing the crab legs before prying open the shell to extract the crab roe and meat. While her eyes understood the process, her mind faltered, and she soon realized that cracking open a crab was far more challenging than anticipated. Seeing Ningxue's bewildered expression, Chu Feng couldn't help but comment. Since childhood, I've always been the one to peel crab and shrimp shells. Do you even know how to do this? Who says I can't? She retorted defiantly. Ningxue let out a cold snort, once again grasping the scissors and decisively splitting the crab in half. She then retrieved a spoon and deftly extracted the rich crab roe from the center. After liberating the roe, she intended to pry open the crab for its flesh. But to her dismay, a sharp spine pricked her delicate fingers. Hiss, she instinctively inhaled sharply. This wretched crab, if it weren't for Chu Feng's presence, she would have crushed it underfoot. Chu Feng's lips twitched slightly as he extended a tissue toward her. Enough, I shall relish the crab roe. You ought to clean your hands, lest you draw blood from that prick. Though she was aware that her intention was to showcase her prowess before the Yin sisters. Provoking Qingmei, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy seeing her own finger pricked. Chapter 86. Eating Strawberries. Planting strawberries upon hearing Chu Feng express concern for her, Ningxue's lips curled into a subtle smile. Qingmei inquired, would you like to eat shrimp? I can peel them for you. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. Can you actually peel them? Ningxue observed her younger sister, noticing a hint of jealousy, and felt a wave of exasperation. Qingmei picked up a shrimp and bit off its head, her delicate hands struggling with the shell. Soon, a shrimp mar by bite marks emerged. Without a word, she placed it directly into Chu Feng's bowl and flashed him a sweet smile, lifting her exquisite chin as if to say, aren't I impressive? Chu Feng glanced at the shrimp and then at Ningxue, whose expression seemed to warn him that consuming the shrimp would lead to dire consequences. He then turned to the eagerly anticipating Qingmei and sighed, pondering whether eating the shrimp would amount to an indirect kiss between him and the 2 girls, particularly in front of her sister and Ningxue. To avoid distressing the innocent girl, he resolved to take a bite, albeit with trepidation that Ningxue might upend the table in protest. Thus, Chu Feng picked up the large shrimp and tasted its tail, an untouched area. It was delightful. He casually complimented it, while Ningxue frowned deeply, relieved that he had avoided the head, which she could begrudgingly accept. Try my hairy crab, Ningxue urged, pushing a mixture of crab roe and meat toward Chu Feng. He regarded the crab meat, reminiscent of Indian cuisine, before sampling it. It was delectable. After half an hour of dining, both Chu Feng and Ningxue felt utterly drained. Chu Feng, we must take our leave. See you tomorrow, Qingmei said as she stood to bid farewell. Watching them depart, Chu Feng finally exhaled in relief. Ningxue, seizing the last 2 strawberries on the table, stood coldly before him and declared, let's go home. All right, Chu Feng replied. Without further ado, they descended the stairs side by side and got into the car. As soon as Ningxue entered, she handed him the 2 strawberries. Eat them. Chu Feng stared at the strawberries in her palm, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Under ordinary circumstances, it would be inconsequential, but with Ningxue, it posed a problem. In the past, to ensure that her lips tasted of strawberries during their kisses, she insisted on having at least 1 strawberry in her daily fruits. Moreover, she had strictly prohibited him from smoking or drinking, allowing only a small amount of wine, for the grape-flavored lips also held a unique allure. Gazing at her delicate, beautiful face, he wondered if he could refuse. No, she insisted, one for each of us. It's fruit to cleanse the palate after the meal. She popped one strawberry into her mouth, savoring it, before once again offering the other to Chu Feng. Seeing her unwavering determination, he resigned himself and reached for the large strawberry, placing it into his mouth. Before he could even swallow, soon Ningxue had already pounced on him, forcefully pinning him against the car. Chu Feng, however, was no pushover. He firmly guarded his mouth with both hands. I am no longer the person I once was. This time, you shall not kiss me again. Noticing Chu Feng's assertive demeanor, Su Ningxue refrained from further coercion and instead opted for a more persuasive approach. I offer you two choices. 1, I kiss you and I decide the time. 2, you kiss me and you choose the time. Chu Feng shook his head. I choose neither. Su Ningxue then pinched his thigh, declaring, since you just kissed that girl, I want my share too. In that moment, she resembled a little girl who had just tasted jealousy. Chu Feng retorted, I didn't even eat the shrimp head. I only had the tail. There is no such thing. Yet, Su Ningxue did not pursue the argument further, but reiterated, choose 1 or 2. Staring at her frosty expression, Chu Feng feared that if he let his guard down, she might seize the opportunity to kiss him forcefully. I want to choose. What if you play tricks on me later? Observing his stubbornness, Su Ningxue turned her gaze to his fair neck and promptly leaned down to plant 5 small strawberries on it. What are you doing? How am I supposed to face people tomorrow like this? Chu Feng exclaimed, covering his mouth in shock. Su Ningxue returned to the passenger seat, cradling her chin with her hands, and softly explained, this is the consequence of your disobedience. If you had chosen to kiss me earlier, would having it up like this? Chu Feng released his grip, gazing at her with a complex expression. Why should I choose to kiss? If you do this again, I won't join you for meals anymore. Upon hearing this, Su Ningxue blinked her enchanting eyes. What if one day I'm unhappy? Do you think I wouldn't dare to show up at your dorm? Listening to her threat, Chu Feng could only grit his teeth. You truly have no shame. Su Ningxue waved her hand dismissively, her expression indicating that his opinion mattered most to her. Chu Feng was at a loss for words. When did this infatuated girl become so adept at flirting? He turned away, disinterested in continuing the debate, and drove home. Soon, they arrived at Su Ningxue's doorstep. We're here. She merely glanced at her home's entrance. My mama isn't home. I'm not going back to sleep there. I'll stay at your place. A smirk crept onto Chu Feng's lips as he pressed the gas pedal, heading straight to his house. Get out. Realizing they were not heading to his large courtyard, Su Ningxue understood that he intended to return to the school. Are you not planning to go home tonight? Chu Feng, however, did not respond, saying only, you don't need to know that. Hurry and get out of the car. Su Ningxue glanced at the brightly lit house, unbuckling her seatbelt. If you keep staying out, I'll report you to Aunt Gu. Chu Feng shrugged nonchalantly. After she exited the vehicle, he immediately sped away from the warm, yet precarious familiarity of home. Now, whenever he returns home, he finds himself vulnerable to intruders in the dead of night, an almost insurmountable predicament. Su Ningxue gazed at the taillights of Chu Feng's car, murmuring softly to herself, Chu Feng, once we are married, I will no longer allow you to wander aimlessly. Meanwhile, in another corner, the entire dormitory was abuzz with preparations for a social event the following day, everyone diligently strategizing. As Chu Feng stepped back into the dormitory, the keen-eyed Huang Jintian immediately noticed a faint strawberry mark on Chu Feng's neck and, with a mischievous grin, remarked, Chu Feng, has Su Ningxue left you strawberry? Chu Feng halted, cursing inwardly. Despite my extensive use of concealer, you still managed to see it. Have you perhaps ventured into the elixir furnace of the supreme lousy? Chapter 87, What About Me? As Chu Feng pondered how to respond, Lan Qi adjusted his glasses and spoke, Brother Feng. The load testing and security assessment for the external program have been completed. We are merely in need of buyers now. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng dismissed Huang Jintian with a wave, turning his attention to Lan Qi's computer screen, stroking his chin thoughtfully. So soon? Has the time-sensitive feature also been integrated? Lan Qi nodded as he clicked the mouse to reveal the backend. There are no issues. For just $1, it can be used for an hour. I also set it up so that the first-time users receive an hour free, just as you instructed. Chu Feng replied, then let us go live. Create a web page to host the external program. Remember to use a foreign ID to bypass restrictions and ensure the cover features an alluring model. It must be eye-catching. He added, during the National Day, we can deploy a few bots in the channel for promotion. That should attract a considerable audience. Huang Jintian, listening to Chu Feng, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Chu Feng, is your company legitimate? How can you engage in such dealings with such proficiency? Chu Feng retorted, what do you mean? We are merely alleviating the burdens of those grinding away in the game. Ding Quan peeked at the two, who were caught in a fervent discussion, and sighed softly, returning his gaze to the live stream of a host performing a flamboyant display. Being an internet celebrity is the way to earn. A little sway of the hips, and the funds flow into one's account. Ding Quan's words reached Chu Feng's ears, causing him to pause. Indeed, I could establish a company, recruiting internet celebrities to work for me. The live streaming industry is just beginning to emerge. It is the perfect opportunity to venture into that realm in the golden October, with the dawn breaking, sunlight bathed the expansive road, casting a warm glow. Flanking the streets were flags of 5 stars fluttering in the breeze. In the dinosaur park of Magic City, Ningxue and Qingmei led their classmates to the designated meeting point. Meanwhile, Huang Jintian, Ding Quan, and Lan Qi engaged in hushed conversation. Ding Quan queried, Brother Tian, is that girl with dark skin truly as beautiful as you claim? Huang Jintian replied, absolutely. Aside from Qingmei, the campus belle, she is undoubtedly the second most attractive in her class. It must be that Mo Xiaoxi. Her dark complexion has its own charm. I'll approach her for WeChat. And once I win her over, I'll see how her friend fares. If she is decent, I'll introduce her to Lan Qi that way. Our entire dormitory could find their matches, haha. Upon hearing this, Lan Qi felt a flush of color rise to his ears and timidly interjected, Foster father, how do I overcome my shyness when speaking to unfamiliar girls? Huang Jintian stroked his chin and smiled. You could start with an online romance. Once you become familiar, talking to her in person will come naturally. Ding Quan exclaimed, when it comes to wooing, one must look to Brother Tian for guidance. Huang Jintian then glanced at the quietly pensive Chu Feng. Chu Feng, don't you have any interest? Chu Feng replied, at present, I find myself rather indifferent to girls. You all carry on. Ding Quan exchanged knowing glances with Huang Jintian, remarking, Brother Feng is surrounded by affluent women and beautiful campus goddesses. How could he possibly be interested in the wildflowers outside? Huang Jintian nodded in agreement. Ding Quan then patted Chu Feng on the shoulder, stating, come now, Brother Feng. This time, temper your brilliance a bit and let us, your less fortunate brethren, savor a taste of the good life. All right, Chu Feng replied, feeling utterly speechless as the three conspired among themselves, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of the arrival of spring, a time when animals are prone to romantic inclinations. At last, they reached the designated venue, but upon seeing the leading female classmate, the boys from their class could hardly contain their astonishment. Before them stood Qingmei, adorned in a burgundy dress that reached her knees, revealing a glimpse of her silky, shapely legs, elegantly complemented by her red low-top Nikes. Her exaggerated figure resembled that of a seductive enchantress, exuding an aura of mature allure. Her long, wine-red hair cascaded down her shoulders, and when her slender, captivating eyes met Chu Feng's, they momentarily faltered. He's here too? She mused, recalling that Su Ningxue's class was also rumored to be attending the gathering. She pondered whether they had arrived. Last time, Chu Feng had unwittingly stepped onto the classroom stage to solve a problem, leaving a striking impression on her. As the second daughter of one of the 4 prominent families, she seldom indulged in the petty romantic dramas of school life. Yet the remarkable events surrounding Chu Feng were impossible to ignore. Moreover, due to the incident involving Su Ning, she had managed to uncover Chu Feng's true identity through the airline company, revealing that the author of the most popular novel was none other than him. Through these revelations, she discovered an intriguing aspect of Chu Feng, one that remained largely unknown to others, igniting her curiosity about him. For her, school served merely as a platform to navigate and cultivate her social connections. In the span of 3 short years, She aimed to attend high-end gatherings and forge friendships with the younger generations of influential families in the Magic City to facilitate her future endeavors. Naturally, she was eager to get to know someone like Chu Feng, despite lacking substantial family power, held significant renown. Qingmei, it's been a while. Ningxue greeted her as if they were old friends, hinting at a prior acquaintance. Qingmei smiled slightly. Shall we commence the gathering? Or would you prefer to have some fun first? Let us start with a talent show, then allow them to mingle afterward, Ningxue suggested. Agreed, Qingmei concurred. After their discussion, the two classes, minus those reluctant to participate, gathered nearly 50 individuals, forming a circle on the lawn. The so-called gathering was merely a guise for allowing the imbalanced classes of boys and girls to connect with those seeking romance. As for Chu Feng, he had never contemplated finding a partner. Instead, he discreetly shifted to the back row. Besides, with Qingmei's class positioned so closely to Su Ningxue's, any rumors of him courting her sister would surely provoke chaos. Just as he was contemplating this, his phone suddenly buzzed with a message from Su Ningxue. Hello, where are you? I am currently not at school, but out having fun with friends. Su Ningxue, what about me? Chu Feng, why don't you go find your friends? Su Ningxue, but I have already arrived at the dinosaur park and I only want to play with you. What should I do? Chu Feng was taken aback, his mind racing with confusion. Could it be that there was a traitor in the dormitory? How could Su Ningxue know his whereabouts so clearly? Observing Chu Feng's bewilderment, Su Ningxue's lips curled into a slight smile as her fingers danced rapidly over her phone, soon sending another message. This gathering was initiated by Qingmei and myself. You wouldn't be unaware of that, would you? Chapter 88. A display of talent. Chu Feng fixed his gaze upon his phone, his thumb nearly shattering the screen in frustration. Had he known that Su Ningxue would also be present, he would have resolutely abstained from attending this gathering. Just as Chu Feng was engulfed in his vexation, Ningxue clapped her hands and, with a gentle smile, addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, might any charming gentleman or lovely ladies grace us with their talents, perhaps by singing a song? To find a partner, one must showcase their own brilliance. So do not be shy, fellow students from the computer science class. At this juncture, it was indeed the moment when the standout individuals from each class took center stage. A commendable performance could afford one an advantageous position in the realm of romantic pursuits. Huang Jintian was the prominent figure from the computer science class, slowly rising to his feet and clearing his throat. As he stood, he walked into the midst of the crowd. His height of 6 feet, coupled with his dyed golden hair and a face that bore a charmingly rogue demeanor, immediately captured the attention of the girls from other classes. After all, in the field of business administration, the male-to-female ratio stood at nearly 2:8, with most boys already committed to relationships. Conversely, the computer science class mirrored this dynamic in reverse, resulting in a predominance of males attending from their ranks, while the business administration class was largely comprised of females. Drawing a deep breath, he scanned the crowd, particularly casting a glance at Mo Xiaoxi. In his mind, he exuberantly exclaimed, "This dark-skinned beauty is truly captivating. Esteemed audience, I humbly present my modest skills in street dance," he announced, a smile gracing his face as the applause erupted around him. He began his performance. In this era, shortly after the reforms and opening up, the trends from Europe and America first swept through this vibrant metropolis, with street dance being among the most emblematic. Street dance differs from other forms of dance. It is more wild, open, and free, allowing for spontaneous movement and expansive steps. It perpetually imbues the viewer with a sense of youthful exuberance and vitality. As he danced, he occasionally swayed toward Mo Xiaoxi, stealing glances in her direction. Huang Jintian's conspicuous actions elicited a chorus of amused reactions from the onlookers. Mo Xiaoxi had only come out because her roommate had dragged her along. Otherwise, she would have been nestled in her dormitory, working on her shop proposal. With a vacant stare, she gazed ahead, her mind preoccupied with the task or trial that Chu Feng had entrusted to her. Previously, she had perceived Chu Feng as a mere sycophant, a wealthy scion who sought to live off others while juggling multiple romantic entanglements. However, upon truly engaging with him, she discovered his kindness and considerable intellect. Soon enough, Huang Jintian's street dance concluded, and he gave a slight bow to the audience, which erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Chu Feng joined in, fervently applauding his good friend. No wonder this lad was as quick to change partners as he was to change clothes, having not returned to the dormitory in a year. It was clear he possessed genuine talent. With his looks and dance moves, coupled with a basketball in hand, he could easily pursue an idol career. What a breeze that would be! This handsome gentleman was not only striking, but also exceptionally skilled in his art of street dance. Indeed, the grace with which he danced stirred my youthful heart. Huang Jintian, seated across from the young lady, engaged in whispered conversation with her companion. Once Huang Jintian concluded his performance, he resembled a peacock unfurling its plumage, captivating the gaze of numerous young women. With Huang Jintian setting the tone, a petite yet charming girl stepped into the limelight, seizing the microphone to serenade the crowd. Her melodious voice, delicate in timbre, effortlessly melted the hearts of all the computer science students present. Just as Chu Feng was becoming increasingly enthralled, Su Ningxue had quietly approached him from behind. This fortunate encounter was made possible by his considerate roommate's strategic positioning, allowing Su Ningxue to locate Chu Feng in such a brief span of time. As if sensing her presence, an ominous intuition surged through Chu Feng, causing the hairs on his arms to stand on end and goosebumps to rise suddenly. Upon turning around, he beheld Su Ningxue gliding gracefully towards him. Dressed in a black, knee-length gown adorned with a deep purple bow at the neckline, complemented by lace-white socks and petite black shoes, she radiated youthful exuberance. Oh no! He immediately stood up, preparing to make a discreet exit. However, as soon as he rose, he was promptly halted by Qingyu's voice. Hey there, handsome. You're heading the wrong way. Showcasing your talent requires a presence in the center of the crowd. Chu Feng hesitated, awkwardly turning back. Actually, I'm not quite inclined to. It appeared that the handsome young man was somewhat bashful, prompting Qingyu to rally the audience's support. With her shout, nearly every gaze in the room converged upon Chu Feng. Wow, a strikingly handsome guy. Can such a charming individual truly be single? Oh no, go for it, handsome. The girls from Class 2 of Business Management erupted into enthusiastic applause. Chu Feng found himself in a rather uncomfortable position due to her antics. Chu Feng, show us what you've got. Ding Quan bellowed, his voice cutting through the murmur. With his name announced, the girls across the room echoed, Chu Feng, come on, give us a show. Upon hearing Chu Feng's name, Mo Xiaoxi's curiosity piqued, her gaze darting towards his imposing figure, inspecting him with keen interest. During the 10 seconds of Chu Feng's hesitation, Su Ningxue closed the distance to just 3 meters, offering him a gentle smile that seemed to question whether he intended to flee. The appearance of Su Ningxue left both classes momentarily stunned. What was happening? Could it be that Chu Feng was indeed romantically involved with the illustrious Su? Even Qingmei, who had been preoccupied with her phone, glanced curiously in Chu Feng's direction. Her expression tinged with confusion as her small hands instinctively clenched tightly. Hearing the clamor of speculation around him, Chu Feng cleared his throat and called out to Su Ningxue. Sister, you've come to watch my performance? With a slight smile, he added, then I shall take the stage. Sister? Su Ningxue was familiar with this term, yet felt somewhat amiss. Chu Feng exchanged a smile with Qingyu. In that case, I shall step forward and display my shortcomings. He directly stepped forward, taking the microphone from Qingyu's hand. Upon witnessing Chu Feng's intention to sing, Su Ningxue's lips nearly stretched from ear to ear. While others might be unaware of Chu Feng's vocal prowess, as his childhood companion, she was acutely aware that he possessed a lamentable lack of musical talent. His singing resembled the sound of lumber being dragged, with not a single note struck in tune. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been somewhat tone-deaf since my youth, and in order to spare you from mockery, I shall offer a rendition of the vastness of the sky. This song was crafted by a singer who relentlessly pursued the dream of freedom throughout his life. I hope that my friends and I, after listening, can maintain an open heart and unwavering belief in the face of adversity and setbacks, never allowing ourselves to stagnate. For life ought to be splendid. Chu Feng's gaze met Su Ningxue's for a brief moment. Then, with a voice that exuded maturity yet bore a hint of weariness, he began, tonight I watched the snow drift through the cold night. Chapter 89. Who would fear a day when it's just you and me? This song is remarkably simple. So much so that even Chu Feng, a boy with no sense of pitch, can sing it. His performance lacks technical finesse, but is imbued with profound emotion. His voice seems to transport listeners into the heart of a man whose life is fraught with discontent, yet who harbors dreams while ensnared in the prison of existence. My goodness, it's like Huang Jiaju has returned. If he is tone-deaf, then what does that make me, a mute? Ding Quan and Huang Zhentian could no longer remain seated. Did he not claim to be indifferent to romance? Yet here he is, enchanting the girl across from him, transforming her into his devoted admirer. The sky is fushed. You and I, everything can change. Who isn't evolving? Forgive me for this life where I shall not bind love to freedom. University, that most liberating and youthful phase, finds every student yearning for a love story that is both poignant and exhilarating. While Chu Feng only seeks a semblance of freedom to pursue his ideals, Su Ningxue lifted her gaze, aware that Chu Feng's song was meant for her. She tightly clenched the hem of her garment, her pearly teeth nearly biting into her crimson lips. Does everyone change? Why have I remained the same while you have transformed? Is this your reason for rejecting me? Is freedom truly so precious? Is it that our 6-meter bed is too small? In an era still shackled by conventional thought, freedom emerges as an immensely valuable treasure. Some are bound by family, others by the past, and some by responsibility. The song brought a few tears to Mo Xiaoxi's eyes. Freedom, how precious it is. She too longs to live authentically, to carve out her own space in this vibrant world. Unlike the girls from rural backgrounds who find contentment easily, her journey through education led her out of the mountains, revealing a world resplendent with color. She became acutely aware of her insignificance while witnessing the grandeur of the world. In this bustling metropolis, she is but a grain of sand. Yet, how can one who has witnessed the world comfortably crawl back into a dry well? However, her father's grave illness forces her to bow to reality, striving to earn money for his treatment. Similarly, Qingmei and Ningxue, though raised in privilege, are equally constrained by familial responsibilities that deny them the freedom they desire, even in matters of their own marriage. They exchange a glance, a hint of melancholy gracing their lips. The song "The Vast Sea and Sky" is devoid of heavy rhetoric or profound meanings, yet every word resonates deeply within the heart. Su Ningxue gazed silently at Chu Feng, her heart a tumult of emotions, yet she held steadfast to the hope of making him her obedient husband. She merely believed she had been overly domineering. Perhaps she could grant him a modicum of freedom in the future. From Chu Feng's usual demeanor, she could discern that he still harbored affection for her. The way he looked at her, though complex, was laced with a hint of fondness. Even in their instinctive physical contact, he adeptly found the most appropriate way to respond to her. His culinary skills, the tea he brews, and even the way he finds the most comfortable points during a massage are all executed with remarkable precision. It seems as though he possesses an intimate understanding of himself, yet he always presents an urgent desire to flee from his own existence. As he sings, the men around him, for reasons unbeknownst to him, join in, perhaps captivated by the infectious nature of the song. Anyone can forsake their ideals, and who would fear a day when it is just you and me? As Chu Feng gently concluded the last 2 lines, Su Ningxue, who had initially appeared despondent, suddenly sparkled with hope, her lips curving into a charming smile. It dawned on her that he desired to keep her all to himself. She understood, with her talent for guessing lyrics and phrases. She instantly misinterpreted Chu Feng's intentions. One more. Under the enchanting influence of Chu Feng's performance, the initially reserved couples erupted into cheers. The handsome young man, can I add you on QQ? The girls were all aflutter, while the boys cheered enthusiastically. The distinctiveness of the song by Huang Jiaju, combined with Chu Feng's fluent Cantonese and his towering height of 6 feet, made him a striking amalgamation of Dawn and Huang Jiaju. In just the span of a single song, he garnered several young admirers. After singing, he added 2 girls who requested his QQ as friends and returned to his seat. But before he could settle down, his dorm mates and a few close classmates rushed over. You rascal! With Su Ningxue, You're still not satisfied? You dare to add other girls on QQ, leaving us with nothing? Didn't you say you weren't interested in dating? I'm just saving them for you guys. I'll pass them to you when we get back to the dorm. Chu Feng whispered. No sooner had he finished speaking than a boy shouted, Adoptive father. I've wronged you, let me bow to you. Qingmei watched as Chu Feng was surrounded and praised by his peers, engaging in playful banter with the boys. Though it appeared chaotic, it was an experience she had never encountered before. He has so many friends, but I have so few. Had Qingmei followed Ningxue's suggestion to study finance, she might have made more friends, but she chose the computer science department for Chu Feng. The computer science department was akin to a monastery. It used to have 8 girls, but due to the dynamics involving Chu Feng and Su Ningxue, Lu Ruoyan and her group departed. Now, only 5 remained, one of whom was her sister. Excluding her sister, she had only 2 female friends left. Su Ningxue, resting her chin on her hand from behind, watched Chu Feng frolicking with his classmates. Her nose tinged with a hint of bitterness. She thought, he prefers to play with the boys rather than with me. That insufferable man. She recalled how, when Chu Feng first arrived in the city, his somewhat awkward Mandarin often led to his exclusion. Meanwhile, her own aloof nature had similarly resulted in her being shunned by other girls. Due to their parents' work and their proximity, they inevitably found solace in each other's company, 2 outcasts bonding amidst mutual rejection. As time progressed, Chu Feng gradually found acceptance among his peers, leading to an increase in his circle of friends. Yet, he never distanced himself from his own essence. Returning home alone after school each day, from elementary school to middle school and then to high school, he remained steadfast. One day, he glanced up to find Su Ningxue gazing at him with a beaming smile, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. Subsequently, he pushed past a few classmates. I need to use the restroom, he stated, dusting off his pants as he rose to leave. Huang Jintian playfully thumped Chu Feng's chest twice, jesting. Don't come back after you're done. Leave some soup for your brothers. Indeed, another chimed in. All right. Chu Feng chuckled lightly. As he departed, he took a moment to send a message to Qingmei. Surprised by the sudden notification on her phone, Qingmei paused, then lifted her gaze to Chu Feng, smoothing her skirt as she stood up to follow him. Meanwhile, Su Ningxue watched Chu Feng's retreating figure, then glanced at the closely following Qingmei, her brows furrowing in indignation. Has the art of clandestine affection become so brazen as to no longer require stealth? Chapter 90. A stroll in the amusement park. Chu Feng stepped out of the social gathering, pausing momentarily, when soon, Qingmei arrived behind him. Upon turning, he beheld Qingmei adorned in a flowing white dress. In the faint sunlight, her face glowed with rosy lips and pearly teeth, her delicate visage seemingly capable of yielding droplets of water. Observing this not very wealthy girl, he couldn't help but reflect. The notion of romance was a distant prospect until he resolved the ticking time bomb that was Su Ningxue. However, cultivating a friendship with a charming and beautiful heiress seemed rather advantageous. There was no need to fret about the degradation of friendship or familial bonds. This girl, blissfully oblivious, could not comprehend why men were drawn to bosoms or why they would wish to caress her feet. Romance? She was utterly bewildered. Just as Chu Feng found himself entranced by her lovely face, a voice jolted him back to reality. Chu Feng. Su Ningxue approached briskly, her gaze fixed on the two of them, wrath vividly etched on her face. What you two up to? A date? Snapping back to the moment, Chu Feng glanced at Su Ningxue and pouted. There's nothing going on. I merely stepped out for a stroll and happened to see her free, so I invited her along. Su Ningxue raised an eyebrow, incredulous. You act as if you are innocent, yet you've been with me all this time without inviting me for a walk. Qingmei, noticing Su Ningxue's growing irritation, interjected with a pitiful expression. Sister Ningxue, you mustn't blame Chu Feng. It was my own loneliness that led me to sit there, and thus, Chu Feng kindly brought me out to have some fun. At her words, Su Ningxue's face turned shade of green. Chu Feng stared at this seemingly innocent heiress, momentarily stunned. Could it be that Su Ningxue would actually blame him for this? Surely, she would not chastise this Navi girl, would she? You. Su Ningxue glared at the simpleton, while Qingmei merely smiled and winked at her. If it weren't for Chu Feng's presence, Su Ningxue would have relished the opportunity to confront this green tea with a display of force. Given the circumstances, she would not hold back any longer. Chu Feng, I would like to join you at the amusement park. Sister Qingmei, I trust you won't mind, will you? Listening to her playful tone, a shiver ran down Chu Feng's spine. Of course, Qingmei replied earnestly. Her sister had cautioned her against conversing or befriending strangers. But since Chu Feng was acquainted with Su Ningxue and she considered him a friend, it was perfectly reasonable to regard Su Ningxue as her own friend as well. Su Ningxue observed Qingmei's fair complexion and could only manage a begrudging smile as she nodded. Then let us proceed together. With that, she pulled Qingmei beside her and began to walk ahead. Chu Feng, hurry up. Big sister will lead us to have fun. Coming. Chu Feng glanced at their retreating figures, replying promptly as he hurried to catch up. He had anticipated a fierce quarrel. He was astonished to see Qingmei so effortlessly trailing behind Su Ningxue. She truly seemed unafraid that this fragile beauty might lead her to a secluded spot and bury her alive. The Dinosaur Paradise, one of the larger amusement parks in the magical city, boasted not only thrilling rides but also attractions themed around dinosaurs. Within this place, there exists not only hamburger shops, fried chicken establishments, and milk tea venues, but also areas designated for camping and barbecuing. On ordinary days, a considerable number of visitors frequent this locale. However, during the current National Day festivities, the influx of people is overwhelming. The majority of patrons during this period are students, predominantly couples. Fortunately, the venue is spacious, replete with various activities and ample resting spots. Newly enamored couples, after tiring themselves with play, seek out tranquil spaces to engage in profound conversations about life and aspirations. Those in the throes of romance can find secluded areas, perhaps a quiet grove, where they can embrace and steal tender moments together. From a young age, Qingmei has struggled with mild social anxiety, which has only intensified as she has grown older, making the prospect of forging new friendships increasingly daunting. Following an incident upon her return to the country where she was robbed, her social anxiety became markedly worse. Now, whenever she finds herself separated from familiar faces, she becomes visibly anxious and fearful. When the crowd was sparse, she could comfortably walk beside Su Ningxue, but as they entered the amusement park and a crowd surged, she instinctively moved away from Su Ningxue, returning to Chu Feng's side, clutching his shirt as if it were a lifeline. This action incited a wave of jealousy in Su Ningxue, who mirrored Qingmei's gesture by tugging at Chu Feng's shirt. Chu Feng, I want to ride the Ferris wheel, Su Ningxue declared, her beautiful eyes sparkling as they fell upon the grand structure. Chu Feng hesitated. That may not be advisable. I fear that Qingmei has a fear of heights. Su Ningxue pointed towards the Ferris wheel and inquired, Qingmei, would you like to ride the Ferris wheel? Qingmei gazed at the towering wheel, her eyes lighting up with excitement. I want to ride the big wheel. Chu Feng, let's go. Chu Feng, surveying the towering structure that loomed overhead, swallowed hard. Goodness, it's exceedingly high. If one were to fall from such a height, it would be disastrous. Soon, the trio embarked on the Ferris wheel, and as the chain began to gently rotate, they ascended slowly. Chu Feng peered out the window, his heart racing and legs trembling slightly. Qingmei, captivated by the sight of the speeding roller coaster ahead, was filled with curiosity as she listened to the rising screams from the ride. After 10 minutes, the Ferris wheel finally brought their cabin to its pinnacle. At that moment, Su Ningxue, admiring the breathtaking view outside, delicately tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Chu Feng, do you know why I wanted to ride the Ferris wheel with you? Chu Feng, keeping his eyes tightly shut, felt his fear unabated, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Why? Is this Ferris wheel different from other amusement rides? He replied, his voice quavering in confusion. Su Ningxue cradled her lovely face in her hands, gazing out at the stunning scenery. Do you not realize that the Ferris wheel is a quintessential date spot? It is one of the 3 sacred venues for declarations of love. Chu Feng shook his head, the sensation of weightlessness rendering him unable to focus on anything beyond his mounting trepidation. Noticing his silence, Su Ningxue could not help but sigh softly. At that moment, Qingmei, perched by the window observing the roller coaster, turned to gaze at Su Ningxue. What does a date signify? What does a confession at a sacred place entail? Su Ningxue scrutinized the simpleton before her. Could it be that this fellow was truly a fool? Or was she merely attempting to feign ignorance before Chu Feng? Regardless, she chose to elucidate for her sole audience. The Ferris wheel ascends to its zenith in 10 minutes, and its descent to the nadir similarly takes 10 minutes. When it reaches the pinnacle, the young man can present a rose and kneel to confess his feelings. 10 minutes is an ample duration, sufficient to move a sea turtle to tears. Qingmei inquired curiously, what happens after the confession? And why would a sea turtle weep when a boy confesses to a girl? Chapter 91. Why are you two holding hands? Su Ningxue, disinterested in responding to the fool, averted her gaze and redirected her attention back to Chu Feng. She noticed that Chu Feng had his eyes tightly shut, his fists clenched, as if he had been ensnared by a spell of paralysis, utterly still. Chu Feng, what is wrong? Su Ningxue, puzzled, sat beside him and gently grasped his wrist, discovering that he trembled incessantly. At the moment Su Ningxue's touch grazed him, Chu Feng's eyes flew open, yet upon beholding the outside scenery, he felt as though the world spun around him, darkness encroaching. Su Ningxue was startled by his reaction, and then a thought struck her. Leaning closer to his ear, she whispered, Hey, Chu Feng, you don't have acrophobia, do you? Chu Feng could not deny it and nodded slightly. Su Ningxue's lips curled into a faint smile at his admission. She glanced at Qingmei, who was absorbed in the view, then back at the immobile Chu Feng. After a brief moment of hesitation, taking advantage of Qingmei's distraction, she suddenly pressed her lips against his. Yet, Chu Feng remained unresponsive. Akin to the protagonist of a Tokyo blackout, only the setting had shifted to a Ferris wheel. Seeing him breathe lightly, as if in a faint, completely oblivious to the external world, Su Ningxue felt no urge to take further advantage of the situation. One kiss was sufficient for her. After all, they were still in public. Should this bulb witness her taking advantage of his vulnerable state, once Chu Feng regained his composure and revealed the incident, he would only wish to distance himself from her further. With this thought, Su Ningxue clasped his fist gently, prying open his fingers to intertwine their hands. Do not be afraid. Sister is here, she whispered soothingly in his ear, her heart brimming with joy. At that moment, Qingmei, who had been leaning against the window observing the roller coaster, called out to Chu Feng from behind, Chu Feng, shall we ride that iron cart soon? Chu Feng, noticing his silence, Qingmei turned around, finding him with his eyes still shut and his brows knitted tightly, sitting there in trance. Chu Feng, she called out again, but received no response. Her gaze fell, and she then noticed the intertwining hands of Su Ningxue and Chu Feng, an inexplicable sense of disappointment rising within her. Why are you two holding hands? Su Ningxue shot her a glance, but remained silent, observing their lack of response. Qingmei waved her hand in front of Chu Feng's eyes. He squinted, perceiving the gesture as if a phantom beckoned him. Soon, he felt a peculiar warmth emanating from the palm of his hand, and his racing heart seemed to calm a little. Can we finally come down? He murmured, and as he opened his eyes, a gentle fragrance wafted by, reminiscent of jasmine blooming after rain, soothing his spirit. You are awake? Su Ningxue spoke softly near his ear, her dulcet voice instilling a sense of inexplicable comfort within Chu Feng. Did you just fall asleep? Chu Feng? Qingmei inquired, her lashes fluttering as she leaned closer, her gaze twinkling like stars in the night sky. No. With a gentle shake of his heavy head, Chu Feng suddenly realized that his left hand seemed to be clasped by something. Looking down, he was taken aback to find Su Ningxue's delicate hand entwined with his. What on earth? He cursed inwardly, immediately shaking his hand to free himself from Su Ningxue's grasp. Observing this, Su Ningxue clicked her tongue in disapproval, exclaiming, What ungrateful man! Just moments ago, you were the one who eagerly held my hand, and now, having just awakened, you are so eager to part ways. TSK, what a scoundrel! Chu Feng managed a slight smirk, initially intending to offer a retort, but as he had little recollection of what had transpired moments earlier, he resigned himself to apologizing to Su Ningxue. Thank you, it was my fault, I apologize. No sooner had he spoken than the Ferris wheel descended to the ground. Su Ningxue huffed and tugged at his wrist, declaring that mere words of thanks were insufficient and that he ought to take her for some fun instead. All right. Chu Feng exhaled, stepping out of the cabin, while Qingmei continued to cling to the hem of his shirt. The sight of two stunning beauties, Su Ningxue and Qingmei, walking alongside a handsome young man, naturally drew the attention of many passers-by, who whispered amongst themselves, "Is this guy really that bold? My goodness. He is courting two breathtaking beauties simultaneously. Is there no law? Is there no justice? Ugh, what a scoundrel." Male university students passing by cast envious glances at Su Ningxue and Qingmei, but upon noticing Chu Feng's sandwich between them, their expressions soured as if they had just tasted something foul. Their feelings were a mixture of disgust and jealousy. Suddenly, a roller coaster zoomed past overhead, and Qingmei's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Chu Feng, I want to ride the steel roller coaster." Chu Feng glanced at the speeding coaster, imagining that if he were to board it, he would likely lose his wits entirely. "No way, that is too terrifying. It's for adults." After declining Qingmei's request, her face fell, revealing her disappointment. As the trio strolled past a cotton candy stand, Su Ningxue tugged at Chu Feng's shirt again. "Chu Feng, I want cotton candy." Qingmei, captivated by the fluffy confections resembling blooming flowers, chimed in, "I want some too." "All right," Chu Feng said, pulling a bill from his pocket to buy each of them a cotton candy. After acquiring the treats, the trio continued deeper into the amusement park. When they passed a resting area, a cheerful voice called out, "Children, come play," which instantly halted Qingmei in her tracks. She gazed longingly at a pale blue rocking horse, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Chu Feng, are you tired? Let us rest for a bit," she urged, tugging at his sleeve. Chu Feng paused, glancing from Qingmei to the gazebo, and noticed pink rocking horses positioned on either side. This was clearly not a matter of fatigue. She simply wished to play on the rocking horses. "Sister Ningxue, shall we take a break?" Su Ningxue also felt a bit weary from walking. "Very well then, let us rest for a while at the pavilion," Chu Feng suggested. Upon hearing this, Qingmei dashed towards the teeter-totter like a wild horse set free. "Hooray! My teeter-totter, here I come." Su Ningxue observed the somewhat immature Qingmei with furrowed brows, finding it hard to believe. Could this simpleton truly have charmed my Chu Feng away? Or perhaps Chu Feng has a penchant for such innocence, desiring to engage in a nurturing dynamic? As Chu Feng and Su Ningxue reached the pavilion, they both fixated on Qingmei, who was eagerly queuing up to ride the teeter-totter, each lost in their own thoughts. Qingmei held a cotton candy, delicately licking it with her soft pink tongue, resembling a little girl obediently standing in line. Chapter 92. On the cultivation system. Who can compare to you? Chu Feng, are you a bit odd? Su Ningxue tilted her head slightly, her gaze filled with sorrow as she fixed her eyes on him, suddenly speaking. Her unexpected remark left Chu Feng momentarily stunned. He turned his head in confusion. "Why do you say that?" Su Ningxue's beautiful eyes sparkled. "Do you wish to indulge in a cultivation system?" Chu Feng furrowed his brows, responding, "That's not the case at all. As a gentleman of integrity, how could I possibly be that kind of person? Who in the realm of cultivation can rival you?" She retorted. In his previous life, to win her affection and bring her joy, he had immersed himself in everything she adored. Piano, violin, black tea, green tea, milk tea, and he had tailored his cooking to suit her tastes. To satisfy her peculiar whims, he even engaged in escape room games at home. At the outset, Su Ningxue had bound Chu Feng completely, even securing the door with 5 locks. Then she handed him a hairpin, giving him 10 minutes to escape. If he exceeded that time, an additional hour would be added to the game. During that period, he transformed from a clueless young master into a versatile hero. Meanwhile, under the icy gaze of Qingmei, the child on the rocking horse could no longer endure and tearfully dismounted. Upon witnessing the boy finally leave, Qingmei eagerly took his place, gripping the steering wheel with one hand while savoring a cotton candy with the other, joyfully rocking back and forth. "What do we call our father's father?" "Our father's father is called Grandpa." Just as she was reveling in her delight, Ningxue, having concluded her social gathering, noticed that her sister had been absent with Chu Feng for over half an hour. Consequently, she sent her a message. "Where are you?" Hearing the notification, Qingmei released the steering wheel, picked up her phone, glanced at the message, and replied, "On the rocking horse." Ningxue stared at the message on her screen. Falling silent, she realized that questioning her sister would yield little useful information, so she directed another message to Chu Feng. "Where have you taken my sister? Don't let Su Ningxue bully her, or I will not let this go." Upon hearing his phone beep, Chu Feng took it out to find a message from Ningxue. "We are in the pavilion between the Ferris wheel and the roller coaster. After your event, you can come over to see us." "All right, I'll head over now." Ningxue immediately set off, replaying Qingmei's words in her mind. Curious about what Chu Feng was texting, Su Ningxue leaned in a peek. Suddenly, he caught a delightful scent and turned to see her inquisitive face observing him as he conversed with another. "Are you not aware that eavesdropping on someone's conversation is quite rude?" He chided gently. With a playful tilt of her head, Su Ningxue locked her gaze with his, her eyes sparkling. "But you're my future boyfriend. How could this be considered eavesdropping? I'm merely checking if you're being unfaithful." Gazing at her exquisite face, so close yet so familiar, Chu Feng felt a complex mix of emotions. Though he beheld this visage daily, he found it perpetually enchanting, never tiresome. "At present, I have no intention of entering into a romantic relationship, so I kindly ask you to refrain from incessantly suggesting otherwise. Such insistence hinders my ability to forge friendships." Chu Feng possesses unwavering confidence in his entrepreneurial endeavors since his rebirth, remaining steadfastly committed to pursuing a path away from obsession and diligently amassing wealth. Although he has only taken a few tentative steps away from unhealthy infatuation, he is resolute in his quest for financial success. The income from his writing alone yields several thousand each month, and once the compensation for the demolition arrives, it will amount to a considerable sum. When Su Ningxue caught a glimpse of the fondness reflected in Chu Feng's eyes, she chose to disregard his words and smiled. "Sister, do I look beautiful?" "Indeed, you look beautiful," Chu Feng replied dismissively, averting his gaze towards Qingmei, who was engrossed in a ride on a rocking car. "It's far better to have a wealthy friend who merely seeks companionship, rather than dealing with this infatuated girl who constantly desires his attention." Chu Feng, Ningxue, carrying a small black backpack, squeezed her way through the bustling crowd and immediately spotted Chu Feng and Su Ningxue. Upon reaching them, she inquired with curiosity, "Where's my sister? Isn't she with you?" Chu Feng pointed towards Qingmei, who was surrounded by a group of children, playfully vying for the rocking car. Ningxue glared at Chu Feng, exclaiming, "Is this how you take care of my sister?" "Qingmei, stop playing. We're going for barbecue." Upon hearing her sister's call, Qingmei's eyes lit up, and she turned her sparkling gaze towards Chu Feng, exclaiming, "Oh." After the rocking car came to a halt, she chose not to press the start button again, but instead dashed back to her sister's side. "Sister, where are we headed next?" "We're going to the camping area. They're already preparing for tonight's bonfire party, where they'll be grilling a plethora of delicious food." At the mention of food, Qingmei's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Let's hurry." At 3:30 in the afternoon, the sunlight was gentle and warm, casting a pleasant glow upon them. The trio followed their path to the deepest part of the dinosaur paradise, where a road facilitated direct access, and Chu Feng's vehicle was parked there in anticipation. In front of the campsite lay a serene lakeside, with shimmering waters occasionally disturbed by playful fish leaping to the surface. Entry to this campsite required a 50 yuan cleaning fee, and renting a camping tent cost 100 yuan, not including the additional charges for a barbecue grill and charcoal. However, for college students in their prime, the prospect of a delightful outing with a girlfriend was worth enduring a month of instant noodles for the sake of a lavish meal. Soon enough, the three arrived at their pre-reserved campsite. There were over 20 tents, with most individuals having their own, although a few brothers opted to share and save costs by renting a single tent. "Chu Feng, you finally arrived." Upon seeing Chu Feng, Ding Quan shouted enthusiastically, followed closely by three others who emerged behind him. Ding Quan's gaze fell upon the trio of stunning women accompanying Chu Feng, his expression a mix of astonishment and envy. Fortunately, he is in a relationship, although his girlfriend frequently works in nightclubs, leaving him with a persistent feeling of being illuminated. As for the others, why are only you and Lan Qi here, tending the fire? Chu Feng observed the makeshift camp and grew increasingly curious upon noticing the presence of merely 2 individuals. Ding Quan shrugged, explaining that Huang Jintian and the others had gone to socialize with the girl from Qingmei's class. Su Ningxue cast a glance at the 20 or so tents ahead, instantly igniting her curiosity. Chu Feng, is that tent yours? She inquired. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Feng retorted, what are you planning? Are you intending to scare me by pretending to be a ghost in the dead of night? Chapter 93. What does it mean to take advantage? Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Su Ningxue chose not to press further, as she knew she would eventually uncover the truth. Just as she contemplated following Chu Feng, her phone in her pocket vibrated. Upon retrieving it, she discovered a message from Gao Yuan. Sister Xue, there's been a commotion. You need to return and handle it. After a brief moment of hesitation, she decided to head back to her camp, asking Chu Feng if he would join her. Chu Feng glanced back and replied, I want to grill some skewers, so I want to be going. Su Ningxue exchanged a knowing glance with Ding Quan, signaling him to keep an eye on Chu Feng as she turned to leave. As Su Ningxue departed, Yin Xie grasped Yin Qingyue's hand, inquiring, Did that sister bully you just now? Yin Qingyue looked at her elder sister with her clear, lake-like eyes and asked, Why would she bully me? Yin Xie earnestly advised, In the future, if you see that sister, keep your distance. She isn't very pleasant to deal with, understood? Yin Qingyue tilted her head, gazing at her sister in a daze. All right, Qingyue understands. Chu Feng observed the 2 sisters, relieved that at least one of them possessed a modicum of intelligence. He feared that this good sister might cause trouble. The formidable Yin family was not something Su Ningxue could easily provoke. At that moment, Ding Quan, who was busy with the barbecue, glanced at his phone and quietly approached Chu Feng. Brother Tian said he has arranged a gathering. Do you want to go? I heard they specifically requested your presence. Chu Feng looked in the direction Su Ningxue had gone. Requested my presence? Could it be that those young ladies find my singing delightful and seek my autograph? Ding Quan nudged him. Come on. It's not as unlikely as you think. Besides, I find this barbecue rather dull. It's much more enjoyable to have some girls around. Yin Qingyue watched the 2 as they vanished from sight. Her curiosity piqued as she turned to her sister. Where are they going? Yin